it is kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years?
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah. I don't remember anything.
You're sitting in this chair?
Yes.
And the guy touching your shoulder, it's Gabe Newell. It's been a long time coming. Maybe it is kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years and you started to let her go, but she's back in your life. Martin was very young when he played this in Counter-Strike Source, so you don't remember too much, right?
No, I mean, I played this map in Source a little bit, but yeah, I was so young I can't really remember.
Look, Nico, it's the new map, Tuscan.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think about this map?
The spawn is different already, right?
The spawn? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like this in the old one.
In CS 1.6?
Yeah.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, the T-spawn, it looks really different from before, right? Before it used to be like, I mean, like sand. There it's like, I don't know, a really good place. Really beautiful though.
It's an Italian restaurant. We
yeah,
like that.
It is. Oh, bolognese.
Yeah, bolognese.
Ragu. We need a ragu.
Hopefully we can get it here.
Is it on the menu?
No, there's olives and stuff like that, I think. It's like, maybe it's like, you know, like the Spanish...
tapas or?
Tapas, yeah, some tapas maybe, yeah, but that's fine. When T-spawn, going to the right, yeah.
We'll look for another Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Well, you get down here and this is all safe space. You can
this
still keep
safe?
running.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
you can still keep running.
A bit with knife maybe?
Then knife. And then you get to here, this is like B lobby.
Maybe more box in the B lobby. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
I think you had more box than that.
Edward, this frag movie from here.
Yeah, one tap. Not one tap, but 5 ace with the USP and in 0.6.
It's like kind of graffiti. You see? I'll show you. Like headshot, I think, or something.
USP special, no? It says.
ESP special, yeah.
That's from Edward, like?
Yeah, from Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did like this.
Yeah, he killed 5.
So to the left is like the middle area.
Yeah.
And here you can bounce a flash as well on this wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice just to strafe out.
Yeah.
And this is like a pretty bloodbath area, I would say.
Can the CTs be here?
Yes, no, not there to the left, I think. But they can be like here to the right.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty even timing.
Yeah.
If we go towards B, on the right side, then you have like short, which is the first entrance.
Yeah, short here, yeah.
And then the other one is long.
Of course.
Some people also call it banana.
Makes sense.
It's the good old B-rush.
Yeah.
And I remember back when I was playing Source, we had this eco strat, which was completely crazy.
Okay.
You had to buy 5 smokes, and you had to run up banana, and you just had to like bounce them off these walls. You know?
Like here, yeah.
Yeah, you just bounce them, and then the next one bounced a bit deeper, and you just had to run into the smoke and plant. It was completely crazy.
Yeah. I think on Source you have few boxes, but there are no boxes. The window. Do you think it's possible to boost? Yes, you can. Okay,
boost,
you can boost. Okay, because back in the days you could boost, but with 3 people. That was that in Source. I remember NBK had a frag movie. He did a lot of frags up there on the right. You could like go there. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, exactly. You could hide there. It was good all times.
Or you can jump here.
But maybe you go up to the behind you. There is and then you go. Or maybe it's not possible. Yeah, it is.
And then
this is good position. Good position.
Up, take a peek, fall down, stuff like this. And then you can go to heaven.
Yeah, a ladder.
Yeah.
Heaven.
Yeah, the biome side is quite the same for me. You could go on the left, also on the roof on the left. Yeah. You could do all the things. I mean, the big difference is obviously the graphics. But other than that, I think you feel the same on the biome side. So the box on the left and right, yeah, obviously you can go there, but not alone, can you?
No.
Maybe you can, but you're not good enough in movement.
A lot of orbs are like opening middle, and like some of these angles.
Yeah.
And then if
take a shot.
Things are coming on A, they go to the left and they play this entrance for like repeaks.
Oh, yeah, like this one, right? Yeah.
And they take a shot and go in.
Yeah.
And that's also fast to go to B short.
But A side looks pretty much the same. Like the boxes are placed almost the same.
Yeah, all the same.
I just think it's like too many details. I feel like there's too many colors. I think it's hard to see like the opponents.
The opponents,
yeah.
You can get boosted, like there on the left, behind you.
This one?
Yeah. So just someone go and you go on the That was typical from Source. It looks like really like Source, to be honest.
And this corner is like spammable. Do you remember?
No.
You can still not this, but okay, you can actually do that as well. But it's like wooden plank, I think. This one.
This one?
No, the other one in the corner.
This one.
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
And try and stand on the other side. I think you can. Yeah, you can.
That's pretty nice.
Remember that in the clutches. I'm just saying.
Yeah. We'll do.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, the door here.
Yes.
Good old door. I remember this one. No, they blocked it.
No. E.
I don't use E either. I use so many different settings.
Do you know this back with the door when you can block it?
Yeah, but not anymore, right?
You can.
You can?
Yeah, I saw some something on Reddit. It's still
How is
working.
underground? Can you?
Let's go. Let's check.
Yeah, I remember this place. I was down here a lot.
Yes.
I liked
Lurking,
being,
huh?
Yeah, I liked being down here.
You
down
played
in the
slow back
underground.
then.
Yes.
You turned into a more aggressive player throughout the years.
Yes.
It takes so long to push the CTNG.
He's dead. With XM. No, it's not even longer. Yeah, you can hide everywhere.
Okay. It's shorter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's almost the same. It's almost the same, just the graphics are much
I
better.
don't remember anything.
What? You don't
I
remember?
don't remember anything from this.
There were no right corner as well. No right corner for me on source. Just was a long, okay.
I remember Forrest had the flag movie on 1.6 here.
Yeah?
That's it.
Okay. So A lobby. Okay, so you go under by there. Okay, because back in the days that wasn't there. That was like behind you, on the right, and that was here. Exactly,
Oh, yeah.
like kinda, not here, but a bit in front. Like-
Some connector here, no?
Yeah,
this
now
one.
it's the underground. Before this was like all the way back there.
Yeah, you should like break wood or something.
Yeah, it was the wooden thing.
I think the hard thing is you cannot throw a lot of nades because of the roof.
Yeah.
They're really high.
Is there a skybox? I think it's gonna be very hard like to execute for the T's. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. Maybe from there. Check.
Yeah, you cannot.
So I think they should like remove the skybox just like they did
Maybe.
on Dust 2. Then maybe the map is gonna be a bit more tactical.
Compared to Cash, I think there's some tactical limitations currently on Tuscan in terms of how you want to like approach entering bomb sites and stuff like this. Like
Yeah.
Counter-Strike has developed a lot to that. It's not just look at what you see and throw a smoke, but it's like bouncing them over, throwing them over walls, bouncing them off things, using crazy jump throw binds to gain a tactical edge.
Of course, for me it feels really nostalgic because easily I was playing on pro level on Source, and I used to play Tuscan, so obviously there are like some nostalgic things because I was less than 19. Now I'm 29. But yeah, looks almost the same like I used to play on Source, so it's not gonna be a big deal for me to play the map.
I don't remember anything. So I don't remember anything. Also when I played it I was like so noob, I don't even remember like long whatever names, like whatever callouts they had.
I mean, neither. I just remember A lobby, B lobby, but the callouts I'm not like, I don't really remember because that was 10 years ago.
You think it has competitive potential?
Yeah. Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to say because if you look at like, imagine you watch a Counter-Strike Go game 5 years ago.
Yeah.
How much it's developed,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
So
That's true.
we haven't seen a competitive game on this map for like plus 10 years. So, but I'm down to see some like some games on it and see how.
I'm as well.
Yeah.
Feels good to finally be back. I think we're asking for Tuscan for like years and years, and now it's there. So let's see if it's gonna be official or not.
Let me put up this scenario for you. You're sitting in this chair,
Yes.
and the guy touching your shoulder, it's Gabe Newell. It's a Valve founder.
Hello.
Hello, Gabe. He's telling you Tuscan it's gotta go in.
Okay.
It's his favorite map.
Okay.
When he played Counter-Strike back then, it was always Tuscan.
Yes.
So you have to replace one, and he's asking you which one are you gonna replace it with?
I think there's a couple of options.
Okay.
I would say like obviously we don't play those two. Everyone knows that. Not a secret. We don't play those two. So could maybe be one of them. But I also in general just like those two overall. Maybe it could have some changes here and there, but it did obviously change the mid walls. I would say probably those two or Vertigo.
I think if it's a change, it's gonna be instead of Mirage.
No, don't take Mirage, bro.
I'm sorry, but I think it's gonna be. I don't say it has to be, but I think it's gonna be because it's the map that's been there for the longest without the change. So I think because the map we have right now, it's since I with our assistant coach. Like yesterday, we watched like ESWC final when I was playing in 2013 against Very Games. We had Mirage. That was almost the same Mirage. 9 years ago.
Yeah, I think I would definitely rather have Tuscan than Vertigo, for example.
Vertigo, I don't like Vertigo. Vertigo is my favorite map. I would like remove maybe Overpass and put Tuscan. Because I don't play Overpass, I don't like it too much. Or maybe remove Overpass, remove Vertigo, put Cobblestone and put Tuscan.
No, maybe Cash.
Or Cash. I mean, lots of maps. I like Cobblestone. It was my favorite map before Vertigo.
For me, of course, it's really cool. I miss, like, for example, they released Cobble and I love Cobble as well. That was one of my favorite map, but they removed it. But yeah, I think it's great to have such a map again. I didn't play it for too long, but I think it's gonna be fun if it comes in the map pool again and just to have some fun playing it.
Shout out to my boy Chat Sponge Bird, Churchill.
Churchill.
Virgil. What is it?
Church. Just chat.
Chat Sponge.
Copenhagen's coveted crown ready to be claimed as once again we return to the Royal Arena for the Blast Premier Fall Finals. A king will be coronated by the end of this week, and joining myself for a space to dive into all the action here in the early hours of the morning, I've got Matthew down here in front of the booths. I love this vibe that we get to start off this journey here at the Fall Finals. So excited to be diving into this.
Yeah, we are very close to the players, Freya, probably to compensate for the degrees we've lost from Rio. From a straight 28 degrees to the floors of Copenhagen right now, but I'm sure we'll just create the fire ourselves.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's cold outside because we are inside, because there's a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike on the cards coming up this week. Of course, 8 teams going to be starting off here at the Fall Finals, 6 of which coming through the Blast groups, which went down earlier on in August, 2 of which also surviving the gauntlet of the showdown. That is Heroic and Fluxo. They've now been split into 2 groups, obviously seeded by each other. You can see on screen, obviously, Group A being spearheaded by the likes of FaZe, trying to redeem themselves, unfortunately, after a false start in Rio. I guess NAVI, they are the current reigning Royal Arena champions, managing to lift the trophy this time last year. We can obviously move into exactly what we're going to be seeing on the cards as well. 4 best of 3 is going to be going down today. That's going to be repeated going into tomorrow. Elimination and qualification games going down tomorrow as well. 3rd day here in front of the booth. Just 2 best of 3s going down. That's going to be the quarterfinals to determine who will be going straight through to the Royal Arena to be playing in front of the crowd. Of course, that is what all the teams are going to be vying for here. It's going to be 2 semi-finals going down as they hope to lift this coveted trophy on our screens right here. And of course, the grand final going to be going down on Sunday. And of course, the cherry on top, not just a trophy to be claimed here, potentially a spot at the World Finals as well. So let's kick things off here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals.
Qualifying for the Fall Final is obviously amazing. It's here in Denmark, Copenhagen. We're gonna bring the hype for sure.
Blast has like the best crowd. I want to test it. every individual in our team right now wants to show what they're capable of.
I'm so excited to play in front of the crowd, and we will bring our best game.
Everyone here really wants to do everything they can to lift the trophy.
Nico emerging and a no-scope. 7 seconds as he's looking to use this clock. Nico!
No one in this tournament studied us.
I really like this arena because it's very impressive. I'm very excited.
Wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. Oh, got to be careful. He gets one more. He's toying with it. And oh my God, Roki!
A plethora of teams ready to be gracing our screens, and I could not be more excited to get the action started, particularly as when, Maniac, we look at the trajectories of some of these teams coming into things. Obviously, we're fresh off the Rio Major, where there was some heartbreaking results, particularly when we're looking at the side of G2, not even making it to Rio.
Yeah, talk about a story of redemption for the likes of G2. It's been now a month and a half since we have seen them on the server. Of course, missing out on Rio, not even being there at all. We had this catastrophe of a result at the RMR. Now they have a chance to kind of change the narrative towards the very end of the year and to save what would be a horrifying end of the season for G2. Everything's on the line.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. The fact that we didn't get to see these guys gracing the stage at all in Rio, not even making it to the Challengers stage, particularly, you know, after starting off the RMR so hot with a 16-0 as well, then
Dangerous,
to Game
always
Legion.
dangerous.
No, literally, like the fact that they had such a roller coaster of emotions there. I'm really excited to see if they can have that redemption arc hit today.
It almost feels like it's make or break for G2 in a way, because we've seen obviously the downfall at the RMR. Now there's a little bit of time, for a few weeks in between. I said a month and a half. If they don't show a better Counter-Strike right now, what is the future entails for them? Is this lineup going to stick together? We saw X as the coach leaving the ship. We saw Nyak, the manager, leaving as well. Where are they going? Is this complete rebuild that we're going to see from G2, or are they going to save their story here in Copenhagen?
And then we go on to the complete flip side with when we're talking about Heroic, because managing to make it all the way to the grand finals, unfortunately falling to the likes of the outsiders who managed to lift the major trophy. But the fact that Heroic, we saw them, you know, making those roster adjustments, refresh out, Yabi coming in to make them title contenders. I feel like they are potentially now on that journey to be getting there, to be achieving those results.
That was a sensational result from Heroic in Rio, we have to be honest. Not only Cadian, you know, from a captain/IGL perspective, having a great tournament. The fact that they were able to defeat Furia on home soil, showing a mental fortitude that we didn't really think Heroic had. Remember, their label for the longest of time was that they choke in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It just was it. Like, we would know they would be good for the group stage, they'd play a great Counter-Strike, but suddenly pressure would hit and they would just disintegrate. That's not what happened. The grand final was a little bit bleak against outsiders, but as a whole, I think Cadian, Stown, Yabi for that matter, kind of pushed their own boundaries.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of hoping that this was enough to buy at least, or to earn some of the hearts of the fan in Copenhagen. Remember, they were never heroes here. They were always in the shadow of Astralis.
Yeah, and now they're definitely not going to be villains. Astralis, unfortunately, not here. They are the sole Danish representatives if we're looking at the whole squad, but a Dane that will be wanting some redemption, the man behind us, unfortunately, FaZe falling in the legend stage of the most recent Rio Major. 0-3, not even winning a single series there.
Talk about a nightmare. Sometimes Counter-Strike can be cruel, and a couple of days can decide and just completely change your trajectory as a team. We saw, of course, that lead against Cloud9 that just slipped through their fingers. We have them right behind us. Then the game against Vitality, and then a best of 3 versus BNE. You can talk about whatever you want. You can talk about maps, talk about Vito. I don't care. The fact was they were in good positions in multiple occasions during the major, which they didn't seize. And now they had time to reflect on it. They had time to think about it, regroup as a team, and hopefully they get to have a better end to the year, because they started extremely strong. They won pretty much everything that was to be won at the beginning of 2022. But again, Counter-Strike is a cruel mistress. You fail at the end here. Who knows where they end up?
Yeah, well, it's time for them to make their debut here at the full finals versus OG.
FaZe were beaten down at the major despite 2022 being an incredible year for the team.
35 seconds, they haven't checked it, he gets one of them, but already out. Great work from Brokey.
Now with their opener against OG, they'll be looking to prove it was just one event they let slip. OG had their major struggles not taking down any Tier 1 team.
Flames, again, another massive sequence.
A bounce back is vital today as they need to hit the ground running to have a chance of stopping FaZe.
A battered and bruised FaZe, unfortunately falling at the most recent Rio Major, now hoping to start their voyage on a redemption arc. It is going to be facing up against OG. We saw them playing off in the full groups, unfortunately losing out to the side of OG, but I feel like all eyes are going to be looking at FaZe coming into this one, particularly after that abysmal showing in Rio.
Definitely, the pressure is onto FaZe here in Copenhagen, and I think their showing in Rio is a very good example of how sometimes in Counter-Strike a fine machinery can just completely fall apart if a couple of pieces aren't exactly giving what they're supposed to. You talk about the likes of Brokey, who had a quiet game in Rio de Janeiro. It was the same for Rain, a player that we labeled a big-time player. He was supposed to step up, he didn't as well. And suddenly a team who's, of course, has a fine Counter-Strike that they play, but relies heavily on individuals making decisions, making plays, making difference, weren't doing it. And suddenly the duels weren't won, and something that looked like a fine machine kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, I think it kind of perfectly illustrates the point of, you know, there just being a myriad of issues for FaZe coming into this when we talk about the individuals not being on that stellar form that we saw at their major earlier in the year. You were talking about the amount of trophies they've lifted throughout 2022 as well. The clutch factor as well, not really going their way, particularly in that Bad News Eagles game. And I think that was the most surprising result for everybody, the fact that they couldn't even bounce back in a best-of-3 situation.
And they couldn't close it. They couldn't close it. They had everything they needed again. Not even going to mention the Cloud9 game, just in the BNEN itself. It's a 15-10 up lead situations on the third map that they let slip away, go to overtime, and allow the Eagles to fight back. We're not used to that. Look, we talked about Kerrigan, and I always think that as a leader, in such moments, you have such a high responsibility to make sure everyone is on the same page and that you deal with the issues that are ongoing, because we all have a very short memory when it comes to CS. The FaZe that we have right now isn't the FaZe that won Cologne, that won Katowice, that won the major. No, we are a few months ahead in the time, and now they are in struggle. That is his responsibility as an IGL to make sure everybody come together and face what's coming now.
I think that Bad News Eagles game was particularly interesting as well, because we saw them floating Vertigo, which Bad News Eagles said, hell yeah, we're going to pick into that. Of course, it was a very close win for the side of Bad News Eagles, but a win nonetheless. And interestingly, we were reading that recent HLTV interview with Swiss, and he was saying that was kind of the goal coming into the major, was to be Vertigo ready. I'm interested to see, you know, throughout the duration of this tournament, if they feel up to kind of picking that in a series.
Well, honestly, they might shy away from Vertigo, but I just think it's a false flag operation to talk about this Vertigo in the major. I think it's the tree that hides the forest that's behind. It doesn't matter. They could have won with Vertigo as well. Yeah. If as a team you decide that this is going to be the trump card that you keep close to you for the playoffs, you want to be able to punish people on it, then that was the moment to pick it. What are you going to do? You're going to wait for the playoffs in the quarterfinal to play for the first time?
Yeah.
That's one of these things where we as people, we condemn the risk-taking when it doesn't pay off.
Yeah.
But if it works out and suddenly teams are afraid of playing Vertigo against them, then that's big brain. So let's not do this. Let's not do hindsight 2020. I don't like when we do that.
Of course, they're going to be facing up against OG, as we just reiterated, obviously facing up against them in the full groups as well. Unfortunately, falling at the hands to them. If we're looking at OG and kind of doing, I guess, a temperature check from the major, obviously they didn't manage to make it through that challenger stage, fell to Vitality at the last hurdle. But I don't know, that's kind of what I expected from OG. I feel like they haven't really broken through that glass ceiling to really impress us.
No, they haven't, and they remain a young team. And I think with it comes sometimes a little bit of fragility, on the mindset side of things. Of course, Nexa has experience. Of course, Dexter has been here a while as well, but still, they remain a young group of lads, and I think they have a lot of learning to do. I don't think they surprised anybody in Rio for the good or the bad. They pretty much ended up where we thought they would. But it's up to them to showcase that they have a higher ceiling than what we think is currently. We have the video on our screen, and spoiler alert, these are the exact same maps as D2 teams played during the fall group. So we're talking about an ancient pick from OG. The Vertigo hasn't been floated this time around. A Mirage, which is a very safe pick for FaZe. We would end up on Inferno, which in itself, for me, was the story when they faced in Copenhagen. That was Nexa having an incredible game on Inferno. Flames showing up as well, someone that we can sometimes call I was going to say hot and cold, but when your nickname is Flames, it really sounds bad, right? But he can be hot and cold, that's a fact.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I feel like he was kind of cold, I guess, in the most recent Rio Major as well, particularly when we're looking at him to be a difference maker for the side of OG. I do want to check in with our Betway predictions as well. Of course, all the talent, and you guys at home have been selecting who you think is going to be going through with this one. Of course, it has to be Launders going with that OG.
Of course
He's also managed to sway Scrawny as well.
That's what you call psychological influence.
Yeah, that's what you do. Kind of
stay long enough with Launders.
I'm just interested in the game on the bottom of our screens as well. I'm surprised so many people are going with G2. Is that, you know, wishful thinking? Are we just desiring that to be happening as we haven't seen G2 for such a long time?
It might be, or maybe the remnants of what Liquid showcased against Mouse at the opener of the Rio Major, which was an absolute catastrophe of a game. So I might just have ducked myself on that one.
Yeah, they were a little bit sleepy in that one, but we will have to wait until the final game of the day. But we do have have FaZe taking on OG in our first one. A little bit of a copy-paste of the veto that we saw in the full groups earlier on in August. We're going to see exactly how it goes down with Moses and Anders in just a few.
Is it fine if I write something, or it needs to be a drawing? Okay, yes.
Yeah. This is a picture of a CSGO match.
No.
You HUD.
No, it's fine.
It's the HUD.
No, I accept. It's fine, go next. It's not right, it's pistol round.
That's what I was gonna guess before, and then you drew the radar.
Yeah, I know. You need to think faster. Go.
It's not fast.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's hard for it to be fast. Like they think we're Picasso or something.
I am. 100%. What?
Chill.
What?
Chill.
It looks like there's a smoke, people shooting at the guy in the smoke, and he's trying to defuse the bomb.
But what's the word for that? What was he trying to do when he diffuses in the smoke?
Ninja?
Yes. This is a portrait of someone. Now I don't know. I was thinking before, but now I...
This is a bad drawing.
Okay, never mind, I understand.
Wait.
Choke. Liquid?
Yes!
Why would I have to say liquid? That's f***ed up, no. Why would they do that? Why?
Unlucky for you. Happens when you are from an A.
I just don't know why. I mean, it's kind of, but it's fine. Could have said G2 as well.
Looks like chicken farm.
They're like symmetrically somewhat similar, I guess.
There's no way I'm guessing this.
You will.
Is this a flag?
No.
I see 2 shelves.
Bro, what have I done?
What are you drawing? I don't think you see the same thing I see.
How the stickman mark, okay?
Bro, it looks like a trophy. Okay.
M. Team.
What team? What?
Chill.
Is this crowd?
No.
Yeah, okay, they are people. I understand now.
And who's the people?
I don't know. It looked like they're falling down at the start. I thought it's like heaven. They jumped out. I don't know.
Dude.
What?
We're major winners. It's FaZe. It's FaZe though. It's us.
Yeah, it looks like McDonald's.
Us? Yeah, but I can't write the whole word. I hope you guys enjoyed watching CS Pictionary.
Don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment to blast. And see ya next time.
Well, here we go. We're almost ready with the first game of the day. We're back in Denmark. It is a little bit colder than maybe even I was expecting. I was a little bit surprised, but
yeah, it's chilly here.
Yeah,
I left a winter storm and I came here and it's freezing cold still, so that's not cool.
Yeah.
Obviously, FaZe leading with the Betway odds, and I mean, I guess you'd expect that, but this is a big story of redemption for FaZe after the major.
It had better be. They started out the year really well, but then obviously the disappointment regarding the major, just you can't really overlook that. So I'm sure they want to get back on track right away. A best of 3 as well early in the morning against OG. So I think this could actually be really exciting. Obviously I can understand why this might be favoring FaZe a little bit, but I don't think this is a done deal at all.
No, I mean, and you shouldn't expect it to be either, especially considering as Maniac and Freya went over before the game goes live. This was a victory back in the play-ins of the group stage for OG. A shocking upset there, 2-1 over FaZe. So we obviously know they have it in them, and certainly with someone like Dexter coming into this team, like that just creates a whole new element now, a whole new element of danger for OG.
Yeah, he's a terrific playmaker, someone that's always fun to watch and can probably get the whole team up and running. And I feel like all the other elements of this team are sort of slowly starting to fit into place as well.
Yeah, I think I'm also like, I'm surprised that my memory is actually being able to pull this one out of the hat at the moment. But if you think back to that game so long ago at the group stage, Flames was a beast in this series. Flames was
true,
same.
yeah.
This was the game that Flames was having like the automatic triple kill, like multiple rounds, huge impact against FaZe. So gonna be interesting to see what he's able to pull off. But certainly OG, a very dangerous team in their own right, and equally coming off of a disappointing, I think, run at the major for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have definitely wanted more. I mean, that whole list was just like you tweeted out a minute ago.
It's like Heroic in second place, everyone else extremely disappointed.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Well, here we go. We're on Ancient, all ready to get into the first round. Rops put under a lot of pressure there, but he handles it very nicely, taking down Flames to begin with. Bomb plant's been delayed. They actually were on it for a second. They tried to do it, but now they kind of realize they have to go and take a little bit more space. It's going to be Neofrag to get a kill, finally on Robs, and Carrigan falling back a little bit, so maybe a swing back, still a 4-on-4, although they're very low on health on that OG side.
Yeah, extremely low on health, but at least that kill onto Rops actually forces this retake to slow down, and actually doesn't even really have to be a retake yet without that bomb being planted. This is actually pretty dicey, and OG's gonna try and wrap all the way around. One kill onto Brokey, they'd have Rain exposed, but that's a great double kill from the defense.
Yeah, that might have just done it right then and there. OG kind of realizing they couldn't really plant the bomb before they get more space, so they actually tried it 2 or 3 times to get that space all the way into CT spawn. I can even understand why. If they would have won that fight, maybe there would have been a way out, but they just couldn't, so good early start for FaZe.
Yeah, really, really nice pistol round from them as well. They took a lot of options away from OG as they entered into the bomb site. You're exactly right. Just never felt comfortable, never felt confident to get the bomb planted. Low on HP as well. Some good damage done from Rops on top of that initial kill, but this is the one right here.
Yeah.
That was the battle that decides the round. Carrigan had already kind of slipped forward. OG, with that kind of aggressive play towards CT spawn, just didn't have the eyes to keep on that play from Carrigan shifting over to default boxes. So pistol round of FaZe, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, they're hanging out in T-spawn more or less. Could also say, but you know, you could tell the defense for FaZe in that pistol round, they were so ready to rotate in, so they couldn't have been really far away from the A-bomb site to begin with. They obviously were aware that something could be happening, so kind of a nice setup when you're able to get back to the A-bomb site that quickly.
Ooh, Rain challenging, and plenty of weaponry to handle business for FaZe. 4 quick kills for them, and Dexter's the only one remaining. FaZe don't want to give any breathing room to OG. 2-0, just like that.
Yeah, that little meeting was interrupted, rudely interrupted, so...
Yeah.
Couldn't even get a time to chat about anything. FAMAS being put into play. I always find people that can use the FAMAS well suspect. There's something about it that just makes me a little bit awkward, you know? Yeah, because
it's your nostalgia. You're still thinking the FAMAS is like the 1.6 FAMAS.
Yeah.
Your brain is stuck in the past.
That is definitely true, in more ways than one. Here we go, into the middle. AKs are out. Flames. That's a nice way to beat that one. Almost flashed into the fight. If he can win this mid battle, especially here early on, that's going to be huge. You could see he's thinking about it. I'm actually a little bit shocked that he didn't swing wider on the first one, but his teammates, on the other hand, they're taking control on the other side of the map. So they're getting a good little crunch onto the middle, and you have to assume that Twist can't really stay here forever.
Or can he? He's got that FAMAS that you know and love.
Yeah.
And it is Twist. He is going to be one of those people that's just freakishly good at it, and I like the fact if he stands tall and just keeps information in middle. The real thing is, will he fall back when Rain gets forced back? That's a player that might actually force him to move once they lose control, which just happens now, and instead it forces Rops to be aggressive, who gets caught by Fiku.
Yeah, rare sight. Rops usually incredible with those timings, so a little bit interesting to see that early on.
Taking a little bit of liberties, I think, with the SMG. Also, just challenging a gap, challenging some space, and seeing if they're going to maybe miss that detail, and obviously gets punished for it. So 5-on-4 for OG, 45 seconds left, but FaZe have a good feel for what's happening on the map. 3 players stacked up at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, obviously a massive risk, but as you pointed out, with the SMGs and everything else, you might as well try and do it, and so far it seems to be working out. 35 seconds on the clock. It's Nexa who's crouching in close to that statue and almost going to be getting the angle on them, but it will eventually get traded. Neofrag taking down Rain, still a 3-on-4. And the bomb being planted down in front. Brokey's thinking about it, but they're not really pushing forward. They're happy to just occupy the ramp and try and use the weapons here And that actually might work out. The retake, there's one smoke and no kits at all on the FaZe side. So even if they're nearby, it might not make any difference in the end. Just getting chewed up, even trying to take the early fights, and a good start here for OG winning the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's a nice call to just creep into the bomb site, not give any kind of sound cues. You could see that defensive trap with 3 players. That gets more dangerous if they know it's coming, but the fact that it's like this quiet walk-in, crouching along the wall, even losing that initial battle with Nexa going down from Brokey is just the defense doesn't have time to really spring into action and work together. Really good call from OG. And a timeout taken early.
And that might be one of those plays that down the road, later on when the CTs have more money to work with and more grenades, might be harder to do like that because you're going to get flashed.
Stalled out, delayed.
But this time, they did just fine. Good read of the situation. And...
oh, a tech pause.
Yeah, well, get them out of the way early on. That's what we like. Everyone gets a chance to get, you know, a little bit warmed up, including the admins.
Yeah.
Again.
Wake-up call.
Yeah. Run for a new monitor, a new mouse, or more likely just an audio issue. Always seems to be. But yeah, that's a really good start. Obviously, especially when you get the early kill, play that 4-on-5. Didn't really have to do too much in that round with the kill that they got all the way on the A side on the A tunnels onto Ross.
Yeah, and actually that kill didn't even have like a huge amount of impact. There was still a big stack, but obviously FaZe kind of shuffled 2 players in towards Cave. I think they expected that hit to be coming through Jaguar, expecting at least a few more bodies to maybe set themselves up for like a 3-on-3 or a 2-on-2, at least control that part of the bomb site, and just didn't come to fruition.
All right, Robin's looking a little bit confused, but we'll see. They're on it. They're working on it. In the meantime, obviously, this next round now that the SMGs are going to be out of the way, it's going to be a big one for FaZe in terms of sort of continuing what they started. We all know that even on this slightly updated version of Ancient, it's still really important to get a lot of CT-sided rounds. It just can make a big difference, so I'm sure that FaZe are going to want to keep that running for as long as they can.
Oh, absolutely. And wanting to bounce back. And I think, I mean, this is one of those events, too. I mean, the entire idea of this kind of like being a redemption story for FaZe after the major is just you obviously can't take anything for granted. And I think that was kind of echoed, that sentiment by Twist in some of the interviews he's given over on HLTV as well, talking about, I mean, just, you know, coming into a day where Bad News Eagles outshot them, essentially. And you can't take it for granted that you're always going to be able to have that clutch factor to keep you in the game and overcome those kinds of obstacles. And I mean, I know from speaking to him yesterday as well for the Blast podcast, the EPOS podcast, was he basically said like the goal for FaZe is, you know, 2 events left in the year, this and the Blast World Finals, and they want one of the trophies.
Yeah. They should get one of them because that would be that would make it such a better story for 2022 for FaZe, right? It's like, all right, great start, obviously a little bit of a slowdown, but then a good finish. That's such a better way to go into the next year than just saying, oh, we just crashed out and just couldn't do anything.
Kind of forget how awesome the first half of the year was if you just burn out of everything at the end.
Man, but actually, just to speak to that a little bit, I mean, I think that's kind of we're entering this strange era of Counter-Strike now, where because in the past and FaZe from the beginning on CSGO, that was kind of like their MO was picking up an insane amount of firepower and just star potential.
Yeah,
and they still really have that. I think that just the problem is the rest of the space has just moved up to where almost everyone is a really insane rifler. Obviously, there are degrees of differences, and especially in big LAN tournaments and on big stages, it can make a difference. But the lowest level when you get into like the top 20 is still really high. It's still really crazy.
Well, yeah, and also remember they spend most of the year as the team with the target on their back, right?
Yeah.
The team that everyone is kind of looking at, seeing what they're doing, trying to figure out how to beat them in the first half of the year. And obviously, a lot of those teams geared up very, very nicely, and they've suffered some tough losses. So this isn't the same vibe of the FaZe from the first half of the year either.
Yeah, I think that's probably something else. Given the amount of analysts and coaches that are now involved in it, I think it's probably hard to understand from an outsider's perspective exactly how difficult it is to keep winning tournaments consecutively now, because everything you do is going to be read and studied, and everyone's going to be looking to try and take you down. Obviously, Carrigan, super legendary, is an in-game leader, so there's no doubt that he's trying to do the best that he can to switch up, you know, small details in between the tournaments just to keep people guessing, but it's really hard to do.
Well, yeah, and that was again, that was one of the things that backfired for him at the Rio Major. Was one of the switch ups and one of the tricks they had up their sleeve was the heavy preparation of Vertigo.
Yeah.
You know, they really wanted to have that map. They thought it would be an important map for the Vetoes later on in the playoffs, especially if they proved earlier that they could actually play it, that they could actually compete on it. I think even Twist said in the interview they'd lost some confidence in their Ancient leading into it, which is also part of the reason, which is kind of going to be interesting to see them playing on it now. And obviously that little bit of a gamble for Vertigo didn't really work out, obviously, to a lot of fanfare as well.
But now they can gamble on a whole new map on Anubis, so that'll be,
yeah, that's gonna be spicy.
I think that'll be really interesting.
New maps coming into the pool are always super interesting because they always like seem to cause like some kind of like a power shuffle within like the top 5 teams, where like that first team that really kind of gets it and figures out like the initial kind of good positive step on it, like that always seems to change things up. So I don't know, Anubis is going to be a lot of fun to watch as it gets integrated in.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
even on top of the M4 change, even on top of the AWP change.
Yeah, I'm so curious about those. I feel like, yeah, we'll have to see it play out. I feel like that's usually how I think about it. I'm just like, let me just see it. And I think, hope I'm not misspeaking, but I think for the World Finals last, they're going to be implementing those updates. Seem to read that on HLTV somewhere.
Someone at Blast is sitting there like, shut up, Anders.
Please.
Quickly.
So I think that'll be really interesting. I look forward to seeing how that plays out. Haven't had much time myself to really play the map yet.
I haven't either.
I need to sit down and do that. Need to fire up some I don't know, matchmaking or whatever it is that's going on.
Feedback has, from what I've heard and gathered through the various methods of communication, has been relatively positive, or like an excitement around it, at least.
I feel like for the Counter-Strike community, that has to be huge, because you have to remember, normally when a new map comes in, people go completely ballistic. Ancient, I guess, had also pretty good reception, but that's really out of the norm. I feel like almost every other time, people just completely have a meltdown and say,
yeah,
this is awful.
Vertigo when it came out was a meltdown. Overpass when it came out was a meltdown. Cobble when it came out was a meltdown.
There's been a lot of it, so anytime it's even lukewarm, I feel like it's got to be a really good sign.
And I think, I mean, I might need to be corrected on this one, but I think Anubis was the first like pure community map that's been added to the competitive pool as well.
Yeah, and I saw one of the map makers tweeting about sort of the Valve had basically sort of bought the map for them, I think.
Yeah, which
taken
is
it over
cool.
completely.
Congratulations to the map makers.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
It's got to be an interesting feeling.
Yeah, those guys deserve a lot more praise. I have a soft spot in my heart, having played around in the way old days with what used to be called Worldcraft, but now turned into Hammer, which is the tool that you would use to make maps with. Yeah, good times. Cool little community back then.
I have a soft spot for it because I remember working a lot with Volcano when he was making maps, him and FM Pone, even after Cash. I know there was like 2 other maps they tried to make that could be brought into the pool and try to do some really creative things. And it's always interesting getting like to hear the thoughts of the map maker on how they're exactly trying to balance things, how they're trying to make things work, and the struggle of like what one change can actually affect that you wouldn't expect. And it's not an easy task to create a good competitive map in Counter-Strike.
Definitely not. In fact, we should probably at some point we should find a way to sort of interview some more of those map makers, because I also realized there are huge philosophical differences, right? Like I think some map makers feel like they're making a playground in which every detail of the map has to be thought out by them in advance, and others are more like, well, we're just kind of like creating an open space, like a sandbox, and then people can do what they want inside, and if things get out of control, we'll change it, right? But I think it's very hard sometimes to see how a map is actually going to be playing out, which for any new map, that's always what I'm so interested in, because like when I run around, I did run around on Anubis on my own just to see what was up, and you can sort of try and guess a little bit like what might be a difficult part of the map to hold or whatever, but when you actually see it played at a pro level, it's always going to be different.
I was going to say, like, you can playtest it all you want, you can get like a decent idea, but then it all changes too when the pros get their hands on it, and then you have like the community that's trying to optimize every minor percent and angle for a competitive reason. Like that's a whole different level of playtesting.
I'll be excited to see. All right, I think the phone's being handed back, which I'm going to take that as a positive sign. Headsets are more or less coming back on, so hopefully it'll get sorted out.
Some stretching?
Yeah, some stretching, all the rest of it. So, we'll see how it all plays out. It's good that it's happening early on. Preferred that as opposed to a little bit later in the best of 3, of course. But yeah, we only had 3 people in the pick'ems that were doing OG for this one. Obviously, Launders, we don't have to guess. He did actually. I'm gonna leak this. Private leaks.
Oh dear.
In our WhatsApp group.
I'm sorry, Launders.
I'm gonna call him out. He did initially pick FaZe.
Okay.
And then he had to re-pick OG.
I'll give him that. You always have a little bit of a cold feet. At certain points.
Yeah.
Sometimes your faith is a little shaken. You waver, but as long as you come back at the end of the day.
I feel like that's subconscious, like just slip through. I'm just saying, maybe that's a sign of worry for anyone that would just
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, look at that. So strong lineup for FaZe though. On the other hand, Heroic, it's that's understandable. You finished second at the major, you deserve that. And
NAVI
I guess,
as well against Fluxo coming in from the North America showdown.
I feel really bad about the bottom one because I picked G2 as well, and I made a habit out of picking Liquid for the longest time.
Yeah, well, me too. We'll say. I also picked G2. My thing is, I actually think Liquid is the better team, but Liquid like the first day in Europe always scares me. That first day at European events always is weird.
That's fair. And also G2, we're talking about teams that are hungry to prove more. I mean, G2 didn't even make it to the major.
Yeah.
So you have to assume that they are going to be, for them, this is kind of their major now. Like this really matters so much more.
Yeah, the end of the year, and also I mean, with all the crazy upheaval going on in the organization. Like owner being gone, coach leaving the team, manager leaving the team. You just brought in a new in-game leader. You just brought in JKS. Like, they have a lot to prove that these roster changes are going to take this team in the right direction, and all that's going to be started to call into question as well. So yeah, I mean, much like FaZe, this is kind of a bounce back event for them. It's the same for G2. This has to be, you know, we want to see something from them to close the year because they're just too exciting of a team to like not have them performing well.
Carrion's throwing gang signs.
Least intimidating gang sign.
They all looked very confused. Like, they have no idea what he's doing. But everyone's in a good mood, so I guess that's good news. I forgot in the meantime that we've been talking. What are the second and third maps for this best of 3? I don't know why that slipped my mind completely, but obviously starting out on Ancient, if you're just joining us. Second and third, now I'm checking.
Mirage and Inferno.
Yeah. All right.
It's a mirror match of the previous series from the group stage as well.
You'd assume, maybe it's not true, but I assume Dust 2 is going to be hard to pick for this tournament for a lot of teams. Would you want to waste time playing Dust 2? I guess if you think you can win it, maybe it's worth it, but...
Yeah, I think if you're a team coming into this, you're still very much saying Dust 2 is a viable pick for us.
Right.
You know, you're going to be practiced on it more, you know, it's been, what, like a week since the announcement of Anubis was coming in, so it's not like you've ignored it for the past few months. You're going to be prepared on it, and you're still going to approach it the same exact way. I think especially for teams that only had, what, like the week, 10 days off between the major and now.
Yeah, true.
You know, you don't really have enough time to start moving on in any meaningful way.
Yeah, it might be, and it's obviously scary to make big decisions right, you know, at the front of a tournament. So hopefully it's going to be, well, we'll see. It'll be interesting. Curious to see how it'll play out.
Might get one of the last Dust 2 games for quite some time.
Yeah, I don't really mind that. I think if I had to pick, a lot of people obviously wanted, I think, Mirage to be gone. I would have picked Dust 2 myself.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I like Mirage. I'm still very much Mirage fan.
And I just also think there's so much tactically that's very hard to talk about on Dust 2 because it just is like very behind the scenes. Like, you know, you have to go back and watch like the five previous Dust 2 games to even understand what's happening.
I think for me, it just feels like it's suffering from the current meta of like the save meta. I think Dust 2 has just kind of fallen into like a save simulator. Like if you just get opposition on defense, you're just like, oh, there's no point.
Yeah. Oh, we lost the mid battle and it's a B split. We're leaving. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, hopefully that'll be a little bit more exciting, a little bit more interesting.
Twist had pink hair at the major.
True.
Did this just fade wonderfully into this color, or do you think this was like a change of color?
Like going with the seasons?
You think he was also just like, you know, I dyed my hair pink and we went 0-3. I gotta get that bad karma out of here.
You gotta change it.
I gotta switch it up.
Yeah, I don't see why not. It could be. I hope there's some thought to it behind that. That'd be sweet. Maybe if he finds like the perfect hue, the perfect blend, then...
I should have asked him that question yesterday.
Yeah.
I only think of the good questions when it's too late.
Well, listen, we might have a chance to follow it up, but not now, because the game is back live. Thanks to the admins for sorting out whatever issues were happening behind the scenes. It is the 4th round. We're coming straight into it. Just a quick recap. It was FaZe winning the pistol. And the following round, obviously, OG buying in the 3rd round and winning that one in a quite nice way, but against SMGs mostly. So now we have the first, what feels more like a real round. There is a UMP in there somewhere on Carrigan, which is a bit interesting. But otherwise, more of a straight-up fight here between the two teams.
A little bit light on utility for the CT side, so these initial duels are going to be everything. This initial control in middle. There's 3 bodies here for FaZe, although a little bit of an awkward rotation. Nobody actually falls back to Donut, so all of them were really, really huddled up at the top of the stairs. Twist again taking that angle that we saw in the previous gun run, if you think back before the tech pause.
Scary if you walk into those shots. Rain trying the best that he can here. He is actually a bit of an expert at playing this particular position. I'm surprised that he didn't go for a reload earlier, but I guess he finally will. Kerrigan up close with the UMP. All he needs is one good flashbang, but he goes in raw instead, and Dexter will take him down. That's a nice position for that AK. A flashbang around that corner could have maybe changed that fight.
Yeah, very much so. But again, light on utility. They might not have just had it. You know, actually, Rops does have one. He could have chucked it out, but Kerrigan tries to just take it on his own. This is interesting. FaZe has ignored the A bomb site entirely. Tuis has been the closest defender there for this entire round. They've just said, screw it. We don't, like, we're just going to gamble that you're not going A whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what they did last round, and it still didn't really work. Of course, they have slightly better weapons here, but...
Similar scenario, though. 5 on 4 in the favor of OG. This time going with a little bit more of a utility execute rather than a walk-in.
Trying to block that smoke, I think, Robs, but he can't really do it. Flashes going around the corner. Nexa gets taken down again. That actually happened last time, but Robs is here. Runs to the smoke to pick up Fiku, and this is looking a little bit better for the defense. 15 seconds on the clock, and they got to find Dexter, and that is it. No time for Flames. He's in the middle, too far away, no time to pick up the bomb either. So that's a pretty good defense. Although, again, if Nexa swings in to check the pillar instead of the corner, then maybe he just straight up wins that fight, and it's a very, very different attack.
I wonder if we're going to see that change, if Nexa is going to start paying more attention to that, because that's exactly how the last round played out as well. When he walked in, he was creeping in, looking at every angle other than like the default plant boxes, and got picked up from that very, very same angle. Nice opening kill from Dexter. But this is great from Rops off contact, swinging through the smoke and just really slowing things down. And this time as well, previously when they stacked it, they had 2 players in cave. This time it was just Rain. It was just the one. The other 2 players focused on the ramp, and that worked perfectly.
Yeah, for having no utility, that's pretty impressive. But like you pointed out, it also comes off the back of just gambling. Speaking of which, what in God's name is Robs doing?
This has to be a game plan, because remember, Rops pushed really early as well a couple rounds ago outside of the A-bomb site with an SMG. Now, as long as the smoke is up in middle, he's going to be able to cross safely. Ooh, this is really awkward. If they can just slow this down. Utility dump onto the ramp surely from FaZe to allow this flank to come in.
Flames is going to be finding Rain. This is a little bit awkward if Flames comes back to shoot Rops in the back, then the whole flank is going to be dead. But he's made it around the corner, and he's going to throw in 3 targets here. They have no idea. What a lineup. Rops on a massive flanking mission, and they're completely surprised. They had no idea that was coming. The round has been won by Mr. Rops on his own.
Yeah, they're going to be so confused. That's such an early flank to pull it off. There's no way you would expect that timing, especially with Flames in middle.
That's actually crazy.
There's no way you would ever read someone pushing from the A bomb site. You're thinking, if anything, it'd be coming from mid. But again, Flames was there, and he even got a kill.
And you know what? If you've been watching Counter-Strike for even a couple of months, you will recognize that so often when you have what looks like the perfect flanking mission, it just doesn't work out that way. There's always something that goes a little bit wrong. Someone's checking, or you have to kill someone early, so then your position's revealed, and you can't get that spray down. The fact that he got all 3 is actually rare, even if the position is so crazy. And we're talking about usually one of the most, I don't want to say passive, but one of the most measured players in terms of taking fights and doing it. So I think it has to be a game plan, right? Because normally Robs is so far, but he's so far difficult to get into a fight.
Yeah, and I think just this is the second time in the first 5 rounds we've seen him go for that push. I think the way we've seen FaZe 2 times now just ignore A and stack at the B bomb site in the late round. That's an obvious, to me, signal that this is a game plan they've seen in the research, where they're just like, you know what, OG doesn't really care about the A bomb site all that much. Let's, we can risk leaving it alone from time to time. This one, it pays off.
Yeah, in a big way. Also, I mean, if you're that aggressive in the A hallways, even if you're not pushing out, you might also just be forcing the T side to use more nades to clear that part of the map than they normally would. Maybe, and that's great. I mean, even if it's later in the round, you can maybe put some pressure on them like that.
Well, also, the guy watching for the A push is going to stick around, maybe 5-10 seconds longer from now on. Keep your eyes on that one.
1 AK, a smoke. And that's about what they have in this one, so very unlikely. Still, obviously, very important they can do the damage. You could tell the FaZe economy is not really looking great at the moment, so any shots they can get through either with the Deagle or the AK here would be huge. And they have a little bit of a boost up, so they're certainly looking for it. Kerrigan is right out in the open, and what a great shot from Flames. Gonna be taken out. Kerrigan is ready for more. Even flashed, he still gets the kill on Rain, and that's beautiful. 5 versus 3, what an opening. And now, deep breath for FaZe. You've got to be really careful here. They're gonna get an early kill, and that obviously will launch the comeback immediately. Brokey on the double, and it's now a 3-on-2 as he keeps going. Triple pulls out the Deagle, nearly surprised. He can't get the quad kill, but he's certainly brought his team back in this one. 1 versus 1. Twist actually runs for the fire, and I think Flames heard that. There is a kit, so if he just goes straight for the defuse, I don't know if Flames could be here. Gonna be up close though. He's almost there in time. 1 second left, and he does go down anyway. Twist with a good kill at the end. Doesn't get caught defusing, and that is a really, really scary round.
What an incredible round from Flames, though. That's absolutely beautiful. Like, the opening kill on the Kerrigan is one thing, but the initiative to take that space and beat the supportive rotation coming out of Cave. This one right here. And he just grabs the angle at the perfect moment to spray it down even though he's blind. That's a brilliant round, and especially when you consider that's now expensive for FaZe. That actually really, really hurts.
Yeah.
That's a round they're hoping to build up some economy and some breathing room and another buy behind them. And again, they still haven't had a round yet where they've had kind of healthy utility behind their buys. So good job from OG, at least setting him up for failure down the road, setting him up for a breaking point. But the AWP is going to be out of the hands of Brokey, and obviously in the hands of Degster as well.
You mentioned this before we went live. How last time they beat them, it was Flames that kind of, you know, ran amok and just
triple kills.
Yeah, just kept doing the multi-kill. So if you can do that again, that'd be something. Timing missed by maybe less than a second there. Oh, but he's going to get it anyway. What a wall bang to take down Rain. Not bad at all. And 4-on-5 to begin with. FaZe, it's a 5-1 lead, but it doesn't really feel like it. Obviously, you know, looking at the numbers, it's a good start, but feels like OG could bounce back in his first half really quickly. What is this position? Robs again.
This is dirty.
Yeah.
He's being a real nuisance over here. And he's even got Brokey in support.
You're going to call him a rat, weren't you?
A little bit, yeah. I figured it was assumed when you have this kind of an angle.
Yeah, it is.
This is going to be tough, though, to double up, though. Ooh, maybe not, maybe not. Fiku just tucks himself in. There's nowhere for Rups to go. He's got to battle until death. He does get a second, trade it off, and now Brokey's here ready and waiting, and you will not expect that. But a missed shot, you equally will not expect. But Brokey is able to recover, at least for one, and twists in another clutch.
That is really scary, yeah. One missed shot, Twist. He doesn't quite have the angle. Bomb's going to be planted right away. And a nice smoke put up by Nexus. Going to give him a little bit more space to work with. He's not sure. Oh, what a headshot. He actually did not have the warning. He was very out position in that moment. And still just the raw aim. Next are coming up big in this one.
And that's such a critical clutch as well for OG. Because now you can go back and you can really give Flames a lot more credit for the previous round that he opened things up. Because the economy is an absolute shambles for FaZe. This is actually, I mean, they handle this really well. Rops getting 2 is massive. This push from Twist is huge on the other side of the map. All things considered, that's not a bad defense for FaZe. But man, it hurts to be reset like this. 2 SMGs, 2 pistols, the FAMAS on Brokey, again light on nades. And if they get fully reset here, OG's in the driver's seat for the next few rounds.
Ooh, Flames finally tagged by the Molotov, and that's actually a little bit scary. If they hear that, they can try and just shoot him down. Robs will find the kill, tapping away on an SMG. It's Twist to bring down Neofrag, and they win that battle in the middle. SMGs versus AKs. They even look at that. How is he working it so well? He is burst firing the MP9 at range and coming up huge. And so is Robs.
Okay.
Well, I guess that solves all the problems then.
Yeah, really. If you just hit headshots every single time. Dexter, you got no chance of saving this. Kerrigan's going to take you down with a 5-7. And a lot of free upgrades coming in. 2 free AK-47s, a free AWP, and OG. They really let that one slip out of their grasp.
They did. I said I was suspicious of people who are good with the FAMAS, but I'm equally suspicious of people who can use the SMGs at range like this. I feel like that's...
Yeah, Twist's a little bit of a freak. So is Rops. And they actually... Yeah, you hear the little giggle there, too. Cheeky.
That makes you angry even if you're not playing against them. You're like, come on.
He's just like, yeah, I know we did something stupid there. Flames just never caught Twist crossing that gap in the smoke. He looked away at the inopportune moment. Good positioning from Twist and a little bit fortunate timing on being able to slip that information. That made it really difficult. 6-2.
OG are going to look back on that last round and think, man, that was the opening. That was where we were supposed to get right back in the game, and now we've given them the money again. They are in a great position. We've even handed over a couple of AKs that they can play around with.
And this also gives them the slack, right? Like, FaZe is a really hard team to beat in the best of circumstances, but if you let them off the hook when you have them in that kind of a situation, like, this could be a real power-up moment for FaZe where they finally start feeling comfortable, a little bit of confidence after some cheeky MP9 kills. Now they're getting aggressive and in your face. This could be the mark of a huge run for FaZe in this first half.
Yeah, some opportunity you just might not get back again, so I guess we'll find out. Hopefully OG are going to have things to work with, because they have shown already that they have a pretty good understanding at least some of the weaknesses. They've been able to win some of those early fights at the A bomb site or the B bomb site, so there's something to work with here.
I wonder if you could go back and talk to them about that round they lost against the SMGs in middle. If they really kind of, I would assume with the round that Flames had previously, they would have a good read of the economy, but I wonder if going back, they would want to have that over, like really trying to force the issue around the smokes in middle, really trying to kind of come through the smoke up towards lane and actually challenge in middle. Not coordinated as well as it could have been. I wonder if they would like to go back and just be like, let's play this one more passively. We know we have an economic advantage.
Yeah.
Let's wait a little bit longer and not have to worry about attacking into these smokes.
That's a good point, right? Because you know there's not going to be another layer of smokes and molotovs or anything like that. If whatever they have, that's it at the beginning. So yeah, that's probably true.
Alas, it's not to be, and time travel is impossible. So it's a 5-round lead for FaZe, 7-2, and starting to get a little bit of swagger. Another push down middle, but Twist just bails out of the fight. Good utility, and double kill, blinded players. Twist just deletes everyone.
He threw the nade as well. He just crushed them. That early nade was devastating. The slowdown and obviously the skill with the M4A1 to follow it up. Fika was on his own, and it's a 1 versus 5. So if they win this one cleanly, they most certainly will. Rain coming in with a long range there. That's going to be a huge swing. If we had a graph of the economy for FaZe in the last 3 or 4 rounds, it's going to look really grim, and then it's just going to be bouncing back in a huge way. They're doing fine right now. 8-2 in their favor. This is absolutely monumental.
Yeah, in a couple of rounds, I think 2 in a row now, where all 5 players survive. So all those money issues that seem to be in the favor of OG early on, like that one slip up, not taking advantage of it, letting them back into the game, and FaZe has just gotten 10 times stronger.
11 kills on Brokey to 4 deaths, same on Robs. So they got a couple of players that are doing really well. He's pushing in with the AWP in the middle with almost no backup. And he gets punished, and I think rightfully so. That is way too aggressive. Twist, though, almost swinging the bullets into Nexa. I don't know how he hit that shot. Fika was going to be going down. And I would have said at the start, if he could have paused that round, I would have said, this is way too aggressive for FaZe. You don't really need to be doing this. But they win the round anyway, so I guess I'm just wrong.
They've been playing, I mean, this opening match, even if we kind of touched on it, like maybe it was a game plan of all those pushes towards A, but a lot of these defensive rounds they've been willing to get in your face. They've been willing to push and find some fights. So maybe just trying to build up a little bit of confidence after the rough major, come into this one really hot, and just make sure the mindset within the team is just on being supremely confident in their fights and in their duels, and at the moment it's working out.
Yeah, it really is. And I've got to say, even though it is a bit crazy to see Brokey run in with the AWP like that, I do think watching him, what a start. Watching him AWP like that is just amazing. I really enjoy it. Rain, again, an expert at playing this position, finding the second kill even. That's pretty gross. 3 on 5, and OG probably left wondering, well, now what? Like, we just lost 2 players, and we couldn't even see who we were fighting.
Rops has an auto sniper.
My man.
Yeah?
Hell yes.
Okay.
He's about to change the meta. It's been laying in the background.
That's a cool skin, too.
Exist and Get Right try to show us the way back in 2013.
Get Right's got a tear in his eye right now.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Get Right brought forward the dualies as well early on.
He's a pioneer in many ways.
Yeah, ahead of his time.
In many ways. It's good to have him in Rio as well.
Oh yeah, it was.
To
It was great
mess around, yeah.
It certainly was. Another timeout taken. FaZe have won 5 in a row. They are now on fire. They cannot be stopped. And yeah, this is a pretty tough way to lose a lot of players if you're OG. Double kill from Twist in middle, double kill from Rain, mostly through smokes. And OG burning a second timeout to talk things over. Claw themselves back into this map.
That's what they're gonna have to do now. That's the kind of the devastating part of it, is that they actually had a wide open path back into the game, but now it is going to be scratching and clawing for everything all the way through.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing too. With how tough the T side of Ancient can be, you have that kind of reset opportunity that would have put them up to 3 rounds and control of the economy. Then all of a sudden you get like the 4 or 5 rounds that make you feel much more comfortable. And now all of a sudden you're just like, oh god, we've got to win we got to win 2 of these last 3.
Yeah, pretty much.
At least
get some kind of a little bit of a platform to build on. Well, leaning over towards that B side again. You mentioned it earlier, some prep work for FaZe probably suggesting that there's not going to be that much of an A presence in general for OG, and that's been true. They've been trying to get middle and trying to control this, you know, outside of B lane, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, at least FaZe has a little bit more of a standard center defense here at the moment. Brokey has just shifted away towards the B bomb site. Deep nade, that could chunk someone down. Not too bad, nothing crazy. And Brokey providing cover and fire, and oh my lord, absolutely deleted, and there goes Kerrigan as well.
Got to be careful here, Rain. If you go down, that's the bomb site gone. Yeah, and I think he makes a smart choice here. Goes for it and through the smoke. He put out a bullet, and that was enough to find him. Flames will take him down. What an entry into the site. Just the Deagle paving the way. One headshot at a time. And now the double nade set up here. They're a little bit late on it. That could have been a lot better. Maybe could have stopped the bomb plant. And they're not going to get the kill on Flames either. Unbelievably, he's still alive. Rops showing up with the auto sniper. Obviously, it was meant to be used in the A bomb site deep in the darkness of those hallways back there. Now, instead, when you're on the offense trying to reclaim the bomb site, it's not going to have the same firepower. And so far, everyone's just frozen still on the OG side. Nice shot from Flames. He's doing so much work. Double kill for him. Auto sniper trying to make the escape now. It is a third round for OG in a really bizarre fashion.
Yeah, what an unlikely round to win. I mean, Brokey gets his head taken clean off by a disgusting peek from the Deagle, leaves Kerrigan on an island pushing down the ramp. Rain making all the smart decisions, as you said, up until he didn't. Spam down through smoke. So, I mean, an unlikely round for OG to win, all things considered. But they'll take it. They'll take whatever they can get at this point. Nice job with the Deagles, and 10-3. Still money to spend for FaZe. Their economy is just fine. Oh my lord.
Come on. He didn't even stop, did he?
No.
He's still walking. Oh my god. Well,
look at that round timeline though. Just 3 isolated victories for OG. They have not been able to get any kind of consistency or any kind of comfort on this T side.
yeah, they really haven't. And looking at the money here in round 14 for FaZe, that's the problem, is even if they win this round OG, they're not even going to get that free round in the 15th. They're still going to be battling a lot of money. So Rain and Kerrigan, classic setup for them, pinching this part of the map. That's kind of, I think they mastered it really early on Ancient, and they've been doing it ever since. For a while they were switching positions, so it'd be Rain down here and Kerrigan up in the Jaguar tunnel instead. But they seem to be stuck with this right now. And for good reason, it's working really well.
Look at how push forward FaZe is in pretty much every single choke point. You got the auto sniper if you go A. You got Twist and Brokey doubled up close to the choke point in middle. And Kerrigan and Rain, as you mentioned, pushed up and doubled up on the double doors outside of B bomb site. So, I mean, there's so much map control for this FaZe defense at the moment. OG does not have any room to work with.
Please go to the auto sniper, just so we can see it in use. I feel like it'd be so disappointing if we never get to see it. It just goes dark in the last 2 rounds.
Trouble now is there's no more nades, no more smokes to put down on this choke point. You can see the defense shifting as well. Kerrigan caught blind. No support. Twist was far away in middle. Rain had fallen back, and all of a sudden it's a disaster.
Rops is here, and the auto sniper gets smacked down. No chance at all. Rain in the corner, and he's there with the M4, but he's kind of isolated. Brokey doing the best he can to save him. They're going to try and smoke him up, but Brokey, he's not going to let that happen. Keeps pushing forward. What a fantastic double already. Actually working on a quad now that he's picked up Fiku, and now Dexter's one-on-one versus Brokey on the other side. Only 6 seconds left, and he fakes the bomb plant. He can't do that any longer. Oh, wait, he came off it again. Dexter tries to bait him out into the timer, but Brokey's not buying it. That is a huge clutch for Brokey, using every weapon at his disposal, including the round timer.
Yo, this is when Brokey is at his best, and this is the kind of dynamic opping that FaZe need out of Brokey consistently. This is a 2-on-5 coming into this bomb site, and Brokey knows if he goes passive behind this smoke, they got no chance of winning. He's got to step forward and hit the shots, and those are disgustingly fast, disgustingly difficult, and I cannot believe he's recovered the round.
Yeah, even the presence of mind at the end to not go for the fight. It's a nice opening for Flames here, round number 15, and they need it badly. They take down Brokey to begin with, but Kerrigan and Rain doubled up this time. One of them isn't on the ramp, and that's another little mind game that's hard to read if you're OG, because every other time it's been one of them alone in that position.
You know, we got a lot of good oppers in Counter-Strike right now, but I don't know if there's a better opper than Brokey at, like, just those impossible scenarios, those incredible, like, clawing his team back into a round.
It's so cool. It's so much fun to see.
Yep. Overcoming disadvantages.
obviously playing against it is devastating. Auto Sniper is back in play. I love it. And so far hasn't really found any use whatsoever. Twist now. They're going to be taking down Dexter and Flames to end the round with 12-3 the first half in favor of FaZe. What a start. We'll see in the second half if OG can bring it back.
Is it fine if I write something or it needs to be a drawing? Okay, yes.
Yeah. This is a picture of a CSGO match.
No.
You HUD.
No, it's fine.
It's the HUD.
No, it's fine, go next. It's not right, it's pistol round.
That's what I was gonna guess before, and then you drew the radar.
Yeah, I know. You need to think faster. Go.
It's not fast.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's hard for it to be fast. Like they think we're Picasso or something.
I am. 100%. What?
Chill.
What?
Chill.
It looks like there's a smoke, people shooting at the guy in the smoke, and he's trying to defuse the bomb.
But what's the word for that? What was he trying to do when he diffuses in the smoke?
Ninja?
Yes. This is a portrait of someone. Now I don't know. I was thinking before, but now I...
This is a bad drawing.
Okay, never mind, I understand.
Wait.
Choke. Liquid?
Yes!
Why would I have to say liquid? That's f***ed up, no. Why would they do that? Why?
Unlucky for you. Happens when you are from an A.
I just don't know why. I mean, it's kind of, but it's fine. Could have said G2 as well.
Looks like chicken farm.
They're like symmetrically somewhat similar, I guess.
There's no way I'm guessing this.
You will.
Is this a flag?
No.
I see 2 shelves.
Bro, what have I done?
What are you drawing? I don't think you see the same thing I see.
How the stickman look, okay?
Bro, it looks like a trophy. Okay.
M. Team.
What team? What?
Chill.
Is this crowd?
No.
Yeah, okay, they are people. I understand now.
And who's the people?
I don't know. It looked like they're falling down at the start. I thought it's like heaven. They jumped out. I don't know.
Dude.
What?
We're major winners. It's FaZe. It's FaZe though. It's us.
Yeah, it looks like McDonald's.
Us? Yeah, but I can't write the whole word. I hope you guys enjoyed watching CS Pictionary.
Don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment to blast. And see ya next time.
Here we go. We're back once again. Second half is coming up. We've got OG and FaZe. They're playing on Ancient, and honestly, the scoreline is a little bit deceptive. 12-3, but OG had a massive chance early on in the first half to do a lot more, and they just didn't, so they have to make up for it now.
They had 2 great opportunities slip away from them in the first half, and that's what's going to be the most painful thing for OG. They missed a chance at an economic reset early on, got dumpstered by SMGs, and obviously the Brokey and Rain 2v5 was the next one that was like, that's your final chance to get in the half. That's your final chance to get into the map. And even that one's ripped away from you. T-side for FaZe, pistol round. They did win the pistol in the first half as well. And a massive lead if they can pull off this opening round of the second half. They would probably feel so comfortable. Nice kill from Flames in middle.
Yeah, good timing, though, for Robs to peek, though, because the bomb is being planted in the B bomb site while that's happening, so he's expecting that the CTs are going to be a little bit preoccupied. Oh, but a nice crunch coming in with a little bit of a double kill as Rain, but he had some backup there. Brokey was also pushing on the other side, so 3 versus 4 and a very tough retake. Good smokes are coming up, though. They do have the kit on Nexa, but out of smokes at the same time. Good headshot. No one under the bomb just yet. Yeah, running straight in there, but the clocks just come running out. It is technically a one-on-one at the end, but ultimately there was just too many T's nearby. That's a nice early round here for FaZe, and if they weren't winning already, they probably are now.
It's cool seeing FaZe, just everyone kind of taking that fight together, all just making the call. You could see even the defensive smokes up, and they're just like, we're all coming through this at the same time. And even the one that's over towards Cave just gives Twist the space to jump out really quickly before anyone could stop him and wrap around the boxes right here and just give a new angle to that crossfire. Both pistols to FaZe, dominant map for FaZe, 13-3 for FaZe.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Brokey fans obviously excited to see him open that fashion once again. Yeah. That's got to be the theme going forward. We want that for the rest of this tournament and probably for the rest of the year, to be honest. That would be something to look forward to. Because I got to say, Twist is right back there with that ridiculously snappy and crisp aim, which I think is one of the most enjoyable things to watch in terms of rifling. When he's on point, it's so sick.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He's had some beautiful sequences and many more to come in his career, surely. Still a very young player, shockingly.
Yeah. Much to build on at the moment. Although Rain is having himself a really good game, so they've got it all worked out at the moment. This one, Deagles and a scout on the side of OG, trying to see if they can do some early damage. I mean, if you're going to be building a comeback from a 13-3 loss, you might as well try and do that really early. Like, nothing is won by trying to save and see if you can get like another round down the road or whatever, like, and fight for overtime. You might as well just try and do this here. Good flank coming in, but unfortunately, they slipped out of the net.
It was kind of a cool flank, but it actually backfires at the end of the day because they're thinking, we got them boxed in. We know they're going to the B bomb site, and they're about to find out that they were just so completely wrong. Nicely done from FaZe, calling the audible. Free plant to the B bomb site, free 14th round. I don't even think OG can go for this. This is like set up for exits, hope you get an AK-47 at the end of the day moving forward. But, you know, that's not going to happen.
I saw a video on the internet at some point, Jason, of a raccoon trying to wash some cotton candy in like a pond.
Trash
and
panda.
it disappears. That's a little bit what happened here. You know, they were like, we got him. And then when they open their hands, it's like, oh, FaZe are gone. They're not there anymore. Obscure reference. If you haven't seen the video, it obviously makes no sense, but...
Well, as an American, I know cotton candy very well.
Yeah.
So I know the effect that you're.
Part of the American cuisine.
Yeah, really a staple diet of the American cuisine.
Don't think it's possible to deep fry, but I'm sure someone's tried.
Oh, it absolutely is. Don't worry.
Nice. Glad to know. This doesn't seem to be really slowing down for FaZe. They're making all the right calls. They're winning all the battles.
It's what we touched on. It's what we touched on in the first half. Is just like you have to capitalize on those opportunities. And obviously, if you're not able to capitalize on it, then all of a sudden, like things just go horribly wrong. You let them back in, and this is what happens.
Yeah, you had one or two chances, and those are gone. A little bit of a timeout here, so we'll see how quickly they can get things back underway. But ultimately, from OG's point of view, this is a tough start. A Mirage second map coming up, so that's picked by FaZe. You have to assume that that's also going to be a tough situation, especially if they're going to keep playing this way.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially with like the aggressive and assertiveness they showed on the CT side here, and their willingness to take fights and take challenges, and the confidence they've displayed in this opening map. I think Mirage is going to be a pretty frightening prospect when you think about those players in these positions on that map. OG contemplating all the rounds they've let slip out of their grasp.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that with the experience that they have in general at the top level here, you develop a way to try to not think about that while the game is going on.
Yeah.
But I think obviously as an amateur level player, that's something you'd be thinking about, right? You'd be like, oh my god, I can't believe that, you know. But you have to just move on because otherwise it's definitely going to go all bad. 14-3, round number 18. Deagles and a scout again. They don't really have much else to work with. And they need some whole sequence of miracles for this to work out.
Kerrigan's just shown enough presence over at the B bomb site to keep this defense honest. They're going to go for a pop flash peek, but he spots it. He spots it, tucks himself into the box. Good kill. That's Neo Frag, traded off, but this is going to open up the avenue into the A bomb site where Fiku is well exposed. But Rain isn't going to check to the right. It's a scout, though. It's better be a headshot. Better be a headshot, and Dexter takes his time.
That is actually so funny. Obviously, he can't unscope at that point in time because he's going to give away the game, so he just Just waited it out. Still, the bomb is planted, and the retake is probably not even going to be close to possible here. I mean, it might not even be worth it, even if you're going to give them a 15th round. Next up, it's a good shot, and with Flames to follow it up, that actually happened a lot earlier than I was expecting. Twist back here, though, with the Molotov. They don't have a kit, so if he just gets it down on the bomb, that might be it. They might just not have enough time. He's going to win the fight against Dexter anyway. Might not have needed to, and Flames is on the other side, just slowly being waited out. Very smart play from Twist here. Didn't even really need to use the mechanics. Also a triple in the round for him again. And FaZe are at 15.
Just another clutch round for Twist to throw it in. Remember, he had a nice 1v1 clutch in the first half as well to kind of prevent, disaster from striking too earlier in the half. And obviously now with this one also making sure the second half just keeps going as planned. 15-3. All right. Rops is going to set up Kerrigan out middle. Hope the viewers can hear that. I believe they can.
Yeah, they should be able to.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how that goes. Why not? Why not put the pressure on?
Come on,
Almost
Kerrigan.
got them tabbed out here. Smoke up to try and stop that incoming CT Molotov, and they will at least be able to slow them down.
Oh, man. FaZe is just abusing this. Abusing it tactically, just 5 steps ahead.
They really are. Good opening for Brokey as well. And a quick bomb plant to follow it up. 4-on-4 for the retake, and this is looking, again, very, very grim. Diffuse kit is there on Flames, so they could try. They're going to get the early kill on the Twist. It's a start at least, but they're getting smoked off, which is kind of funneling that retake into a very, very tight chokehold. You don't really want to be doing that. It's going to be very tricky to get through. Rob's boosted up as well, and this clock is already run down very low on the bomb. OG, if they want any shot at doing this, they need to run on there right now. The smoke is absolutely imperfect, not covering anything at all, and they're just getting run down. Neo fragging a good double, but time is up, and Rain will get the headshot to close this map out. Oh, even trying to stab him at the end. It's going to be a 16-3 victory for FaZe on Ancient. That is a fantastic start.
Yeah, if you don't have any coffee, if you're OG, that's quite the wake-up call. You let a few details slip away, and it turns into a dominant runaway victory for FaZe. What a start to the Blast Premier Fall Finals in a redemption arc for FaZe out of a tough major. That's one way to get going. We're off to a break, and then the rest of the series continues when we return.
If you have very bad communication and chemistry, it's like one of your winning conditions are dropped out. For IGL, it's very important you have all the time all the information on the map, so the map is not dark. If you have the rhythm of information flowing, like the blood flow, then everything is good. The IGL has like easier decisions.
For me as an in-game leader, the better communication is, the easier it is to call. And being on the same page within the game, it's very, very important to understand each other. The benefit of talking a native language is definitely that you can impress yourself much better, that you understand each other much better. The better the communication is, the better view you have in your head, the better you can explain what is happening within the round.
If your communication is always on a good level, not too hectic. Your tabs not like he underlines and then says then when it gets too hectic, guys calm down a bit, this will help us more than just shouting around.
Josef, bitte herkommen. Ja. Nein, die Gap, Ruhe.
Sandbags einer, Sandbags.
Und Twist. Sandbags und einer Twist. Sandbags immer noch, Jungs.
Sandbags, Jungs. Sind fighten, Leute.
Sandbags, ja. Aber pass auf, Twist, der ist nicht gesmoked.
Twist down.
Sandbags noch. Sandbags.
Nice try. We've had some games now also on Blast where we've played, for example, against G2, and where I felt like my communication, also from my teammates' communication, were really hectic, were not really thoughtful. And obviously the louder and the more faster we speak, the more hectic the general situation is. So it's for us really important that we have a system which we can rely on, that everyone really understands the point of playing CS in the German team.
Wenn du dann schlecht, wenn er dann heidet und er dich dann tötet, ist das schlecht von ihm.
Ja, ist okay,
aber wir müssen halt vertrauen. Und ey, Judith, wir brauchen ein bisschen mehr Power von dir, ein bisschen mehr Voice, ja? Und wir müssen einfach ein bisschen besser hitten. Okay? Die hatten nichts Besonderes gemacht. I think the German way of Counter-Strike is definitely teamwork. playing smartly with your equipment, trying to understand the trading system, I would say, and a little bit more slower than you might think.
FaZe taking the first steps in shedding those shadows from Rio, and man, what a decisive way to be doing it. 16-3 on their opponent's map pick, no less, and really confident stuff from FaZe. Sure, OG, they did have some opportunities to be bouncing back into that one. I'm sure we'll get into those very shortly, but I like what we're seeing from FaZe to be starting off their journey here at the full finals.
Yeah, listen, I bumped into Kerrigan at the hotel actually, and I asked him like, how do you feel about playing so early? And he said, we've been trying to adjust last few days. Like, we're trying to waking up earlier. Yesterday we went to bed in time, and the least I can say is that it worked. It actually worked. We only had one team here, 5 players out of the 10 who actually connected, and we're definitely playing on the server. That was no match.
Yeah, and it was a completely different narrative from what we saw last time around when they faced previously the full groups as well. But I think for FaZe, it is, just as Moses was saying, that kind of redemption arc that we were really hoping to see after such lackluster form in Rio. It's great to see them coming in with confidence in this one.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while, of course, for them to be on that redemption act, but I just think they had the assertiveness that they needed. They were very much upfront. They were in the faces of OG, and we can actually run the eco play because that encompasses all that I am talking about here. It's FaZe completely crushing down the dreams of OG. You see the scoreline is 5-2, and this is a key moment for OG Esports. They could just completely take control over the game, a bunch of MP9s and 5-7s, but look at what FaZe is doing. Very close up by the smokes. Here there's a bit of disconnect between Flamesy and his teammate of Neofrag. 2 easy kills with the MP9. That right here is just gross. What's going to happen now is just gross. I don't know how the MP9 prevails, but just like that, in about 20 seconds, everything falls apart for OG. And I know the scoreline is hard. I know it's a 16-3 and it looks not competitive, but OG wins that round. Suddenly they reset FaZe. They have the win. They have the weapons. This was unforgivable from OG, let alone FaZe go ahead with the scoreline.
Yeah, and that was such a, as you kind of reiterated, a potential turning point for OG.
Absolutely
and
was.
kind of the narrative of this map as well. And earlier on, you know, there were some rounds that FaZe narrowly managed to close out as well, kind of rebuilding that scoreline in their favor. But I feel like as we got into the motions of that game, into the later stages, they were just winning all the duels, winning all the potential clutches. They looked super in control of that map.
Look, there is a golden rule in Counter-Strike, which is when you go up against a better team than you are, the rounds in which you're in a good position, you have to convert. It is as simple as that. Any power play you have, you must convert. Any situational where you have an economical advantage, you must convert. And maybe, just maybe, if you complete all these tasks, you're going to have a quiet or a close game, and you might get away with the W. But here, OG gave away a couple of power plays. They gave away this eco that we just mentioned here. That's just enough for FaZe to run away with it.
Tell you who was also getting away with the W, Brokey. Man, I love seeing this guy coming in hot to be starting off his journey here at the full finals. He was somebody that we were kind of looking at the major and going, has he kind of plateaued? Has he petered off the form that we were seeing, you know, hitting the highs in the beginning of the year? I love that we get to see confident form coming out of him.
Yeah, we have to see it, and he's always going to be a key piece of the puzzle for FaZe Clan. I don't think this game in itself just changes the downward trajectory that we have seen from Robs in the last few weeks, but it's great to see him pop up because he adds a different layer. He adds a different flavor to this FaZe Clan. We always known that Ancient is kind of a ballpark for him. He loves to run around with Ancient, and that was a good demonstration right here.
Considering it was such a contextually, you know, different scoreline from last time these two teams faced, albeit, you know, a couple months ago back in August at the full groups, where were you seeing the biggest holes, I guess, for the side of OG, considering this was their map pick coming into things?
Again, I just think that earlier in the game, they were not incisive enough to close the opportunities. And this is why when you face a team like FaZe who's better than you on different accounts, if you allow them back into some of these moments, that's just it. It's over. And I think Kerrigan had a very good mindset and a good plan. It was even mentioned by Anders at the cast. When you see Robs in the first few gun rounds push the way he does, which is out of character, that to me speaks volume of the preparation being made. They knew what they had to do to put OG in that uncomfortable position, did so beautifully, just a no match.
Now, Mirage, that's going to be FaZe's pick coming into things. If we're looking at recent history, this spelled the end of the line for them at Rio. A double overtime game, no less, versus BNE that actually slid in the favour of the Bad News Eagles, and it spelled the end for FaZe in Rio.
Yeah, and it was a very out-of-character loss for FaZe Clan, honestly. The fact that they were up 15-10 on the T side of Mirage, they had everything they needed, and they allowed Bad News Eagles to come back. I don't believe there are any remnants of that loss. I think when you're professionals like they are, I think it's in the background, it's in the rearview mirror. You don't worry about it. Mostly because these two teams faced during the fall finals, and that was an absolute destruction from FaZe Clan. Truly, 10-5 scoreline on the T side, easy as it gets. Moving on to the CT side, they closed it 16-8. So all the pieces are here together for Kerrigan. I think he's done the most important part of the job now. And I just hope that, I don't know where they're at right now, but I just hope OG wakes up, because they weren't ready mentally to give up a fight this morning.
Yeah, let's flip on over to the other side of the track, because I do believe we have Danny ready with a moment to look at from OG on the grounds of Mirage.
Recently, OG have actually moved Fiku to the A site of Mirage instead of replacing Nexa, who used to be there. And I wanted to kind of show a play that he likes to do towards that A side. So what we're going to see here is Fiku here towards the A site. He's going to face a bit of an A execute, and this is the standard 3 smokes. Boom, boom, boom. But I want to highlight what he does here from this default position. So what you're going to see here is that he's going to drop this smoke that lands basically between the default boxes and triple. And by being here, it basically creates a way for him to isolate himself from people who come in towards this ramp position, who normally path towards sandwich. They can't see him like this, and it allows him to take a very isolated fight on somebody who comes out from Palace. You see, that's exactly what happens here. Fiku, who finds his first kill onto Mezzi, doesn't have to worry about his left side. Now, the other thing that this smoke does is it provides some cover to allow him to reposition from default to triple, making it so that it's difficult for players who come out from this ramp position to see him reposition. And because of that, he's able to kind of go in here towards this triple side, find a kill onto Roy as well. Now, something that you may also notice here is that with this smoke, Crims, he can't see him. But another thing that you'll see with the smoke is the fact that he tries to actually jump up on this default box. And when he tries to jump up on the default box, he doesn't make it this time. But I want to illustrate what you can do when you jump up on the default boxes. Jumping up on the default boxes actually gives you a bit of a one-way for a player at ramp. You'll see that for him, he can see the T very easily, but for the T who's coming out here towards this ramp side, he actually can't see him very well. You only see maybe the sliver of his head. So this smoke is actually extremely important to the way that Fiku actually holds the A site, so something that FaZe are going to have to watch out for coming into this map.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. I love those particular details that he was bringing up here, particularly when you're looking at kind of the wider context for OG on this map. Not been so hot for them recently.
No, and I love that we put Fiku under the microscope right here, but let's be real, on Ancient, he didn't play. It was 5 kills for 17 deaths. It was very complicated for him to get the ball rolling. We move on to Mirage. He's going to play that A-side position, and you are under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You have to make a truck ton of decisions based on what the hell is happening, what kind of executes Kerrigan's going to be throwing at you, playing at the edge of smokes or not. And I just worry. When you've just had a game like he had on Ancient, I think it's very hard to kind of switch and get into flow state and make these decisions. So for people at home, just keep an eye on Fiku, because he might just be a liability that Kerrigan's willing to exploit on Mirage.
So maybe I'm reading between the lines here, Matthew, but is this spelling of 2-0 for FaZe?
Hell yeah. I mean, I was ready for that even before Ancient, so I'm not going to change.
Yeah, well, I think we can find out exactly how it is going to be going down. Of course, FaZe's map pick coming into things is going to be the grounds of Mirage. And we're going to see if FaZe can continue to bring the pain train. It's going to be coming up with Jason and Anders in just a few.
Here we go. We've got a whole new map coming up, and this time it's going to be on Mirage between FaZe and OG. Obviously, FaZe looking really incredible at the start, so you know, obviously the odds are going to be reflecting that as well. OG, they're in trouble.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, when these two teams played in the series in the groups, that actually OG won 2-1 in that series. They won. The Mirage was the map they lost. Mirage was the map that actually FaZe won. They actually took Ancient, so now they no longer have that luxury. They took Inferno, and who knows if Cleveland get there. And I'll tell you what, this FaZe looks so scary. This FaZe looks so scary with how confident and just kind of the swagger that they came out with in that opening map.
Yeah, a lot to prove. Obviously, the storylines have all been drawn up about them coming, you know, out of a disappointing Rio event and getting into this one, and obviously wanted to prove themselves in a big way. So they're doing that right now in front of our very eyes, and you have to assume that for OG to make any kind of a comeback here, they need an incredible beginning, and they can't let FaZe back into the game the way that they did on Ancient. This has to be a fiery start.
Yeah, I mean, not to correct you, but not even like letting them back into it, just letting them like get away with it at the start. Like they had their chances, they had the economic advantage, they had a stretch in that first half where they could have gained control and rattled off 3 or 4 rounds in a row, put together a nice T half. They lost to 5v2, they lost to pistols and SMGs with full AKs. Like those are the mistakes that you can't be making, especially against a FaZe that's looking this good at the moment.
Everything working for them. Going to be starting on the T side now, and a straight rush to the A bomb site. They are ready to go. Deep nade being thrown down there. No one checking shadows. Oh, they're going to blow him up. It's a cool double nade. Fico goes down, but Flames in the corner. He'll find 3 headshots to bring down Twist, Kerrigan, and Rain. And now this round is looking a little bit dicey. Rob's running out of bullets, and Neofrag coming in with a double kill to seal the deal for OG.
Good shooting, and I mean, what a play from Flames, just getting into dark underneath the balcony right before they spotted him. All the focus on Kerrigan as the leading player up the ramp was the nade towards Ticket Booth. He never saw that shift, and this is some disgusting shooting. Nicely done. Those can be tough shots to hit, and Flames manages it 3 times over. Good finishing kills from Neofrag as well. And yeah, no chance to recover from that one, no chance to respond in time. 1-0 for OG. They didn't win a pistol on Ancient, so at least they've got to start on the right foot here.
Yeah, that's a bit scary there. You hear the panic cries coming out that someone's in shadow, but it was too late by then. Second round, and yeah, given the fact that the bomb went down to the pistol, they've gone straight for it. 1 AK, 3 Galils, and a Deagle, so they're really, really well equipped.
Yeah, Neofrag hears those Galil bullets ringing out, and he's like, you know what, I actually don't want anything to do with this fight at all. I'd like to not take this at the moment.
But they're pretty. I mean, they got 3 M4A1s. They got the head armor as well on OG, so they're pretty well equipped themselves to try and fight this. Not a lot of nades left on the T side at this point in time.
Yeah, they have mid control, but they haven't really progressed all the way down the ramp with the cover of the smoke and window, the cover of the smoke and con. So we'll see when those fade what they decide to do, but certainly FaZe is going to be looking for some heads-up fights. They're going to have a tough defense to deal with as well. 2 players pushed up towards the top of A ramp if they want to wheel up connector. Even have Flames back at Ticket Booth as well, so a pretty solid defense for OG, all things considered. And now they're going to start getting information.
Oof. Dink onto Flames. He's not going to be enjoying that. But that double setup at the ramp position could be very hard to clear out if you're coming up from the connector like this. Look at the CT side. They're just chewing them up. There are no nades to block out anything, no flashes to set up any kind of a swing fight there. So you're just running into the open and hoping that you can win the first battle. And when you don't, it just all falls apart. Clean round, flawless round, in fact, from OG.
Yeah, wonderful round from Dexter. They make that push down A ramp at the perfect moment to find that safety and find that really advantaged position. Well done from OG, surviving 2 tough rounds early on. This is just good shooting. No chance for Rain. Twist as well. Rops is trying to challenge towards the dink at Ticket Booth that came out earlier but wasn't prepared for the SMG. And FaZe going to be back to pistols. 3 Deagles picked up, a P250 on Twist.
Yeah, at least enough that they could be a little bit dangerous if they find the right opening, but Dexter and Flames in the middle is not going to let them at all. Challenge with the Deagle. It's a good shot for Rain, but he's also the last one alive. Could try and run for it and maybe pick up that rifle, but he's already kind of getting zoned out here. Neofrag has shown up, and that rifle is hard to discover at the moment. Rain trying his best, but ultimately he'll go down as well. So great start here for OG. This is the kind of beginning that they really needed.
Yeah, nice to see them shake off for that really, really rough opening map. 3-16 loss on Ancient if you're just joining us here on Mirage, and actually just come out and challenging. I mean, even I know they're like this is a round against unarmored pistols, but Even on the previous round against Guns, pushing down a ramp, taking space, taking control, getting information, being proactive on the map, and OG have bounced back to get a good start here on Mirage.
It's given them a lot of money to work with on that CT side. So something that FaZe will have to try and chew through at the start of this half.
Yeah.
AK's coming out now for the T's.
Dexter's already rich. 7,100. That's quite nice for your Opera this early on. Rain's got a big task. Flames to deal with and Dexter to respond once presence is known. And that is a great double kill from Flames. Dexter is trapped, but he's got his teammate there to bail him out. Another impactful triple kill for Flames, and another dominant defensive round from OG.
Yeah, they don't lose a single player again. That last kill, especially down in the underpass, saving his teammate, stuck in that corner with the AWP. It could not have been better.
This is a picture-perfect start for OG on the CT side as well. They've lost one player in the last 3 rounds, so money is just going to balloon. They're going to be feeling real confident, real comfortable so far, and no miscues on the defense at this point.
Yeah, wow. Little jump, quick adjustment to pick up that one. Well, we said it had to be a good start, and so far it is. Deagle's picked up a scout as well. Dexter's starting to get that AWP warmed up.
Ooh.
Yeah. We talked about Brokey being an aggressive and exciting AWPer, but Dexter certainly can be as well. In fact, watching those two added at some point be very, very interesting. But they're getting absolutely bombarded. This has to be a contender for the most amount of money had in the first 5 rounds of any Counter-Strike match for a while. Like, if they get like 3 back-to-back flawless rounds, that's too much.
Yeah, gonna be really tough. FaZe is in an early hole. Yeah, I really like Dexter as an AWPer. That's a franchise-changing AWPer to get within your team. Ooh, nice shot from Twist with the Deagle, but not probably a whole lot more you could do, or I'll take it back. Nice shot on Nexa, and all of a sudden, you can start chipping away at the economy.
Yeah, obviously can't win this round, but the fact that he even got a couple of kills here, just, again, to wake up the rest of the team as well, but, you know, just do a little bit of damage like this makes a big difference in the end. He's going to be found by Fiku. Don't care so much about the bomb plant because they already had the round loss bonus, so they're going to be able to buy no matter what. So just trying to do as much damage as possible.
Man, if Dexter can keep this up throughout the game, you're not going to be seeing this kind of like crazy re-peaks over and over once the guns are back out for FaZe. But if you can continue having that kind of impact, your 1 or 2 kills to open up the rounds of the AWP, that's going to make things so nice and so much easier for OG. They could really, really use it in a map they're trying to bounce back and stay alive in this series. 5-0.
By coming back out on the side of FaZe. That AWP on Brokey so they could try and challenge Dexter if they really feel like it. So mid-control being attempted. Shuffling around a bit in connector there on the CT side, wondering, it looked like almost they were going to try and set something up, but they kind of fell back.
Yeah, it looked like they wanted to stay aggressive, but I think Dexter called it off on his jump over towards Catwalk, and he was like, nah, I don't want anything to do with this fight. They flashed me off the angle a couple of times. I'm going to back away. So he got deep vision in towards B tunnels. He can protect Nexa as he moves up. So again, information and proactivity on the CT side. Going to shrink the map a little bit, allow Dexter to be more mobile.
Did he not know?
Nope.
Fiku, how did he get down without anyone realizing? Rops! I can't believe it. Snuck up on the high ground. How does he get down low like that without anyone hearing?
I think Fiku's asking the same question at this point. Maybe a little calm kind of obscured the sound cue. But now you have Nexa in this advanced position. There's nobody close by, so he's got to play this perfectly. And he's also got to be worried. He's got to take a big risk that no one is coming through the halls. And oh my lord. No chance. Save call coming in for OG.
Yeah, you're probably not expecting to be checked that hard if you're up in the hallway like that. But Rain does.
But I mean, it's good heads up from Rain as well. He's like, okay, so we're not encountering any resistance. No one's peeking from market door. No one's at bench. No one's peeking for van. Like, we've seen absolutely nothing. So I'll just keep my eyes here as the rest of the team moves forward. We're in a great shot from Rain.
I'd love to see a replay of that whole fight from Rops to begin with. Very curious how that played out.
It's got to be frustrating for Fiku as well.
There used to be, I don't know if this can still happen, but there used to be a thing where if you sort of slide up against the wall, you can sometimes almost get stuck on it a little bit. I wonder if that can break your fall enough.
Rops would be the kind of guy to know that as well.
Yeah, he is a nerd, isn't he? So he just might be. I don't know. I'm very, very curious. We need somebody to go find the evidence for like 10 seconds before that clip.
Disgustingly hard clear from Rain.
Yeah, but well done. FaZe obviously can't let them get away with that kind of a start. So back into the mix, 5-1, and they get to a little bit of revenge early on. The money that's built up though on the CT side is going to continue to be a problem for quite a while here. Still over 10,000 on Dexter. Fiku wondering if he should take a step forward. They've got that double A ramp set up once again. So far, not seeing anyone out there.
FaZe giving time for Brokey to challenge. Look for a jump shot on the B defender. Opportunity wasn't there. Sound cues on A ramp as well should let Kerrigan and Rops know that there was aggression, that there was presence. So they're going to be very heads up as they turn these corners. Deep smoke, though, to delay things. OG trying to run down the clock just a little bit, but that should give the indication over to FaZe. You hear someone spamming at B, you hear the aggressive defense at A, you know you've got some room in middle to work with.
Yeah, and much later mid-control this time for FaZe. They've been trying really early on in the rounds to get that, and it hasn't really been working out for them, but this time they go for it much, much later. And they are sneaking their way in. Rain is in a position where maybe he could find a way into that ladder room. Oh, he almost gets there. But he's going to get caught by Flames. And even though he goes down, he realizes Twist is in the middle as well. Some good information. Dexter's here on that AWP. He's found 2 kills already. Out in the open. He misses the next one, and he can't get the Deagle out in time. 25 seconds, and Twist in the middle to drop Fiku. And they might have a chance at a bomb plant here. Kerrigan running straight for it and trusting that Twist is going to be able to hold this line. Almost gives it up, but Kerrigan almost out of the way, but not quite. Nexus able to take him down. I actually thought he'd made a run for it.
What a sick reposition.
Yeah, they're not ready for this, or they might not be. Neofrag, Jiggle peeking into it, almost got taken down then. And running up behind him next to heavy footsteps. Twist knows he wants to fight both of them at the same time. He's out of bullets, Glock's out, and he wins the fight. That is one hell of a clutch.
That is just experience and knowledge, just realizing if you can make that move, if you can get that reposition in, you can isolate the fight, you can keep the defender off your back. That is such a disgusting clutch from Twist. What a smart 1v2.
As you pointed out, the reposition, but still, that mechanically, this is a very, very tough fight to win.
I talked to Twist about clutching just yesterday, and one thing he said, the reason why he loves playing in clutch is because when you're in like a 1v2, 1v3, you actually get to dictate a lot of the action. You actually, if you can use your positioning and mobility, you get to dictate where the next fight is going to be, and you get to really read what the reaction is going to be to your plays. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to build on top of it. And this goes back to that really strong economy that OG built up in the first 5 rounds, that they're able to sustain these 2 losses and still come in with the very strong buy.
Yeah, they're definitely in a good position. And only losing Fiku so far. Dexter's wheeled himself into the middle. He's on 11-1 scoreline. Flashbang is great, and they're going to be able to take him down. Rops now 1 versus 3. And they're going to counterflash him. That's really important. I was going to say, given the round timer there, maybe don't find him so much in the middle, even if it's a 1 versus 3, but with the flashbang, it makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, they let one go, but they strike back right away. Good job on the side of OG. They're coming in really hard on this second map. 6-2. And this is starting to look really, really good once again. I'm curious to see how FaZe are going to be able to react. Their money is just so desperate all the time. Difficult first half to be playing when you can't put together consecutive goodbyes. Kerrigan trying to see if he can get onto the bomb side a little bit quicker this time. Deep flashes, smoke is there as well, and look at the path that he's actually, they're running back. He's alone here. They've sacrificed him just to try and force the rotation on the OG side, and it's working.
Yeah, he's pulled so much. He's shifted this defense so much, and Twist once again going to take a gap. Good positioning, good mobility. However, Nexa did beat the rotation, so he's at least gotten past the lurker. And Dexter's been on fire, on point with this ult. Pushed up. This can be multi-kill potential.
So risky being here if you get stuck in any way, but he's quick on the early one. The Brokey will take him down, so he couldn't really make the escape. Good re-peek, but as you pointed out, Nexa was already in the bomb site, so he's back here ready and waiting, taking down Rain, and with him the bomb, but Twist, that long flank has finally been coming through the window. He realizes someone's back there, and he's going to throw the Molotov. Nexa's in a lot of trouble, and Twist will find him. Look at how aware he is of every single fight that had to happen to make this work. Fiku steps into the line, but Twist is going to be there, a triple on him, and he saves FaZe once again.
Yeah, he's having a big boy game right now. He's deciding so much, and what a round to recover. 3 of the last 4 going in the favor of FaZe. 2 of them direct responsibility of Twist. This time it's not a clutch. This time he's just in an aggressive lurk positioning, and he makes all the right calls. They knew the position of Nexa as well. He's prepared for the follow-up fight, cleans out the defense entirely.
And he has that tiny gap once he gets the first kill on the market, and he just runs towards the window where he knows the communication on the OG side. It's really unlikely that Nexa could be ready for that fight, because the guy dying sort of has to call it out first and say, like, wait a minute, like, you know, I actually got shot in the back.
Yeah, he waits patiently too for Nexa to really shift over, because Nexa was sticking around in market and keeping an eye behind him.
Yeah.
And Twist actually gets the audio cue as well. The third player shifting over to be that rotator. When he hears those footsteps, he knows it's on. He knows he's got the opening that he's looking for.
And again, the whole setup, the reason Twist can get into that position is because of the early aggression from Karrigan taking all that space in the bomb side, right? So at first it doesn't seem like it's that much happening, right? It's just Karrigan kind of dying alone in A, and you think, all right, that's it. But the positional advantage that they gain for later in the round is absolutely huge. Rain in the middle, trying to take a bit of a fight. Flashbang still keep going over. They could have maybe lost a player there, but OG, they managed to get back. That looked like it was going to be really dangerous for Flames. All right. Rob's having a bit of a battle here. Got to be careful. Nexa's right on the other side, and he's going to get taken down. Rob's senses the weakness and is ready to capitalize on it. Neofrag goes down. Dexter here with the AWP, and they know it as well. 3 on 3, and again, they got Twist in the window. He's managed to sneak through. This is what won them the round last time. Dexter's going to go check it, and that's a very smart play. Heads-up play from Dexter.
He can do more. Oh, goes for the run early. No one's even close by to help or assist in any way. That's a huge kill for Brokey. Gives a lot of space for FaZe to work with.
Karrigan does not want to re-peek it, especially because his teammate is there covering the same lineup. Good shot from Brokey. Might have just won the round, and he will take down Flames on top of it. Quad kill for Brokey. This time, I mean, maybe not the most flashy kills, but very good positioning and good work for Karrigan and Brokey to work together in that 2-on-2 at the end.
That might have, I don't know if it would have changed anything, but that's Dexter going way too early. There's no one there with him to take up that space once he goes down. Like, if he's got a teammate coming out with him, even if he dies, there's a rifle that could actually make it to the bomb site to challenge Karrigan or give a new angle for Brokey to have to worry about. Huge clutch, and look, you got to give credit over to FaZe. This was a disgustingly strong economy really early on in this, and they have just grinded it down. They have taken control for the last 5. Now they have the economic advantage. Now they have information that Rain has provided, and Twist is going to spray down at least 2.
Yeah, they try to pick up those AKs, but by the time they do, it's pretty much all over here. Fiku zoned out and grenaded out ultimately. But you're absolutely right. They've really chewed through this money quickly.
And remember that this is the exact opportunity that OG missed on Ancient as well.
True.
When they eventually ground down the economy to a breaking point, not able to capitalize on it, now you get to see what happens in reverse, because FaZe has got all the advantages in the world moving forward.
What a tough way to get going after all. I mean, for OG's point of view, this is FaZe are playing on the T side, right? So getting up to a 5-6 scoreline, they're going to be quite happy. I don't think FaZe is going to mind at all. And for OG, the high of sort of having this much of a powerful start, it can evaporate so quickly, and you start to feel like, man,
yeah, all of a sudden
even with that start, we can't even do it. This is a bit tough. At least they get the AK out of this round. That's about the best we could probably say. And FaZe take a big step back into this opening half.
Timeout called. Second one for OG to talk things over. They've lost 3 in a row, 5 of the last 6.
Yeah, that weakness in the window, even if Dexter went to check it last time, doesn't really mean it's not there, right? It just means if he misses that timing by 2 seconds, then Twist is once again sneaking through and the round gets blown up. So something that OG have to be at least worried about in the future.
And I mean, this is just one of the many strengths that FaZe have as a team with all this talent, all these players mechanically gifted from top to bottom. Man, Twist has really kind of carried them through a tough stretch to get them started in Mirage.
Yeah.
And now you have someone like Brokey delivering some critical shots at the right moment to build on that. Kerrigan taking a ton of space. All of a sudden, the rest of the players get their chance to shine just because of the opportunity provided by Twist with a pair of nice rounds earlier.
Still some rifles on the OG side. Of course, all USPs in the previous round. They managed to salvage one AK. They don't quite have the AWP to play around with on Dexter, so that's a bit of a downgrade, and they're lacking a couple of nades as well. But other than that, they should be competitive in this one. Looks like more of a set piece here coming in from the FaZe side. Deep smokes, flashes to go over. Kerrigan, the first man in, leading the charge and occupying a lot of space. Not getting the kill yet, and Twist actually will go down, but he spotted a couple of them out, and now the follow-up nades are here, and I'm almost surprised that OG even have survived this part of it. They're still stuck out here, and the smoke is keeping them alive just barely. There's finally the kill happening. Dexter is on his own in a 1 versus 3, and he'll go down. Rain with the triple. That was a very, very delayed take once they were actually on the bomb site. And I looked for a minute like OG could bring it back, but I just think the information that they had about where those players were is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird routes that are being run once they exit into the B bomb site as well, which had to be confusing to the defense. But again, I mean, you got to give Kerrigan a little bit of credit, even without finding that opening kill. Again, the space he's making and the way he pinned down those defenders on Catwalk,
yeah,
they could never be involved in the fight. They were constantly putting out defensive utility, just trying to survive, gave Rops a lot of space to work with, a lot of room to work with, and a lot of time to make his play. And OG could just never get a complete grasp of the situation. Opening kill from Twist. That's Fiku getting aggressive.
Big gap in the smoke in the middle. Is that a was that a body block coming in, I wonder? It feels like it could have been.
Yeah, very well could have been. Either way, FaZe in this round progressing onto the A bomb site. The op from Brokey really covering from Palace, and FaZe have found a freebie. They're going to be up to 7. Man. This will be their 5th straight.
That's a hard comeback out, and they really had to fight for it. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? Twist was forcing his will upon this game to bring FaZe back, and now here they are. Looking like nothing had happened at all. Kerrigan out for a bit of a hunt. Gonna find at least 1 kill for free, but gotta be careful they don't give away any rifles here, and it looks like they won't. In fact, they've just taken away the M4 there on the other side. Nexa has to try and keep it alive. This is a tough position for OG to be in now.
Yeah, they're getting worked. Absolutely worked. What a run that FaZe have turned this into. And this is against Dexter, who's playing a very good CT side. He's got 16 kills. He's leading the server with the AWP.
Yeah, he's done so much, but ultimately, doesn't look like it's going to make a big difference at the moment. OG needs something new, something different. They had those really good mid-takes at the beginning when FaZe were also ready and willing to fight in the middle, but FaZe haven't really been doing that for a while. Again, they're not really trying to take mid, so if OG have those kind of setups where they have, you know, the orb and flames and they're really aggressive, it's not going to matter anymore. No one's going to be fighting middle at the moment, so they're going to have to delay that. Kerrigan getting a little bit of info over at the B side. Twist taking the A ramp down in front. Sneaking through. This is close. Nearly with Nexa going down, and what an opening for Kerrigan. Able to get the kill, and as long as he can stay alive here, he can keep the pressure on. Rain's taking on Flames on the other side, and they're just getting blown up. This is disgusting. They win every fight across the whole stretch of the map. Down the middle, and now Rain sneaking up for Connector to take down Fiku. They've been picked apart in this round.
And again, this is just like just to harp on it a little bit more, because you know we like to give the guy credit when he deserves it. Kerrigan this is like there's so many rounds in this where you've just seen the plays that he's making solo into the A bomb site, forcing rotations. Now solo towards the B bomb site, keeping 2 players occupied, getting 2 kills off the back of it. You know, being the guy who's aggressive, making space towards the B bomb site, pinning down the defense on Catwalk. Like, even without the frag sometimes, the impact he's having at the moment is creating so many opportunities and pulling the defense into so many open fights against Kerrigan's more mechanically gifted teammates.
And it's so sick because, you know, to follow up on that, even if this goes wrong for Kerrigan, the fact that he has those teammates behind him means they can maybe even make up for it, right? Especially if Kerrigan gets the right amount of information. I feel like that's kind of the other side of playing that forward as an in-game leader. If he sees, even if he just, let's say he gets none of these kills, but he spots these 2 people, that's so much to work with for all of his teammates that are on the A side. Like, they can go right then. They're like, all right, cool. we could be pretty sure that there's going to be,
and I mean,
maybe only 2 people at the A-bomb side.
Think of the way it's built upon as well. Just a couple rounds back, they had that early set piece towards the B-bomb site at a timing. So now when Kerrigan's applying that pressure, you don't know how much of a commitment it is, and it allows FaZe to be pressuring multiple parts of the map at the same time, which is really tough for the defense to handle. Rops finds the fight he wanted. Fico gets lured out into the open, another one into the open. Kills go the way of OG, but not for long. Not for long. Rain and Twist just tear them all apart, and OG gets peeled apart in the first half. 9-6 lead for FaZe, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of Mirage.
Here we go. It was all lined up for OG. They'd built themselves a perfect start. It looked like it was going to be just sunshine and rainbows and all the rest of it. But now FaZe have turned up at the later stage of that first half and absolutely dominated OG. And I can't even believe it. What a comeback it was. 9-6 at the end of it. And FaZe just looked way too good.
They won 7 in a row to close out the first half. They won 9 of the last 10 rounds. It was just a freakish run for FaZe. And once again, deja vu. OG getting themselves some hard-fought advantages in the first half and letting them slip away, or at least letting them be ripped out of their hands, you could say. Twist and Brokey shut down Catwalk, and it's just these last 2 players in B halls, and I don't know how you're ever going to gain space. Everyone is challenging, and Twist is looking sharp.
Yeah, he's not asking anymore. There's no pleas behind this. 17 kills on him, a triple in the pistol to start the second half with, and those shots look so deadly crisp. You can just tell he's absolutely a mechanical god at the moment, and playing up against this is going to be so difficult. Also, the confidence that comes with it. You could tell. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I might have 6 bullets left here, but I'm going to fight anyway.
And you can guarantee when someone's having a game like this as well, they're super zoned in and communicating very well, always to their teammates when they're going to be challenging for fights, and that just lets everyone know, gives everyone on your team a little bit of surge of confidence to know what the right play is to make because someone's communicating perfectly.
Yeah, they have that much like mental space for it.
Like if you know your teammate's going to be challenging at every moment, your decision making is really easy to swing with them.
Nice stack.
Yeah, I don't know what this is going to accomplish. It looks cool.
Could all die in the same spot.
The odds of someone pushing into this.
Even if somebody does, I guess if you jump straight down, maybe there's no escape. But obviously, if you jiggle it from the other side, it's like, oh, well, there's not much to do. We'll see. Brokey's thinking about it.
Oh,
almost into it, but he takes the smart way around.
That is actually the best way to peek that.
Yeah, that really is. Oh, and here we go.
SWAT team.
Yep, coming down, lacking the ropes, but still getting the kills. That's pretty good. I like the attempt anyway.
You get the peek you wanted, just not the way you wanted it entirely.
Yeah, not at all. They were like
picked option number 3.
Almost. He almost dropped down into it. Not this time. 11-6, and FaZe 5 rounds away now from beating OG in a really, really comprehensive way on 2 maps.
Yeah, especially if this run continues, especially if they just kind of close this out without any more of a fight from OG.
Yeah.
Then you really only have the first 5 rounds of this map to look at and say that those are the 5 rounds OG was competitive.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true, which, I don't know, I mean, we all knew that the major was going to be disappointing for FaZe the way that the results ended up. And you want to make up for that. But it's one thing to have that feeling. It's another thing to actually make the swing back happen. And at least for now, it's early days, but it looks like they are really, really warmed up on this one.
I know. I came into this, the conversation I had in like the green room and out yesterday with some of the other talent was I very much thought FaZe was going to come in and just win this event. I thought this was going to be like one of those brutal bounce backs where it's just like, no, guys, like, you know, we're fine.
Yeah.
and this has just made me feel so much happier about that prediction. Look at these flanks, too.
Yeah, and again, we saw this on Ancient, the push-up from Robs on that map to just go into it. You get double flanked, one in middle, one in the palace, and you have no idea what's going on. What kind of call do you even make on the OG side? It's like, oh, they know everything we're doing. Great. Brokey's coming up with a double. At that point, that's almost like playing with a map pack on, because you can see everything.
And it's also so hard to call and play against this when there's such a measure of disrespect in these kinds of pushes.
Yeah.
Because you can't ever predict when it's going to happen. What's the solution here? You just have to call default every round until they stop pushing, but that obviously has not been a concern whatsoever from FaZe.
And also, I mean, even if that is maybe technically and by the book the correct call, it also now means you're playing their game and not your own game. Like whatever plans you had probably weren't about defaulting every round. So, gotta be really frustrating. 4 Deagles and just all the momentum in the world here. Twisted 19 kills, has done an amazing amount of work, but the rest of the team is there with him.
Next, they're getting spammed down through the wall, through the smoke. Deep nade chunks him down even more, and Kerrigan's finally going to clean it up. Twist with a chance to show off some highlights.
All right, good return on the Deagle there. I was going to say, that mid-air shot is just it's too tempting. No rifles available for pickup either on the T side. Good stuff for Brokey there.
And no space being given, even on a round like that. Every step they take, there's a battle. There's an engagement just to take that one step. 13-6. Now 11 rounds in a row.
What a run. Must be an interesting conversation to listen into for OG when they come back. But there are some maps, obviously, when you look at them, or some matches where you look at them, you say, okay, you know what? A couple of things gone our way. Maybe this could have been different. It feels like that's going to be really hard to convince yourself of if this keeps going. You're going to have to think, well, you know what? Today, they were just in a completely different world from the one that we were in. Twist, you could see it as well, just happily fighting in the middle. I've got to be careful hiding inside of the smoke. Nexer is there. He's had a tough game so far on Mirage. 3 kills, and he's not going to find one this round. Another through the smoke. Twist will get the headshot. Brokey showing up to drop Dexter on the ramp. And again, like you pointed out earlier, every single step you take forward, it's another fight you have to win. You have to fight your way through every step of this map. Flames and Fiku. Good headshot from Fiku to take down Rops at the very least. Kerrigan a little bit early on the shot, but he still brings down Flames. And it's all on Fiku, 1 versus 2.
Oh, and Twist is already flanking around, so Fiku thinks he's going to pick up the bomb and bail out. He is dead wrong, although Twist makes some footsteps a little bit late. I don't know if Fiku heard that. And I think actually he did, and I think Twist realized the possibility of it.
Yeah.
So stalemate is called in the flank, but Fiku's never going to know that. And now all you can do is push forward. Twist rotating back around to double up with Kerrigan, and a strong 2v1 prospect for FaZe.
Be very hard to guess that it's now a double setup. Even if you win this fight, which he doesn't, Kerrigan will take him down. But if he did, does he really realize that Twist is going to be right behind him? He's in his mind probably thinking he's still behind him somewhere. Wow.
I admire Kerrigan as well, getting the early jump transition to the M4.
That's good, yeah. Get on that hype train.
Bring it back. I missed the M4. The A4, I should say.
Yeah. I quite like using it as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I've really adjusted to using the M4A1, even though obviously that is a bit ridiculous.
Third timeout used by OG. Just trying to stop the bleeding at this point, but it seems absolutely impossible.
Yeah,
this run is wild. 13 of the last 14 rounds to FaZe.
I don't even know how.
Or, excuse me, 14 of the last 15, let's say.
They just keep going. 14-6. And again, it's almost made worse by the fact that the opening rounds in the first half for OG was so convincing.
Yeah.
Like almost 3 rounds, or at least 2 in a row where they had 5 people alive, and then another one where
Dexter was looking hot with the AWP.
Yeah. I think it was up to like 11-1 at some point. Like, it was very, very impressive. And now, that's just all history as far as FaZe are concerned. Good double kill for Rain. Grenades going deep as well. AWP shown up. They're going to find Rain eventually and getting a chance for a bomb plant behind that kill. So that's something to work with. Although they need a lot more control to actually win the round. Tech9's pushing forward with Kerrigan controlling it very well, and he's going to get the kill on Nextra, so no problem. They clean it up, only losing Rain, and they get the 15. It's an absolute stomping right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless at this point. I don't even really know what to say. This is a FaZe team that's playing really well together at the moment. And OG just, yeah, this is a game where it feels like they can't do anything to calm it down, to slow it down. You can't dent this confidence out of FaZe.
A way to start a tournament. Obviously sets the expectations very high for the games that are going to be coming up with FaZe. You want to see them play like this all the time, because this is exactly what's made them so dangerous in the past. And it's been gone for a minute. Pushed up, Rain, aggression behind it. Dexter's able to get the kill. Good double on him. There's still a 3-on-3, and Fiku taking advantage. But you realize that there's someone in shadow. You know there was a double in middle. You just found one more player in the bomb side. It's kind of unlikely there's a 4th player basically on that A side. Fiku, though, has a good read of it. This is off. Well, it should have been a kill right there. Kerrigan able to take him down. I don't even know how.
Yeah, again, as you said, a good read, but you just can't win the fight. Kerrigan is going to use utility to delay anything heading towards A. And Brokey's already slid into perfect position. He's going to hear these footsteps call Kerrigan over.
Has the AWP in his back pocket, but will use the Deagle up close. And they're making a lot of noise. Kerrigan being wheeled in, trying for the headshot, but he's missing it. And now he's almost out of bullets as well. He does get the kill on Flames eventually. And Kerrigan there for the follow-up. 16-6. I can't believe it. What an amazing victory for FaZe here. They looked undefeatable.
14 rounds straight to close out the map, to close out the series, and OG can only muster up 5 rounds of competitive Counter-Strike. A disgusting showing for FaZe, who are bouncing back from a very tough major. That's the first series of the fall finals. The desk is up next, and we'll be back with the next game.
Yeah, if you look up decisive in the dictionary, I think that FaZe series will be exactly what you would find. Man, 16-3 on the first map, 16-6 on the second, their pick of Mirage, obviously. The fact that OG kind of got some momentum early in that first half, FaZe then said, nah, no way, nada, no.
Don't let him hanging. Don't let him hanging. Come on.
Brokey, look.
Someone hit that guy.
Surely Kerrigan.
Come
There
on,
we go.
Come on, save him.
Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Nice
I
one.
was so
That was,
afraid
you
of
know,
his camera
as
for a
exciting
second.
as that series if you're an OG fan as well. Yeah, I mean, great to see that FaZe is sort of banishing those ghosts coming off of Rio. That was really confident, really clean. Great stuff from individuals. I'm sure we're going to talk about Twist quite a lot, particularly in that last map.
Yeah, listen, that was a perfect start for FaZe, as simple as it is. We said the redemption path is going to be a long one here in Copenhagen, but if there was any way to kickstart it, this would be exactly like this. We have Twist. He's obviously going to be a man that we're going to talk a lot about in this series. I think he single-handedly turned around situations. That was a good example right here.
Yeah.
His multi-kill on B as well. And as soon as he kickstarted that, you actually gave me that information. I think OG won one single round.
Literally
Have this
a single
happen.
round.
My man just completely turned the prestige on them.
Literally.
Full magician.
I love that. We've also got Carrigan joining us up here for a few words after that. Congratulations. Must feel good getting a pretty clean victory like that.
It's very strange to have a good start to a tournament. Obviously, I think you could feel the boys wants to show whatever happened 2 weeks ago will just go down in history as a bad day. So I'm happy we showed up really good today, and you could feel it in the way we played and the way we reacted, and also the clutch factor has been a key thing for us. We didn't need it today, but it happened, and that's why the score was like this.
I was wondering, we all know what happened at the major was really hard to digest as a player. When you come into this tournament, how do you make sure that you guys are in the right mindset, like not willing to overcompensate, not trying to do too much, just be focused? How do you do that as Niger? How do you make sure of that?
I think me and Robin has been playing this game for 20 years. There's going to be good days, bad months, bad years. But if you just keep the same vision, the same way you work, don't overthink too much. I think some of the things that went wrong in the major was probably the outside of the server, like maybe flying in one day too late at the major, stuff like that. The preparation was good for the major. We played feel good, but sometimes it doesn't click. And we had 24 hours and we were out of the tournament. That's how fast it goes at the major. But showing up here today just showcased that I feel like we are there where we need to be. And we just take it game by game, and if we play like this, I think we can be the favorites to win the tournament.
Did you feel like there was any competition in this game? From an outside perspective, it felt like you guys were really in control. How did it feel for you inside the game?
Yeah, I think there was a shaky moment on Ancient where the economy could break down. I think the first weapon round we lost, and then we forced sport. But that we started rolling on Ancient is a map we have not played so much lately in official game, and we kind of vetoed that at the major. But like I said, we can play a lot of maps right now, and Ancient showed today that it's a map that has been working for us in practice as well. So happy to see that pan out today.
Twist also echoed the sentiment you were saying, you felt like you had good practice, good preparation going into the Rio Major as well. He was also saying that Vertigo was something that you were hoping to come in with, looking kind of solid on. Obviously, we didn't see that panning out in that Bad News Eagles game. How much has that been a focus now coming into full finals, or has there been other things that you guys have been working on?
I mean, it's a good time that we decide to play 7 maps as Anubis is coming in, so we are not in a very bad state map pool-wise. But obviously, if you lose 3 anti-echoes on any map, which we did against Bad News Eagles, then it's gonna be tough no matter what. So for me, like we have played Vertigo and Ancient really good in practice, and I think just having that briefer from playing Ancient every single day at every tournament has given us a little opportunity to work on the map, and I think that showcased today a really strong CT side, which in my opinion has been a huge issue for us in the past.
Looking ahead now, the tournament in general, what is your current state of the competition? Who do you think is going to be your hardest draw? Do you see any teams here coming as clear favorites? I mean, we know Heroic, for example, had a very strong Rio showing. What do you think about the field right now?
I think it's pretty open. We don't know what to expect of NAVI. Obviously, they made some statements about the lineup for the next year. Heroic showcased a really great playstyle at the major, but we also saw the major was a very strange matchups all the way. So I think the way we played today, we can put ourselves in a position to go deep in the tournament, and I'm happy to see that.
You mentioned, obviously, Anubis in the most recent update. We're not playing, obviously, on that patch here, but we're going to be playing it in the World Finals. Have you played any Anubis? What do you make of that map?
I think I've played 100 times in matchmaking with my friends. Wow. Yeah, during COVID, there was a lot of matchmaking, so maybe I should be main op on that map, that's for sure.
Oh, man, are you revealing the trade secrets for the future now? Main op on Anubis?
Just joking, guys.
Don't look into their strategies at all. Well, Carrigan, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go off and celebrate with the team. Of course,
thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, for OG, though, that kind of spells an unfortunate event for them, because now they'll be moving into that elimination matchup tomorrow. Only one more chance to potentially be making it towards playing in front of the crowd here at the Royal Arena.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Freya. And listen, we can have as forgiving as a format as possible, which basically sends 3 teams out of 4 into the playoffs here. But if you play the kind of Counter-Strike we've just seen, you're not going to make it. You're going to be out tomorrow. Kerrigan just said it. Sometimes Counter-Strike is about a few hours, 24 hours in an event, and that's it, you're out. The OG that showed up against FaZe stand no chance against whoever loses between Heroic and NIP. I do not care what team faced them. They stand no chance. They weren't activated. At no point in this game were they in any kind of flow state. Everything was very lackluster. It was weak individually. That was a hit and a miss, a swing and a miss for OG today, with not a lot of silver lining to find, really.
Yeah, no, it's a tough situation for them going forward. Of course, as Matthew mentioned, Heroic versus NIP is going to be our next matchup on the card. So we are going to head to a bit of an extended break, and we're going to be back at 12:45 to bring you all the action in our second best of 3 of the day.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by 1 top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Still a threat? Sure enough. Finds Favin in the background. A second chance, but tabseN's tearing them up from within this bomb site. And Nico, he's got tabseN point blank. searsin's going to give good cover. These are the stars of Big looking to align for their 5th round win. Nico emerging and a no-scope straight into the chest of tabseN. Bomb dropped on site. He hits searsin with the nade. And if Nico can finish this clutch, oh, that's so close to the mark, but it's just not on the money. And searsin dropped, spotted by Nico. 7 seconds as he's looking to use this clock. Nico! Just a couple no-scopes for G2's round win.
Yeah,
right.
Oh, and it starts well. Grim with the opening floppy there, a little bit of a return. And NAF now on the ramp. And they're going to find out where he is real soon. 10-second defuse. That's very awkward, though. And NAF will win the first one. Keeps spraying. Gets him through the smoke. That's absolutely tremendous. And now inside of the smoke, oh, Psyche is going to get knocked out as well. A 1 versus 3. And that's a shocking victory for NAF.
Dunked on by Shush. Oh, was that over the roof?
Oh, was that over the roof?
That was you. Excuse me? That's sick. That's sick. Wow. You're such an ass, dude. Hampus, he's got that trade back on Banana. Oh, now I'm self-conscious. I can't do this job now. What is this? That was genuine excitement.
Flames hoping to get config anyway. Oh, nice shot. Can they find Sip as well? He's down by the bench.
Do it, baby.
Yeah, they might as well do it quickly now because more backup is going to be showing up. And there we go. Flames with another bang-out shot. 3 versus 3. And at least they made it a bit expensive. But unfortunately, the bomb is kind of stuck in a weird position. Oh, the Glock comes running in and catching Blameif. What a ridiculous play. And now Flames Could he get a third one in there? There is a flank coming through. Farlik is walking through the hallways almost in time. Still 30 seconds left, by the way. Are they going to go aggressive? They might try and hunt him down. Flashbang. Oh, it's just a smoke instead. I thought maybe they're going to try and actually go and fight him. There's Farlik from the back and shutting down Nexa. Flames walking through the smoke. He hears him running. Almost catches him by the cash register. There's another headshot. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Flames.
10 seconds.
Brought out the deagle. Yes. 8 seconds now. He's going to go pick up the bomb. He fakes it once. Farlik. He doesn't commit to it, and now he just has to hold it in. He can just barely get the bomb down, and he makes his escape. 2 bullets left. Yep, time for a reload. Farlik comes up in flames. He swings, and he gets it. Absolutely godlike.
That's an unbelievable round. What the hell is going on with this guy? At this event, this is wild.
Looked pretty impressive. But the craziest part of all is if Navi win this game, then Pimp goes 0-3 in predictions today.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And that's the thing I think we need to focus on the most.
Do you remember after the first day of this event when Pimp was in first place and all he could talk about was predictions?
I don't, because it was so long ago.
Yeah, that's right. And by the end of the second day, I think he was already... Yeah, he had already... Hey, don't throw French fries.
He can't throw a fry at me.
I forgot the green room was that close.
Yeah, you talk about him and he'll show up.
Yeah, careful.
Still toxic.
Yep. Yep, toxic as ever.
Almost getting the timing there. Config. Did you see him?
Farlik definitely did. Half HP. Don't do that.
Yeah, definitely don't.
But Config has worked his way in towards Donut now. And Blame F coming from the other side of the map. I don't think Brokey's going to see what's coming. There's the peek. Oh, he adjusts. Somehow he does find it. Over to the B-bomb side we go. Utility spent. Farlik's going to hear that. But these footsteps, I believe Config could hear all of these. So, yeah, there's no trickery. There's no sneaking around anymore. 17 seconds.
Gonna run straight for it. It will be a miracle if he can even live through the first fight here. 10 seconds on the clock, just running out with that AWP. Oh my god! He still gets it! It's impossible! And now it's a 1 versus 1. Config has got to be sweating bullets right now. He comes in for it. Yes, the shot! An absolutely out of this world clutch from Brokey.
That should be an impossible round to win. Look, we said FaZe had some daggers left. We said that they just know how to inflict heartbreak. What?
Flank, Plopsky, who has owned tonight, is looking to stop that bomb plant. First, he cuts down OC, 10 seconds, and that's going to scramble what was meant to be the post plant from Liquid. They need to run in, get these frags. Plopsky's dead, and the plant comes through. Oh, down to the wire.
Wow.
It's going to set up Rez for the clutch. He's got no utility, no teammates, but a kit to work with. Both T's on site, and they're not sure, but Yakinder, he's going to get blindsided. An easy pickup, both. What is happening there?
I said, what are you doing? Turn around.
Oh, Monacy's looking to be scoped up on that pit, though. Still times it nicely done. Dupree gets 2 players off of this. 8 seconds left. Point blank on fight. Oh, Monacy.
We're on.
Yes, we are. A little bit of clutch sprinkled in for an attempt at G2's first round win. No! Apex tries to jump across. Lethal mistake. You do not survive a clash versus the kid. And now Monacy gets into the pit. It's him versus Spinks. A kit on the CT side, but a white hot on Monacy.
Like thunder. No way. Another clutch, and it starts with that Zywoo flick down.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Glaive is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my god, Brokey! You must be kidding me!
Rain even knocks his monitor over. How much can Astralis take? Surely that's the end of him. Surely that's it. Yeah, wipe your brow. This should be impossible. How is he given this?
He's ace clutched Astralis right out of the tournament.
Jumps back into market. They still think it could be A in Config, guys.
No. 2 pistols left. Glaive, the only player left to stop this from happening. An absolute fumble. Astralis.
You had to say something.
They were supposed to have the lead, and they could still easily do it if Glaive can just clutch this 1v2. We're talking unarmored Magisk and Spinks. Glaive now making noise. They know exactly where he's at. Oh, he fumbles it all. and Vitality kick him in the teeth.
There's no way.
They'll get the lead eventually,
Wow,
right?
you had to say something.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. That one's on me.
They should be thanking you. That was content.
Nice utility. Excellent usage. Completely flushes them out of the market, which is where they wanted to try and hold from. And now you've just got... What?
No.
The double off of Monacy? There's no HP here. Zywu with the Tech 9. He's got one, but up close, he's low. JKS, he's got a health advantage, time advantage. Just ring around the rosy. In what world do they win this?
You're kidding. I'm speechless.
But finally, Heroic to fresh fields and pastures new. Gonna pick up some guns in the next round. See if they can change the tide of this early.
Gonna finish that sentence or?
No.
I can finish it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Early start to Inferno.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
You don't need to take Russian lessons if you play Counter-Strike.
I don't know what to say about this.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Have you ever posted a review about CSGO?
No, I don't think I ever posted a review about anything, actually.
I don't think I made like a complete review of the game.
I have read some of them, yes. They're quite funny.
I think I posted a review for CSGO like all the way at the very start, but you had to do it to get like an achievement.
Let's try this out.
You see an enemy, you shoot and miss almost every shot.
Enemy turns around, one taps you.
Damage given 99 in 4.
10 out of 10, best game, would uninstall it again.
That has happened to me a couple of times as well. Shooting people in the back is it's actually, sometimes it's a little bit annoying.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Sounds like a you problem, to be honest. You have to kill them, you know, shoot them in the head instead of doing 99 in 4 hits.
I honestly feel like it happens way more often now than it used to, because I don't know if I've gotten older so I spray more, but for me, definitely, that's a thumbs up.
That's another thumbs up, in my opinion.
Pretty okay review. Maybe not uninstalled, but pretty good.
It's still the best game in the world, for sure. Thumbs up.
9 out of 10 people would say this game is great.
The other guy hasn't connected, though. That's a good one.
Yeah, potato PCs, you know?
That happens all the time, matchmaking, face it. Some people will just dodge.
If a guy has a slow PC, he's not going to enjoy the game as much, for sure.
Always that last guy who's, I don't know, going to the toilet or something when they queue up for a game for some reason, and they don't accept, and then you just have to wait for another minute or something.
35 hours played, I feel like you haven't played the game enough. I feel like that's definitely a thing that happens once every 100 game or once every 50 game. Depends on if he sees 4 pros on the team and then he joins up with a full random stack.
Remember actually the other day we were playing, like myself, Nitro and Yakinder were playing, and then like we're all like you, and they just dodged because I think they're afraid to lose their elo. So, yeah, some people just won't connect. Just because one, they just don't want to connect, or they're just afraid they're gonna lose, so.
Pretty good review. I think that's pretty accurate.
I feel like that's an up, but also a down, so I would say this one is a down. Ever since buying this game, I have learned very fluent Russian, and I'm able to communicate with other Russians. Nastrovia.
Pretty accurate. Never seen sunlight since I bought it. Yeah, sounds good.
Lost all of my friends.
Sounds a little bit sad, but could be true.
Spent almost 1,000 on virtual pixels.
Also true.
10 out of 10 would recommend for the whole family. You are for sure.
I mean, if you have the whole family, then you got at least someone to play with. This is pretty accurate review, actually.
Yeah, you lose your mind, you lose your sanity, and you lose your money. Perfect.
It's a very good summary of Counter-Strike. I think the skins part of it might be a little bit of a downside in the long term, but maybe it's worth it in the end. Spend money on what you love.
You don't need to take Russian lessons if you play Counter-Strike. It just comes to you. You just suck it in. You want to know more. You want to listen to the Russians. So that's a thumbs up.
If you have friends, this is a great game to play with them.
If you don't have any friends, this is a great game to play alone. Sounds pretty good so far.
If you don't have the game to play, get money for it.
If you don't have money for the game, get a job. If you don't have a job, rob a bank.
You get arrested for robbing a bank. At least you tried.
Review made in 2016. Only 650 hours played from 2016. That's pretty weak.
I don't know what to say about this.
This guy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe skip the robbing a bank part, but I also recommend the game.
But now the game's free to play. So you can just open it and get mad and have people shout at you for free. That's good.
Very interesting review. Well written. Thumbs up.
This guy enjoyed the game, as you can see. Like, he wants everyone to play it. So I'll definitely say if you don't have a job, rob a bank.
Now reading all those reviews, do you have a review yourself that you'd want to say about CSGO?
Best game in the world. No game like Counter-Strike. There's no FPS that you can play that can give you the same feeling as Counter-Strike if you master it.
After 1,200 hours of playing this game, I can recommend the game to anyone that hasn't tried it yet.
It's a game where I play with my brothers that are way older than me, and they still have just as much fun as they did when I grew up, and just an amazing experience to play.
Don't get yourself into this. That's probably it. Don't get yourself into this. It's definitely not worth it. Run away if you can. Get out.
I'm pretty sure he's also just pretty bad at the game.
You would be rich, actually.
It's a little bit worse.
Have you ever posted a review about CSGO?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't, ever.
I don't think I've ever posted a review.
Yeah, I have. I just remember that I typed something in Bulgarian. I was like, very cool game, but you need to realize that that was like 1,000 hours into me playing the game, right? So you guys can't judge me. So things I gave to Counter-Strike: money, time, and love.
Things Counter-Strike gave to me: arthritis, rage, broken keyboard,
broken mouse, not a 10 ready, 0 crashes, no IQ teammates.
Competitive matches, easy peasy spam, flag, cheaters, 664 tick servers, and last but not least, some anxiety as well. 11 out of 10 would play again. I'd say a lot of this is pretty accurate. Definitely the 9 out of 10 ready.
I've definitely broken a mouse before, that's for sure.
Broken mouse, not from rage, but I think just from playing a lot. I've had quite a lot of broken mice.
Probably also broken a keyboard.
He clearly gave his love and time for this game. Played almost 5,000 hours, that's quite a lot of hours.
Probably also broken a table.
Rage, yeah, occasionally. Lag, yeah, especially home in Australia. Isn't it?
Probably also broken a monitor. I've probably broken a lot of stuff, actually.
I think it's a funny review.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty accurate, honestly. Thumbs up. Good review.
It's a little bit troll. It's a little bit troll, but I like it. It's fun.
I do agree with this, but we gotta add the broken monitor as well.
If I had $1 for every time someone screamed at me in another language,
I'll still have no money because I spent it all on skins.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yes, back in the day. Not now.
Oh, I don't like spending money on skins, actually. Yeah, I would rather just borrow them. Then I don't have to buy them myself.
It's actually funny because I see the person has 700 hours played. Like, he hasn't experienced it all, honestly, in my opinion. Like, he's yet to see some other coaches as well.
Recently, not many people rage at me or scream at me anymore. I think most people know who I am, so that's actually improved a little bit.
Yeah, and a lot of people, they swear in a lot of different languages, so it's a little bit funny. You would be rich, actually.
Yeah, that's a funny one. I respect that review.
I agree with that. I give that like a in the middle. Maybe thumbs down because it's not really accurate for me, but yeah. Maybe for most other people it would be pretty accurate.
It's funny.
How to play CSGO. Download it for free.
Get level 2.
Queue up for competitive.
Get destroyed with 5 cheaters.
Exit.
True. I mean, obviously, a lot of cheaters. I mean, I've tried playing Wingman, like, just for fun. And every time I play Wingman, it's like I always play cheaters.
Yeah, there's some cheaters in there, but I'm pretty sure he also just pretty bad at the game. I mean, he only played 587 hours, so yeah, just a quitter.
I actually don't run into cheaters that often. Probably because I play FaZe quite a bit and not so much matchmaking.
I think that's the feeling people have a lot in competitive, especially in matchmaking, that there's so many cheaters, so it actually destroys the experience for a lot of people.
I haven't played matchmaking in a while, but there was a lot of cheaters before, so I'm sure there is still.
I'll give that a thumbs down as well.
It's a good review in some way because it kind of summarized the pain that all the casual players is having.
There has been times where I got cheated, and that's probably why I don't play matchmaking anymore. So now that I think about it, probably pretty accurate.
200 hours played, so this guy hasn't experienced CS yet, right?
9 out of 10 people would say this game is great.
The other guy hasn't connected though. Yeah, it's a little bit true. It's a little bit funny.
Accurate. That's perfect. That's actually probably the best one so far.
You don't really know what happened, right? The other guy, internet might have went down.
I mean, that's pretty funny as well.
So I like this one, and this is a good joke.
I do agree with that. It does happen sometimes more often than not. Then you feel like they're targeting you, but they're not.
Counter-Strike is a game
that slowly ravages and pulverizes your soul
each and every time you play it. Yes, especially in pugs.
No. In some way, yes, actually, I guess. It's so frustrating when you lose and when people are just destroying you, but there's also a lot of fun, a lot of good in it. The feeling when you get like a sick one tap or, you know, a sick round and stuff like that, where you just outplay people, it's one of the best feelings.
I mean, I'll just give it a thumbs up as well. I mean, these guys, they have some hard time playing the game, but I think they still enjoy playing it. But it's pretty funny.
I'm gonna give it a no.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty accurate.
It can be tough mentally sometimes to play Counter-Strike for a long time, so I don't like it. I'm gonna say boo. I love Counter-Strike with my soul.
It's kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything.
You're sitting in this chair.
Yes.
And the guy touching your shoulder, it's Gabe Newell. It's been a long time coming. Maybe it is kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years, and you started to let her go, but she's back in your life. Martin was very young when he played this in Counter-Strike Source, so you don't remember too much, right?
No, I mean, I played this map in Source a little bit, but yeah, I was so young I can't really remember.
Look, Nico, it's the new map, Tuscan.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think about this map?
The spawn is different already, right?
The spawn? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like this in the old one.
In CS 1.6?
Yeah.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, the T-spawn, it looks really different from before, right? Before it used to be like, I mean, like sand. There it's like, I don't know, a really good place. Really beautiful though.
It's an Italian restaurant. We
yeah,
like that.
It is. Oh, bolognese.
Yeah, bolognese.
Ragu. We need a ragu.
Hopefully we can get it here.
Is it on the menu?
No, there's olives and stuff like that, I think. It's like, maybe it's like, you know, like the Spanish...
tapas or?
Tapas, yeah, some tapas maybe, yeah, but that's fine. When T-spawn, going to the right, yeah.
We'll look for another Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Well, you get down here and this is all safe space. You can
this
still keep running.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You can still keep running.
A bit with knife maybe?
Then knife. And then you get to here, this is like a B lobby.
Maybe more box in the B lobby. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
I think you had more box than that.
Edward, this frag movie from here.
Yeah, one tap. Not one tap, but 5 ace with the USP and 1.6.
This like kind of graffiti. You see? I'll show you. Like headshot, I think, or something.
USP special, no? It says.
ESP special, yeah.
That's from Edward, like?
Yeah, from Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did like this.
Yeah, he killed 5.
So to the left is like the middle area.
Yeah.
And here you can bounce a flash as well on this wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice just to strafe out.
Yeah.
And this is like a pretty bloodbath area, I would say.
Can the CTs be here?
Yes, no, not there to the left, I think. But they can be like here to the right.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty even timing.
Yeah.
If we go towards B, on the right side, then you have like short, which is the first entrance.
Yeah, short here. Yeah.
And then the other one is long.
Of course.
Some people also call it banana.
Makes sense.
It's the good old B rush.
Yeah.
And I remember back when I was playing Source, we had this eco strat, which was completely crazy.
Okay.
You had to buy 5 smokes, and you had to run up banana, and you just had to like bounce them off these walls. You know?
Like here, yeah.
Yeah, you just bounce them, and then the next one bounced a bit deeper and a bit deeper, and you just had to run into the smoke and plant. It was completely crazy.
Yeah. I think on Source you have few boxes, but there are no boxes. The window. Do you think it's possible to boost? Yes, you can. Okay,
boost,
you can boost. Okay, because back in the days you could boost, but with 3 people. That was that in Source. I remember NBK had a frag movie. He did a lot of frags up there on the right. You could like go there. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, exactly. You could hide there. It was good old times.
Or you can jump here.
But maybe you go up to the behind you. There's and then you go. Or maybe it's not possible. Yeah, it is.
And then this is good position. Good position.
Up, take a peek, fall down, stuff like this. And then you can go to heaven.
Yeah, a ladder.
Yeah.
Heaven.
Yeah, the biome side is quite the same for me. You could go on the left, also on the roof on the left. Yeah, you could do all the things. I mean, the big difference is obviously the graphics. But other than that, I think you feel the same on the biome side. So the box on the left and right, yeah, obviously you can go there, but not alone. Can you?
No.
Maybe you can, but you're not good enough in movement.
A lot of opers are like opening middle, and like some of these angles.
Yeah.
And then if
take a shot.
Things are coming on A, they go to the left and they play this entrance for like repeats.
Oh, yeah, like this one, right?
Yeah. And they take a shot and go in.
Yeah.
And that's also fast to go to B short.
But A side looks pretty much the same. Like the boxes are placed almost the same.
Yeah, all the same.
I just think it's like too many details. I feel like there's too many colors. I think it's hard to see. Like the opponents.
The opponent, yeah.
Yeah.
Can get boosted, like there, on the left, behind you.
This one?
Yeah. So just someone go and you go on the, yeah. That was typical from Source. It looks like really like Source, to be honest.
And this corner
Oh,
is
yeah,
spammable,
yeah.
do you remember?
No.
You can still, no, not this, but okay, you can actually do that as well, but it's like wooden plank, I think. This one?
This one?
No, the other one, in the
No,
corner.
this one?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay.
And try and stand on the other side, I think you can, yeah, you can.
That's pretty nice.
Remember that in the clutches, I'm just saying.
Yeah, will do.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, the door here.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
Good
yes.
old door, I remember
Yes.
this one. No, they
Yes.
blocked it.
No. E.
I don't use E either, I use so many different settings.
Do you know this back with the door when you can block it?
Yeah, but not anymore, right?
You can.
You can?
Yeah, I saw something on Reddit. It's still
How is
working.
underground? Can you?
Let's go. Let's check.
Yeah, I remember this place. I was down here a lot.
Yes.
I like
Lurking,
being,
huh?
Yeah, I liked being down here.
You
down
played
in the
slow back
underground.
then?
Yes.
You turned into a more aggressive player throughout the years?
Yes.
It takes so long to push the CTNT.
Yeah.
He's dead. With XM. No, it's not even longer, yeah. You can hide everywhere.
Okay. It's shorter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's almost the same. It's almost the same, just the graphics are much
I
better.
don't remember anything.
What? You don't
I
remember?
don't remember anything from this.
There were no right corner as well. No right corner for me on Source. Just was a long, okay.
I remember Forrest did the flag movie on 1.6 here.
Yeah?
That's it.
Okay. So A lobby. Okay, so you go under by there. Okay, because back in the days, that wasn't there. That was like behind you, on the right, and that was here. Exactly,
yeah.
like kinda, not here, but a bit in front. Like
Some connector here, no?
Yeah,
this
now
one.
it's the
underground.
Before this was like all the way back there.
Yeah, you should like break wood or something.
Yeah, it was the wooden thing.
I think the hard thing is you cannot throw a lot of nades because of the roof.
Yeah.
They're really high.
Is there skybox? I think it's gonna be very hard like to execute for the T's. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. Maybe from there. Check.
Yeah, you cannot.
So I think they should like remove the skybox just like they
Maybe.
did on Dust 2. Then maybe the map is gonna be a bit more tactical.
Compared to Cash, I think there's some tactical limitations currently on Tuscan in terms of how you want to like approach entering bomb sites and stuff like this. Like Counter-Strike has developed a lot to that. It's not just look at what you see and throw a smoke, but it's like bouncing them over, throwing them over walls, bouncing them off things, using crazy jump throw binds to gain a tactical edge.
Of course, for me it feels really nostalgic because easily I was playing on pro level on Source, and I used to play Tuscan, so obviously there are like some nostalgic things because I was less than 19. Now I'm 29. But yeah, looks almost the same like I used to play on Source, so it's not gonna be a big deal for me to play the map.
I don't remember anything. So I don't remember anything. Also when I played it I was like so noob, I don't even remember like long whatever names, like whatever callouts they had.
I mean neither. I just remember A lobby, B lobby, but the callouts I'm not like, I don't really remember because that was 10 years ago.
You think it has competitive potential?
Yeah. Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to say because if you look at like, imagine you watch a Counter-Strike Go game 5 years ago.
Yeah.
How much it's developed,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
so
That's true.
we haven't seen a competitive game on this map for like plus 10 years, so. But I'm down to see some like some games on it and see how.
I'm as well.
Yeah.
Feels good to finally be back. I think we're asking for Tuscan for like years and years, and now it's there. So let's see if it's gonna be official or not.
Let me put up this scenario for you. You're sitting in this chair.
Yes.
And the guy touching your shoulder at Gabe Newell. It's a Val founder.
Hello.
Hello, Gabe. He's telling you Tuscan it's gotta go in.
Okay.
It's his favorite map.
Okay.
When he played Counter-Strike back then, it was always Tuscan.
Yes.
So you have to replace one, and he's asking you which one are you gonna replace it with?
I think there's a couple of options.
Okay.
I would say like obviously we don't play Dust 2. Everyone knows that. Not a secret. We don't play Dust 2. So could maybe be one of them. But I also in general just like Dust 2 overall. Maybe it could have some changes here and there, but it did obviously change the mid walls. I would say probably Dust 2 or Vertigo.
I think if it's a change, it's gonna be instead of Mirage.
No, don't take Mirage, bro.
I'm sorry, but I think it's gonna be. I don't say it has to be, but I think it's gonna be because it's the map that's been there for the longest without the change. So I think because the map we have right now, it's since with our assistant coach, Like yesterday we watched like ESWC final when I was playing in 2013 against Very Games. We had Mirage, that was almost the same Mirage. 9 years ago.
Yeah, I think I would definitely rather have Tuscan than Vertigo, for example.
Vertigo, I don't like Vertigo. Vertigo is my favorite map. I would like remove maybe Overpass and put Tuscan. Because I don't play Overpass, I don't like it too much. Or maybe remove Overpass, remove Vertigo, put Cobblestone and put Tuscan.
No, maybe Cash.
Or Cash. I mean, lots of maps. I like Cobblestone. It was my favorite map before Vertigo.
For me, of course, it's really cool. I miss, like, for example, they released Cobble, and I love Cobble as well. That was one of my favorite map, but they removed it. But yeah, I think it's great to have such a map again. I didn't play it for too long, but I think it's gonna be fun if it comes in the map pool again and just to have some fun playing it.
Shout out to my boy Chat Sponge Bird, Churchill.
Churchill.
Virgil. What is it?
Just chat.
Chat Sponge.
You don't need to take Russian lessons if you play Counter-Strike.
I don't know what to say about this.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Have you ever posted a review about CSGO?
No, I don't think I ever posted a review about anything, actually.
I don't think I made like a complete review of the game.
I have read some of them, yes, and they're quite funny.
I think I posted a review for CSGO like all the way at the very start, but you had to do it to get like an achievement.
Let's try this out.
You see an enemy, you shoot and miss almost every shot.
Enemy turns around, one taps you.
Damage given 99 in 4.
10 out of 10, best game, would uninstall it again.
That has happened to me a couple of times as well. Shooting people in the back is it's actually, sometimes it's a little bit annoying.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Sounds like a you problem, to be honest. You have to kill them, you know, shoot them in the head instead of doing 99 in 4 hits.
I honestly feel like it happens way more often now than it used to, because I don't know if I've gotten older so I spray more, but for me definitely that's a thumbs up.
That's another thumbs up in my opinion.
Pretty okay review, maybe not uninstalled, but pretty good.
It's still the best game in the world, for sure. Thumbs up.
9 out of 10 people would say this game is great.
The other guy hasn't connected though. That's a good one.
Yeah, potato PCs, you know?
That happens all the time, matchmaking, face it. Some people will just dodge.
If a guy has a slow PC, he's not gonna enjoy the game as much, for sure.
Always that last guy who's, I don't know, going to the toilet or something when they queue up for a game for some reason and they don't accept, and then you just have to wait for another minute or something.
35 hours played. I feel like you haven't played the game enough. I feel like that's definitely a thing that happens once every 100 game or once every 50 game. Depends on if he sees 4 pros on the team and then he joins up with a full random stack.
I remember actually the other day we were playing like myself, Nitro and Yakinder were playing, and then like we're all like you, and they just dodged because I think they're afraid to lose their elo. So, yeah, some people just won't connect. Just because one, they just don't want to connect, or they're just afraid they're gonna lose. So,
pretty good review. I think that's pretty accurate.
I feel like that's an up, but also a down, so I would say this one is a down. Ever since buying this game, I have learned very fluent Russian and I'm able to communicate with other Russians. Nastrovia.
Pretty accurate. Never seen sunlight since I bought it. Yeah, sounds good.
Lost all of my friends.
Sounds a little bit sad, but could be true.
This kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything.
You're sitting in this chair.
Yes.
And the guy touching your shoulder escaped Newell. It's been a long time coming. Maybe it is kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years, and you started to let her go, but she's back in your life. Martin was very young when he played this in Counter-Strike Source, so you don't remember too much, right?
No, I mean, I played this map in Source a little bit, but yeah, I was so young I can't really remember.
Look, Nico, it's the new map Tuscan.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think about this map?
The spawn is different already, right?
The spawn? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like this in the old one.
In CS 1.6?
Yeah.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, the T-spawn, it looks really different from before, right? Before it used to be like, like sand. There it's like, I don't know, a really good place. Really beautiful though.
It's an Italian restaurant. We like that.
It is. Oh, Bolognese.
Yeah, Bolognese.
Ragu. We need a ragu.
Hopefully we can get it here.
Is it on the menu?
No, there's olives and stuff like that, I think. It's like, maybe it's like, you know, like the Spanish...
tapas or?
Tapas, yeah, some tapas maybe, yeah, but that's fine. When T-spawn, going to the right, yeah.
We'll look for another Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Well, you get down here and this is all safe space. You can
This
still
is
keep
safe?
running.
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
can still keep running.
A bit with knife maybe?
Then knife. And then you get to here, this is like a B lobby.
Maybe more box in the B lobby. I don't know if you remember. I think you had more box than that.
Edward, this frag movie from here.
Yeah, 5 one tap. Not one tap, but 5 ace with the USP. I mean, 1.6.
This like kind of graffiti. You see? I'll show you. Like headshot, I think, or something.
USP special, no? It says.
ESP special, yeah.
That's from Edward, like?
Yeah, from Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did like this.
Yeah, he killed 5.
So to the left is like the middle area.
Yeah.
And here you can bounce a flash as well on this wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice just to strafe out.
Yeah.
And this is like a pretty bloodbath area, I would say.
Can the CTs be here?
Yes, no, not there to the left, I think. But they can be like here to the right.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty even timing.
Yeah.
If we go towards B, on the right side, then you have like short, which is the first entrance.
Yeah, short here. Yeah.
And then the other one is long.
Of course.
Some people also call it banana.
Makes sense.
It's the good old B rush.
Yeah.
Still a threat? Sure enough. Finds Favin in the background. A second chance, but tabseN's tearing them up from within this bomb site. And Nico, he's got tabseN point blank. searsin's going to give good cover. These are the stars of Big looking to align for their 5th round win. Nico emerging and a no-scope straight into the chest of tabseN. Bomb dropped on site. He hits searsin with the nade. And if Nico can finish this clutch. Oh, that's so close to the mark, but it's just not on the money. And searsin dropped, spotted by Nico. 7 seconds as he's looking to use this clock. Nico! Just a couple no-scopes for G2's round win.
Yeah, right. Oh, and it starts well. Grim with the opening floppy there, a little bit of a return. And Naf now on the ramp. And they're going to find out where he is real soon. 10-second defuse. That's very awkward, though. And Naf will win the first one. Keep spraying. Gets him through the smoke. That's absolutely tremendous. And now inside of the smoke. Oh, Psyche is going to get knocked out as well. A 1 versus 3. And that's a shocking victory for Naf.
Dunked on by Shush. Oh, was that over the roof?
Oh, was that over the roof?
That was you.
Excuse me? That's sick. That's sick. Wow. You're such an ass, dude. Hamp he's got that trade back on Banana. Oh, now I'm self-conscious. I can't do this job now. What is this? It was genuine excitement.
Flames hoping to get config anyway. Oh, nice shot. Can they find Sip as well? He's down by the bench.
Do it, baby.
Yeah, they might as well do it quickly now because more backup is going to be showing up. There we go. Flames with another bang out shot. 3 versus 3. And at least they made it a bit expensive. But unfortunately, the bomb is kind of stuck in a weird position. Oh, the Glock comes running in and catching Blameif. What a ridiculous play. And now Flames... Could he get a third one in there? There is a flank coming through. Farlick is walking through the hallways almost in time. Still 30 seconds left, by the way. Are they going to go aggressive? They might try and hunt him down. Flashbang. Oh, it's just a smoke instead. I thought maybe they're going to try and actually go and fight him. There's Farlick from the back and shutting down Nexa. Flames walking through the smoke. He hears him running. Almost catches him by the cash register. There's another headshot. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Flames.
10 seconds.
Brought out the deagle. Yes.
He was secret.
Smoke ramp. There's smoke ramp.
Hopefully he's not cold.
There's smoke door. I'll pick you. Close, left.
Left hand. Safe.
One's jump sideway.
Just stay press.
Ramp down.
He molly long. Molly long.
No,
I did.
more
Molly ramp, bro.
I just scam.
Okay.
Land.
I'm fighting ramp.
Close to you.
Go. Flashing ramp. I mean long. Flashing long.
All clear.
I'm locking with you ramp.
Head ramp. Nice.
Should
be managed events.
Go windows. Can be long now. I'm windows. Flashing long. How long? Can be out short. You can go long to you, windows. I have window. I can open short. You have ramp, Robin?
Yep. You're good, guys. You're good.
Bomb is
go
toxic.
short.
Yeah, I'm hiding. They're gonna flash long again, probably. Long.
Jump
long.
3 long, 3. All 3.
Playtime. Windows.
2 windows.
Guys.
No time, right?
Yes.
They have it.
Malaga.
Oh.
No.
Nice.
Nice.
What the fuck? We all
Next
just
time, a little faster, please!
Stay alive, minute.
Let's go back. Oh.
I can't
I
get the
cannot.
bumper.
Running city then.
Nice.
One more city.
Oh,
last
CT last. Rushing, he rushed. No, he's holding you, maybe. I don't know.
Secret.
Nice, mate! One more B.
Should be one close maze, no?
Mid one. Go ahead then, let's go then.
Yeah, I'm gonna take donut control.
Let's go.
One
mid.
Going A.
Going donut. Both. Both.
I'm only blocking. Oh, I didn't molly. I'm blending. Go down.
Please.
Good job, Brookie.
Jarosch flankt jetzt. Er sieht Würmchen ein mit Bombe down, Bombe down.
Der Würmchen
Gleich
ist aber die
jetzt hart reingeht, Karin. Bombe Main. Im Flash Schacht runter.
Schacht runter!
T-Vent oder Schacht runter.
Schacht. Er ist am Schacht.
Hat der Bombe nicht? Nein.
Ah, sehr gut, Jungs.
Heroic's shiny silver medals leave a bitter taste in their mouths.
Okay, Shush makes a good rotation with 2 kills.
Oh, a third from Shush.
But there's no time to look back, as all focus lies on the Royal Arena in front of them as they look to slice the ninjas in half. NIP are still an unknown quantity with Alexi B at the helm.
You mentioned this earlier about him getting a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident with the AWP. Well, here it is, that third kill.
As being home from Brazil earlier than most, giving them enough time to take on the major runners-up on day one? We're about to find out.
A Scandinavian
match as Heroic and NIP will be colliding. And Cadian's clan, well, they're flying that home nation flag with pride, and rightfully so, after what was a stellar showing at the most recent Rio Major. For NIP, though, a chance for redemption after unfortunately spelling a 0-3 loss in that Legend stage. But before we do dive into that, we have a very special guest up here on the floor with us. Exist joins us to kind of preface what you're going to be facing up against coming into this match. But I do want to ask about, obviously, your run in Rio, because that was excellent, managing to make it all the way to the grand finals. Can you give us a few words as to what that experience was kind of like for you there?
I think it's super good for us to get that as a learning experience. I think we played every game except one on the stage. I think even the first stage in the Legend stage was really amazing. The crowd was super good there, so I think getting that experience for us as a team, because we're still a young team, I would say, that's been really good for us. So, yeah.
Speaking of the crowd, I think one of the stories here in Copenhagen has always been the relation between Heroic and the crowd. We know you boys have been in the shadow of Astralis for a while. I just want to know, do you genuinely feel like you have won the hearts of the fans here? Do you think this year, if you make it to Royal Arena, you guys are going to be the heroes in the arena?
I mean, it's nothing that we have really talked about as a team. I think we play some really good CS, some really fun CS. Hopefully we can get the crowd because of that. So I hope so, at least. Yeah.
And from your perspective as an IGL, I was very impressed with Cadian's leading skills in Rio. Some of the games were extremely well planned. Do you feel like your relation with him has also improved, and that you guys work together, and that's why everything came, in Rio?
Yeah, I think me and Cadian are always improving how we work together. I think as a team we finally started to click. I think Jabby played really good. Cadian has been playing some really solid CS for the last 4 months or something.
Yes.
Ever since the player break, he's just been popping off. So yeah, it's fun to see.
And just a final question for me. You're facing NIP now. Obviously went through a very deep rebuild, a lot of questions about how they operate. How do you prepare for a game like that? You're a coach, they've changed a whole lot of things. How do you prepare for that?
Yeah, as you say, they have new players, new IGL, new Opera, everything. So it's kind of hard. I expected them to pick Inferno, and I expected them to ban Nuke. So I was ready for those maps. They haven't played Overpass with the new lineup, so I'm not sure what to expect there, but we have some thoughts.
I do just have a couple more questions for you, Exist. Just going back to the crowd element as well, you said, you're not really focusing too much on that, but you did experience kind of the polar opposites. I guess back in Rio, you were kind of the fan favorites in the quarterfinals, then going up against Freya, completely different story for you guys, obviously kind of expected coming up against a Brazilian team. Did it actually have no effect on you, or was there anything you were kind of telling the boys to keep their heads in the game in that one?
Yeah, it was really fun experience. The crowd was obviously cheering for Freya. We just decided as a team to not try to rile them up, try to stay friendly with them, even though we're playing against their boys. We understand why they were cheering for Freya, obviously, and I still felt their passion, as a good thing. It was a really nice experience, even though they were cheering against us.
Yeah, noise in an arena, always a great thing to experience. Just going back to what you were saying about Yabi as well, and how you feel his integration has been going into the team. I know he was brought in for you guys to kind of become title contenders, to be lifting trophies as a squad. Where are you kind of pinning him at the moment in terms of his integration into the squad? Are there any things that you're still working on him with, or are there any areas that you're really impressed with his improvement since joining the team?
Yeah, he's still a very young player. I think he's 19 or something like that, so he has a lot to learn, obviously, but I think he has come a very long way since we started playing with him back in August or something. He's getting more and more comfortable. He has really important roles in our team, communication-wise. He's playing the lurk, so he needs to make calls, and as CT, he's like that glue guy in between, the rotator, so I think he has improved so much lately, especially with his communication, taking initiative and just being a leader of his side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like we've really been seeing that playing out in the server as well. Exist, we are going to shortly be getting into the game, so I'll let you get off with the boys and get prepared. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, pleasure to get to speak with you. Yeah, just in terms of continuing that kind of Yabi conversation. Oh, you can go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, just, we were talking about Yabi coming into things, and I don't know, we were talking in the green room and saying we were potentially a little bit worried when we're seeing one switch out for Heroic, because we've always talked about them as being a really, really well-drilled machine and a real kind of, team mentality, particularly when Refresh was on that squad. And I like that they have managed to kind of adapt around Yabi, give him some positions where he's more comfortable, because we are seeing it paying off right now.
And I'm right there with you. I think when Yabi was slotted in for Refresh, the pressure on his shoulders was immense. I think Heroic were already a very good team at the time, and everybody expected him to just slot in, immediately improve the team, and that's not what happened. So you have to put yourself in his shoes. You have to realize you joined for Cologne. It's obviously a very short-term change, but then things fall apart. Your last place in Cologne, the start is extremely negative, and I was worried that the first impression would just stick, you know, and he would keep that with him. That's not the case. Exist is talking, he's telling us how he's evolving, how he's improving as a player, and that is great, because he is right. He has some key positions, and in Rio, we finally could feel some of that impact from Yabi that we hadn't seen yet.
I mean, for NIP, what on earth is going on over there? Because I feel like we got the taste at the RMR. They looked incredibly stellar. Obviously, Rez now taking on the Orping role, Hampus having the tournament of his life. Then we get to the major, they go out 0-3.
I have absolutely no clue what NIP is doing right now. And that is as genuine of an answer I can give you. Because from two different samples, albeit small, we've seen the great times of the RMR to the absolute tundra of the Rio. Not even anyway. That was complicated. It's very complicated. That's all I can say. Moving on from that point. So we were still in a very much learning phase when it comes to NIP, and I'm glad that we get to see them in the rest of 3 to see a little bit more. But yeah, Rez on the up, I'm not convinced. I wasn't convinced. Probably won't be convinced. Or he make you a believer here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, it is time for him to be shining, going up against Heroic. Does this paint, you know, a Danish picture for you then, particularly looking at Heroic being on the rise, managing to make it to their first ever major grand final as a squad? Is this kind of time for Heroic to be shining in this tournament?
Yeah, I believe it is. I think this is the strongest looking Heroic we've seen here at Blast as well. The fact that they peak in performance, they peak in level, they come in here in this role arena. Potentially, they still have to earn their right to play against the crown. But I really feel like the stars are aligning. Not to make any Astralis joke, but I'm strong on Heroic right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy turn of events in terms, you know, being the villains this time last year at the full finals, and now potentially going to be the Danish heroes. If they make it to the arena, they will have to take down NIP as their first. It's going to be Inferno coming up as map number 1. The Ninja's pick coming into things, and it's going down with Jason and others. You don't want to miss it.
Whew, that's the kind of excitement I associate with Heroic all the time. What are we battling for? The victory. That's what it comes down to.
I noticed he said the swear word in English.
Yeah. I think that's common.
That's never made sense to me.
We've adopted that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff that makes Cadian such like a fun player to watch, obviously, and also just, I don't know, for me it's just that facet of his in-game leadership is such a cool concept, because obviously when you talk about the IGLs of teams, it's usually all focused and all centered on the in-game part of this, but what Cadian's been able to do keeping this team together over the past like 2 years through everything that's happened with Heroic is nothing short of impressive in my mind.
It really is. Finishing second at the major, and you know, obviously getting Yabby to get put into the team and sort of figuring all of that out, and still staying, you know, competitive all throughout. It's really exciting. They play such a fun brand of Counter-Strike, and yeah, with Exist, we heard him there with the desk, you know, just learning a lot, getting that experience. I think it's definitely going to make them a stronger team.
I mean, I think if there's ever going to be like a learning experience that can just escalate a team to a whole new level on a consistent basis, it would be the semifinal match they had in Rio in the middle of that hostile crowd against Furia, and being able to come out on top of a very close affair as well. Like, that's the kind of experience that just grows a team exponentially. And if they can carry it forward, because that was the thing about Heroic, like they had some deep runs, but it never felt like they could actually win. If we're going to see them, like, if they can take that momentum from Rio and make that into a consistency, multiple events in a row where they're challenging for trophies, all of a sudden we got a new dog in the house.
Yeah, that'd be. I really hope so, because it is a really fun story to watch unfold, and you want to see them keep playing. On the NIP side, I mean, I have way more questions than I have answers at the moment. I feel like
I think everyone does.
There's a lot of potential, and I feel like on a prep level, like DJL that's standing behind him, I feel like is someone I would trust to put a lot of work into the games, but I just feel like there's something that's just horribly missing in this team, and it's becoming a little bit frustrating now.
Well, I think it's a combination of things. I think obviously it's, I mean, a brand new in-game leader coming in. You have Brolin, who came into this team to be like, you know, the best player in Sweden, who probably hasn't lived up to that potential the way they would like. They also had that period where you're transitioning S-Tag into being the AWPer and then swapping that out for Rez becoming the main AWPer. So you have all these like role switches and roster switches that just kind of take the progress of a team back like 3 or 4 steps, and then you have to re-progress one by one through it. I think the tough part too is like, I think we've seen like both sides of the coin with NIP recently, where we saw them at the road to Rio just blitz through all the competition to qualify in stunning fashion, very impressively. So you've seen some of the good ways in which this can work, and then obviously at the major you saw some of the ways in which it's really going to struggle and be labored. So we still just don't have a clear picture of what this roster is capable of, what the potential is, what the ceiling can be. And for NIP, I guess that's the story for the end of the year is you know, us getting to know what this team can actually become.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go into the player break over Christmas with a little bit of a vision of what NIP could be if they play everything just right. What a test this is going to be for them as well, playing against Heroic.
While we're on the subject of NIP, I think with all those roster changes coming in, I think probably the biggest factor that is going to be the difference between success and I guess failure, you'd call it, is going to be Hampus in this team. Now that he's got the in-game leadership taken off of him, his ability to take space, his ability to make plays across the map, open things up, lurk effectively, and also his experience as an in-game leader giving him that extra layer of game sense that can make him that much more effective. I think if Hampus isn't having a good game, I think this team is sometimes really going to struggle to find some of the openings that they'd like to have. I think he's just a huge influence and a huge impactful piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, he is, and to the point where, in my opinion, he's overshining people like Brolin and Rez, which is, at least I thought, not supposed to be happening, right? And it kind of is, and I maybe that is a good thing. I think Hampus is probably the most exciting player for me on this lineup still.
Yeah.
His impact on games can be so crazy at times, but he can't do it alone. He needs the backup of the rest of the team. We're going to find out right now whether he's going to be able to get it or not. NIP versus Heroic. We're on Inferno to begin with, and this is the second match of the day. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming after this. There's a long day of Counter-Strike coming up, and Heroic will be on the CT side with the NIP on the T side, trying to see if they can win this early pistol. All right, very, very strong lean towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, really nice stack set up in middle, both sides of it. Just one defender at the B bomb site. We've seen this a lot recently, these mid stacks. NIP have yet to pull the trigger. They've got utility for it. It just depends on if they want to try and use that utility more towards the bomb site or for actual brackets control.
They smoked off one big angle right there, so question for Gabby. When is he going to try and push through? That's a nice shot to bring down Rez to begin with, and now they're just going to fall right afterwards. 4 USP headshots in the middle. They could not break up the crossfire, and Hampers is on his own, and he's going to be found eventually. Just too many battles happening here. Tessus will take him down. And it's a good start for Heroic.
Yeah, my big question for that was the Molotov going to be used for underneath porch, or were they saving it for the broken wall to try and get into the bomb site? And obviously it was to be saved for later use and just get annihilated. It helps so much. Obviously the first kill comes out, I think, is just like a 1-bullet headshot on the first player that shows up. If that player is able to swing a little bit wider, that crossfire maybe isn't as effective, but brilliant play from Heroic. Nicely done from Yabby, just kind of sidestepping into the smoke, playing anti-flash until the contact is made.
And I guess the power of that setup, if that had been more of a straight banana B-type rush instead, that 3-man stack in the middle can be rushing down to help out. They can be flanking banana really fast. So even if it looks like it's a huge risk, it has some potential upside, even if it doesn't really work out. Well, that's...
Yeah, it has a plan B.
Yeah.
It has an effective plan B.
Oh, no.
Nice nade, nice headshots, nice kills. Heroic, all 5 players survive, and it's 2-0. Just like that.
Yeah, smooth sailing. They're not really, they're not a team that usually slows down either. I think that's, that was maybe some of the criticism really early on in this, when Heroic started to really make it onto the Counter-Strike map for real. It felt like a lot of it was very momentum-based, and if ever they fell off that, it was hard to recover. But I feel like they're getting way better at that. But I still think they have the strength of being able to roll a bunch of rounds together, and just, when Cadian is feeling super hyped and everyone's just feeling good, they're just a really hard team to stop.
Yeah, they feel like they're a team that can build up into like a critical massive momentum that really slows it down. But then you saw the other side of things too, where one thing that they didn't have, at least in Rio, especially in the grand finals against Outsiders, was any way to build that momentum when they were just getting stopped. Yeah. They were just getting, there was no chance for them to get into those games.
Which, in fairness, I would say that is uniquely such an Outsiders problem to be faced with, just because of the style of Counter-Strike they play, which is but I think that was such an interesting test. The big question for me was, could they do it? And obviously, well, we know the answer now. For NIP, it'd be fun to see if they can find a way to shut down Cadian and stop the screaming from happening. I'm a huge fan of it. I think it's great. But obviously, if you're playing against it, I bet it's frustrating to listen to.
Yeah, it's not the most fun thing in the world, especially when you're just getting styled on, like round after round after round. It's nice when you can like shut him up. If like he screams one round and you just destroy him in the next one, and you're like, yeah.
It's got real quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Well, technical pause to sort whatever it is out. So we'll see how that goes. But NIP obviously T side to begin with. So a lot of options to go with. Obviously, I guess some of the basics that we're going to be seeing in the next couple of rounds surely has to do with just figuring out if they can even get banana and top mid control, right? It's sort of like the foundations of playing the map.
Yeah, for sure. I think too, I mean, it's going to be fun. I'm super interested to watch this team with a little bit more time under Alexi. I'd be curious, to know like how much work they're able to put in. I think after a disappointing major, it might be hard to like really motivate yourself to get right back in the saddle and practice up. So I'm not sure how much really efficient practice he feels like he's had. But Alexi for me is just one of those in-game leaders that's, I mean, there's obviously talent and knowledge and skill and philosophy there, but his projects after that miraculous EMS run in 2019 have not been successful. So there's still like a question of, can he actually step into this new team and actually raise the level that they're at?
You definitely want to see that, and obviously for him, if that doesn't happen, that you also get to sort of say, well, hold on, how many other teams are out there that he could go to where he would have the same caliber of players and sort of the same backup support even. I mean, obviously, again, I think their coach behind them, but even higher up, I think in NIP still somewhere is Threat, so like there is like a deeper level somewhere in NIP to have a discussion about Counter-Strike and theoretically.
Yeah, that'd also be a cool follow-up conversation, because Threat kind of moved into that new role, and I feel like we haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, we kind of haven't.
Yeah.
But there is at least a support system in NIP in terms of like if you're someone who wants to develop tactics, this is not necessarily a bad spot to do it in if you're on Alexi.
Hampus is gonna make a paper airplane. Nope, no, he's not.
Well, he gave up on it. I was, that's a great way to show how much of a boring childhood you have. Just do the regular one.
It's hard to make a paper airplane out of those sheets that have like the ring binder.
Yeah.
The tears.
It's gonna unbalance.
Messes with the aerodynamics a little bit.
Well, we're not gonna get a chance to see that, unfortunately. Would have been a good moment. Also, if their strats are written on it, might be a bad idea to throw it around the
It just floats.
menu.
It flies right over into the heroic booth.
Yeah, unfortunately, Swedish and Danish is close enough that and they have exist behind them, so they can definitely read it.
Yeah, hey, bro, translate this real quick.
Oh man, none of that. No tactics being leaked in a unfortunate fashion, but with that look on Shush.
Keeping the attitude high.
Yeah, but Shush is looking away, like, you have like friend in the club that's dancing awkwardly, like, I don't know this guy.
Yeah, I'm not with him. He's doing his own thing.
Not bad. Yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, I think sometimes on Inferno there are teams, especially lately, I feel like I've seen teams that just get blown up trying to take Banana and just can never do it. I mean, obviously, that's where someone like Brolan, so someone like Hampus can do so much work in just having the confidence to take fights, right? If he can win even a couple of those early fights on Banana, that's going to make a big difference early in the half year. So
yeah, I mean, obviously on this map, as we all know, anytime you can establish your ability to take and control Banana consistently, especially early on, is just going to make the rest of Inferno so much more difficult. And sometimes it is the obstacle we see, is teams struggle with it for the first 5 or 6 rounds. Maybe they ignore it for a little bit, come back to it later, and see if the defense is cooled off. But I don't know, Banana's such a fun fight to watch for me. I really enjoy that part of the map.
yeah, and it's evolving. I mean, almost month for month, right? I bet it's obviously very hard for the teams to talk about because that's like where a lot of the information war is happening between tournaments. So, but if you went back and talked about the start of the year until the mid of the year or something like that, you probably get some pretty interesting updates on exactly what is the current meta in terms of like where do the smokes land and where do the Molotovs land and how do you want to fight it. So there's definitely a lot going on there. Cadian is all the way leaned back.
Shush is opening souvenir cases.
How do you know?
I'm in game, it says it.
All right.
Yeah.
For a brief minute, Jason, I thought you could read it in like the reflection in his eyes or something. Are we gonna get the CSI and enhance this image?
I'm not that legit.
Surely possible. What's the best thing you've ever opened in a case?
I don't even know. I haven't opened a case in a minute.
Well, listen, I once opened a flip knife, but there was a bug that meant it was actually a scout, and it just displayed it incorrectly.
As a knife?
Yeah.
So you got all excited?
Yeah, I got all excited. I was even streaming it at the time, and I even emailed Valve about it, and they just said, "Thanks.
Lol.
Now we know how to patch this bug." So they technically owe me a knife.
That's amazing.
I even met him in Rio.
Yeah,
and I still don't have my knife.
Did you bring it up?
Of course I did.
I'm actually really happy that happened.
And the meeting ended really quickly.
Yeah, they were like, all right, well, we have other meetings to take, other people to talk to.
Thanks for wasting our time. But yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I was opening cases for a little bit, and I eventually got to the point where I'm just like, I'll just buy a knife. This is going to be either expensive to just outright buy or way too expensive to
and
roll
really
the dice.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That might be the better choice. Are you sure she's given up on the project as well?
I guess maybe like I opened a Kraken Sawed Off, which is still one of the best skins of the game.
That's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, it was old school.
That they need to buff that next, the Sawed Off, I feel like.
Yeah, bring it back.
In some way. I don't know how, but there's got to be a way to do it.
Yeah, shotguns have mostly gone out of style, haven't they? Except for the occasional like noob tube, the auto shotty that we've seen on Nuke a couple of times. Yeah. Who was that? Was Roy, right? That we were watching.
Yeah, he's
Fnatic.
Picked it up a couple of times. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Maybe just change like the sound or the ragdolls, like make it so that you really blow people away with the shotgun. Like it doesn't even have to change the mechanics, just
give it like the Quake.
Yeah.
The Quake effect.
Like send the ragdolls flying across the map. That could be. That's all we need.
Yeah, that'll do it.
We're fixing something with Lexi's PC.
Yeah, I think players are just chatting a little bit, just making sure all of the settings are ready to go, are comfortable. Lexi's happy. Want to have your in-game leader in a good headspace.
Yeah, that's important. But like we always say, if you're going to have the tech issues, at least have them early on in the match before it gets a little bit too close.
For sure.
Wow, yeah. He's giving up and looking frustrated. Anyway, this is only the first map, right? We've got Inferno, Ancient as the second one, and then Overpass as the following one. I was really surprised. I don't know if you noticed this, but even throughout the major, even even before this change was happening with Anubis, Dust 2 didn't really get played that much, and we saw a lot of overpass, like a surprising amount.
Yeah,
and
it
in
came
my
back
mind,
a little bit.
Yeah, I thought most pros were a little bit sour on overpass, so I was interested to see how that played out.
I feel like pros are everyone has a map they're soured on as a team, as an individual, that they just don't really like, that just doesn't really work.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that's the entire concept of the permaban, but there are some maps that I feel like just go in cycles of just like hating them, and then the current meta or the current style of playing it, someone figures something out, how to deal with the situation, and it comes right back in. This is, I mean, much like our first series today, FaZe OG, this is another kind of rematch back from the group stage, the fall finals group stage. And actually, this was actually kind of a big match as well. This was the matchup in the last chance portion of the group stage, which meant the winning team directly qualified here, and the losing team had to go to the showdown. And it was NIP
Heroic
who took that series, 2-1.
Yeah,
sent Heroic Pack into the showdown. Added an event on before the Rio Major as well.
Yeah, they had to go through that. That's crazy, right? It was right before, and fighting their way through that was obviously very, very tricky. Had to take down Astralis at the end. It was a very sort of Dane-on-Dane matchup. They managed to do that. Desk earlier were asking, Xista about the whole thing about winning the fans over and all the rest of it. Probably going to be quite hard to do, but I mean, ultimately, results are probably going to convince a bunch of people eventually to say, all right, like this is the real deal,
Yeah, winning solves a lot of problems, and I think especially without Astralis being on that stage, it's probably easier to steal some of that as well, especially with the kind of exciting character of Cadian, exciting playstyle that Heroic has. Looks like we have some bathroom breaks as well, Andrew.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Give him a chance. Now, the other team that obviously qualified through the showdown was Fluxo.
Yeah.
And I think everyone was surprised by that, but I thought at the end of it, I was really excited, because sometimes when you get this upset team coming through, you think, oh, this could be kind of nothing, but I actually think Fluxo is a pretty legit team. They have some, obviously, Lukowski was like the
How legit are we talking here?
I think they could definitely upset a couple of teams at this event.
Navi?
Yeah, man. What a tough position to be thrown into. Although Navi might have a different lineup, right? So
no, I'm putting you on the spot, Anders. They got Navi, they got Liquid, they got G2. Who are they upsetting in that? I know.
Liquid.
Oh, get the hell out.
Let's see. That could happen. I think people might be surprised. I guess the really tough thing is obviously these are best of 3 games, so it's very, very tough to do this at this level. But I really think people might be a little bit surprised.
I mean, they have some really cool names on that team too. I haven't actually gone back and watched their games from the showdown. But I mean, someone like Phelps, obviously we know very intimately from all the times that he's tried to slot into the legendary Brazilian lineups in the past. Yeah. Woody, I think, is a player who's made enough of his name about to kind of be interested in seeing how he does. And obviously, I guess the other big one is VSM. Touted as an up and or like a guy who can be a star from Brazil.
Yeah. And the player that nobody knew about, I think, before the showdown, or at least not outside of Brazil, was Lukowski, who really, really showed himself to be just an absolute star. Really crazy stuff. So, if you didn't watch the showdown, or if you just forgot about it in the meantime, that's a player to really watch when you get to see Fluxo play, because I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. And they made a specific effort to buy him out of whatever team he was in the past. I think it was like 100k or something like that. There's quite aggressive war going on to try and get him onto the team, and you could see why once he's here. So yeah, they have like a good mix of experience, and at the same time, obviously, with some younger players in there, that could be the future of the team. So I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's very, very hard to do anything here with best of 3s, but still, wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, well, you've called the upset over Liquid, so yeah, we've got you locked in on that one. It's live on stream. We can clip it. Regardless, well, there's this take a little bit longer. I know the PC's getting checked on, the settings are getting checked on. So while we wait and while we chill, we're gonna send you down over to Freya and Maniac to save us.
We're always here in your time of need, Jason. Even when I beat you at mini golf. There, I said it.
Yeah,
definitely
it's live on air
last night. Yeah,
it's in the archives now. The whole world knows. Lost.
We are experiencing some technical issues, as you just saw there. I was watching out a PC on the side of the NIP camp, so might have a little bit of time to fill. But we didn't really talk too much about the Ninjas coming into this, because I feel like we have more questions than we have answers. But let's pose some of those questions, because we were saying the RMR looked lights out for NIP. Maybe we were kind of gaslit into thinking the major was going to be the same thing. Literally couldn't have been more of an opposite affair for NIP.
No, you're right. We're really low on data, right? And there are only so many metaphors I can give you to not pretend or to make it look like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to NIP. Obviously, the structural change that they have with bringing in Alexibi and now moving Rest to the AWP role is one that a lot of people doubt, myself included, and one that will require a whole lot of games for us to know its limitations, right? Because just to talk about Rez for half a second, prior to this change, he was statistically at least in one of his best year of his career, right? His LAN ratings was through the roof in the first 6 months of the year. Now you take this player who is arguably in form, in flow state, in confidence, and you basically put him into a whole different role. Now, I know some extremely strong players could actually deal with that, but I'm very much afraid it's going to destroy his confidence and he's going to crash down like a meteorite.
I think this was like the most surprising thing for me on the NIP camp when they brought in this change. Obviously, we saw at.CET taking up the mantle of the AWP back at the Antwerp major as well, which we were kind of like, yeah, don't really understand why that happened. But in times of need, you know, he stood up. He stood up to sort of take the mantle, I guess. But then the Rez change, that surprised me even more because we were looking at him and Brolin to kind of be the stars, kind of two-pronged attack of this NIP squad. And correctly, as you were saying, Maniac, it's not like he had half bad numbers for the year as well. So when you're a player in that situation, taking up this kind of, you know, a new role, what kind of headspace do you think you have to have, you know, to be kind of adapting completely and taking on new positions, obviously the new role with the AWP as well?
Well, first of all, and also viciously maybe, I think you need to have high confidence.
Yeah.
To accept such responsibility and say, listen, I'm going to do it. I think this is probably one of the only reasons why they thought about it is because he was having such a good time and he probably felt in the game and he said, listen, I can do it. Like everything I'm touching is turning into gold right now.
Yeah.
I know exactly what I'm supposed to do and it's going to be fine, which might sound like a good idea at the time, but I think is an extremely tricky situation. We've always known Rez to be, you know, a clever player in his positioning and that's why he had so many multi-kills ability. But still, like the difference between bringing AWP from time to time in a couple of situations and then having to do it all the time is night and day. We looked at some of the numbers together. We compared the RMR to the Rio Major situation for Rez, and then sure, at the RMR he had great numbers, but he only had a fraction of his kills with the AWP. In fact, I think 27 AWP kills to 50 with the rifles, and he had a great rating, whereas in Rio it was more of a 50-50 situation, and he struggled. So this is completely different, and he's yet to prove to us that he can do that at a high level.
I don't want to be a total Debbie Downer about this NIP lineup, though, because I do like the change of freeing up Hampus from this in-game leader role. We saw him, you know, maybe not so much at the Rio Major, maybe we'll just use that as perhaps an anomaly, even though that is literally 50% of the data. But at the RMR, he had the tournament of his life, and I feel like he was kind of freed up to, you know, be taking those more aggressive angles. As Anders was saying, personally, one of my favorite players to be watching on this NIP squad.
Listen, you're right, and I don't want to rain on your parade. You're right. In isolation, freeing up Hampus is a good thing because we know how much he can put up as a player. We know the kind of input and impact he can have. RMR was a beautiful example, and I'm relatively certain that this is going to carry on. I think he is just an exceptional player, and having him as an IGL is kind of missing out on what he can do on an individual standpoint. But the problem is, what is the trade-off that you get? That's the trade-off, right? Say, you see the meme, like, I'm going to give you a good Hampus, but you're going to receive Rez and Oper. Like, you take the trade.
No.
That's my problem.
I don't take that.
I like it in isolation, but the whole picture don't make sense quite yet.
Yeah, I think, I guess the Alexi B question as well, I think Jason was the one bringing it up just then in the commentary. The fact that we kind of haven't really seen a super successful Alexi B-led lineup since, you know, a couple years ago with that ENCE roster. I don't want to rain on him too much, though, because I think he did have a difficult situation coming into G2. There was a lot of, you know, different things he had to handle. It's completely kind of different squad when you're weighing up, you know, the firepower you have on ENCE versus that G2 squad. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what he's going to bring in terms of his in-game leading style, because, yeah, we really just didn't see anything at the Rio Major. They were literally out 3 series, that was it. They bombed out the tournament.
Yeah, and he's coming fresh of a kind of a disillusion in the G2 camp, and a lot of people were doubting that he was going to find success, and he didn't. Now, he's got his work cut out for him in NIP. I'm going to be honest with you. I think if he finds a way to have a consistent high level with this lineup, and he finds a way to make these pieces actually fit together, that would be extremely impressive. And in itself, it would be a line in his resume that we cannot deny him. My fear is that he's going to keep going downwards and he's going to fall into a vat of acid and disappear. That is how afraid I am for Alexi B, because I think his credit has been going down and down and down in every single team he's done since the end situation. I don't think what he did in OG was commendable at best. That's not really anything to write home about. The G2's team was complicated, so now you come to NIP, and as a whole, you're taking a damn risk. That's what you're doing. You're taking a damn risk because you're saying, listen, I think that I can make these 5 players, myself included, work. And we can see from the outside there are some obvious issues and liabilities in how they work. So as an IGL, if you can make it actually function, damn.
Yeah, I think that's where the kind of dangerous angle for the resorping comes into the picture for me, is that, okay, you, in theory, if you're Alexi B, in theory, you kind of should have everything at the best possible point for you, and then he still kind of has to work with that. Yeah, I don't know, but then I don't know what change I would personally make out for that. I'm not sure. We're not obviously
Look,
on the NIP roster.
You remove one of the rifles, you remove S-Tag or someone else, and then you bring an AWP and you free up res and you have him as a secondary rifle. That seems like the obvious solution. I know res can bring up the AWP from time to time. You just have him as a secondary. You leave Brun to do what he's doing because he provides right now. You have Hampus as a fragger, but you still need that fourth player. I don't think that's how it is right now. But let's rewind and circle back to the end of the event when NIP won it and I looked like an ass. But as it currently stands, I don't think that works.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair when you're looking at sort of the pieces of the puzzle going together. It doesn't create the prettiest picture just yet for NIP. I do want to flip on over to Group B. That's going to be coming up later on today, of course. 2 more best of 3s once this one concludes. Coming up on the docket is going to be Banks and Pimp to guide you through those ones as well as alongside Lourdes and Scrawny. Yeah, maybe we just keep talking about CS up here.
We just talk them
I'm kind of liking this. Fluxo is kind of the anomaly when you're looking at that Group B side of things. They really impressed us throughout the showdown. They had to take down the Lexus 00 Nation, Evil Geniuses as well. They kind of, fended off a lot of teams that we thought would have the potential to take them down, particularly considering they didn't even make it through the RMR. They didn't make it to Rio.
Yeah, I think it felt like the RMR was maybe a little bit early in the development stage for Fluxo. They showed teeth in the showdown.
Yeah.
But I think what they're doing here is ruin everybody's party. I think that's what they're going to do. If anybody is a little bit fragile or there are some sign of weaknesses, they're going to pounce. I mean, we have no idea how G2 is going to look like.
Literally.
I think there's a whole lot of people who assume, and I think the word is assumption, a lot of people assume that G2 is going to look much stronger than in Rio because of, or rather, they could have been in Rio since they were in there.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to assume that, but we actually don't know. It's conjecture at best. We just hope G2 is going to look better.
Yeah, I think that's kind of goes to say for our pick'ems on the Betway side of things. Most of us picked G2. I think that's just through sheer hope, maybe, that they will turn up and do something. Did you actually
pick G2?
I did.
Okay,
because I want them. Desire. I mean, sometimes the heart speaks louder than the head. That was one instance that they said that. I do just want to bring up that bracket once again, though, because Anders had a little bit of theory crafting. He was saying that he thought Liquid would win that subsequent game.
Okay.
I actually don't know. He was saying G2 would win that because then Liquid goes down to the elimination game where they meet Fluxo and they lose to Fluxo.
Anders.
Do you
what
see
is going on?
that happening, Matthew? Is that how you're picturing this bracket to go if Fluxo are here to just be the upset potential?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I could imagine Liquid losing to G2 because as it happened in Rio, their beginning of tournaments is sometimes a little bit cumbersome and troublesome. They got absolutely massacred by Maus, 16-2 at the time, and I was not happy at all with what I've seen. But this is also an assumption in itself. I think if Liquid play their best, they're a better team currently than G2. They're a better team than Fluxo as well. I'd be surprised to see Liquid leave us as last place in this group.
I really don't see that Liquid versus Maus result replicating itself again. But then we do have to think about the fact that they went from Brazil to North America. They've been having a boot camp, but they weren't, practicing against the best tier opposition. Everybody else had really come home to Europe to, be resting, recuperating, getting a little bit of practice in here. So yeah, I don't know exactly where I stand on Liquid at the moment.
Here's how I see it. The practice between the major and here is inconsequential.
Yeah, true.
I don't care. I don't care what it is that you pretend to have tactically fixed. What matters is that you're mentally in the right space.
Yeah.
Because the major in itself is quite a unique exercise. It's extremely long. It was both for the teams, for us, for the viewers. It's a long exercise that drains a lot of your energy. The question is, how do you handle the time between Rio and now? What is it that you do that your team needs? Do you need a little bit of practice? Not at all. Do you need time off the PC? You need to spend time together, but not in Counter-Strike. Every single team has to kind of fix or figure out that riddle, and that is what matters to me. We're not about fixing things, not in a short amount of time.
You know what? Maybe that's where the logic of my G2 pick comes in. Because imagine you miss out on going to the major, the first one in South America, and you have to watch from the sidelines. How mad would you be in that situation? How frustrated with your own performance? I feel like G2, they have to be giving everything. This is literally going to be potentially their last tournament of the year.
You're absolutely right. And that's for this reason that this can be slippery. Because if you're G2 and you're showing up here in Copenhagen, you're not even guaranteed Abu Dhabi quite yet. You have everything to fight for the rest of the year. And sometimes by compensation, isolation, you can be extremely under pressure because you're thinking, man, we've already messed up massively at the RMR. We didn't make it to the major. Imagine, just for a second, open that door, that absolute horror movie type door that behind is not making it through here in the full final, just being eliminated quite quickly. That would leave them with absolutely no escape, because what was in isolation just one bad tournament at the RMR would turn into just a horrifying end of the year. That is what could happen in 2 best-of-3s for G2, and that's something that they have to deal with.
Yeah, well, we will be seeing them taking to the stage versus Liquid later on today, but not before we jump back into our second best-of-3 series. It is time to get back into the grounds of Inferno.
Come on, Jason.
With Heroic and
Talk.
NIP.
Talk. Say words.
Thank you for the big save, Maniac. I can indeed say words. Like, I don't know what Freya's talking about. I got 3 holes in 1 last night at mini golf. You can't compete with that. She's lying.
All right. What was the final score, Jason? That's like
I don't
saying-
remember, actually.
So that feels a little bit like saying, you know, during our last game that OG had a bunch of headshots. But, you know,
that's fair. That's a good point.
I'm telling you, just drag these people onto the Mario Kart field. That you need to take them in home.
I'm trying. Nobody's messed with me in Mario Kart since 2017.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No one has come at the champ.
I've seen many people come to challenge. Parlor, I believe, at one point. Like, a lot of people have stepped up to the plate, and all have fallen to the wayside.
And none of them even play Mario Kart. I actually beat them so bad they don't even want to play the game anymore. They just said there's no point.
There we go.
Well, we're back into Heroic NIP round number 3. It's 2-0 for Heroic after a little bit of a tech delay, but issues are fixed. And Alexi's going to start marshaling his troops. First gun round for NIP on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, now's a good time to swing back into this and not let Heroic build too much of a lead. Again, they have this massive lean like in the pistol round, where they have 4 people basically at top mid here ready to fight and actually slow them down. That's a very nice defensive Molotov. That does so much damage. I think they wanted to go through the nade to follow it up. S-Tag gets blown up. And this is a bit of a problem here for I think NIP. They felt there was an opening there, but they just delayed it.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to hit Rapside real hard. They have 3 smokes. They didn't even use one. They weren't trying to take brackets control. They wanted to execute a very aggressive attack towards the Rapside. Flashbang for the follow-up peek. Perfectly timed. And Alexi's left on 9 health, so he's basically done for. And Heroic looking to have another strong defensive round. Hamp is caught in a battle. There goes Brol into the SMG, and now Heroic can just back away. They have so many win conditions in a 5-on-2.
Yeah, no issue at all. Rez, I think he was even throwing the bomb back when that flash came in, but obviously it doesn't help him ultimately. Still a very tough position here. AK on Hampus, and he's got the only health that really matters right now on the NIP side. 25 seconds under the flash pop setup, and it's going to be Hampus going down next. So just a very, very impressive round here for the side of Heroic. Alexi trying to make it at least a tiny bit expensive if he can. Get a couple of more kills just to not make it feel like getting wiped out, but that is in fact what is happening. They're going to upgrade the SMGs into a bunch of AKs as well, so Heroic, they love this round.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, they played it so well. The Molotov that NIP took so much damage to because they're trying to commit to the strategy. The different timings of flashbang peaks that were coming out. Cadian setting up his teammate in Cubby. Later on, the flashbang for Cadian to peek from Arches. That was just absolutely beautiful. And one thing we touched on before the small delay was the importance of banana control. And that was a round where NIP didn't challenge it. So Heroic could just keep 1 player there. He never felt any pressure. It allowed 4 players to stack up at the A-bomb site.
Yeah, no issue at all. Deep nade, 3-man setup coming down here, so they had all the nades in the world to take the early control, and only Brolin was really out there to fight anyway, but a little bit of a different setup defensively. They're quickly back into the traditional 2-3 type split on the Heroic side, but once again, they're not under that much pressure to do anything in this round. They can just relax and wait for NIP to show up. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes there on the T side, but that's about it. They're given a space here where they're maybe hoping that someone from Heroic would be silly enough to go check middle or go deep banana or something. I mean, if they could find a headshot here, that's the only way to even make this round work.
Yeah, and it's got to be quick too. Just under a minute left in the round. This would be a brilliant one to find. Stown is the only one in banana. Towards this B bomb site, they do have a smoke as well. If they can find this kill quick and clean, which they cannot, then they might have been able to apply some pressure. But now Heroic knows what's up, shifting players over, and the defense gets way more difficult to handle.
And they're actually keeping all 3 people here, which is interesting. And they're going to go fight instead of just waiting around. They actually want to make sure that NIP are not falling back from this position. And yeah, just the army of people that are here from the heroic side, making it real easy. I thought for a minute maybe this is an over-rotation, but I guess when you turn that rotation into an actual retaking of Banana, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they've been doing this kind of like over-rotation and kind of gamble stacks, you know, throughout their kind of rise over the past year and a half, and they've really started to find a way to make it look extremely clean where, yeah, they might over-rotate, but they're not going to consider that a loss if it's the wrong call, right?
Yeah.
If they're going to over-rotate, they're going to go find information where they have the number of bodies, and this time it works out perfectly as Heroic is in the perfect position to shut down NIP. Banana control again, this time provided by an AWP of Cadian. Brolin's gonna need a flashbang if he wants out. Molotov is gonna force some early utility, and NIP backs out of the fight.
Nice gap created by the smoke there for Cadian to find something in, but obviously he couldn't. But it still means they have Banana control, and they're going to go into the same 4-1 split, but this time with the AWP in this position, so quite a lot more scary for NIP. If they want any information there, they could be losing a player before they even know.
Especially if they don't successfully take brackets control. If they lose too many players and they want to call an audible and rotate back to Banana, this op can really catch you off guard.
Look at an interesting little detail there for how much the audio matters.
Oh!
Nicely done.
And Cadian's trying to play a game there. He's actually playing anti-flash. He's expecting someone to chuck a flashbang over, so he's trying to go off that timing, but obviously Brolin just deletes him.
Yeah, no flashbang required. Smoke is up. Brolin knows there's the timing here. He's going to keep going through. Another smoke even, but they run right back into Stout, and it's a beautiful triple. Actually, Tess's took down one of them there on Alexi. That's a little bit shocking. He wrapped around to get that one. But that was an opening. I don't think Brolin was wrong. He knew that there was an opening there, but one of them slipped right through. Good double on Stown. Tess on the other one. It's S-Tag and Hampers left.
It's good utility from Heroic to actually shut down that gap that Brolin was exploiting. He had the right read, the right call, just perfect flashbang.
Gabby running under the site, making a little bit of noise, but inside of the bomb site again, playing slight anti-flash, or at least trying to with Shush. S-Tag now in a 1 versus 4 to try and see if he can win the round, but it's not going to be possible. He'll go down, so great start here for Heroic.
Yeah, that's even with them getting, I mean, NIP got the best fight you could hope for right here.
Yeah.
What a transfer down. What a first bullet shot from Brolin. This one's awkward. Brolin, unfortunately, just comes right back into the spray from Stown, and that's got to be frustrating.
They wanted to do the boost on Arch in the last round Heroic where they look over the smoke, but as soon as they failed it, they realized that gives away a little bit of a cue, and even that slight audio leak is enough that they're like, let's not do it. Let's not, you know, test this. Yeah, it's not worth it, right? Which obviously, yeah, that says something about the I guess like the level at the top here, and you know if you give that away, someone could be peeking from the T side, already pre-aiming the top of that smoke, and you just don't want to risk it, so ultimately, good opening for NIP, but not enough to win the round.
Yeah, first.
It's a problem.
Yeah, it is. First time out used by NIP. As they want to talk things over and try and get back into this. Just not a whole lot of fragging. This is one of those games where you just say, you know, the first 5 rounds, I think individually NIP not able to get anything going. There's what, 6 total kills across all of NIP going into round number 6.
Wow, yeah, that's a huge issue. And on the other side, they're not really suffering from that. Tess is 6-1, Stown is 8-0.
9-0.
Yeah, keep it up. Blowing up Brolin, who's been the man to try and enter onto Banana a couple of times. Stown, I think, kind of in a, I don't know if it's an official battle, but, you know, him and Blamef probably as the 2 best players in Denmark at the moment.
Sure.
It feels like.
Ooh, Shush has the timing just about perfectly. Molotov lands shallow enough to have cut off and caused that attack to be split. So NIP backs away from it, but they definitely wanted a Hulse pop with Alexi B chilling in middle.
Yeah. Once that's been revealed, they maybe don't want to go back to it. Good shot there from Rez to take down Tessus. That's at least a start. Let's see if they can continue. Some flashes to slow them down. And the Molotov on top, down to 55 seconds.
It's not an emergency scenario, though, because, again, Heroic had 4 players here, so even though he goes down, I mean, there's still players here to pick up the pieces. Cadian's got to be a little bit cautious about providing support over to the B bomb site, and he just used both of his support flashbangs, so he's just gun out for the rest of the round.
Be careful about peeking too deep into that lane when you've got Tech9s on the other side. Molotov's not really going to bother him, and They'll take down S-Tag first, quick around the corner here, and now the problem is they're going to realize no one's on banana as well. I think Stown is looking down that way, so they know everything they need to right now. They're already in a good position for the rest of this round. 20 seconds left. And NIP needs some absolutely stunning headshots to make this work. Rez is going to get the kill on Shush. It's a nice start here. 15 seconds to jump around the corner and then take down Yabi as well. 10 seconds left, and Stout is just showing up, but the flash is not enough. And Alexi, he can't get that bomb planted, and there's no time for Hampers. He's got the bomb, sure, but he can't actually get the plant, so really, really close to NIP threading the needle on this one, but they can't win the round, and they might, well, they almost lost the AWP as well.
Man, that was actually such a good round from NIP also. The way they were actually able to find these kills. That smoke forces Shush to swing much wider than he would have liked. Good shooting with the Tech 9. Obviously doubling up on Cadian and pinching into the bomb site. Everything worked great. And just ruined by the flank, and Alexi knows it. That was such a dagger to take the round away right at the end. 6-0.
But at least, at a minimum, that should be a round that should encourage NIP a little bit to say, okay, you know what? It's been a tough start, but we can be competitive with this. We could have easily won that round. Ooh, aggressive move coming in. Tessus will get a kill, but Stown goes down first. Death for him.
Yeah, but look at the damage that Stown did. I mean, he's the kill that Cadian cleans up with a nade on Rez, and look at Alexi's HP at 36. So even in a loss, you've done great damage, and the kill from Tessus making it an equalizer just gives you a huge advantage.
And it gets a different look again from the CT side. We've had the 4-1, we've had the early 3-man stack at Banana, now the push down the middle. It's a lot
risky,
to work
though.
With. Yeah, very risky. Hampers going to be rewarded for his patience. And Shush, well, I guess it's like a calculated risk. Obviously, they know that can happen, but they're sort of saying, well, let's see if we can really rattle NIP and just completely make them feel like nowhere is safe.
Yeah, if nobody's home there, you have a huge advantage flank. And you probably are able to give some warning over to Tessus, but he's got a deep position in Banana as well, so equally he's an early warning system. This is going to be on Cadian. This time he's got Molotov, smoke, flashbang. He's got plenty of utility to deal with this.
Yeah, but the problem is that AWP is going to be useless inside of the smoke, right? So he might... Oh, he finds a gap. That is a great shot. I thought maybe he was just going to be isolated in there, and eventually they could take him down for the smoke, but getting that kill is everything. Alexi's going to find him, and yeah, spins around, realize they're right up next to him. If they don't fight him right here, I don't think he can get out of pit. He needs the one-on-one battle to that work out. Otherwise, there's not going to be a bomb plant. 18 seconds. He's starting to make a little bit of a move, but again, Heroic are staying really far away from him, making this almost impossible. He's finally going to go for it, but now he's also trapped inside of the bomb site, which will surely be his grave as well. No way out of this one, you have to assume. He's going to pick up one of them. Tessus on the other side. I'm shocked that Alexi even got into the 1v1 once the bomb was planted. That's actually really well played.
Yeah, but you got to give a shout out to Tessus. He's the one who showed presence, kind of shooting at Alexi's flank when he was in pit. He was shooting over by Haycard, so the reposition to wrap around towards small pit and actually work with his teammate. You could see Alexi after he gets that first kill, he immediately turns towards lane. Yeah. That's where he last knew the position. So well done from Tessus to give yourself an advantage in that situation. But you're exactly right. That's a wonderful shot on the Yabi just with 9 HP. And no real information. That's always going to be a tough affair. 7-0, but some close rounds in the past two for NIP.
Yeah, you get enough of those. That could be at least the beginning of something. You could keep that economy down on the CT side, and you can maybe keep the team believing that if we just win one of these clutches, we're back in the mix. But also, hard to escape the fact that it's a 7-0 lead in favor of Heroic. A bunch of 1v1s not gonna change that.
No, but you're right. At least the close rounds give you that feeling like you're a round or two away from making this a very competitive game.
Yeah.
That only lasts for so long, though, if you can't actually close it out. Delayed retake nades for Banana from the CT side, just to make NIP a little bit nervous, delay them from taking control. And NIP do want control. 4 players at the base of Banana, all waiting for smokes to fade.
Really curious about how this double up is going to be playing out, because obviously for retakes it could be a disaster, but also it can really trick the T side if they run into it on one side of the map and then they also run into a secondary AWP somewhere else. You might not be expecting that on Inferno. It's a little bit rare. Yabi almost goes down. It's a good pre-fire, but what a nade as a return.
Yeah, that might almost even be worth it. If Yabi doesn't know it at the moment, it's unconfirmed damage, but man, that chunks down 3 players, softens them up, and they bail out. Back to the A bomb site we go, where Hampus has moved towards the end of halls.
this can actually work out for NIP. If they get one good entry here, they can probably crack open the bomb side like they've almost done a couple of times before. That this kind of a setup does get really weak if you lose, let's say, Pit or even this corner, but Stown is quick with that flick. Going to be taking down Alexi, and time is running down again. Only 16 seconds on the clock. They're getting close, but it might not matter at the end. This AWP taking out way too many players, and with 10 seconds left, it's Brawlin to pick up a couple of kills, and they will at least secure the bomb plant here. Tough after plant coming in from NIP with the health that they have left.
This is what we just talked about, though. These are the rounds they have to actually close out. They've gotten close. These are the ones that can actually get you over the hump and make this competitive.
Well, Tessa's just throwing over the Molotov towards Cadian, so he's going to have a little bit of a lineup that maybe he remembers. And that's pretty nerdy. Goes over, flashes in. They try to isolate the fight. Brolin not sure when to peek. Rez is in the corner, very low on health already. There's a good shot, and they can't spin quick enough, but Cadian through the wall. He probably thought, he doesn't have a kit. He's back for it again. He bumped into the pillar. Did he slow himself down? I think he just might have it in the... That little bit of a slowdown might have been everything to them. That's so close.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating. Man, NIP, they really had to work hard for this first round win, and they even had to get a little bit of a gift on top of everything. You got to give a shout out to Brolin, man. The heads up to keep clearing behind the box, because Stown with that op inside the bomb site is doing everything he can when he falls back. He's playing on top of the box to allow Yabby to just kind of bait back there with low HP, and he even actually falls forward towards the action, know he's going to die to set up that bait.
Yeah.
So Brolin, just the heads up affair to keep your eyes peeled for the back of the bomb site, delivers 2 great kills.
Yeah, that would have been an easy thing to overlook in the middle of the chaos. 7-1, and look at the money on Heroic. So there is a real opening in this match right now for NIP to actually feel like they could do something in the first half.
And if you watch what happened in the opening series of the day of the fall finals, that was FaZe taking on OG. OG had FaZe in similar positions a couple of times on the first map and let them all kind of go to waste. Weren't able to capitalize on any of the low economy situations and finally fully reset the money. And against a favorite like FaZe, against a favorite in this matchup like Heroic, if you don't punish these situations, you're going to be in for a long half.
It's already been on a knife's edge for NIP so far to even get here. All right, it's the start of the peel back from the B bomb site, but there's a timing window right now where NIP could find a very weak defense up close with the SMGs. Shush. Crouch down. Oh, and they have the right idea. I can't believe he's still alive. That should have been the opening kill right there. And finally, the grenade will catch him, but it's bought some time, and the rotation's started to peel in now. 2 versus 3. No shot there through the smoke, unfortunately. And with the AWP, it's an expensive weapon to lose. You could see Cadian's already saying, you know what, this is not really worth it. Although Stown, oh my god, 1 click to delete hampers from the round, and he's trying to keep going. He really wants to find some more luck here.
Yeah, but Cadian's not involved in this whatsoever, so Stown's going to back away surely. I mean, if he gets a kill through the smoke, if he gets lucky, he'll go for the 1v1. But there's no way they commit to this now. No kits as well. And ooh, Rez, almost. The timing is almost there. Stown now trying to find the escape route. A second round for NIP. Economic advantage for NIP, and it gets worse as Stown is caught.
Good spot from Rez. That's pretty important right there. Alexi is going to get picked off. But it will be a second round for NIP. They're down to a 1-on-1, but the really big deal is obviously the fact that Heroic's money is going to be gone after this. So, man, they had the timing window to hit this bomb site when there were only 2 defenders, and they almost got slowed down to the point where they were going to lose the round. That is, again, really, really close, but well done.
I think the only thing that really saved them, because they did get slowed down, was how awkward that hit was from Heroic, like constantly expecting the burst to finally come through the smoke, obviously low HP in the spam, a nade kill into Pit to bust up the crossfire. Everything worked out for NIP right at the exact moment it had to. Timeout called as Exist gets involved in the conversation. And Heroic's going to be working out however they want to use this AWP. Do they want to buy pistols up around it? Most of the players outside of Cadian sitting around 2K, it's down at 2,200. Taz is at 2,500, but...
Yeah, I guess this is an interesting, so like from a theoretic perspective, if you take the risk and try and put a lot of pressure on this round from Heroic side, then you could really break the back of NIP and just almost, win the entire first half right away. But if you let it go, you lose all the money, then you're in a lot of trouble, right?
You're putting all the eggs in the Cadian basket.
Yeah.
1 Deagle is picked up. Some utility is picked up. But you're really relying on Cadian to give you some openings, and he's going to try and cover a mid push. Ooh.
Not that much to work with. He almost got that shot. The MAC-10, though.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, that is the bomb. A little bit awkward. Obviously, they can't really defend it here. They're going to try and keep going, and they run right into the AK res. 2 versus 3, and good clear from Hampus, making sure that nobody is escaping from that fight. Brolan surely going to be picking up down here. Oh, no. I take it back.
Yeah, you better. Well, this gets dicey. Cadian trying to protect the bomb as best he can, but with the smoke down, at this point, you have to gamble if you're Cadian and it's down. You just say, let's meet up at a bomb site, and let's hope they hit it. We'll have a chance. If not, we save the weapons.
Yeah, that is definitely the best choice at the moment, and seems like they're going to end up in the wrong spot.
That's a cool idea. I don't mind that from Heroic whatsoever. Using the AWP to kind of cover a mid push, it obviously gets you that first kill, and things could have got a little bit crazy. But once you get to the bottom of mid with just USPs, unarmored USPs, it's just like, where do we go? And then all of a sudden, you've lost the bodies that make moving around the map for Heroic so intimidating.
Well, they're back in the right position. Cadian here with the AWP. Oh, shoots right between them. That is close. At least the bomb is going to be planted here for NIP, and that surely is a good sign. Trying to get in there with the Deagle for another kill, but Stown is going to be found, and now it's just a question of whether or not Cadian can save this AWP. He's going to be able to, wreck that player around the corner. So, good job so far. It's the 3rd round for NIP, and Heroic, I don't know. Again, like I agree that can work. All it takes is maybe for one more kill there on the side of Heroic, and things get really awkward.
Yeah, I think it's also a kind of a curse of where their money was at. If they'd had like maybe a few P250s or another Deagle pushing down middle instead of just the USPs. But once these guys go down at the bottom of mid, there's now no more bodies to kind of give Cadian information to protect people from sneaking up on the extremities around the AWP. So it does kind of limit and neutralize Cadian's saved op, although he's able to bring it forward into another round.
Yeah, which is good news. They were going to have trouble buying one, so keeping that alive will make a big difference.
This is the opening for NIP. It still doesn't feel like they've found like the exact recipe for round in, round out. But a couple close clutches and a nice Tech 9 round have allowed them to claw themselves back to a 7-4 scoreline, or 7-3, excuse me.
Yeah, and that...
At this stage of the game, that's not bad at all.
That pop that they do around the quad side towards pit feels like they're really confident and seem to be winning that fight a lot right now. So, yeah, if you can lean on that, maybe you can keep this going for a while. That's another devastating grenade that lands out of Banana. Double setup here. And let's see what... they might try and just speed it up. Yeah, they're not going to slow down. Heroic caught with nades in hand. They're not ready at all. Tessus absolutely taken down. That was just pure timing from NIP, and you could see how effective it is. Heroic had plenty of nades to try and slow that down, but they were just not ready for it. Nade around the corner. They come off the bomb plant, and that's a nice swing from Stown, though. A little bit delayed once again. 3 versus 4, but Cadian, he knew that bomb was being planted, and he was feeling greedy for just a second to try and see if he could stop it, and that's what got him killed.
That's a wonderful hit from NIP. As you mentioned, they creep up, and they actually begin the hit before the utility comes out. It goes on the fly, so there's just so little warning for the Heroic players to get set, and as you mentioned, deploy the counter utility. Nicely done. All right, NIP's found a little bit of swagger. They found some grouped up timing hits instead of spreading out, instead of trying to take standard control. When you're getting picked apart there, switch things up and actually just attack the bomb sites directly and aggressively, and it's found a few knockout punches here. They closed the gap to just 3.
Yeah, and this is surely now that was a very small opening, is growing into a much more interesting first half here. 7-4, but again, the money for the CT side looking desperate at the moment. They get to save a couple of rifles here, but that is about it. This position for Stown, I mean, he almost has the flick, but I think if Cadian would have committed to actually peeking that fountain position, maybe just the bomb still goes down, but maybe get Alexi and maybe there's a retake in it.
It was like he was managing 2 different ideas with that swing.
Yeah.
Well, at least with the losing bonus building up for Heroic around those 2 saved M4s, they can fill it out with 3 more. Instead of just 1 saved off like a few rounds ago, they actually have a 5 rifle buy here. Light on utility. Oh, good spray from Stown. Completely blinded, a little bit lucky. Think of how this 4-round run from NIP has started as well. Remember, That was that desperate hit onto the A bomb site where Cadian didn't have the kit, went to pick it up and ran into a box or a pillar on the way back and just missed the defuse by a millisecond. That's how this has all began. That's how quickly this half can spiral out of control and has spiraled out of control.
I can't believe they've done that to Brolan. He absolutely was ready for that fight, and then the blind spray just works out. Pop over, but close in the corner is down, and he's able to pick up a lot of damage. Almost taking down Tessus, but not quite. Hampers can't catch him. And it's a good defense once again set up here from Heroic. Hampus on his own, 1 versus 4. And again, the kind of player mechanically that could clutch around like this if they give him the opportunity, but if they're a little bit smarter about it, they should be able to isolate him very well. There's the first one. He's down to 9 health though. And on NIP's side, yeah, they can still buy after this round, but they have to be careful themselves.
Yeah, Hampus needed that clean. He needed that first fight clean, as you mentioned. Yeah. If he wanted a chance at anything. Well, there's still money for NIP. They can fight right back. 3 rounds remaining in this first half.
It's the follow-up damage as well there. That's just very hard to deal with.
And also, Rez goes a little bit early, gets blinded by Alexi's flashbang.
True. All right. Heroic back after NIP having a bit of a say. Alexi's starting to play really well in this game. He's doing a lot of the fragging that they were missing at the start, so that's pretty encouraging.
It's nice, but it's yeah, it's not as designed. 10 kills for Alexi to lead the way for NIP. Next up is Rez with 7. For the Heroic side of things, as you mentioned, Stown just having a field day at the moment. 17 kills for him, 12 apiece on Tessus and Cadian. Another timeout has come and gone. DJL gets the boys ready for the final stretch of the opening half of Inferno.
Eight to 4. So, if nothing else, NIP secured like a little bit of something to work with. It'd be great to do more right now, especially before the money starts to really run out. I guess both teams are in that position right here. Gonna be some nades down to second mid. Shush is ready for that silent boost if they want to try it. All right up, the spray is in and Hampers is down. He committed to that, not worried about a swing coming in from either side. And that's got to be frustrating. Silent boost there, normally the way to go, but this time it just backfired.
Ooh, good kill for Alexi. Moving up and taking control of Banana. Still 2 defenders at the B bomb site. Cadian shifted over at the perfect moment. Goes quiet on the map. Both teams calling a stalemate. Not enough manpower for NIP to take control of brackets at the moment. And content to have control of Banana. But now with the defense split 2-2, they can really find some weaknesses at this bomb site. This would be a great round, obviously, as we can see, to hit the rap side. If you know you've pulled that, or if you feel you've pulled that second player, that third player over to the B bomb site, that's the part of the map you would expect to be wide open.
And they've been doing so much good work, you know, clearing out the pit almost every time they've managed to get here. So 30 seconds, preemptive smoke to go down, and Shush, even Blindness, able to get the kill. Gabby doing the best that he can, but it is not enough. Still a 2-for-2 trade coming into the bomb site, and they're going to get the bomb plant and set themselves up quite nicely.
Brolin's been stellar on these A takes.
Yeah.
He had the double entry earlier into the bomb site. Now he's got it over in pit.
They still have that Molotov on res, so let's see. Setting up a smoke towards the pit. Cadian has a Molotov of his own. Actually, inside of the bomb site, so creating a little bit of a wall for them to work with. But they have to be fairly quick with it here. This is a quick bomb plant for NIP, so not a lot of time left. Rez, what a turnaround. Look at the confidence on that first shot. No problem at all. Double kill for Rez to close out the round and finding a 5th for NIP.
Oh, this is not fun if you're Heroic. You're probably disappointed that NIP's keeping it this close. And now also, once again, just decimated. Decimated might be a strong word, but really put a dent in your economy for the final 2 rounds. Op is out in the hands of Cadian. 2 SMGs, a FAMAS. Light on nades. But NIP have done a fantastic job of fighting back into this game after going down 7-0. As you can see now, 5 of the last 6 go in their favor.
Yeah, this is definitely a big deal. Looked like they were about to get completely destroyed in this opening half, but...
And it feels like it was that change of tactics, strategic philosophy. You know, you were getting busted just trying to go for default map controls. You were getting picked apart. You couldn't take control of brackets, and then you start hitting, you know, a Halls pop. You hit like a really fast B timing. You start making them have to play honest on the extremities, not able to stack up where you're attacking. And they've alleviated a lot of the pressure.
That walk-in, just no setup for it. Cadian with an AWP around the corner. That almost caught them. That could have been an instant kill right there. But they take some revenge. Pop flash their way into the middle to take down Yabi, and Tessus tries. He might not going to find anyone through that smoke. Cadian ready for a second try, and this time he will take down Alexi. And Hampus, who was going to be maybe the guy to get the revenge kill there, taken down by Shush. So that's a little bit awkward. Tessus out of the open, and he can't escape. 1 versus 2 here for Down. He's got an MP9. I mean, he might just try and run for it, see if he can do something. But NIP, I can't believe they made their way through.
No, I can't believe they've actually turned this into a great half. Completely different team in the later stages of this opening half. They've done a great job of, even if they're losing some of those initial fights, especially to the ops, of just punishing the repeaks, punishing the follow-up fights.
And once you lose a player up in apps this time, with Hampus going down, that should be a very, very hard time to take the A bomb site, because you just know you're running in, you could get shot in the back, but it didn't seem to bother them at all.
That's pressure that's alleviated, I think, by the follow-up peak from KD and F here. He slides out a little bit wide and gets picked off. Like, that there is not where you want to take that fight when you have a teammate up in those halls, right? Like, the kind of like the dead zone for that sort of a trap is right for the default plant position.
Yeah.
And Cadian's taking a fight that's way too deep that his teammate can't be involved in. Forces him to swing a little bit wider as well. Actually, it's basically at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, probably way too aggressive. That gave a huge opening for NIP to get back in. That's actually might be an interesting round to discuss with Heroic at some point, just to figure out what was going on there. Round number 15 is coming up. It's an 8-6 scoreline, and yeah, NIP are right back. This is a super open game once again. Took them a minute. And they're going to try and speed up behind this, taking that banana control really rapidly.
In the first 7 rounds of this game, NIP was only able to get into a bomb site once. Since they've gone on this 6-1 streak, they've gotten to the bomb site 5 times in those 6-round wins. They've just been able to crack open this defense at will.
Not bad. Well, close though, and yeah, 2 people that you're going to be fighting. Cadian gets blown up, peeking that on his own. And unbeknownst to NIP, this is an empty bomb site, but they might just sniff it out. They're slowly making their way there. Only reinforcements is Tessus with the Deagle showing up at the corner, and the smoke is at least gonna get him onto the bomb site, although only really barely. I think they know now. They realize, yeah, you know what? That was a rotation to be the only defense here. And he actually does get the kill on one of them, picks up an AK. He shouldn't get away with this. That should be the end of his career in the bomb site, and finally it will be. Hampus just controlling the rotation and realizing, yeah, there's a couple of people coming in. He knows where the rest are.
Look at the utility as well. Rez got a smoke Molotov. Nice and easy. Drops the smoke over to Alexi, who deploys it. And you're going to kind of have to come through this, I guess. Because Rez has already cleared CT spawn.
Yeah, trying to get the boost on over, but that is already, well, it was being looked at. A little bit of a slip-up, perhaps. Still, you're in a great position. Smokes, nades, everything going down. Shush gets blown up. And NIP, after a dreadful beginning in this half, they got absolutely wrecked by Heroic. They bring it back into an 8-7 scoreline. That is going to be absolutely amazing feeling for them going into the second half. You have to say, really impressive stuff. We'll see if they can continue this run in the second half. It is coming right up.
Can you push now? Maybe? Mid, nice. Dead.
Nice. Only one.
No more.
2 more.
Nice.
Nice.
Ups,
That's a bomb mid.
Shot,
Kill the guy mid.
shot. I'm wanting with you. Nice! I have MVP.
Oh, one time window.
I did. I can flash.
Oh, yes.
Oh, bro. I can flash window. Flashing window. In my face.
I'm holding doors. Hold window.
I have window. So many nades, boys. I have window.
Flashing now. Bad as fuck.
Blind.
Window. Dead.
Nice.
Good.
Nice.
Healing.
Nice.
One more. I'm holding. Nice. One more. Two more. Good nade.
Yeah, maybe they're pushing. I can flash. Coming.
They're going.
Flash water for me.
Touch. They're blind as well.
I'm in front of you. Go. Let's do there.
One is B. Both
Two car.
Nice. Last that car.
I can flash you into the
Going.
Form.
Kill him.
Nice. Nice. Emil and Peter.
Oh my god, there were so many, man.
Bro, I think the first guy so far is
nice, I guess. Ja, flasher ud her.
Var der? Okay, der. Fang. Jeg kommer ud.
Et. Ja, et med.
Jeg kan ikke komme ud. Vent.
Begge B. Jeg har B.
Ja, jeg går.
Jeg ved. Low.
Jeg er med.
Bambas.
Nej.
Nice.
Det var fordi døren ikke var åben. Nej,
jeg fatter det heller ikke. Står bare 2 bag og løber ind i døren.
I'm stuck in the right. I'm gonna molly cat in a sec.
Double dead.
Double
dead.
CT mid.
Short dead.
That mid.
Okay. One more.
CT mid.
I'm a stick it. There's one short, Justin.
CT. I'm with CT. I try and jump kill. In the smoke. Nice.
Oh my god.
Michael,
You tapped them. That was sick. Por morto era 2 fora. Ele veio posicionando. Fica aí, fica parado.
Tá, eu também.
Mano, vai vir mais um escuro, primo.
Ah, demorou pra vir.
Tá. Vai vir mais um escuro agora. Vou continuar na esquerda aqui. Pode plantar.
Os dois.
Em cima aí.
Janela,
Fora.
janela.
Buraco. Tava buraco.
2v1.
Passei pra gorda. Porta é minha. Contato? Porta é minha. Contato?
Porta.
Boa!
Boa, pega a porta. Pega a porta.
Bora,
bora!
Bora, guys.
Boa,
Linda,
linda. Cego. Mais um, 2 casas, matou os 2. Dá suportes agora.
Cuidado do duto, um casa morto.
Boa!
Hvad der gjør man så?
Right.
Oh, blast! Nice try. Unlucky.
Nice.
I got 4. I don't know if he has no time.
Nice!
Let's go, boys! Sick, guys! Nice, let's go!
Jävla money.
Yeah, that round is going to be one that we're going to be looking back at some point thinking, you know what, a lot changed in that moment. It was down to, what, 0.42 seconds?
Yep. That's the round that started it all.
It was.
That was the first round for NIP, got them going on a run. Took the economy away, and they never looked back. A 7-1 run to close out the first half for NIP. Now they get a switch over to the CT side, and let's see if their defense can contain the Danes.
Hampus crouching in, trying to get that early USB headshot, but he is very low on health behind it. Glocks were out there waiting for him. A lot of them are down on Banana. Heroic. It's emotionally a very strange way to start this one. Obviously, both teams in a great position to try and do a lot here, but you must feel like if you're Heroic, like we should have crushed them. We had them absolutely where we wanted them, and somehow they slipped out, and now we're actually in a little bit of trouble potentially. Rez is here on his own. Could be a lot of people around the corner. You need straight, clean USB headshots with no delay. There's one, but the follow-up is good for Stown, and they're going to be able to go behind it.
Yeah, I think you hustle into this too if you're Heroic. Although they don't pull the trigger, they're expecting some kind of a stack, and there's the Julies. Now you have to go. Now you have to move into the B bomb site. Utility being sent out. Alexi's going to get one chance to peek before the smoke plumes, and might have stuck around a little bit long, but he survives and falls back. 3 on 4. This is still winnable for Heroic.
Yeah, it definitely is. Julies is starting to get there as well. Smoke is going to be fading sooner rather than later. No kit in play at the moment, but they have some time here to go for the retake, and they certainly have the manpower as well. Even if some of them are a little bit low on health, that's a good start. And now they're getting cleaned up. Stown has to play aggressively, but he goes down so soon that they're surely going to come and check. There's one for Shush. He needs the next 2. Jump around the corner and Shush. He's almost got the round. 3 bullets left and he can't find it. S-Tag able to take him down at the end. My God, that is close.
Yeah, and he had to press the issue. You got a feel for him running out of ammunition, but he can't fall back and tuck in and reload because he's missed the timing. S-Tag is going to have the new magazine in his chamber a lot faster. Brolin gets the critical kills. That one on the lurk and that onto Cadian. Maybe a bit ill-advised for Cadian to take that quick jiggle. Could have just tucked in and played the crossfire, and man, do they get punished for it. NIP continue their run.
That is so close. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to do at the end. You needed the headshot. That was the only thing that was going to save him. Tied up game. And Heroic, behind the bomb plant, they go for the AK on Stown, and then some upgraded pistols and the rest. They want to stay dangerous and try and take this early round away from NIP. I mean, if they're successful in doing that, maybe that'll give them some of the momentum that they've lost back. Rez seeing the gun barrel, he knows what is coming next. And he's going to fall back to safety. So good setup. Smoke is up as well to make sure there's no punishment coming in. And even could be a decent nade. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, Chunk's down 3 players pretty decently. Pretty hefty. Diego wants to challenge out towards Rap side. AK-47 still not in play. Missed shot from Yabi. There's the AK for the trade, but look at the trap that's set up. There's even one more coming through the smoke. No chance for Stown. No way to read it. And same goes for Shush. NIP take their first lead of the game.
I got a sick HE on them as well.
He knew it too.
Yeah, he felt it.
Got a sick HE on him, baby.
It's not bad. And, you know, you spoke of this earlier about the sort of silencing Cadian and stopping that shouting from going on. I mean, they're doing that right now.
Yeah, nothing to cheer about for Heroic in the past, what, 10 rounds or so?
Yeah, they've really disappeared a little bit off the map. And it's so interesting to see, right? Because you've got Stown still at 21 kills. That's crazy. Having played 17 rounds, right? He's doing a fine job at the moment. But it's not translating into rounds for a long time.
This is a big risk of the economy. Heroic's actually invested here. 3 AK-47s. I mean, this is a solid buy with 2 Tech 9s as well.
Well, if it works out, then all is forgiven. Oh, failed on the boost. That's concerning. Counter flash comes out, and it punishes them quite a lot.
Ooh.
Even trade, the follow-up nade is even better, and they're in trouble once again.
Yeah, really softened up and used a lot of utility as well to neutralize a lot of the banana presence from the defense. So Heroic's going to rotate back towards the A bomb site, but they've only got smokes and Molotov. They have no flashbangs to take anyone off the angle. And S-Tag's got a flashbang to set up Rez for a peek. If he wants it.
Yeah, Yabi denied the information and wanted to look into the bomb site, but they just smoked him off, and now they're going to be creeping around. This is actually a pretty good read, but they get caught before they could get there. If they'd actually made their way to the corner, that would have been huge. Now fighting inside of the flames, and you can't really do that. Stown goes down eventually, and Yabi's now in a 1 versus 3. Bomb plant might be nice here in terms of just getting the extra cash, but ultimately, they would love to win this clutch. Yabi, as we said, he's been powering up inside of this team, been playing better and better to the role, but this is a huge ask at the moment. He's got 5 kills so far in this map. Let's see what he could do down in the pit. They do have a Molotov as well, so once they realize where he is, that might be even trickier. Up on the bicycle, trying to take that early fight, but they're just going to all peek him at once, and that is a solid retake. Going to be coming through. NIP a little bit dangerous in that round, but they made it out.
I was going to say, that's a very dangerous rotation from S-Tag to go join up with Rez on the Rap side. If they actually make it up, if they never peek, or if there's any kind of a play towards halls, or even just a smoke, all of a sudden, you're playing retake on that bomb site. I think you might just call for the blanket save in a 4-on-4. But man, that peek is perfectly timed from Rez, right when they turn their gaze away from Rap side. And that also comes down to Heroic running out of utility, not wanting to use that extra smoke, not wanting to use that extra piece of utility to block off the left side.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And wanting to be quiet on your progression to the A site. NIP still just running away with this now.
Such an interesting story. I mean, if you're joining in the middle of this game, you might not know what's happening. It just looks like a fairly even game, but the truth is, NIP have just looked unstoppable for like, I don't know how many rounds in a row now. It's been a lot.
2 defenders spotted towards lane, but NIP immediately change it up. Hampus and Rez join up on Rap side with S-Tag holding on to pit. No one's home.
Oh, that's an opening. Brolin had a similar kind of opening in the first half. This time it's down to take down Alexi. And a 4-on-5. Some decisions, hard choices to be made now on the NIP side. What do you do behind this?
Well, they're cheating 2 players over. They're saying, okay, you got that pick really early on. You're going to take that space. Brolin's playing a dangerous game. There's a gap in it, though. He doesn't realize Tessus has already gotten past him, but this could catch Shush off guard.
And if you find Brolin, you might not expect for another 2 players to be behind, so he's going to get knocked out. But let's see if Heroic are ready for the double setup that's still at this bomb site. Hampus going to get a kill right there. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're trying to test that smoke. Rez is going to be found. What a play from Stown. That's actually disgusting. He's on 4 health when he does it, and Rez just got no idea to look for that. I mean, how would you know?
That's a crazy play from Stown. That one's going to hurt. Bomb's coming up a little bit late. Still a chance for Hampus to do something crazy. S-Tag has basically said, good luck, you're on your own. I'm not rotating over. You either win this or we lose. Chance, baits the peak, and oh, Hampus just runs out of bullets. That was almost really, really cool with 19 seconds on the clock.
if he gets that shot and there's, yeah, like you said, almost no time left, it kind of forces somebody else from Heroic to eventually try and take the fight. So there could have been a way to make that really awkward, but good job. Heroic finally picking up another round. They're up to 9. Stown coming up with a triple. He is, if you look at the scoreboard on their side, it's down to 25, then the drop is all the way down to Tessa's at 16, and then a couple of people at 13 there. So he is just putting a lot of effort into this right now. Which is good. That's kind of who he's meant to be, I think, and I guess projected by a lot of people in the Danish scene to be for a long time.
Certainly. 1 round lead. Good for Heroic to finally break up the momentum. That was 6 rounds straight for NIP heading back to the first half. But I mean, man, it's been all NIP since round 8.
Yeah.
A 10 to 2 run.
It looked like they were going to get completely broken, but not at all.
Well, see if Heroic can build upon it. They too are in that situation where they have a chance to capitalize on a pretty weakened and softened up economy. That'd be exactly what they could use at this point. It's exactly what got NIP started in the first half, that got them on this run, was breaking that economy.
Yeah, pretty decent nade to start with, but obviously you're absolutely right. If they can take that away from the CTs, then they're back in play once again. And Stown's been left over at Banana for the minute. Kind of playing it far back and expecting that there might be a retake happening and he could maybe set something up. They've left the AWP on Rez here, and we'll be looking for the same kind of 4-1 split that Heroic did for a couple of rounds in the first half. All right. Collecting all the nades.
Ooh, dangerous. Yeah. Stown gets away from it. Brackets control as well. You can see 3 players from Heroic moved up. Katie in there in support with the AWP, and now going to attack towards Rap side. They can make decisions. They can actually pressure the B bomb set if they want to, but smoking off Library, moving in towards A instead.
Some shots ringing through, and that's some damage that Brolin will hear. He realizes how close they are. Question is, can that Graveyard player do anything? The timing is everything if you're S-Tac here, and he's going to get the spray on 1. He's got a lot of help as well. In 15 seconds, the bomb is lost in the Graveyard. It doesn't really matter what Yabi does at this point in time. Stown is on his own in a 1 versus 4. With more time, maybe, but with 8 seconds, there's no way NIP will give this round back. And Heroic will have to suffer another loss here. 11 to 9.
Man, Aztec and Hampus do such a good job of just standing their ground and just understanding we have the more powerful positions. This Graveyard position is good for at least 1, and it's going to be really hard to break up any kind of a crossfire. Hampus didn't peek too early from the back of the bomb site as well. Really good communication, really good poise from the defenders, and NIP's up by 2. And that's the first missed opportunity that Heroic has to break the economy and actually get something going in their favor in the second half.
Yeah, and they even, I mean, you can even understand why they wanted to go for a play towards the A bomb side, because once they force back that AWP, it kind of forces NIP a little bit to try and commit a second player towards the bomb side. So they're banking on that idea that maybe this will weaken up the defense. It's not going to be 4 people at the A bomb side. So I think they even had kind of the right read. It just got off to a really rocky start, getting around the corner at that library. The wall bang coming out. I mean, it's not that it's a lot of damage, but it slows them down. It confirms that there is someone at the corner, and they just get into this. They don't have the element of surprise anymore at all.
Dang, look at the utility damage advantage as well for Heroic. They're one of the better teams with utility. Also back at Rio. Continuing here, but at least in this opening map, it's not... They're doing great with nades. It's just not giving them the all-around success that they'd like in these rounds. Quick banana control, aggressive banana control.
Yeah, more nades coming in as well from the CT side, and most of them are getting kind of nothing. Shush at least gets tagged up, but it's another strong opening. Stown finding his 26th kill and almost to the smoke. Brolin, I don't know if they realize he's still back here, but he's very low on health already. Hampus would love to help out. I can't believe he's still there. 12 health left. And Brolin, he's finally going to be found. They just kept guessing and guessing. When they watch back the demo, that's going to be hilarious look for Heroic. But again, there is a gamble here for NIP. They do have 2 players, and now they're coming for the smoke. The flash is godlike, and there's nothing Hambus could do about it. S-Tag and Rez is not worth fighting this one.
No, they got to try and back out while the smoke is still up. S-Tag might be way too committed.
Go for the ninja.
That's what I'm thinking at this point, but that's going to be really hard to pull off, and it looks like they're clearing everything. He's just tucked in behind the sandbags, and oh, there's the peek. Didn't want to wait it out, so now they know. Gonna try and use utility to escape, but he's still boxed in. He's got nowhere.
Oh, grenade? Tessus, I can't believe he lived through that. He was at 14 health, so Tessus, no matter what, will have to try and run away from the bomb blast here. Down is not going to miss a single shot this game.
What is
28 kills right now. Another triple for him. Yeah, if Heroic can end up winning this map, it'll be because of Stown.
He's the only answer they have right now at the moment. I mean, just absolutely beast mode from Stown. Gonna get dropped at the end. Low impact kill. You shouldn't say that. Rezdo's gonna keep the op because of it. But, I mean, Stown just feels like he's the only weapon that Heroic have at the moment to open up rounds, to close out rounds, to have the impact needed to actually convert the round into a win. That's a great peak.
Which is super sick, but also obviously very scary if that weapon falls, you know, a little bit. If it gets taken down early in a round or 2, that could be everything. So, yeah, they're putting a lot of weight on him.
That's a cool koozie.
Yeah.
You like a koozie?
I don't think I've had murder at that stage. Not yet.
Okay.
Is that something I need in my life, you think?
Needs
Christmas
a strong
is coming
word.
up, you know, so...
Yeah, but, you know, it's a nice little party gift.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
And put it on the wish list.
I'm not much of a koozie man myself. I don't know why I'm going down this road. 11-10. NIP with a 1-round lead.
Yeah. Still staying in the lead. Still keeping that economy. Well, not really. Damn, that's a problem. That 1 AWP, they really don't have a lot to work with, so... Now would be a good time to find some P250 or a 5-7 kill.
Or Rez with the op, get a little bit aggressive, a little bit assertive with it, show off some of the skills you've been practicing, see if you can give your team at least a 5-on-4. They're gonna go for a boost up on Alexi. There's a chance, good shot, that's down. And this is what we just mentioned. Now, at least this round, it's against mostly pistols, and Heroic saying, okay, we know the op's at B. We have a window of opportunity to gain some control towards A, maybe find a kill. But Alexi's gonna start closing in from behind.
This should still be a very winnable round, given the weapon discrepancy here, but like you said, that flank is coming in right away. He's picked up the AK as well. Tess is gonna get the kill, but Alexi's here to mow them down, and that's a huge double. Shush is out of the round as well. That Orb on Rez from a distance, and now it's Cadian. He snuck up behind here, and they already know Rez has got the read. NIP, they steal the round away from Heroic, and you could tell. Almost
a little stunned.
Yeah, a little stunned. A begrudging kind of little fist bump like
yeah, he's like, I don't actually want to do this right now.
Yeah.
I will. I know I should.
Wow. Great move for Alexi.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic had the play they wanted, right? The call was to kind of commit off that reaction once they spotted the op, but they just got kind of slowed down right at the end, nervous of what they were walking into. Obviously didn't have any information at the A bomb site, but that slowdown to deploy some utility just allowed Alexi to be aggressive on the flank, allowed him to catch up at the perfect moment, allowed his Rez to step in front of a smoke at the perfect moment. Heroic can't get anything going.
Well, they're still able to buy into this round, so they're going to try and keep the pressure on. It's not really a perfect buy, but there's a lot of pressure here. Run and gun, and they take down Rez on that AWP. Happens is now also going to get run down. This just doesn't end. They're mowing them down. Running up close, and Alexi gets blown up, and now Heroic, they've 99% won this round. All they have to do is to not run into any kind of madness here. 2-on-4. But there is still an AK and an M4 in play.
And you hit scoreboard and you know exactly what you're facing. One B defender, one A. You get the pit anchor and the B anchor that you're dealing with. They're going to attack at Brolin. He's being pinched from 2 different positions. Great flashbang. He's done. If it wasn't Shush, it was going to be Tess's. And NIP once again sent packing, but at least this time they've got money to recover the situation. But now this game starts to get grimy. Now it's a back and forth affair.
It really is. Some good money, though, for NIP. I mean, they really saved themselves by picking up that previous round. When you win around like the last one with pistols and a saved AWP, you just... The economy takes such a huge bounce, right? So at least they can still put up a little bit of a fight here.
Man, I mean, Rez is going to be frustrated that he went down, but actually, NIP had 2 players in position to recover that. Like, you already had a second player close by in CT spawn. And then you also had a third player close up in CT spawn after he went down, and none of them could get the job done. So you had layers of contingencies that all failed for the NIP defense.
I have to be honest. Even that's actually... I have no idea what you just said.
Okay.
I don't even know.
It's not even Danish.
No, I'm not sure. It's just caveman, Cadian shouting. It's great.
Transporting back to the Viking age.
I think it's wonderful. It's part of what makes it so much fun to watch Heroic play, so I'm all for it. Yeah, this is still a very tense situation. Obviously, some of the rounds that Heroic have had to win here also very questionable in the second half.
Yeah, both teams had to start. I mean, have had some sketchy wins that they'll just be happy to take, and their T sides.
Yabi's still only at 6 kills. If he can find like a late recovery here at the end of the half, I mean, sometimes that's enough. That gets you the win, and that's it. Deep nade exchanged right away.
This is a big round for Heroic. The money on NIP is not pretty. 2 players at 0, 2 at $50. Brolin's the richest at 150. If you can clear out these weapons on the CT side, you lay out the groundwork to be able to close out this map and just get it behind you.
Setting up for it, but no one is going to be peeking. In fact, NIP is saying we're going to make a rotation in the middle of the round, which can be really, really scary if the hit is coming in at the right time, but you could tell here Heroic are really far back, so nothing much is going to be happening. They're still maneuvering. Initial smoke set up, and there's no response from NIP because they don't really have that many nades. You could see Alexi is kind of nearby. At this point, he might just be playing to maybe take a kill or two from the smoke if he's going to be really fortunate. Did put up a smoke himself there. And only 37 seconds on the clock. They're really gambling this A-bomb side. And it doesn't look like they're going to be right either.
Not for the moment. This feels like a gamble just born off of... motivated by the fact that you just don't have money to lose everything.
Yeah. Nothing here. Yabi goes down on the other side, but it doesn't matter. Bomb site's currently defended by 1 chicken and a
oh my
bunch
god,
of fish.
Now it matters. Now it matters. That kill through smoke, they're going to go for this 100% for sure. And actually, Alexi's going to come through this. He might just try and stop the plant right here, right now.
He could. 4 seconds left. He's thinking about it, but he pulls it off.
Makes the team play.
Yeah. And he is a really cerebral player in that sense, realizing doesn't want to give them the 4-on-3, instead wants to see if they can lock this down. And they're all coming in from that CT spawn area. No more nades left either on the Heroic side. This could be the wipeout. If NIP could do this retake, they might just win the map right here. Shush getting the early kill, and Stown gets his vision back. He's going to be taking down Alexi. Cadian in the back, and now it's a 2-on-2, but Cadian, a little bit too curious, peeks forward, and he does go down, but I don't think they could find this. Rez, he's just spending too much time on this. He does get the USB headshot to bring down Shush, but time is up, and it will be Heroic to win the round, but it cost them everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's still going to be well worth it for Heroic when you consider the money of NIP is not pretty. Man, the kill that Rez gets the A-bomb site, the spam kill from Alexi pulls them all in. That is a classic trap set up by Success where you're not going to go for the round, and then you get every indication, everything you need to actually make it doable and still lose in the end. That is a heartbreaking way to lose the round. And there was even a kit on one of the NIP players. I'm not sure where exactly the kit fell on the death. God, I mean, that's a roller coaster of a round for NIP.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, failed run boost, but the flash there might have made it kind of redundant anyway. Tess's leading the charge, Mac 10. He's inside of a smoke. He'll slow down for a second and finally comes through to meet that P250 of Alexi B. They only give up the Mac 10, and that's maybe not so bad. Just have to dodge that AWP Rez, which last time it was in play, they couldn't.
Yeah, but if he gets a kill, Rez 1 or 2, you have Alexi B on this flank again, you have S-Tag able to pull off a flank as well. Alexi gets pulled into the rotation a little bit early.
And Heroic learning from their mistakes. Here's the second one that they weren't expecting. Yabi's gonna get taken down. Oh, it's a bit of a disaster, but that kill is important. That takes away the AWP, and the rest unarmored. The bomb awkwardly dropped over on this side, yeah. Right at the quad side, so they're a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, but with no guns salvaged from these two players, no AK is picked up, none of the op is still on the ground. There's nothing they can really do to work up any kind of a courage to challenge anywhere. Again, it's just sit in your position and cross your fingers.
Up close with the Mac 10, I mean, if you walk right into it, maybe there is a way to do it. Brolan's going to be sneaking up. The timing is almost good, but they're right around the corner. That is unfortunate. He has another second chance here, and now he's picked up an AK. They both have, in fact, and there's the peak. He picks up one. Cadian is on his own, and he has to go back for the bomb. What a disaster. Cadian, you have to win this round right here, and the timing is not with him. He gets the shot, but it is not enough. NIP steal another round with almost nothing, and this time it's not even the AWP that does it.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 rounds in this one half alone where Heroic has dropped it to that low buy. As you said, just an AWP and pistols. And I mean, for how many difficulties they've gone throughout this half, to have this happen twice, man. Just wonderful setup. The player in Boiler that was never cleared. Just a few details missing from Heroic, but the consequences because of it are huge.
Yeah, this is so devastating. They're still going to keep up the pressure. They buy deagles, AKs, no nades. One flashbang here on Yabi, so they could set up one good pop flash. And that's it. If they lose this round, NIP are well on their way to winning Inferno. Brolan not catching anything on the first burst coming through. There's the pop flash. Let's see how good it is. Oh, Brolan actually does get tagged. They can't really run him down, but at least they clear the first corner without dying. So it's a bit of a start. And yeah, he hears the footsteps, and he does not want to risk it.
And that's going to buy time for Alexi to rotate all the way over. There's no more utility for Heroic to do anything. Brolan spots one, forces him back. That's down, and everything from here on for Heroic is just a fight. No way to force anyone off the angle, no way to block off a line of sight. And it feels like, once again, you're going to have to lean on someone like Stown. 29 kills. He's been a beast throughout this game. He's been the engine for Heroic.
Yeah, but they're gonna ask him again.
Pulse pop with no utility.
That could be a problem. Maybe especially with the position that S-Tag is playing right here. There's a bit of a... Oh, I take it back. Yabi's finally doing something in this one. Good trade here for Shush as well, and they're going to find the shot on Alexi. They get the opening with no utility. One clean deagle headshot to bring down the early defender in S-Tag, and suddenly it's a bomb plant and a 2-on-2, and this one could be for the map. NIP, they do not want to let go of this one, but they don't have any money in the bank either. They need to win this, or they're going to let Heroic back into this one. Shush and Tessa's good crossfire setup. No more nades either on the NIP side. But they certainly have the kits this time. Trying to crouch on in, but Shush has got the early warning if they go for it. Rez clearing the pit first is taking a lot of time. Oh, and actually a little bit of a delay. That's so dangerous. That almost cost them everything, but Brolan is going to be straight on it with the kit, and NIP will get the retake.
They almost lined up for Tessa's inside the site as well. There's so many ways that could have gone horribly wrong. What a slow walk in from Rez to clear pit. I can't believe Yabi got that opening. This deagle shot is so nuts towards Graveyard. Yeah, that almost ruined everything. Look at the lineup there.
Yeah. They nearly stood in front of Tessa's, both of them. That's so scary. Did he just bark?
He did something.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't. I was just caught me off guard for a minute.
Yeah, it was unique. 2-round lead. This half has been back and forth the whole way through. No one's able to gain any kind of momentum. Both teams challenging on really low, weaker buys. But that might be the one right there that seals it for NIP. They've got the red carpet laid out of this timeout. All 4 timeouts used from Heroic. Yeah. They have to decide what they want to invest. It's not much. Upgraded pistols, but no armor.
Yeah, Heroic saying, let's get some tickets into this round. Maybe there is a way, but ultimately, we want to be able to fight for overtime if we need to.
Yeah, you're fighting for OT, and you're also kind of saying, if we can just get some kills in a plant in this round, again, NIP's economy just hasn't been strong throughout this half, and if you're Heroic, you know it. And you're saying, if we go down 12-15, but we can set them up for a reset, you know, at that 12-15 mark, then all of a sudden, we have some advantages to actually be able to run 3 rounds straight.
Yeah, it's doable, without a question. All of them leaned over that quad side at the moment.
Oh, one awkward flashbang in this setup can get ruined.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's They are playing pretty deep in here, and at least one of them playing anti-flash. It should be difficult to do. S-Tag's going to dodge the first one, goes back to take a look. And actually very aggressive here. This is a great mowdown. Hamper's also deciding, you know, now's the time. Bomb is on the ground, and NAVI trying to get into the pit, but it doesn't even matter anymore. All of his teammates are dead in the middle. Gonna find a good headshot right there, but yeah, good hold for NIP.
Okay.
NAVI's at least succeeding in making it a bit expensive. But with 6 health, he cannot win the round.
Yeah, and the bomb all the way over in mid as well. Some nice kills. Nice job from NIP once that setup is spotted, sliding out a little bit wider to take a deeper fight. But I don't think this is going to do enough damage onto NIP's economy for Heroic to be too happy about it. 16 seconds. Yabby's going to try and run and save the M4, and indeed he will. No desire to challenge.
Ooh, careful. Rez is kind of hearing it. He realizes he will get back around, so should be safe for the moment. 15 on the side of NIP. What a lot of work it took to get into this position right here. And now they need one more round.
That's 3 rounds in a row, and the only 3 rounds otherwise that have been strung together in a row in the second half were 1, 2, and 3. We're off the back of the pistol from NIP. Everything else has been back and forth affairs.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
3 chances for the Ninjas to close it out and survive what has got to be just a stressful, grueling game.
Yeah, very much so. But I think also what a release it must be at the end of it if you actually win this one. Facing down of a terrifying performance from Stown. 29 kills, as you pointed out. And you come out on top anyway. That is something to feel really excited about. Let's see how this goes.
Now, not a criticism, but he has gone a little bit quiet. He had 26 rounds, maybe 5 rounds ago, 6 rounds ago. He's had a tough time finding, you know, the volume of frags since then.
Yeah. Yeah, which like we talked about, you know, that's all it takes. If they're relying on him that much and he has a couple of rounds where he's the first guy to go down, then maybe that the whole team will sort of slow down behind it. But let's see. Tessa's started to get there as well, and they've got Shush up there at 21 kills, so yeah, they could still do something here. But they need 3 in a row, and they need to shut down NIP's economy in doing so just to make it even possible here. 3-man setup at the B bomb site. This looks like an incredible read out of NIP.
Nice nade. Stown brought down to 65. It was an incredible read for the moment, but Heroic is shifting. And NIP's defense isn't really set up for this all that well. 1 player in the bomb site, Rez, gonna try and find his way into the site as well, but there's gonna be no one in pit, no crossfire set up, a double site. So a lack of information and a lot of space for Heroic to work with.
Essentially an isolated 2-on-5 that they should never be able to win in this bomb site. Nice opening, and this tag doesn't even matter if he gets a kill there. He's still going to be blown up immediately. So, yeah, not sure what exactly did it. I mean, there was one grenade thrown at top banana. I don't know what persuaded Heroic to go the other way, but that was a good call. 30 kills for Stown now.
Great flashbangs as well in the wraparound. Both players negated from their position on top of boxes.
Yeah, it's kind of an unwinnable position to be in. If you don't look for that wrap, you can hear the footsteps, you know that it's coming, then you're just going to be dead. If you look, then the flashes are probably going to hit you. So
the double sight on wrap attacks is so tough to defend against. Now, how much does Heroic actually want to chase these weapons down? It's not like they're sitting on any kind of big pile of cash. They got to be careful not to lose too many of these AK-47s, despite the fact that it'd be so valuable to take some of the guns away from the CT side, and they'll get nothing. Shush falls. Both teams will be pleased with that. 15-13, 2 more chances for NIP.
Yeah, right. A couple of more rifles stolen here would have been really disastrous for NIP, so good job on them actually to keep the 3 rifles alive. And the whole setup, I guess, was kind of around that. They were saying, you know what? If we gamble and they come B, we just visit the map as 1. And if not, maybe we still have something to buy. We can keep this rolling a little while longer, although you could tell the funds are starting to get really low. 13-15.
They've gone back in basically the same thing. Same read they had. 3 players at the B bomb site right out of the gate, looking like they want to convincingly stay here as well. Alexi and NIP expecting some kind of a play to the B bomb site down the stretch. Last round, it was their undoing. Oh, there's a lot of nades just chilling in T-spawn.
Yeah, they're back to pick them up. They've left them with the chickens. Feels like a potential security hazard. Oh, Stown is there. Did get ultimately flashed and taken down, but he nearly had the spray to complete the kill on Alexi. That would have been something.
I wonder what the situation would have looked like if there were two more heroic players around.
If they weren't fiddling around with nades.
Yeah, if they weren't running back to T-spawn to pick up nades.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see. Yabi's controlling the middle right now, kind of on his own. He was this last time. That's kind of been his job for some of this, and looks like he's going to get aggressive on. Rez going to try and find him. He'll see the gun barrel. Yabi might be dead already without even knowing it. He does almost get the spin, and now they have to go. They must realize mid has been compromised. They need to take this fight against Alexi before more backup starts to show up. And Alexi just has to hold them back, slow them down even a tiny bit. That'll be enough. Through the smoke, Tessus. I can't believe he got the kill. He should have been dead, and the grenade got stopped by the wall, so he's still alive. Although now finally comes Rez with a shot on the FAMAS. Shush faking out the bomb. Oh, he wasn't ready anyway. Rez will take him down, and it's 16 on the side of NIP. They dodged the overtime, and they have a really strong comeback on this map. I thought this was going to be heroic all the way, but NIP, they fight through.
Yeah, what a great recovery, and what a grind. It was 7-0 for heroic at one point. Great turnaround from NIP. They take map 1. When we come back, it's Freya and Maniac, and then map 2.
One on me, I will shoot the first.
Yeah. Come on, why when you short? Down. One short, coming for short, I think.
And one up.
There's no one long. Short.
Long there.
Shorting, 1 HP.
Go short, pass. Short dead.
Left.
I'm loaded. Pass. Unknown. Can't see him. Can't see him short. Be careful long, yeah. I thought take AK.
Nice! Sick boy! Let's go!
It was a brawl for NIP to make a dent initially, but man, once they found their groove, props to them from being able to close out that Inferno. Props to Alexi for calling a great game, particularly coming into that second half, and props to Rez as well for really showing up on that CT side.
I like that you mentioned Alexi because I think this is where we have to start this conversation. From down 0-6 on the T side of Inferno, he was able to mastercraft 7 rounds out of the last 8, and with very diverse strategies as well. I think he pretty much got into Cadian's head towards the end of the first half, and then even the last part of that game, you could see how this was a chess game between Cadian and Alexi B. I'm stacking 3 on the B side. Are you gonna go A? This is when we get information. I thought NIP and Alexi B personally was very much invested in finding information, discovering what the hell is going on, being proactive, being assertive. This was a good NIP we saw in Inferno.
Was it that proactivity that you would kind of pinpoint, particularly in that first half, as being the turning point? Because we saw, you know, them really having to work to get any rounds on the board. One of the first ones was when Cadian just narrowly missed out on that defuse as well. Obviously heartbreaking for Heroic. Do you think it was, you know, that, as you were saying, kind of pressuring for more information that was instrumental for them?
Mostly on the city side. Okay. I think the T side was mostly about finding a good strategy and having a good spacing and trading, which was on point for NIP. On the CT side, though, it was all about finding information. Because Alexi B had a couple of gambles he was running, but he didn't do the usual mistake of just waiting and praying and hoping. Whenever they had a doubt, they just went for information. They regrouped, they took a little bit of map control away from their opponents of Heroic, and then they could be in the right position. So that's why I think Alexi B is at the top of the charts when it comes to discussing Inferno. Rez is up there, but don't let that fool you. None of these skills, or very little of these skills, come with the AWP. Yeah. That was mostly a rifle masterclass. Well, it turns out Inferno is a map where you can get away with not using the op 2 too much.
Yeah, that was kind of my question coming into the second half. We were discussing, you know, where's Rez going to be actively around on the map? Then we sort of checked in a little bit later, looked at the scoreboard, and we were like, man, okay, they're not with the AWP, but he's still making impact. And that's what we're asking from Rez.
I mean, we know he's a great player. That is not a question at all. I just think that with the pluses and the minuses that this NIP lineup have currently, Inferno fits well. You can get away with a mostly rifle-centric play. We know on the T side that's the case, and Rez had a couple of great moments, great multi-kills, and even on the CT side, he yielded it a couple of times, and he was in difficulty. I saw him get caught off guard by some accelerations on the long side from Heroic. Sometimes his positioning wasn't that great, but on the rifle, immediate impact from Rez. And yeah, listen, for Inferno that works out. We're going to see now an Ancient.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a test going forward. But before we do that, we speak of proactivity. An eco play comes to mind when we're looking at that second half, and particularly for NIP.
Yeah, listen, proactivity, you can call it a boxing fight, a mud fight, whichever that is. This is the moment where things went to hell for Heroic. You could see here, USP is just one weapon on the side of NIP, but they had taken so many different parts of the map that you could see they're being peppered out from different angles. The proactivity from Broland right here with the AK, and Hampus closes it out. You have to excuse me right here. This clip is about 10 seconds because that's how quick it was. Yeah. NIP had a very good gamble in that round. They had good positions, and once they decided to strike onto Heroic, they did it from multiple angles, and it was just too hard to handle for Heroic.
In terms of Heroic as well, obviously we were really putting Stan under the microscope for the duration of this map. He's continuing to look absolutely stellar. Unfortunately, not enough to be closing this one out in the favor of the Danes. I mean, just talk to me a little bit about where you felt like the holes were for Heroic coming into the later stages of that game. Because if you looked at the scoreline initially, we thought, you know, that was their momentum going forward. Turns out wasn't the case.
I mean, Stan did what Stan does right now, which is having an incredible start of the game. You can see the scoreline on most of these kills are in the first 7 to 8 rounds. And for my money, he's one of the top 10 players of the year by far in 2022. His numbers are great, all in the green. He cooled down just a little bit on the T side, even though we have a few highlights here where he made the difference. I just don't think it's fair to put Stan in that microscope. He did great. He did all he had to do. He wasn't necessarily the problem at all. In fact, he was one of the main reasons why Heroic got up. So you can see 31 kills, absolutely ridiculous 122 ADR. This was a proper Stan clinic.
Yeah, we're certainly bringing him up rather to praise him rather than throw him under the bus as a reason that maybe it slipped away from the Danes in this one. But things are looking up for them as it is their map pick of Ancient coming up, which they've actually looked pretty hot on recently. I'm thinking of that Fury game at the Rio Major where they managed to withstand an almost 11 rounds in a row comeback from the Brazilians.
Yeah, I don't know if it speaks more about their Ancient or their resilience, because that was the theme definitely of that game against Furia. If you guys haven't watched it, go watch the VOD after this game, of course, after the broadcast actually. It was Heroic in a very good position against Furia, allowed them to come back and then finally closing it in overtime. Again, that showcased a mental backbone that we didn't think Heroic had. And this is where the conversation started shifting and where we started talking about Cadian and his troops just reaching a new level, because we all, I think the entire world of Counter-Strike would have expected Heroic to fold at that point and to let Fear run away with the game. It was all written in the stars. They just completely fumbled that lead, but that's not what they did. They remained calm. They kind of found solutions once they hit the overtime and then closed it out. So it's got nothing to do with Ancient for me. It's more about a mental strength that they have or hadn't really shown before.
Yeah, well, you said that was a game worth watching. We are going to continue to put that one under the microscope with Danny. What have you got for us, Mahone?
Ancient is a comfortable map for Heroic, and one of the reasons why is just their ability to actually use Donut, and that's something that's a bit more new with some of these teams nowadays, so I want to show this. So first, I want to just bring up the overview here. What we're going to see is Heroic, they're going to try to take Donut here in spite of this 3-man setup that the CGs have. This is a common setup that CGs will have where one player plays red, one player spots from Donut towards mid, and one player plays on the other side of Donut watching towards A. Now pay attention to the utility that Heroic used to basically pull this off. So first it starts with a red smoke to initially block off vision for Quesarado so you can't see these players coming out towards mid. Next thing you'll see here is that Tess he's going to come out here towards this mid position and throw some utility towards Donut. First, it's a flash just in front of the entrance, and then a Molotov towards the back. Now pay attention to kind of the layering of this utility. So first, you'll see that Art, he's holding this angle here. The flash is meant to take him off the angle so that it gives time for Heroic to basically set up and hold for him to re-peek, and ultimately the Molotov comes through so that it flushes him out into 3 players peeking him. There's no chance at all he's going to be able to win a fight like this. And what you'll see that after he gets taken down, Cadian, he actually preemptively throws a flash towards this Donut position so that it cuts off a possible rotation player. You'll see that Safe, as he's coming through, he gets blinded. There's no possibility at all for him to try to trade off this death. Because he gets blinded, it allows Tessus to actually come through this Donut position, take the space, and find Safe, who's actually falling back. Now, another important detail about this whole Donut push is the fact that because of that change that Ancient had a few months ago where this hole is taken away, now Quesarado, he actually can't help reinforce this side at all. Because of that, he's forced to actually push through this hole here, and that's where Shush, he's coming out here towards this A main area to find him coming out. So this is one thing that Heroic is really good at. They're really good at being able to punish that Donut position, and this is a key example why.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good looks from Heroic, particularly on this ground. But for NIP, though, not so much. The game that comes to mind really is that loss versus Sprout that spelt the end of the Rio Major for them.
Yes, and they send them out of Rio, of course, a great disappointment for NIP, mostly off the back of very poor starts in both halves. I was, again, looking at the round timeline, it was a 6-1 start earlier in the game, and once they moved on to the second half, 5-1 deficit as well. So NIP took a little bit too long against Sprout to warm up on Ancient, but there is another topic, and one that is very, very much on point compared to the Inferno we've just had. You know who was at the bottom of that scoreboard? Rez. And I think the conversation shifts completely when it comes to how needed and pivotal the AWP is on that Ancient position. I have seen Rez struggle on the A side, not exactly knowing how to handle pushes, what positions to be holding, when there is a lurker coming in. I think sometimes he's been out of his depth, whereas we've just seen Inferno, it's no problem at all. So if you're looking for a weakness, if you're Heroic, maybe that's just it.
Yeah, Rez certainly going to be under the microscope coming into this one, and undoubtedly a win condition for NIP if they hope to take this one 2-0. But it is Heroic's pick, and the Danes do want to swing this one back around. We're going to be jumping into Ancient. You don't want to go anywhere.
Well, a interesting start to this best of 3 with NIP taking away Inferno after what looked like a really tough beginning, but a nice comeback. Now we're on Ancient for the second one. Odds now going to be favoring NIP just a little bit, and I would guess rightly so. That was a cool comeback that they managed to do on the map.
Yeah, but I think if you're a Heroic fan, I think there's a few things that you can kind of lean on that make you excited that this is going to go to 3 maps. In the last 3 months, they've got a 100% win rate. They've won 4 games on Ancient as well, going back to Pro League. Also, you think about some of the rounds they lost in the second half of Inferno. They lost 2 anti-low buys with a 1 saved off at Pistols.
Yeah.
Like, they lost a couple of bogus rounds that are probably not going to be consistently losing. So I think there's plenty of reasons to believe that Heroic is taking this to 3. But let's find out. NIP played a great game. They bounced back and they recovered very nicely on Inferno from a 0-7 deficit to a 16-13 victory. And they've got a chance to put away Heroic early on Ancient.
Surely the real threat and the real danger here for Heroic is just the tilt factor. If they somehow manage to sort of get upset enough at the loss of Inferno, which, given the experience, they shouldn't be, but you never know.
You never know.
It could happen. It could get to even the best of us.
I have never been tilted.
Mini golf, Jason.
Shut up.
Nice headshot. Hampus going to be taking down KD and then try to run him down. Tessus knows he wants to control this part of the map before the bomb is planted, but he's not going to be allowed to. And Hampus controlled this very, very well. Finally, they managed to get him. I'm a little bit surprised there was no backup there for Hampus. I thought maybe someone would have shown up.
Yeah, I think he expected backup to be there.
Yeah.
It took a minute for them to arrive. He got 2 kills and backed all the way off and reloaded, and there was never a second follow-up peek. Still, what they've at least done is delay things massively. And Heroic, this is a crazy play from Yabi. Gonna go all the way around the world. But think of how long these 2 players have to sit here, jiggle for information, make sure nobody's pushing on them. I think this is an impossible play to pull off.
Especially if the rest of his team is dead by the time that he gets there. I feel like even just losing one more player there was a bit of a disaster. You can tell that Rez not quite thinking about this part of the map yet, so he might go down, but the problem is that doesn't even help them that much. Sure, you get this kill and it's a 2-on-3, but now they know, and you're down to 20 seconds. Fighting it out, Stound's gonna get one, another headshot. Oh no! They shouldn't come back, but they will! Yabi with the late flank and the last second round win. Unbelievable.
That is, I think NIP had to have been so shocked that they even tried to pull off that kind of a flank. I have no words. That's so crazy. And Hampus watching this while dead has got to be so frustrated and so, like, how do we lose this round?
I swear, even getting the kill on Rez to begin, I don't even think that's much of a difference. It's like, yeah, sure, you get that, but you're still in a really bad spot.
They never made the decision to press one way or the other. You could see when that peek comes in, I mean, they're both looking back towards CT spawn, but either go deal with the spawn player or go deal with the last player in the site.
That's so crazy. Okay. Well, Heroic needed that. Like we said, the tilt factor could always mess you up a little bit. You win the pistol round, maybe that goes away. Setting up for a deep pop around the corner for the Deagle. Not going to be getting any headshots there. Alexi, second man in, this time with a 5-7 and the flash to set it up. It's going to be Cadian to open it.
Yeah, good shutdown, good response from Cadian as soon as contact is made. 5-on-4. And Heroic have time to work the map. Defensive smokes deployed. A lot of attention towards the B bomb site. Heroic's going to adjust once again around the world to the complete other side of the map where Shush is ready and waiting. And he can lead the way with the MAC-10. He can get a lot of information. And Cadian, just maintaining presence here is going to make it hard for NIP to rotate that third player off back towards mid, back towards the A site.
Yeah, they've got a good read right now. And NIP obviously just saying, you know what, let's gamble the armor and the pistols kind of towards one side. And if anything happens, we have a slight chance, and if not, we'll stay dangerous in the next round. I don't think NIP are going to go too crazy. They do kind of run into the middle, and as you said, a good way to stop that gap. So Cadian even taking away a couple of more armors there. MAC-10s are getting all the kills at the moment. They're loving life.
Yeah, going to be beautiful, especially when you know you've taken away pistols and the armor, as you mentioned earlier. So next round, those MAC-10s can really chew them up. 3 of them on the board. You'd expect something hyper-aggressive against unarmored USPs. 2-0 for Heroic.
But again, we should have learned something about, you know, good early starts here. So we don't want to get too excited. But obviously, also playing the T side of Ancient, it is a good beginning. You want to see Heroic carry that through and, yeah, not let NIP back into the game too early. USPs and one single flashbang there on Alexi. Nice.
Nice. The God Flash. Used and absolutely useless.
Yeah, no one even in that part of the map to be flashed at all. They love to find Cadian in the middle, at least just for the revenge of it. But it looks like even that's going to be potentially tricky. I think they refrag on him. Oh, they didn't check the bomb site. Oh, if Rez could have found one more shot, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have got real spicy, because then Shush probably would have had to move up into the B bomb site and get exposed to the Brolin flank, and that could have been something cool to work with. Regardless, Heroic will survive. NIP not moving forward, looking for some exit kills. Heroic already, Shush, you could see, starting to consider where they want to fall back to.
That's one of those positions for Rez where the difference between a USP and a P250 just makes such a difference, because that follow-up fight he has a P250 is all of a sudden a lot more doable.
This would be great if s.TAG can get one kill. Maybe swap out to an AK if he gets another one. Oh, wow. Okay.
Sit down. Tess is now, yeah, shoot that AK over. Tess knows what is coming, all right, so pretty good read there, but the pre-fire, not able to catch s.TAG. Still, that's a very expensive round. They get away with an AK. They've set themselves up for a nice early return into this map.
Mac 10 Master on s.TAG.
Yeah, especially the second one is sick.
With that crosshair, too. Ugh.
He's got the dot in the middle.
I know.
Who does that?
Nasty. 3-0.
Yeah, but AK on board for the CT side, AWP on Rez. And just some early nades baiting out whatever counter utility might have been there for NIP. 3 people in the middle early on for the CTs. Nobody in A. Oh, and that late HE. Good stack to set up a kill on Shush.
Yeah, followed up with the spam. Great damage, great sequence there for Hampus. Now protecting Donut. Oh, but he didn't expect that. An aggressive slide as the smoke clears. And Heroic have access to the mid stairs.
And they're not being quiet about it either. Signaling that this is happening, and with the smoke on top as well. Definitely no. Another flash around the corner here. Rez now getting hunted down. Then AWP, he's going to put up a smoke himself to try and stay safe. But they've cut this map in half, and the bomb is still on Cadian near T-spawns. This very awkward missed shot here, and they're playing a dangerous game. There is another player in s.TAG, and they're going to try and run up close. s.TAG and Rez. The defense looks great right here, but it's not done yet. Cadian and Stown still able to pick up a kill each, and they make it around the corner. s.TAG, if he could have been there to slow that down, it would have been huge, but somehow Heroic have found a way to get a bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, they just infested the middle part of the map, and the other 2 players are just working off that aggression and information that's pulling the defense towards them. Rez has to back off. There's no way you can go for it with the AWP in this situation. So a 4th round for Heroic. That looked dicey for a moment. When Rez and s.TAG win that battle at the A bomb site, you're thinking, oh no, that's actually crazy they managed to win this.
Yeah, and you know, in the pistol round where they were so passive, NIP in that 3-on-4 or whatever it was, 2-on-4, this time actually s.TAG and Rez decided to say, instead of getting baited out by this one guy jumping at the corner, let's fight him. And that's probably a really good play, but still couldn't obviously win the round. But it's a little bit of a difference for NIP. 4-0 in favor of Heroic here, and a very interesting round. Cutting the map in half and ultimately just finding a nice 2-on-2 at the end.
This is one of those maps you can watch Heroic on the T side. Really, really comfortable working the map in so many different situations. Having players challenge extremities away from action, having players get advanced positioning. They do a really, really good job on Ancient of working around each other's positioning and around the information that's gaining them. We've seen it a number of times already. This round here obviously being one good example. Pissed around with a big flank from Yabby as well.
Get to save the AWP. We'll see what they could do with it. Oh, very aggressive here, but Roland, this has been heard, and the flames, they're going to obscure it a little bit, but he is very lucky to still be alive. He was making a lot of noise really early on, and they're going to swarm out the weapon to somebody else. That makes sense. But yeah, they want that M4 to be active early in the round to get that 4-on-5 type advantage, because otherwise they're in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, you still have Rez's AWP starting to shift over as well. He's going to be smoked off if he heads towards the mid-stairs, and Heroic want to execute on this. One late lurk, and Tess is coming through Donut, and that's where the defense is shifting. They want to get away from the action. They want to at least eliminate this half of the attack.
Yeah, finding Tess's good, at least to be able to do that. But he does get one of the kills first. Rez showing up, and he misses the shot. They wanted to win the round. That probably had to be a connection on that AWP, and it just isn't. Hampers goes down, and Alexi just with a 5-7 for now. All the way back in T spawn, so good call for Heroic.
Yeah, another one. Well managed.
And those deep smokes that they throw all the way from outside of the bomb site towards CT spawn means even if Rez gets back into position early, he probably can't put that ult to use. He did find one chance there, but he had to relocate himself quite a bit to get there. Wow, 5-0. Heroic, and especially playing, again, the T side of Ancient, looking pretty good right now. And this is their map pick, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned right before coming into this as well, very, very strong win rate on this map. 4-0, or 5-0 it will be. Alexi's not going to find anything at the end. Now, I guess if you're NIP, you're just like, well, they went out to a 7-0 lead on Inferno really early on, and we managed to find the solution. We managed to come back into things.
Yeah, you do have that recent history to look back on and smile about. Although I feel like it's very different on this map.
For sure. And especially also that this lead is now extending on the T side of Ancient for Heroic as well. That never feels good to go down this much of a hole really early on in Ancient.
It really doesn't. But let's give NIP the benefit of the doubt anyway, just based on how they were playing earlier. Would love to see them attempt something like this again. First thing to manage is their own economy, which in this round is looking pretty good. Plenty of rifles and grenades to follow it up. And some slightly more aggressive setup here in the middle. Oh my god, that is so close.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating for Hampus. Took all that damage for no good reason. Doesn't even get anything out of it. At least Alexi and Brolin have taken control outside of the B bomb site. But Yabi's still lying in wait. And once again, Heroic lining up to really put some pressure on the A site.
Cadian sneaking on through, making a bit of noise there, dropping back off, which if anyone is near enough by, that could be a little bit of a health hazard. Boost up to just check if anyone is back there. I mean, Rez is playing there earlier, so want to try and see if they get the jump on it. But again, they sneak up close to the A-bomb side, and with no real warning, they're going to go for it. Not a flash or a smoke or anything thrown. They're just on the bomb site, and it might be a really early save call here for NIP.
That's a disgusting entry. That, like, time from, like, jumping up on the boost to getting that headshot is so minuscule.
And it might even be hard to save the weapons, because lurking on the other side of the map is Yabi. Hanging out. Rez, he's got the right idea, but still, timing is everything.
Yeah, it all depends on if Yabi actually wants to make a move, or if he's thinking that maybe they'll kind of try to push out of the B bomb site and save through the double doors. Now he's starting to shift and look.
It feels like maybe Rez is making the correct choice here. All right, 6-0, and yeah, one good opening is all they needed. And
it's 6-0 in a way that's like very hard for NIP to know exactly what adaptation to make. I mean, they've abused the A-bomb site a couple of times, but also, I mean, they've really infested towards CT spawn up the mid stairs into the red room and been able to work around that kind of map presence in middle, that advanced presence in middle.
Well, this is also unreasonable.
Yeah.
There's Hampers who's low from earlier in the middle, so gets back into CT spawn and just gets blown up through the smoke.
I think that's DJL. I think I heard him say we need to fight middle, which I think Hampus would be like, yeah, we tried last round. I got shot through the smoke to 10 HP. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah. Although, I mean,
but it makes sense. A lot of the success is predicated on that mid control into a donut presence, mid control into the red room at the top of the mid stairs.
And there are a lot of pushes that are happening outside of the B bomb side for the CT side that can't be done if you don't also have mid control, because you could get shot at the back if you swing out of the Jaguar tunnel like that. You could easily get blown up. So, yeah, he's probably right. Saying it is one thing, though. Actually doing it, I guess we'll find out if they can. A little bit of a different lean this time for Heroic. Pretty common for this map, but not something that they've been doing so much. So probably hoping to just catch NIP off guard with some of that mid control. They're gonna be right on that B ramp. Flashes go in. Alexi's still here, and with the crossfire of Roland, this is looking good for now. Rez gets there in the last second to pick up Shush, and That might be enough of a slowdown now. NIP can take a deep breath. They don't really have to fight this anymore.
What a great defense from NIP. That's a nice change of pace, uppercut to a different part of the map from Heroic, but NIP's ready for it, despite the fact that they had players fighting in middle. Now it's about, if you're Heroic, what damage can you do?
A little bit there. Stoun's gonna pick up the headshot. KD in there with the AWP, and that's scary. Rez wants to peek, but it's a little bit too deep, and Hampus, he'll take down Stoun in return. That is scary. KD in now on the other side. Smoke goes up. And quick to the defuse. He's going to throw out a nade, and that baits Hampus off the defuse. He goes straight back for it. And you're right, with a kit in his pocket, he just has enough time for it. Unbelievably close. 1 versus 1, but he will pick it up.
That's a 2v4, and there's no way for Katie, and you just have to kind of guess if he's sticking the bomb or if he's off it, and Katie obviously goes for it, makes the wrong call, but it's a blind read. Great defense from Brolin shifting into position. Alexi hadn't even pounced from the bomb site, but it's all Stoun from here. Stoun and Katie bring this back from a 2-on-4 into a 1v1. So the damage is done. Even in a loss, Heroic's going to be okay with that. Bomb planted, 4 kills. You're excited at the prospect of what NIP's economy is looking like right now. You just need another win.
Oh, but look at this. Through the fire. That could have gone really bad for Hampus, but running with his back turned means he didn't get flashed after all. And that's obviously huge news. They're going to try and see if they can follow up on this with some slightly aggressive moves towards the bomb site. Smoke is there, and they almost went before, and that might have been an easy kill for Rez. Nice jiggle, and S-Tag is no more. Deep nades in there as well. That's going to almost blow up Brolin and Rez. 4-on-4 now, and another good A-take coming in. They're pushing through, and somehow Brolin was ready, although I'm not even sure how.
Yeah, well, now that there's one more, they know Brolin is still alive back there, and Tessis is hitting some bangers in this round. He had the opening. He will eventually go down into a 2-on-2, and Alexi going to try and slide forward. Bomb still not planted. The defensive smokes from NIP held this off and have made this round winnable.
And we're clearly very comfortable in just waiting it out now that they're this deep on the map and saying, you know, we got a minute left.
But now comes the really weird guessing game where you know Heroic have worked you across the map a number of times in these weird mid-round 2v2s and 3v3s. So how do you position yourself? Well, Alexi's at least in the right position.
Alexi is almost there. That could have almost been the one round, but Stoun, they still don't know that he's really here, so he might be able to get the jump on them. He's going for it. He does find Stoun in the corner, and that's enough to get the kill. Yabby now trying to get back into position. And the bomb, Molotov, if it had been a little bit further up, that might have blocked him out of it. He's still in trouble in this one, though. Has to be scared. And they're straight on it. Through the smoke, 3 seconds on that defuse. He's not fired his gun yet. And they're going to go full defuse in front. I'm surprised. He obviously thought that was going to be a little bit of a fake, and it wasn't. Alexi, huge save in that one.
Yeah, I think he was thinking that was early in the bomb timer that someone would tap it and try and peek around the edge of the smoke, but there was some safety if he just wanted to play the spam game. He had the ability to get into some cover and play that relatively safe, but the positioning from Alexi, he read it the whole way. Got to jump on the rotation, got to jump on the shift over towards the B bomb site. That's perfect timing for Alexi out of the plant. 4-round lead for Heroic, and they call their first time out.
And they still have NIP in an interesting spot, right? That's still another round where they lose 3 players. There is another bomb plant, so the pressure is still absolutely on for NIP, but
the rest of this half pressure is on for NIP.
Yeah.
CT side Ancient, this is you're sitting at this 2-6 scoreline. You're thinking in your head that you have to go on a massive run here. There's no more rounds to give up for Heroic, a team that's very, very strong on Ancient.
And losing track of those T's in the middle of the round, even though you knew they're on A, but they just managed to escape. That's really hard to deal with.
Here we go, round 9. No fast challenges. Heroic got away with the first 6-round stretch that they went on of a lot of just 1 to 2 players in middle and fast hit towards the A bomb site or massive bodies towards the A bomb site. NIP's shown that they can stop that tactic. They can shut it down. So now Heroic have to find success elsewhere.
And look at how quick they are. 1 minute and 25 seconds, and they are this close to the B bomb site. Don't have the bomb here, but all it takes is one mistake for someone from NIP to go check that position, and you could get blown up without even really realizing. Molotov around to try and put some pressure on Hampus. He's going to have to smoke that one off. Rez is there to try and help him out, so they might have a shot at defending this. Good kill on the Tesses. And that might make Heroic think twice.
Ooh.
Nearly the kill on Stoun on top of it. He is practically dead already. But Hampus is not sure if anyone else made their way in.
God, Heroic got the shift they wanted with the pressure in cave. They pulled Rez over to the B bomb site, opened up middle, but they didn't get anything from there. A wonderful win from Rez as he got back in position at the perfect moment. And now all that's left for Heroic is to attack this bomb site. It's the only map control, it's the only presence they have, and Stown is low with the AWP.
Yeah, smoke's going up early, 30 seconds left. No real rotation from the A bomb side yet. Goes right over the head. It's so close for Broland with that FAMAS. And he still wants to keep going. Inside of the smoke now, 19 seconds. They're going to be finding him. Broland out of it. And now the rotation is coming in, although it's being slowed down by that deep Molotov back there. Flash around the corner. Shush. Undeterred. Still getting the shot, even though he was blind. No bomb plant in 5 seconds. And a clean retake. That was interesting because Heroic definitely had time for a bomb plant. They just kept fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I think they wanted to secure at least some modicum of safety to actually make that round winnable before they really dedicated themselves to it. Well managed from NIP. 3 rounds straight, even with a blind kill on top for Shush. That's a fantastic round from Rez. I mean, he reads everything. He gets pulled out of position and reads the rotation back around to Donut to help out his teammate who gets Molotovs. And then he's in prime position at the B bomb site to close out the round.
If they can win this one on IP, they might actually finally have something that feels like a little bit more of an easy round coming up without the money for Heroic. So we'll see. Broland again flashed and through the smoke. It's a headshot from Stown to take down Broland. They were trying to set that up with a pop flash and it absolutely backfired. That's going to be surely a disgusting replay for from Stown's point of view. Ooh, all right.
Liberty's taken. Cadian really, oh my lord.
Please.
You almost saw that happening from Hampa's POV. You saw a little head poke up and you're like, oh dear.
Well, put the pressure on.
And Aztag's push it A. I mean, he can find this kill. Oh, okay, nope, never mind. Shush has got that as well. The Deagles in this round have been just unbeatable. And Rez and Alexi have to save.
If you're NIP, you just have to shrug and say, okay, well, we got headshot through the smoke, couple of 1Ds in some really outrageous positions, and then we just never had it. There's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, what deep 1D in middle, obviously pushing a ramp in 1D. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? You can't prevent any of it. So, 7th round for Heroic. Couldn't get it done with AKs, but the Deagles worked out just fine. They extended back to a 4-round lead.
And the problem, again, really, just to reiterate, is the fact that this was Heroic's turn to really save and have to go down and just play with maybe some Tech 9s or something like that. And then IP could have had a little bit of an easier time, so this is pretty devastating, yeah.
Yeah, they're that really tough. Yeah, there's the first one from Shush. This is the second 1D from Shush as well. So he bought the money Deagle this round. Funny how that works.
There's one in every game, a little lottery going on.
Tough part now for NIP is like you just finally went on a streak of 3 rounds where you were having tough money issues to open up the game due to Heroic's like blistering start. And you just started to feel like you're getting your legs beneath you, and now you're really back to a shaky money situation where you have to restabilize again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no disguising it. This is a very, very grim start for NIP, and as much as we could admire the comeback during the first half on Inferno, this is looking a lot tougher right now. And credit to Heroic as well for not going on that roller coaster of tilt and getting too down on themselves after the loss on Inferno. They seem to be right back into this.
I mean, it helps when this map is so strong for them, the map that they picked in this series as well, so you're going into it and it's an easy way to calm yourselves down. Like, guys, we're beasts on this map. This is what we wanted all along. We know we got them. We know we have their number.
Yeah, it would have been a luxury to win Inferno, but if we didn't, we got this and we're going to be fine. Certainly they are at the moment. Hunting for the remaining weapons, and could be really awkward to save them. They're kind of centered on the map right now. Bit of a peek here. Now they know where to... Okay.
That's an awkward engagement. Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that one, but Cadian stepped up to be aggressive. Timing is everything on this peek, and Alexi's got it. And that should negate all the hunting, all the chasing. 8-3. And NIP set themselves up for a very strong buy in the next round, but they have no chance of taking a lead into the second half.
Yeah, this is already so many rounds. 8 on the T side. The forever crab walk spray from Tethys is not exactly, it's not pretty, but it worked.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
No, not always.
No.
As long as you get that job done, who's really watching. Much more of an even spread on the heroic side in terms of the kills. Stands at 10, so still doing a really good job, but you know, there isn't that huge drop-off like on Inferno, where he had to do everything on his own. It felt like a lot more even. Hampus, look at how close he is. Defensive smoke, but looks like Shush just wants to try and beat it. No shot there in the leg onto Stown, but they're actually on the bomb side. This is a little bit risky. If S-Tag stands up and gets his head blown off, there is an opening that they could use.
They better clear him out, though. They better drop utility. There goes S-Tag, finally. However, the rest of NIP has arrived.
Oh, look at Yabi. Again, playing it late. They're running back. Hampus, is he hearing the footsteps? He must be. They've left one guy on the bomb site. Yabi's walked all the way through, and there's nothing that Hampus can do about it. Almost the follow-up is there. Brawler nearly died. I don't think they even realized what was going on, and now it's so tricky. There's still a minute left, but where are the remaining heroic players? They're pretty much all across the map. There's still another player at the A site while they're bringing the bomb finally towards B. 45 seconds, but they've slowed it down. They're waiting for NIP to make another mistake. This is excruciating to play against, no doubt.
But I mean, Alexi has the great read once again. He's come over and at least slows it, at least causes concern. And that's bought time for Brolin to move over. Now, there is time to come back, but you're rotating right into res. Missed shot might be his undoing, and it is. Good rebuttal from Stown, and that should let them know. With Yabi's positioning in CT spawn, with Tess's coming through and clearing deep in mid from Donut, they know the path is clear back to the A bomb site. So back where it all began.
Yeah, they did the round the world strategy, and they're going to find Brolin at the end. That's a very frustrating round for NIP, because they just lose sight of where people are. It's not even that they necessarily get out-dueled, they just have no idea where to defend from at the end.
Yeah, and you can just tell a lot of these rounds on the T side for Heroic, they're just outclassing NIP in the mid rounds.
Yeah.
It's just their concept and their philosophy and their understanding of how to shift around each other and how to just seamlessly slide into plan B and plan C when it's needed. It's just absolute masterclass for Heroic at the moment. NIP can't handle it.
Some of this would be, I mean, it's not to blame Rez, but if he gets the first kill on the A-bomb side instead of the leg shot, some of these things might be a little bit different, but...
Again, though, I got to give credit over to Rez. I mean, he kind of reads what's coming. He's like, okay, we got punished really early on by these kind of more contact-y, like more timing-based, like mass body A hits out of Eddie Main. Like, it's going to come back. He had to have known. Eventually, they're going to go back to it. Timings on his rotations in a number of rounds in this half have been pretty damn solid, but just not putting the rounds on the board necessary to really contend for the map. Not yet, at least.
9-3. Some weapons on the side of NIP still, but not everything that you would want. And Heroic just grinding their way through this first half. It's pretty impressive to see. S-Tag is up close with the 5-7. Flashbang to try and just annoy him a little bit. And they bait him into the pre-fire. So that's everything you could have wanted. Tessus is no problem taking that fight as a follow-up.
Oh, and this time they slow it down. Instead of applying more pressure, they're like, someone's going to come peek this. Someone's going to want to come challenge. See exactly how committed we are to this A bomb site. It's Hampus. They want to clear out into the open. I wonder if Tess has spotted him jumping back in. I don't know. Yabi's still outside the B bomb site. Shush and Cadian just now making their move to take control of middle in the mid round. 55 seconds left on the clock.
And NIP just don't have the confidence right now to push. I mean, they wanted to push up to get some information there with S-Tag, right? But now they're really in the dark. They're back on the B bomb site, a little bit far back on A, which means all of the middle, all of the donut, and outside of the B bomb site's all in control of Heroic. It means they get really dangerously close. 30 seconds. There's actually still some good nades left on the NIP side. They've managed to hold some of their nades. And without the 25 seconds, now they're going to be diverting back to the B bomb site, leaving Cadian to stop a rotation, but it doesn't matter if they can't win the fight here at the B bomb site. 19 seconds, they're running back to A again. They almost don't have time for this. Cadian misses a shot, and Hampus could win this round with one kill on someone planting the bomb. 5 seconds now. Yabi setting up to try and control it, making sure no one could get through. And with 2 seconds left, they get the bomb plant and the kill on Hampus. What a close round.
Oh my god, it's so beautiful from Heroic. Great kills from Shush, but just the way that they juggle and change out the players who are the pivot point, right? When you run a rotate all the way back towards the B bomb site, you have a player in Donut there ready to cut somebody off, and then all of a sudden you want to come back towards A, you shift Cadian up towards the top of the stairs to see if you can cut them off coming back, and I mean, it just works both ways. And that's what Heroic has been doing this whole time. He's using that mid player at the top of the mid stairs as the pivot point. And just pulling Nip constantly back and forth.
When they start running back from all the way outside of B with 19, 17 seconds or something like that, it looks really, really scary. But it works.
And the trust to make those calls with the time running low. Ambas eats a couple of nades down to 23 HP.
It feels like this is the kind of stuff that Heroic, I think even in Rio, you could see that they were starting to do this a little bit more, and that's scary. This is the kind of stuff you would normally associate with how outsiders like to play T sides. Everywhere is kind of getting attacked. There's a lot going on, and if you miss even one step, they're gonna sneak in behind you somewhere. So very frustrating, very effective counter-strike if you can trust each other, like you said, and actually get the timings down right. Hampus at the back of the site with a scout at very low health. Absolutely nothing that he could do in this one. Going to be 11 rounds for Roik to open up on Ancient with.
Yeah, and no reason to not think they'll extend that to 12.
Yeah.
Might as well go hunting. You have all the money for the last round. NIP is going to have money for the full buy as well. Although not anything too valuable that you'll be taking away, just stat padding at this point. But yeah, this has just been Heroic showing that their understanding and their comfort on this map is just at another level than NIP for the time being.
Ooh, okay,
cool.
That was a nice double tap. Giving some love to the 5-7. Rez would love to save the AK, but I don't think they're going to let him. They're coming in from 3 different angles, and ultimately Stan will be the one to bring the round to an end.
Yeah, it would have been great. The only player who's really going to be hurting for cash is Alexi. He has to drop down to an SMG, so that saved AK-47 would have been massive for him, but not the biggest loss in the world. They've got the op out on Rez. They've got 3 M4s with utility. What they don't have is a good read of how Heroic is moving around the map.
No, they really don't, and they're also obviously out of rounds to figure that out. If they had a solution, they needed to employ that way earlier than this. Round number 15, and Heroic with just a super display on how to play this T side of Ancient. So I'm going to go back and watch. Stown sneaking through, going to be taking the kill, and almost catching that orb on Rez. He is actually kind of lucky to be alive.
And I think that's actually the first time in this entire half that we've seen Stown make that play. He just walked through a defensive smoke towards middle to clear it in the reverse position. And now he's got the advanced position again in the red room. Another kill, that's Brolin. And once again, the defense is split and has no idea what's coming.
A bit of a failed smoke. Decided to try and go aggressive behind it anyway.
Alexi's been pulled back to deal with the mid pressure, but they're just going to walk right into the bomb site that he just vacated. So, I mean, once again, just a clean, clinical, free win.
Yeah, super impressive. What a first half here for Heroic. Catching the kill on Alexi and setting up for anyone coming through. Rez already scoped up here, but I don't know how this could even be done. You need some mistakes for Heroic to get this 2-on-4 working. Oh, nice tap for Yabi, and it's a 12-3 lead going into the second half. What a performance from Heroic. We'll see if they can close this out quick in the second half. It's coming right up.
Hello guys, this is Katie and Stan from Heroic. Today we are gonna be guessing CSGO items, maps, casters, players. Tell me if you're better than we are. Okay, it's the starting pistol as a CT.
USP?
Yes. The map we just talked about.
Toscan?
Former Astralis coach. Vitality coach now.
Sonic, of course. I thought he was still there.
The broken, this gun was broken. It's a Deagle supplement.
Revolver?
I buy it in every anti-eco.
Zeus?
No.
Oh, anti-eco?
Yeah, as terrorist.
Mac-10?
Knife that I'm playing with right now.
Butterfly?
Big guy from Poland.
Pasha biceps?
The map we played against Big.
Nuke?
The map we played against FaZe.
Inferno?
The map that you like, but not the green. The one we just talked about.
Train?
No, the map we just talked about.
Cash?
Yes.
A knife that Rasmus plays a lot with.
Karamis?
Yes. He's on the room next to us. We were in the elevator with him yesterday. He's from America. He's a good player from Complexity.
From America?
Yes, yes. The in-game leader from Vitality.
Apex?
Yes. Big guy from Astralis.
Blump?
Yes. The caster who interviews us between the games here.
Banks?
Analyst. Yeah, Banks, yes. But not analyst. Troll anti-eco weapon with many bullets. That's good against. Yes. Best player in the world.
Simple?
Yes. The gun you use all the time?
Mac-10?
No. Our main weapon? Yes. Oh,
that's good.
That's nice. That's nice.
Caster with the Launders?
Scrawny.
Orb, Brazilian, IGL.
Fallen.
Norwegian Major MVP.
Rain.
Liquid, Lurker, USA.
Elish. Nef, of course.
Retired, Grand Slam winner.
We're back once again. Second map, second half, and Heroic with a performance on the T side of Ancient that I can't actually remember seeing for a long, long time. This is crazy. 12-3. I don't think NIP could do anything to bring this back.
Well, I was going to say it's a good start, the opening kill, but Cadian trades it right back. Tess is forced into a retreat. Now this is all a ruse. It's the B bomb site that's under attack, and it's down in cave. He's going to be not smoked off. Dualies in hand. He can tuck himself into the corner. He's being a tough target to hit, keeping attention in his direction, allowing his teammates to get closer up. Good shot from Sound, and another one through the smoke from Cadian and Tess's in a 1v3 for Hampus.
He took so much attention, stopping the bomb plant and forcing 3 people to try and fight him, and eventually his teammates show up. So good recovery there. Cadian with a couple of shots, one of them through the smoke, I think, and that's a pistol round 1 in the second half. Wow.
Yeah, it just continues for Heroic. Just this dominant run. There was just a 3-round stretch for NIP, 3 rounds in a row. Rounds 7, 8, and 9. No! Outside of that, it's been all Heroic. And a timeout taken from NIP. They're third, because they want to talk things over, but I mean, there's not really a whole lot of adjustments to be made at this point.
No, it feels like, I mean, I don't blame them for doing the timeout, but obviously this is so late. Overpass would be the third and deciding map, but it feels like at this stretch we're gonna get there really, really quickly.
And it feels like, I mean, if this goes to Overpass, another map where Heroic, I mean, this kind of style that they've used here on Ancient of infesting parts of the map, attacking the extremities, working the defense across both sites, like that's something that can be really effective on Overpass as well.
Yeah, it can, and something that they showed, I think, throughout Rio that they were pretty good at as well, so you got to be careful about that. NIP hopefully have studied up because they're going to need that research. 13-3. NIP forcing into the round. No real surprise there. Trying to get through the Molotov and the smoke, and they're going to get the pretty quick trade. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, good 1 for 1. Shush gets caught off guard. Oh, Yabby's going to jump in front. The spam is going to help him make his play, but the Tech-9 wins it out at the end. That's Brolin, and now we're in a 3-on-3. And now there's a little bit of a chance for NIP.
Yeah, there is this quick bomb plant. Smoke is fading, and I don't think Alexi managed to see Tessus was hiding inside of it all along. Flash set up. No one that actually get flashed. Hampers and Brolin, though, going to be very hard to hold this one down. Need that strong D to begin with. Not going to be able to get it. And Brolin now in a 1 versus 3. Going to be able to execute one of them. Oh, the follow-up is amazing. Brolin now working on the quad to save the round. And even going down, they don't have a kit anywhere, so he's going to have to make a run for it. What a round from Brolin.
Yeah, that's absolutely spectacular. Nice little bait and switch there. 2 players in that position, and Heroic never saw it coming. But a nice clean entrance in terms of the 1-for-1 trade with plenty of space to work with after the fact. That's good jobs on the entry for NIP to be able to get in and get that bomb planted before it could be slowed down, before it could be stopped, and before the utility would fade.
Nicely done. Unlikely that they could win that. I mean, they had to go through, I think, a Molotov and the smoke to even get onto the A-bomb site. So a lot could have gone wrong for NIP before they even get close to the plant. But they were able to pull it together. M4 saved in the last round, and they buy up behind it whatever they can here, Heroic. Probably feeling like there's no threat of an actual NIP comeback. So they don't even care about the potential for getting a lot of full buys here. They're like, you know what, we're gonna make this work either way. So, which is probably true. But if it isn't, then you know, they could probably make some better economic choices. Still don't think it's gonna be a problem, but
no, probably not.
Yeah, stack on the B bomb site, leaning towards middle, kind of ignoring the A part of the map.
For the time being, I would wonder where Heroic is going to find their information. Mid-stairs smoked off, donut smoked off, nobody from B shifting just yet, although getting aggressive now with the 3 players there. Gonna peek up towards those double doors any second now, another delay smoke. This is actually not too shabby for Heroic, all things considered, but still without that convincing information outside of the B bomb site, they're not able to shift anyone. And in fact, they're moving away from Cadian, away from the point of attack.
Yeah, they're really hoping that this is, you know, convinced NIP to go somewhere else, but not to be. Cadian standing on top of the flames, committing himself to the defense. We need to get the shot on Hampus, but the bomb is still going to be planted. Full control of middle and donut here for NIP, so they're super safe in getting that bomb plant. And there's not a lot Heroic could do about it.
And with no kit and no flashbangs or anything like that, this should be a save. I'm actually kind of surprised even the rifles are this close up towards CT spawn. Looks like they almost want to challenge for it a little bit, or some utility to get their teammates set up for the exit kills. But there's no way they go for this, surely. Chuck out the smokes and back off.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could pick up another AK somewhere, but
they're keeping NIP close to the bomb so that they can shift those 2 players towards A main. They can shift down these mid stairs to cut off this escape as well. There goes Brolin, nice kill.
Yeah, Alexi still in donut. See if the pistols are going to come for him. He wants to push up. It's just a Galil on him, but still, the bomb. Do they find anything else here? They're really trying, but doesn't look like it. That's a little bit upsetting.
Yeah, just a MAC-10 that they're able to salvage. 13-5, plenty of rounds to work with, obviously. 8-round lead. And still an M4 in the round to play with in the hands of Tess's. 5-7 on Shush and Cadian. So, I mean, this is still a dangerous round for NIP.
Yeah, they have to respect it. I'm sure it'll be quite a while before NIP start to feel any kind of joy on this map in terms of making a comeback. They're going to have to win a lot more rounds. Probably another 5 or so in a row. But Hampus on a good opening there. Going to be taking down Yabi. And there was a second player that just couldn't capitalize.
Good shift from Hampus, though. Good read of the situation. Heard the bullets come out, gets into safety. And Tessus realized if he kept sliding out, there was a chance he was going to get taken down from lane. NIP with a 5-on-3. And no clean engagements, no clean reads for Heroic in any sense.
Yeah, Stan wanted to get close, but they kind of knew he was there all along, so no way out of it for him. He wants to stay within that one-shot range, but it's just not really going to be doable.
Gotta respect it, though. NIP still being really cautious in this situation, not letting anything slip away. Now, because they're slow playing it so much, however, it will buy time for Tess's with the M4 to rotate over to this B bomb site, and just a chance for a lot of luck, right, as these smokes go down. Still very low percentage, but the opportunity is there for Tess's to pull off something special with this boost.
Yeah, looking over. A lot of AKs on the other side, so you've got to assume as well, even if he gets a kill, they're going to be quick to respond. 30 seconds. And there's the early shots down. No more. And Tess's tried for the lineup, but didn't really work out. S-Tag will get the 2 remaining kills of the round. And it's another step in the right direction for NIP. Very slowly. And one false move here, and they're going to get wiped out on Ancient, so...
Timeout taken from Heroic. They want to talk over, I think, the money situation. I have to imagine in today's economy, this is going to be a buy with M4s, but I think the conversation is, do you want to do the M4s? Do you want to drop down to pistols? They have rounds to play with. They have a big enough lead to, not necessarily throw away rounds, but, just wait until you can get the full buy, till you can get the AWP in the hands of Cadian. That's not going to happen. They're going to go for the M4s here. Cadian's probably just going to drop down and try and save some cash by getting, an SMG or a pistol so you can have an AWP in the next gun round. But they're just making sure economically they don't put themselves in a horrible position.
(13-6). Still a massive gap between these two teams. But Rez and Hampers are playing pretty well right now. That's something to be encouraged by if you're on the NIP side here. You should be thinking, all right, if we get one of those vintage Hampers performances out right now, that would make a difference. Nice nade and spam to bring down Brolin. Not the start that NIP needed here.
Thank God for the nade, because Yabby was having a hard time finding the finishing blow to that kill through the smoke. With his half HP, he gives the M4 over to Cadian. And Stown still playing a dangerous game. Alexi's close up to the smoke.
Yep, shots ringing out on the other side. And Rez, I think, ducked down behind the line of fire, or he could have been dead. Still took a lot of damage for it. Nice flash to set up that one. Hampers out of the round, 5-on-3, and Heroic doing a lot of good work at the start of this one.
And after all this aggression, now Heroic can play passively as they'd like. Stown using the sound cues, another kill through smoke. Tessus falls, but Shush is right there to pick up the pieces. And man, NIP, they never even got to look into a bomb site. They just got the most basic of map control, and then were absolutely ruined by everything. A very in-your-face defense from Heroic gets him to 14.
And the confidence to take some of those fights outside of the B-bomb site, because they were still controlling the middle of the map, Heroic just have so much they can work with here. 14 on their side. And keeping 4 rifles alive on top of everything else, so... NIP could still buy, but obviously if you want to build that comeback, you can't let go this early on. Still a long, long way back. Hampers expecting something, and he's not wrong either. Gabby's right there. Let's see what happens when the smoke fades. They had the flash set up from earlier that actually did get the kill. Looks like they're going to just keep smoking that position for a minute.
Ooh, a tough challenge for Shush coming up, though, it looks like. Remember that boost that we saw in the first half, Heroic pull off? They could easily Rez and S-Tag do that. But they back away when they see no engagement peeking deep. Mid control for Heroic, B lane control for Heroic. That allows Tessus to shift over towards the A bomb site as well. So all bases covered at the moment for the defense.
Look at it lean now. I mean, it's just one person outside of B that's giving them the confidence to basically say, you know what? We feel like we know what's happening. It looks dangerous when you look at the minimap, because if they lose that control, maybe not. A little bit of aggression coming out. S-Tag, not that desperate. Good control with the AK, taking down Shush and Yabby. But still, another 2 people defending this position. 3-on-5. But are they going to be ready? There's Cadian with a kill. Tessus is still there, and even retreating, he picks up S-Tag. A 2-on-2. 25 seconds, and another surprise. This time it's Hampers going down. The bomb nearly delayed. It looked like maybe he was going to get interrupted. Through the smoke, they even tack up Alexi, and it's a 1 versus 2, and a very tough win for him here.
He's got to make a decision right now. He can't stay here.
Yeah, once that smoke behind him fades, he's going to be in trouble. And Heroic giving him some space to make a mistake. He's going to go take a look, not finding anyone there, and backing on through. That almost looked like that was going to be a connection. If they find him, they will. And they double up on him, no problem. Good retake. Stown with the final kill of the round. Double for him, double for Tessus, and Heroic now at 15.
And that's the danger of allowing the CT side to have all that control. We highlighted, I mean, they had B, they had mid control, they had B lane control, and even when you get the opening kills like S-Tag when they push into you, even when you have a 5-on-3, because there's so much map control elsewhere for the defense, they can crunch on your position with timings that you're not ready for.
Yeah.
You just don't really expect, and nobody from NIP really picked up that 5-on-3 advantage. We can afford to leave a guy behind. We can afford to have someone watching our back, watching for these flanks. And just the constant flanking through Donut just whittled them away. And obviously a brilliant play from Tessus at the A bomb site to get a double kill, a timely double kill, and the final timeout is used by NIP. They've got to win 9 in a row.
9 in a row. Nothing about this game so far suggests that that is going to be possible. Even if this second half for Heroic is not quite as fiery and maybe not quite as convincing, they have so much of a buffer to work with that they're not going to be stressed at all right now. 15-6. Yeah, that is quite the lead. What? 2 Khalils, 1 AK. They have almost nothing to work with here. Seeing the opportunity. Peeking behind that flashbang. Going to be taken down. It's a good start.
Especially if you're going to attack the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you might actually be drawing a little bit of attention away. Shush fighting inside of the fire once again. And he's almost dead behind him. Another backup has started to get there. They just keep trading. Tessus is here as well. 1 for 1, and eventually it's Brolan left from the other side of the map. They knew that he was out there, so they should know, but he's there maybe a little bit early. Yabi not expecting it, so instead it's a one-on-one, but the bomb in full control of Tessus. A minute for Brolan to try and find what has to be an almost perfect headshot here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it gets a little bit sketchy, because I know you look at the HP and you think this is firmly in control of Tessus, but with this much time on the clock, I mean, it's all going to come down to timing at this point of where they're looking at any random given moment.
Even Tessus is saying, you know what, forget about that bomb. I'm going to be checking this hallway, clearing it out, making sure that I can at least cover one of these positions that you might come from.
Yeah, he clears deep in A main, so he knows he has the timing on when that flank would be possible to know when he can consider it.
Brolan's looking every corner. This is deep, but look at the background here. Tessus is going to have a pretty good shot right now. Yep, sees it, and now he knows. And that's probably all he needed. 15 seconds, tries to go for it, but Tessus will take him down. 16-6. It is a massive win for Heroic on Ancient, which means we're going to a third map on Overpass.
Yeah, that's a huge win, and Heroic's map pick, a good bounce back after a crushing loss on Inferno, and we've got a third map between these two teams to decide it all. We're at the Blastfall Finals. Don't go anywhere. This series concludes after the break.
In front of you, in the middle. He's close to the boxes, left. Going to spawn now. Went back to spawn? Yeah, he's left side spawn. He's shifting? Yeah, I think he's in to the right. I'll check. Oh no. It's right side now. Maybe you see him with the bollock. Some more leg. Boy, is hiding or what? Oh, he's on the right. He's running on the right. He pushed where I came. Nice.
Wait, both of them are Danish. They have better comps than us.
In the middle, holding left side. Holding right side now. Pushing right. Yeah, he should. Yeah, I see him. I'm gonna show another one. He's in the middle now. In the middle of mid.
I saw him.
I saw Wallach. Oh my god. Right side now, right side.
You have Wallach, so I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's holding me?
He's, yeah, no, maybe. Just stay there. He's close to you. Like middle, but our side middle, if you understand.
Okay.
Wait, I can flash close. Wait. I'm flashing now.
He went back to spawn again.
Don't see him. Yeah, in spawn. I throw Wallach for you.
Being on the left, he went back to spawn again.
You got Wallach now? What? Don't have to do anything.
Bro, I'm bullying them.
Middle?
No, correct me.
Middle again, same position. It's close right.
A bounce back from Heroic, and a decisive one at that. 12 rounds to the better on the T side, no less. Unfortunately for NIP, not able to bolster much of a defense, definitely not able to bounce back on that second half either. Just a really well-rounded performance from the Danes coming into their pick.
Yeah, justifying that pick, honestly.
Yeah.
12 rounds on the T side is not something you're used to or something we commonly discuss when it comes to Ancient. It was a perfect, almost spotless performance from Heroic. I have to put Kadian on the spot here because I think his calling on the T side was masterful. He very quickly realized he had at.CET on the ropes and he called quick, paces, simple counter-strike, which is what you're supposed to do when you feel like you have the upper hand. And you could see in terms of distribution, it was very much a team effort for Heroic. Everybody's stepping up.
Yeah, it was kind of moments from all the individuals from Heroic to shine in this one. Made it pretty quick with that 16-6 scoreline. And that's exactly what we like to see from this Danish side. That's what we were praising. Even the previous iteration of Heroic for being well-rounded, well-drilled, being able to execute very well too. And the fact that Yabi's kind of now reintegrating into the system, finding his footing there. I like that we're seeing more consistency from him too.
Yeah, I mean, there's no beating around the bush. He missed the first map. Yabi missed the first map on an individual level. There's no hiding it. He was much more impactful. We see some of the highlights. Well, spoiler alert, they're from all the players because it was really complicated to pinpoint a single hero for Heroic. I think many different players at times step up when they were needed. You could see on the CT side, the few rounds they've played is just solid across the board. Like from coast to coast, they have a very solid setup on the map. All players seem extremely confident and comfortable. Strong pick from Heroic.
In terms of what NIP potentially could have done to be pushing back that kind of proactive, more aggressive little Counter-Strike that we know Heroic love to deploy, were there any particular holes for you that were really glaringly obvious from the NIP side?
Well, listen, I think there's a number that's problematic. It's the fact that when you look at the opening kill department, Heroic is only leading 12-10, and the scoreline is 16-6. So we're not going to do any quick math here, but what it means is that Heroic were able to turn around situations with a deficit way too often. And that's a problem if you're NIP, if you're on the CT side as it started, and they allow Heroic to win back 4v5 situations. That's just it. It's in itself is a statement of the difference of level between these teams on Ancient.
And we were talking about Rez coming into this as well. Obviously, we're putting a lot of pressure on him, particularly taking up the mantle of being the main AWPer for the squad as well, which is, a bit of a difficult position that he's been put in as well. But the fact, I mean, I'm not going to put it on Rez. It wasn't his fault. He lost at this map. But the fact that we wanted him to be stepping up, we wanted him to be showing and displaying what he could, put forward on this map, and we just didn't see that.
It doesn't seem fair to put him on the spot, as I wouldn't point him as being a lost condition here, but I just feel like NIP don't have the luxury of using an AWP or a top-level AWP on Ancient as some teams do. And that in itself is a structural issue they couldn't really address here. We saw they did it on Inferno. We saw they kind of maneuvered their way around it with having Rez more on the rifle than the big green. He did try here on Ancient, but he really didn't have the impact that a Brokey, for example, had just earlier today. That's a good kind of comparison if you guys want a litmus test of what can be done. His numbers aren't atrocious. It's not the point, but just as a tool in the shed for at.CET, that wasn't really something he could use right now.
And in terms of the thread coming on to Overpass as well, it gets even more interesting as we begin to unpick this one.
Yeah, it's actually quite insane. Like, not only has this NIP lineup not yet played Overpass, but if you go back to at.CET, he hasn't played Overpass in an official game in 2022. In fact, the last time was a year ago when he was playing with OG. Remember, Overpass was a map that was left on the sideline for G2. So now you kind of go back to the video and you think, why did NIP actually remove Mirage in the last rotation and allow the possibility of Overpass coming through? And I wish I could just be here and tell you guys, listen, this is exactly what's going to happen. I know exactly what NIP is going to do on Overpass. I have no clue. I have no idea how they're going to use them.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of Exist was alluding to when we had him up here for kind of the pre-show segment, and we were running through the map video with him, and he was saying, wasn't necessarily expecting to go to Overpass, but at the same time, kind of NIP can pull out anything versus them. It's sort of expect the unexpected coming into that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how they would use the current constellation they have. I'm assuming that Brolin and Rez will stay on the A side. Both of them used to play that on the rifle.
Yeah.
You could see Rez yield the AWP, give the freedom to Brolan to have that multi-kill factor. Then you probably would see at.CET rotating either from the B side to the A side or vice versa. That kind of makes sense. You have the two last players handling the B side, but these are just assumptions. Again, this just by the logic. Who the hell knows what's going to to happen.
I think this is going to be the insane thing about this map in particular is, as you were saying, not only seeing Alexi B once again stepping into this ground as the in-game leader, no less, but the fact that, again, we haven't seen Rez or Orping on this map as of yet. It's two kind of huge... I'm confused as to why they kind of left this in the pool, but I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing.
I mean, actually, Strax, what I just said, I don't think you give the rotation role to Alexi B. I think you allow Hempus to move around. I think that's what you need. I think you need Hempus to be able to ferret his way around, his game sense to be where he needs to be, the man we have on our screen, which also means, by the way, from an individual perspective, that Alexi B is going to be against the ropes. Alexi B had a great first map. I think he was quite activated, disappeared a little bit on the Ancient. He was much, much drier in his performance as a whole. Now we're moving on to Overpass. I mean, you have to imagine how much micro decisions he's going to have to be able to make, because I don't think they're ready in any sort of way. I don't think they have the perfect game plan. He's going to have to come up with some crazy calls on the fly.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to see what they're going to be delivering. And then when we flip the script to talking a bit more about the Danes, as we see Cadian getting ready, warmed up to get into Overpass, what has been your kind of general consensus of Heroic on this map?
Well, listen, in terms of preparation and readiness, polar opposite of NIP.
Yeah.
That's as simple as it is. I can't paint a different picture. They played it 4 times at the major, more often than not successfully. Just in the grand final, they fell short to Outsiders, who displayed a beautiful Counter-Strike on the map. So it's a Heroic that is definitely ready on Overpass, have tons of different setups. They can use the proactivity and the aggressiveness that kind of defines them. That's a map that really suits them individually. I think Cadian is feeling it. NIP have their work cut out for them. I think Heroic have done enough in this series. I think they run away with it.
Any specific player that you're going to be putting under the spotlight for Heroic on this particular map?
Well, you know what? I'm going to stay on Yabi. I'm going to stay on Yabi because I think he had a great bounce back from map 1 to 2. He missed out on Inferno, bounce on an Ancient. We have him on the screen right here, and he is going to remain a win condition for Heroic, not only in this best of 3, but in what kind of aspirations they can have here in Copenhagen. So eyes on Yabi for that one.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to be looking at Stan as well, particularly having a great
taking risks today, aren't we?
Yeah, no,
taking
you know
risk,
what?
right?
The sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and I'm going to be looking at Stan in this one. Particularly, I don't know, I'm just looking back and looked at some of the stats on Overpass recently, the fact that he's really been lights out on this map. I don't know, I'm interested to see what he's going to do.
Okay, I'm taking a different risk then. Look at Cadian!
Ooh.
See how we're feeling frisky.
Orpa versus Orpa. Yeah, Rez is definitely going to have his work cut out for him. Well, it has gone the full 9 yards for this one. We're going to the third and final decider map. Huge question marks for the side of NIP, and it's time to get some answers.
A third and final map to decide who gets to move forward here. It's between NIP and Heroic, and you know the odds now back in Heroic's favor after a very, very convincing victory on an Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, it looked about as picture perfect as you would want it if you're Heroic on Ancient. And as I kind of mentioned, I think, you know, Overpass is going to have a very similar kind of feel to it with the way that Heroic was good at working across the map. And also, just an extended, like, depth on Overpass for Heroic. This map was fantastic for him at the Rio Major. They got demolished in the grand final against Outsiders, 16-5 on it. But outside of that, they beat Spirit, they beat Liquid, they beat Outsiders earlier in the tournament on Overpass. So, I mean, this is a map that they're well versed on. They have a lot of experience on recently. And for NIP, they haven't played this map in like a month and a half. They haven't played this map in like 6 weeks.
Yeah, they need a lot going their way, and preferably really early on. Heroic look really good at the moment. Crisp with the aim and everything else. Rez sensing the presence, realizing somebody was up close, could maybe just get the timing right, and he's trying to fall back under a lot of pressure still. They're all coming for him. 4 of them running this way towards the restrooms, and Cadian is flanking out long, so maybe a chance to clear that out. And Heroic, they're still not going for it. They've pushed them back, but they've not committed to the fight yet.
No, the hard part now is, well, I mean, Heroic's in an interesting position. There's a little bit of reinforcements at the A bomb site, and if they wanted to readdress and go through blue door towards B, S-Tag and Hampus have control of short. They've got control of water, so coming out that door is a death trap that Heroic is going to avoid for the moment. And Rez is on a mission, clearing out long, shrinking the map, getting information, and now he's spotted Cadian.
Scary, though, if he goes down. That's the real risk, and he will get tagged and brought down eventually. But I don't even blame him. That is a really smart play to get the information. Unfortunately, it's still 50 seconds left, so...
Oh, they're coming back to the trap.
Yeah, they are. Well, let's see how much of a trap it's really going to be. If they get out that door, jumping through, look at how much space they're getting. S-Tag, he's got the kill, but he can't escape, and he's out of bullets. The fact that the first guy in just jumps down Katie and made himself such a difficult target meant that even the double setup there just wasn't enough. They could not get the kill on him in time. Now inside of the bomb set, Roland needs some more strong headshots, but he's going to lose his teammate. He's on his own right here, and they know it as well. Tessus will run him down. That's another really well-handled round.
There's Katie and get him hyped up for that third map. Energy could be running low. Just get him in the right mindset, the right mood moving forward. Nice pistol. The pick out towards long, and you're exactly right. That is a phenomenal distraction from the first player jumping out. I think it was Katie, and S-Tag had to use his entire magazine on that one kill. What'd he say?
I don't even know. Listen, I'm just gotta be honest. It's too loud. There's too much shouting. I think it's better if you don't know anyway. Like, it just sounds more aggressive. Oh, man. Second round. And obviously, just the USPs. Single flashbang there. But not much to really fight with. So overall, looking like a good start for Heroic, at least for the moment.
Yeah, they're just going to walk until contact is made. It'll be Hampus at Divider. One flashbang on Alexi. That's on the other side of the map. It won't matter. It won't do anything. And Hampus has no chance. Heroic going to start moving forward, and they'll find a free bomb site if they continue to challenge.
And even with that, they're quite happy to just sit, wait a little bit, make sure that they're not running into anything crazy, which obviously we can tell they didn't even need to, but, you know, you have to respect it. They did give away some really painful rounds on Inferno that they didn't need to, and ultimately could have been what cost them the map, so you want to make sure that doesn't happen too much on this one, even if it's probably already a 99% win.
Yeah, and they cleaned those mistakes up on Ancient as well. I mean, obviously much more comfortable on that map, it appeared, than Inferno, but seemed to work themselves into a really, really nice level. Tessus has got Yabi's back, who's going to find Brolin. And Stown is going to fall, alone with an AK-47. So a mistake there is going to pass an AK over to Alexi. That's going to help the CT economy greatly early on.
Yeah, that's something that they're going to really appreciate. Never know when that kind of small concession could come back to haunt you. And no one's going to be close enough by to find him either. So 2-0 lead, that's fine. But the AK is a little bit of a slight hiccup.
Yeah, not something you want to have happen. That'll be money in the bank for whoever Alexi passes it over to, for himself potentially as well. 2-0 going into the first gun round.
And they need this early start in IP. Map certainly favoring Heroic. So it has to be fresh out the gate. Losing the pistol, you can survive that. You can forget about that and still make this a good first half, obviously. But for NIP, this first rifle round is so important. We'll see. Bomb drop back already assigned for Heroic that they're just setting up something. Looks like it's going to be a nade stack, triple nades. And Hampus has to be careful. Oh, it's going to be raining in. He's still a little bit back, but he's surviving.
I think one missed.
Yeah, it could have been.
Otherwise, he would have been dead. 4 HP remaining on Hampus. Good early damage from Heroic. Unconfirmed for the moment, but they'll be happy to find that out later on.
And it causes a couple of switch-ups here. Bringing Hampus back towards the A bomb site and leaving 2 people down in B. Still a minute on the clock, and Heroic are kind of working the long part of the map. They're making sure that no CTs can sneak in through connector or outside of B. They're sort of keeping an eye on it for the moment. And eventually they're going to claim this part of the map. It'll be interesting to see where they go with it. Boost set up.
Yeah, it's a clever way to find some use for Hampus with 4 HP to be the guy allowing that line of sight. But the fact that they're coming at long is really, really dangerous, especially the longer they stay in this stack. Less options for Hampus, and no chance he can really provide any kind of resistance if they eventually turn the corner.
Smoke is down, but there's a big gap in that one. They could swing right through 30 seconds. There's the opening attempt, but Tessus, he can't win that fight. Brolin goes down, and as you said, the boost, you know there's going to be someone there. Hampus, oh no! He got himself killed. And Rez is going to be going down next. 16 seconds on the clock, and a bomb plant to follow without a doubt here. And Alexi B and S-Tag, they have to think about giving up these rifles. It's not going to be worth it.
Was that a nade or like the last tick of a Molotov that had faded?
I don't think they threw a Molotov. I actually have no idea.
I think it was a nade. I think he like underhanded to try and peek behind it. I don't even know, but funny nonetheless. S-Tag will find a kill right at the end of the day.
We're going to need to see a replay of that. I'm actually confused myself, so yeah, we'll find out. But a good third round for Heroic, and taking away 3 rifles at least.
And another factor that Maniac brought up, so let's see if we can find this replay. Good shot from Yabby here. Hampus, oh, there is a little Molotov right around the corner. He couldn't see it from his point of view, but obviously just spreads enough to ruin his day. Maniac brought it up on the desk on the previous map on Ancient that, you know, Heroic was having a really big lead, but they weren't exactly winning the opening engagements. And again, it's another one where actually the first fight is won by NIP and recovered through the rest of the execute in a 4v5.
Yeah, in spite of that 3-man stack, but just still couldn't really survive. They get the 2 rifles, they buy up some deagles behind it, and they're going to try and see if they can pull one of those rounds that they did manage to do a couple of times on Inferno again. So I think 2 rounds in total where Rez had the AWP and they just had pistols behind it, and they managed to win some rounds on Inferno. It's a long time ago now, but why not give it a shot? They're trying to set up this boost, but really early on, it's going to be cancelled out, or at least found out. It's down, actually. Going down in spite of everything. That's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, he had a chance at a couple more kills as well. So good advantage found by NIP. Let's see if they can convert. Tess is the next up to be an X factor. I don't think Brolin is going to have this timing whatsoever. And oh, footsteps are being made. Tess reads this and hears everything.
Yeah, should get this kill. And down to the B-bomb site. Aggressive position for Cadian. Hampus wanted some information in return and is going to get a bullet instead.
And again, both bomb sites at this point are being challenged.
Yeah.
How do you know where to rotate? How do you know where to stack?
Yeah, it's very, very hard to make any good calls on the CT side. Cadian could get timed. Should probably be dead. That's a little bit fortunate. Grenade to chase him down, but they're not ready. Shush coming through the monster tunnel, and Rez caught with a knife in hand. S-Tag, not much you could do here either. Good recovery from Heroic in spite of losing that early battle and getting traded 2-1. 4-0 in their favor. This is, again, another good start.
Yeah, they've had great starts on all 3 maps. 7-0 on Inferno before eventually losing complete control and ending up dropping the map. Ancient, they grabbed that early lead and never really struggled whatsoever.
Yeah.
You have to see how big they'll be able to run up the score here on Overpass, but things looking good so far. S-Tag just hoping to find an AK-47 at the end of the day. He's going where all the action was early, towards short.
Yeah, with that door closed, though, very uncomfortable to have to open it up. And he also has to worry about the bomb. And Tess's. Good catch, good round. Heroic, they just keep going in the right direction right at the moment. So, yeah, they're going to be up to NIP to prove and show us how to bring this back. And again, it has to be really early.
Yeah, they've got to prevent themselves from having to play in like a deep hole and come back in it. And again, starting on the CT side, much like Ancient, getting put in that hole is very, very difficult to deal with. Another map that feels like it's very strong for the CT sides.
Yeah, you could really get pinned down if you start to fall behind. All right, this time nobody outside of B. The bomb still with them. I'm surprised that I actually thought they were going to be even faster because the whole team was there, but I guess eventually they're going to try and follow it up here. NIP, they have that op on Rez finally.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's got that over towards sandbags. They're starting to clear out short right now. Molotov to clear out the cubby to get information and push forward. Hampus is going to rotate and be more dedicated to the A bomb site because of that information. Little lurk smoke to give some space over to Heroic as they walk up behind it quietly. And NIP do not have this timing.
They really don't. I think Brolin was trying to jump to look over it, but I don't think they have any idea inside of the smoke. Oh, this is a nightmare. What an opening. Brolin, he's got no shot at it. They really did not realize how many people were there. 3 on 4. And now, a lot of trouble. Attempted grenade, but not going to catch anyone. The bomb will be planted here, and Gabby's even really far behind it. A little bit of a mess up there. It could have cost him, but he'll get the kill on Alexi, and that is a sign to NIP that it is time to pack it up and save the rifles.
Yeah, there's no chance of this retake any longer, and especially not wanting to risk the AWP. So Astag and Rez will just kind of back off. Astag hoping for a parting gift. But 5-0 now for Heroic, and given a few different looks at him so far. Astag's in trouble. They double up. They go for the swing. Stown is here as well. It's a long way to have to fall back, and Stown's not going to let it happen.
Even Rez missing the shot. The Molotov's surely going to be the one to save him. He can run towards the bomb. He's got the health for it, so he should be fine on that front. But, yeah, scary end to the round. He's going to be hiding there, and eventually we'll be able to save the AWP. Cadian.
Absolutely loving it.
Yeah, he's in the zone right now. It's not enough to win. They need to be crushed.
Well, we didn't get to do this a whole lot on Inferno. He's making up for it. He's making up for lost time.
Yeah, good on him.
Yeah, good for him. Timeout called by NIP. Alexi very, very vocal, talking things through. Still can consider him a new in-game leader to this new NIP roster. Trying to put it all together. The third map of this series. Good opening from Cadian. Brolin switched away, and that's just by virtue of not having numbers, not having information. Was thinking that maybe Cadian was the only one just lurking up to go for that cheeky kill and cause some chaos, but was never expecting the follow-up fight.
Yeah, that's such a great smoke to be crouching under, and I think if you go back and watch it again, I think Brolin does take one jump to try and look over the smoke, but he just doesn't see them. All right. Up on Rez to get the early kill on Tessus, but they're going to be following up with a lot of aggression. There is a stack down here, but it's only pistols, and part of the stack is blown up before they even really realize what's happening. Brolin goes down. Still, it is a 3-on-4. That orb is still miles away, and a good nade onto Alexi means he's almost dead already. I don't know if Heroic want to do this, but they have a chance to still clear this bomb site.
These are the rounds that really ruined them on Inferno. These are the ones they couldn't win. The one saved AWP and pistols, and now you've got an AK-47 salvaged by Hampus. It's not going to be easy. Heroic's going to walk through Monster. Quiet. And an odd timing.
Yeah, once again, good flash around the corner. Shush! Knife out to try and get some speed, but not able to get any stabs off either. Stown now in a 1 versus 3. And this is exactly what you said. A window back into it for NIP, potentially. Stown is crouched down, but he's going to be found. Alexi will win the round with a single headshot. And that is not really according to plan.
No, I mean, in one angle, yeah, this is what ruined Heroic on Inferno, but in the same kind of sense, on the other side of the coin, these are the rounds that got NIP actually going on Inferno. This is the rounds that actually started to really energize them, and you don't want to give that gift over. Interesting way of trying to entry for Shush. Astag not blinded whatsoever, able to handle business, in a timeout called by Heroic to make sure this doesn't get worse. We saw them doing this back at Rio as well. They've got plenty of money, Heroic. They've got a lot of cash built up. And they're going to drop down to some MAC 10s regardless. Yabby's picked one up with 4,300 left in the bank. Stown's going to pick one up with 2,300 left in the bank.
Yeah, that's true. They did. And they made it work a couple of times.
They made it look cool.
Yeah. the disgusting speed of running with the Mac 10s. I mean, all it takes is for one CT to be just a little bit unprepared and not aware of what's going on.
Or 3 CTs to not have head armor.
Ooh, ouch, yeah. That's also a problem. But let's see how NIP do. This has to be the first of a bunch, of a whole string of rounds for NIP to start to come back into the first half. Otherwise, Heroic will wipe them out once again.
Keep your eyes on Yabby and Stown on the mini-map to see where those Mac 10s are heading, to see where the explosion might be taking place. And obviously, Yabby's already heading towards the B bomb site through short. Same with Stown. So they want to challenge up sandbags, cause some chaos in this defense, allow the AK-47s to filter through Monster, and find some follow-up and clean up kills.
Here we go. Jump around the corner. The flash is immaculate, and it's going to be taken down. S-Tag. Good follow-up. They haven't even found the unarmored targets yet, so a little bit hard on the first one. Stown standing in the fire. Flash is there! And that almost got him killed, but somehow Brolin is still going to go down, and there's that one bullet headshot from Stown to take down Hampers.
It's such a powerful hit. Especially with those Mac 10s coming around the corners. The speed, the jumping, the hard target to hit, the mobility of them. And I mean, if you're from Heroic's POV, it's like, you know, in this situation, it's almost like you kind of negate the economy for 2 players. Because even if you lose that round, it's like they didn't really have to spend a whole lot of money to go for this.
Yeah, they're still going to be in a pretty good position. They can stay dangerous even in the upcoming round.
And this just bolsters their economy even more. Well done from Heroic. Good time to call that tactic for Cadian. And it's NIP want to talk things over again. Second timeout used. They've got a 5-round deficit. And they get responded and reset immediately. They still got money. Alexi, Hampus, and Rez are rich, so they can go for whatever they want.
Yeah, who could blame them? I mean, at this point, NIP are kind of up against the ropes. They need to make this economy work while they still can. 6-1 is the scoreline. Some really odd timings. Obviously, failed Molotov in there as well. Oh, there we go. Spray through. All right, good catch.
Up in the hands of Rez. 3 M4s and an MP9 on S-Tag. Round number 8. As NIP still trying to just get started at climbing out of the hole that they're in.
Yeah, really just the first couple of steps in that direction, and well, only 1 step so far. A lot of connected presence. Door has been blown up, which is just a very, very common thing to see right now for the CT side. And they're gonna clear it out. Molotov and flash and everything else, and nobody's there to really interrupt them. Similar nade as the last round. But no battle to be found here for Heroic. All of NIP are really far back on the map at this point in time, so... Rez on that AWP up at the A bomb side. A lot of map space for Heroic to set up some something with. He definitely sees that smoke going out. 50 seconds. They can wait out that smoke towards tunnel if they really want to. They're going to double nade the corner instead, and that's actually a lot of damage. It is the MP9 on S-Tag, but still, 40 seconds now. Started to see if they can reverse back and put some pressure on the A bomb site. They're still keeping a couple of people down outside of the B bomb site, so this could still be something different. Although now that it's only Yabby, you have to assume it will more likely be A than B. He's sneaking in, looking for the opening, and he sees one, takes down Alexi, and it commits more of the defense here. Flashes go in the air, Rez finding a hard time, and when he re-peeks it, Cadian is taking that angle. Brolin, the only one that could save this round out on long. He has to get a multi-spray down, and it is not even close. Tessa swings for it, and they clean it up, losing not a single player on Heroic.
What a disgusting round. All off the back of Yabby just challenging at sandbags. Finds the opening kill, and then it all just falls like dominoes afterwards. And this is Heroic. They've had time and time again. They've had a lot of space to work with in bathrooms. They've had a lot of space to just walk up to that A bomb site kind of with a lot of freedom and get these positions. As you mentioned, flashbang from Stown forced Rez off the angle and an ill-advised re-peek into it. And without any presence, I mean, the NIP defense just didn't know numbers, didn't know how many people were there.
And they're running into this is the problem a lot of teams end up facing when they're playing outsiders, is when you're on this CT side, if you look for information, you're sort of volunteering yourself to get killed in a number of ways. But if you don't have any information, then how are you meant to make the rotations work on the CT side?
And especially if you don't have information round after round after round, that's where you start to really feel compelled to have to make a play. Exactly what Heroic's looking for. 7-1 lead.
Rez is out on long on his own. Not with the op, obviously. 7-1. Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. Cool to see Yabi having a more of a fun time here, because he had, at least on the opening map, a really, really bad time of it. Ancient, I suppose everyone was playing pretty well on the heroic side, but this is Yabi at 10-3.
Yeah, I think with this kind of, like, Yabi feels much more comfortable in this kind of style of play on the maps like Ancient and on Overpass, you know, challenging towards the B-bomb site, challenging towards the B-bomb site here. Inferno, you can't exactly play in that very same fashion, and at least today it just didn't click. 5-on-4, a little bit of damage exchange, but again, Heroic is able to get so close before they pull the trigger and wrap around everyone. 8th round on the board for Heroic. They're having no issues at the moment with their T side.
Really not. S-tag could hang around, hope that they get aggressive, find a rifle, but that is about the best that you could do right here.
The rounds that Heroic have won have been so clean. Like, these are going to be back-to-back rounds with 5 players surviving, unless S-tag grabs one here at the end. But, I mean, they haven't lost more than 2 players in any of their round victories. Like, every single round is just a win and building up money and building up cash and building up options for the future. And NIP's not able to put a stop to anything. They're losing in, like, every facet of the game at the moment. Economy, information.
Yeah, consistently losing across the board. Which is, it's not what you're looking for. Yeah, even seeing it coming, waiting around. And it'll be another great round for Heroic as they take a giant lead over NIP on this 3rd map. It's just starting to look really scary, but then again, they did finish 2nd at the major, and it wasn't, I think that was some kind of a fluke.
No, and I mean, we're looking for that to be the springboard for this Heroic team, to actually be able to challenge for more trophies. Like, even some of their deep runs in the past coming out of the online era was like, okay, they've gotten to the quarterfinals, they've gotten to the semifinals, that's probably going to be it. Now you're hoping that you can go into these events and be like, okay, they've gotten to the semifinals, they're going to be knocking on the door for that trophy.
I love the idea of Cadian sort of screaming while they're stomping on CTs with just pistols. It just makes it even more obnoxious. Shush is going to be going down. Again, that door blowing up meant his attention was maybe a little bit taken away, and also a grenade at his back. So good, strong start, at least this time. NIP.
It forced Down to go into hiding. The spam that brought him down to 43, which means he wasn't there to trade that kill on Shush.
True. And they feel a little bit more comfortable, at least going for that little boost just to see what's happening.
No, but this is one of those rounds you have to win if you're NIP. Man advantage with this kind of a deficit to get back into the map. If you let this one slip away, it's going to feel absolutely horrible.
And again, Heroic giving them a lot of space to make that mistake that we were talking about earlier, where you start to feel like, oh, we need some information. But obviously, that feeling is not going to be as present for NIP when they have a 5-on-4. You always feel a bit more comfortable. Ooh, wait.
Miss smoke?
Yeah. That definitely did not work.
And it actually exposed S-tag to that exact play, and he's going to be frustrated. He goes for a peek to swing across with the cover of the smoke, but because it doesn't land, he's got nowhere to go, completely blinded.
Yep, and when he tries to follow it up, the flash is just absolutely perfect. That's devastating, and now a lot of attention. Tessus will find the kill on the way opposite side of the map. Roland is down and out. Oh, and they're going to keep going. Oh my god, it's fallen apart. It's, again, just like earlier you said it, one little pin gets pulled out here, and the dominoes just keep falling for NIP.
They're just so good at the moment of working the extremities. Like Yabi over at the B-bomb site, this is now the 2nd time he's cracked open the B-bomb site and really escalated all the pressure that Heroic wants to apply on the map. And then Tess is out towards long, hits a banger of a headshot, and NIP's just in transitional period where they're trying to shift the defense to where they think the attack is coming from, and all of a sudden they're out of position for everything. Just like that. And obviously, the missed smoke helps massively.
It does, and just the fact that you're near enough by to see it, and you don't really have much of a delay in making the call. You're like, all right, that's it, I'm going for it. You know, just a great decision. Gonna get a kill and down, but ultimately they'll lose the round 9-1. And Tess is challenging while the bomb is blowing up. Still wanted to see if he could find one more fight, do a little bit more damage. Wow, this is so suffocating.
The only round that NIP's won was a saved op in 4 pistols.
That's a problem.
That's a huge problem. Yeah, here it is. Poor Stag crossed over, left out to dry to a missed piece of utility, and it's all headshots from Heroic from there on.
Very hard, I imagine, during the extent of a timeout here to fix what is going on, because what Heroic are doing on their side, T side is just so comprehensive at the moment, right? This is the kind of stuff you need to go back and break down like round for round.
These Ancient and Overpass T sides for Heroic have been beautiful against NIP. They just don't have any kind of rebuttal, any kind of way to stop them. 3rd timeout used, and you can just tell how desperate it is. 3 timeouts in the first 10 rounds of the game.
I believe NIP won the knife on this one and picked the CT
They did
side.
indeed, yep.
And it's not to say that everything hinges on that, but the problem is obviously you don't get to dictate the pace of the game in the same way. So if you wanted to try and make it more of an aim fight, the CT side is not really the place that you're going to be able to do that. And now they change the pace. They go through the monster tunnel and they run down the defense. Hampers on his own. That's a 1-for-1-for-1 fight. Nobody there from NIP can save another person. They're just trying the best they can to trade it, but there's no real crossfire. There's no counter flash, no counter utility coming out. They just get completely mauled.
And that's a change of pace out of a timeout from NIP as well, remember? So, I mean, Heroic and Cadian's making the gamble of saying, you guys are going to be changing things up. You guys are getting battered. You're going to have, your mind is going to be set on the adjustments you're making, on what everyone's doing in this next round to be different. And we're just going to hit you with the uppercut towards the B-bomb site. And again, it's a MAC-10 leading the way.
Triple kill on Yabi to do all of this with. Didn't take a single point of damage. So overall, just really good stuff. Of course, Shush and Stanley kind of paving the way for that. But devastating. Devastating news once again. Rez is on 2 kills, but top fragging on that team is Alexi with 6. And that is, what, 10 rounds deep?
Yeah. That doesn't sound pretty when you say it like that. I mean, these are great flashbangs to go on top of everything. S-Tag is completely blind. Alexi goes 1 for 1, but then looking in towards Pit, this was actually a flashbang from a teammate, from Rez, that blinds Hampus, as Rez is just desperately trying to get flashbangs over to help anyone who's still alive in the bomb site, and completely deleted. And now you just feel like there's no solution if you're NIP. That's when it really sinks in now.
Yeah. We are just getting outplayed on this map. And on the last one, too, which is kind of a strong message to have to walk out of the day with. It's like, oh, damn, that's 2 out of 3 maps that we played. And I mean, not that obviously it was really cool that they could make the comeback on Inferno, but you also start to wonder what would have happened if they hadn't won some of those crazy rounds. I mean, it's a world in which Heroic dominate on all 3 maps almost. Pistols and that AWP on the side of Rez. And a lot of desperation for NIP. Alright. I don't even blame them for...
Ooh, reverse boost?
Yeah, why not? Oh, but Adian,
dear
they made a little bit of noise.
Oh, my lord. Red like a coloring book.
Rez will get a kill, but that also reveals the AWP on the other side. 3-4. Ooh. Alright. A little bit of a kill there with the 5-7, so maybe something to work with. Stealing an AK. Of course, very late to build any kind of a comeback, but they sure do need it in NIP.
Well, it's at least good they've clawed this back into a 3-on-3. And now, I mean, Rez has pushed forward as well with the AWP, so he's at least got information in the middle of the map. And this is maybe the first time they've had a player in position to have the informational advantage.
Yeah.
He can have a quick flank towards sandbags if his teammates are in trouble. Maybe not quick enough with a shot like that from Yabi. And there goes Rez. Cadian was ready for that as well. Perfect round from Cadian, reading the boost, reading the flank. Triple kill for him. And man, NIP is just getting shut down in every regard.
Yabi with another double. He's 17-4 right now. And it's not like he's been playing farm back and picking up the scraps at the end of the round or anything. He's getting some of these rounds with just entering onto the B-bomb site, straight up taking the fight and winning it. It's like the impact that he's having in terms of just what he's been doing down there is devastating to NIP. Oh, and now they go for the quad boost because they weren't winning enough already. They did tag Hampus, and he will stay alive, but still, just to add insult to injury and keep the pressure on.
I like this. You could tell the leash has come off of NIP. At this point, they're out of ideas. They've used 3 timeouts. They've tried to make team adjustments, and it's just like, all right, guys, you know, make a play that you think is going to win us around. Make a play that you think is going to be effective.
Yeah, you might as well. Oh, the flash is so good. They do get their vision back in time, and Brolin, good pickup there, but that actually looked like it was going to be a devastating setup. Yabi once again sneaking through the tunnel and waiting for his opening on the other side. This time it's not flawless. He does get tagged up a little bit, and he's got 2 players to deal with on the other side. Decides maybe it's not quite worth it.
Oh, but that smoke's going to apply pressure. He wants to make those defenders nervous. Keep as many eyes towards the B bomb site as possible. Now it's Tess's turn to be activated towards bathrooms as well, but he's got res to contend with, and op at dice.
Yeah, risky if he goes down. Oh, another opening. S-tag. Not even a deep peek for him. Rez, well aware that something could be happening, but how long could he stay in this position? He has to worry about long, so has to go back and check every once in a while. They have another smoke, and actually 2 smokes because maybe set this up with, so they could apply some pressure to this AWP once again. There's that smoke like earlier to try and segment the map a little bit. Yabi goes down. It's still a 2-on-3 with 19 seconds. They're going to be running on there, and they could get a quick bomb plant. Oh, they actually just run for it. That's crazy. Now they try it. They fake it out. 10 seconds. A little bit of a fight happening. This should be the round for NIP, but somehow Tessus has found a double. 5 seconds left. I think the bomb plant, it might be too late now. Cadian is going to fake it, and Hampus is not going to bite. He doesn't want to go for it. That is so close, and they still lose everybody. But it is at least a round for NIP.
That's a bummer. Cadian was really not feeling comfortable. He didn't think they had a chance to plant the bomb with them running through the smoke, but I mean, he couldn't have known it. They were just spamming through. And Tessus actually gets all the kills on defense necessary to allow the safety of the plant. So a miracle given over to NIP to get them round number 2.
That's the sort of round you can't even really celebrate if you're on NIP side. You're like, oh.
No, you can't really celebrate anything at this point. Second timeout used from Heroic after that loss. All the money in the world.
They're filthy rich. Enough to buy one of these, what did you call them earlier? The things you put on the cans?
Koozies.
Yeah.
You could get a lot of koozies with the amount of money they have.
I don't know.
You guys don't have koozies in Denmark?
No.
Okay. Do you know what a koozie is? Or are you just going along with me when I say that word?
I'm just assuming that it's gonna be
perfect.
Gonna be fine. I'm glad I'm learning something, Jason. I appreciate it.
Well, you haven't learned it yet. I'll tell you afterwards.
Okay. Bring me up to speed. I appreciate it. 17 kills and 5 deaths on Yabi going into the very last couple of rounds here on Overpass.
He's been a monster, and Tessus as well has had great impact that kind of eclipses his score as well with 10 kills. He's been the guy working the extremities over towards A, and he's had some very nice kills in critical moments to crack open that bomb site and put the defense into chaos.
NIP on a fact-finding mission outside of the B bomb site, which I think you said it earlier, just you might as well try and do anything you can at this point. It's just doesn't feel like there's a lot of wrongs or rights when you've got beat up this bad, so you might as well try something. And they are getting a lot of control out here. Oh, a chance here. A little bit of a dink on the Yabi, and he can't make the escape either. They were close enough by. Good catch, good kill.
Well, this at least forces Heroic's hand. I don't think NIP realizes it quite yet, but this is really the only play they have is just marching up long. They no longer have control towards the B bomb site. Now there's been a push towards blue door, and there's no point in waiting around if you're Heroic because you know that NIP's taking away your options. Here's the swing. Opening kill for Tessus. S-tag in a tough spot with an MP9. Utility's gonna rain in. He's boxed in, and he cannot buy time for the rotation to get there, except for Alexi B up the stairs. Double kill from him, and NIP have 3.
That's, in spite of everything, in spite of the fact, like you pointed out, they kind of knew what was coming. It's still a scary round for the CTs because they didn't have any nades at all, so they couldn't slow down that attack at long. They still managed to get the kills, but for a minute here, it actually is a little bit of a problem. Alexi showing up just at the right time to close it all out. Third round on the board. 15th round is coming up. And NIP with some money and rifles in this one. That's a nice change.
Yeah, they probably feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yabi quickly towards short. You've got Brolin pushed up towards blue door, and Yabi's gonna win that. Blinded from Cadian's flashbang is Brolin.
Yeah, he was getting spammed on the other side. And if he escaped that smoke and the spam, he was running right into the flash and a second player coming through. So a tough break. Rez again trying to playing very much alone out here by the restrooms, which I mean that's a fine way to do it if you can stay there. But Heroic have been so good at clearing out the map in previous rounds.
Well, they've also had they've had a little bit of an easier time too. Like some rounds they haven't even had that resistance, and S-Tag gets caught snoozing, overexposed to Tess's from above, and now Alexi's all alone at the B-bomb site due to this advanced position from Hampus, who'd shifted over to help Rez. Alexi's got to hold on by himself for some time.
How do you do that? Flash comes through, he can't see anything. That's such an easy, clear headshots all around. They close it out 12-3. That's disgusting. Second half is coming up after the break.
Hi, I'm Convict. This is my boy Flames.
Hello guys, Estak here from NIP, and I think this is Dupree.
Hey guys, it's Nico here, and I'm here with Ozzy, and we'll be doing CS Money, Rate My Inventory.
I think the pattern is pretty cool.
I like it. The red on red is always a good combo.
Yeah, it's not bad.
He's going for the red theme, and I think he copied Nico. Nico had this first.
I have that skin too. I think it looks good with the kimonos as well, so I'm a fan of that.
It's cool. I mean, red is cool.
Sometimes I just feel like I want some mixed colors, so I put the red AK, and I'm just running and shooting.
Big fan of this one.
Yeah, the Blaze.
There's no mistake with this one.
Blaze?
I mean, he definitely copied Nico's inventory, because that's what Nico's using.
I'm good to you, so I'll definitely give you an S.
I think the Blaze gives it an A.
For sure.
So
maybe like a middle B guy?
Middle B guy, yeah.
I'm not a fan of the Ursus.
Felt like it looked nice, but then everybody made a meme out of it.
Why is everyone using
It's
red
red theme
skins?
again, or? Here we go.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Astralis, I need like red gloves. I have a red knife. I need to get something red.
I never used them.
Yeah.
Never even thought about it.
They're ugly.
Okay.
They're really ugly.
Yeah.
No.
No. I mean, Bake is good, but just like...
And I feel like it's a pretty cool AK, to be honest. I wish it was a Star Trek.
He's a Vulcan guy. I like that. It's also old,
Vulcan is
old skin.
yeah,
as well.
it's good old
I like
skin.
it. I like it.
Where's the match?
There's no match.
Yeah.
The Vulcan jumped you to S tier instantly.
I mean, I would probably put him at like a C.
I think that's not the worst. I'd give it a C maybe. You think?
That's an ugly knife. Yeah, that's really ugly.
It does look
Fire
blue.
nice.
Either I'm colorblind. That's not blue.
I mean, it's kind of blue, right?
No. It's red. The handle is red.
I mean, a sapphire would be nice.
Yeah.
But
It would be better. A bit more expensive, but...
Could be better.
Could be better. I feel like
It's like decent with the knife probably, right?
yeah,
It
it's
goes
like a
well.
good combo, right? But
Yeah.
Yes, of course. The theme, right? You see the theme?
I honestly don't like this AK a lot. I don't feel like purple is a nice color on an AK.
It's much better than Conflicts at least.
Yeah.
Of course.
Cool. Yeah.
I mean, you know,
I think
my best highlight ever in my CS career was done with that skin.
Say B. Or C.
I would say B.
I'm gonna put you here.
I'd give it either a B or A.
Better than Flames, I guess.
Yeah.
You have to roast everything that they have.
En smoke, der er en til. Ja, Ole, vi har 2 gode flashes. De kan spille tæt kort. Ja, bare kom.
Det ved vi er, vi kan bare gøre det ordentligt.
2 dildo, 1. Backside, 2.
Flanke.
Kort, og vandet.
Der er
Ole, kom igennem her.
3, 2, 1. Angreb.
Nice! Skru pistol! Nice! Vi snakker mand! Kom nu!
Nice. When they put the captions there, it takes all the magic away from the Viking yelling. You didn't even want the translation.
It does a little bit. Notice they didn't translate one of the call-out positions for the pillar in the middle.
Oh yeah?
It's a classic. Yeah, great stuff for Heroic. They're blazing through this best of 3. I mean, especially the last 2 maps. Obviously, NIP have looked truly lost on this one, and Heroic, I mean, a relentless performance from them. They look their T-sides especially, so devastating. NIP have been just lost in the mud at this point.
Their utility usage, their flashbangs, especially here on Overpass on this T-side, was so cool to watch. I loved it. I felt like there was never any really clean engagement. Like, someone from NIP was always blinded.
And a setup. Quick hit towards the B bomb side is what it feels like. Flash on over, but no one there to catch on the other side. There is a smoke on Tessus to try and slow them down, and maybe, especially if it's a split push through the tunnel, maybe you can slow down half of that push. It's down on the early kill, but a good return. Rez is there, expert with the P250. Couple of headshots going his way, and Shush going to clear the tunnel. That's actually a huge swing. Now the rest of the push is coming through the Yell Bend. That is such a great fight to win.
Yeah, the rest of the push gets stopped because they don't have a second prong to it. They realize they're going to be the ones attacking into a crossfire instead of the other way around. So they fake the fallback, open the door, give some sound cues over, allow time for the heroic defense to shift towards the A bomb site, and Cadian doesn't have any deep angle. Tessus and Cadian are both playing pretty well tucked into the truck at A, which means poor Shush is on his own. And now Cadian's starting to swing out and get intel. Yeah. Tessus should be coming back now, and the door might slam shut for NIP.
It might be too late. P250s are here. What a shot from Rez. Taking down Shush. Getting tickled from the high ground. He finds a fourth headshot. Oh my god, he's destroyed Heroic in this round. And Cadian, just stay away. Don't give him the P250 ace. That's too much of a headline. Cadian in here. Yeah, he's already thinking about the end of the round. And Rez obviously very hungry to find that kill. And who could blame him? Yeah, checks it all out. He's got the right idea, but it's a hard angle to clear if he's going to go and check it.
Come on, Rez.
Yeah.
Go for it, baby.
Give him the chance. Cadian, though, again, tucked in there, and Rez is already kind of low on health, so might get tricky. There's the jump. He goes for it. Almost finds him. Needs one more, and he gets the ace at the end. That is disgusting from Rez.
Yeah, that's a nice little highlight to grab in a really tough scenario and a losing effort. Beautiful shooting from Rez, though. Absolutely magnificent with the P250. He did all the heavy lifting. Is this all headshots as well?
Yep, every single one.
That's a filthy shot, a filthy tap on a Shush. I think it's last bullet as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually so cool. It would be much cooler if it didn't come off the back of such a terrible
I know, just like it would be so cool if that was in like a close affair. I almost wish Cadian would just like get up and start shouting at him after he gets the ace. I mean, like, that's the only one you're gonna get.
Yeah, that would be actually prime time to trash talk. I appreciate that. Don't get enough of that, really. Don't have too many experts. We need to teach the new generation, you know?
Yeah. We've been on that train for a while, though.
Yeah, maybe we can hire Taz. You and I, we can get him like.
I wonder what his rates would be.
For like a course on trash talking? Like maybe an online course?
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Masterclass. Well, it's not going well. Shush with 2 scout headshots.
Dear Lord.
Down with the deagle. AK-47 recovered, and it's just Hampus. Just like that. 1v4. And oh, no more bullets for the low HP. Stound's gonna go down. That might be a little too crazy, but Cadian's there to pick it up. And what a stop for Heroic. We just start muting him now.
Oh my god. Well, that's
yeah, that ace no longer has the same vibe to it.
It really doesn't. It's just a small little victory, like a small little vacation into feeling like, all right, oh no, there's nothing here. All right,
yeah,
never mind. Forget about it.
We are still in trouble. Okay then.
Back to
18.
reality.
Yeah, quick comeback to reality. Good kill from Yabi. Shush is gonna add one in. Tessus and Cadian, they can just back away off this aggression if they want, but why not push forward? Why not grab another one? Brolin and Rez, a minute and a half, they're the only 2 left. 2v5.
Yeah, the aggression, just they keep going. Probably not necessary. Could defend it playing a little bit more safely, but Cadian wants the triple and he gets it. And we're at 14-4.
I mean, this is Heroic, I think, just realizing that they have broken NIP after that first half.
Yeah.
And why not just keep the pressure up? You know the mood in the team isn't going to be anything great. You know communication isn't going to be flowing. You can probably already sense they're not exactly on the same page. Just keep staying in their face.
And that part for NIP that's a big sign of trouble, right? I feel like if it was just the tactics and everything else, but it really does seem like A lot of the cohesion that you would be looking for on NIP just doesn't really seem to be there at the moment. They had, what, 6 rounds in total on Inferno, and they've got 4 rounds here, so this could be a very violent end to the best of 3 for NIP. Nade. Alright. Ampus gets blown up, steps on the nade. And Tessus and the rest of the crew here to clean it up. Again, very aggressive, not really any fear in Heroic at the moment.
No, and why would there be? This has been so comprehensive. I mean, forget about Inferno, and Ancient and Overpass have just been unbelievable. 15-4, I believe it was what, 15 or 16-6?
16-6, yeah.
On an Ancient previously.
Yeah, they're doing everything right at the moment.
I mean, the whole thing about these fall finals is like kind of the question, like, has Heroic done enough to start winning fans over? Especially if they make it to the Royal Arena, have they won the Danish fans over, which they haven't had in the past? And I mean, whatever you think, this kind of Counter-Strike is fun to watch.
It's super
very
fun.
Solid Counter-Strike, very aggressive and in-your-face Counter-Strike, and very smart Counter-Strike with good utility. There's a lot of reasons to love the Heroic that we're seeing in the server today.
If them finishing second in the major is enough to convert at least a couple of people, yeah, I don't know what will do it. Should be. Cadian on top of the smoke to take down Rez. Good trade, but immediately the rest of them are there to clean it up, and NIP picked apart before they could even step foot on the map. Hampus now with a 1 versus 4. Absolutely no shot. What an insane performance from Heroic on the last 2 maps.
They've had it all in this series as well. Hard carry performance on Inferno from Stown and a loss. Yabi really coming alive here on Overpass to deliver a huge win. Tess is having some good rounds. Cadian's calling has been on point. This is a dangerous team and a statement win to start the Blast Fall Finals. Heroic is looking to convert fans all around the world, and that's a great first step.
It really is. That is such an amazing victory. NIP, they're going to be shook behind that. And I guess we'll see if they can find a way to make up for it and bring it back a little bit. Oh man, we have I think a desk ready for us.
Yeah, that was a commanding victory from Heroic. Man, talk about that close loss on that first map of Inferno. They completely turned the tides coming onto the subsequent 2 maps. And that is the Heroic I think we expected to see coming off what was an incredible major run back in Rio. And the fact that they're able to bounce back off of that initial loss as well.
On map 2 and 3, together, Heroic won 12 and 12, 24 T-sided round. In the most defensive heavy meta we have currently, Heroic just made an absolute clownery out of the defense of NIP. That was incredible.
Yeah, and I think we're still left a bit perplexed as to exactly why NIP left this one in the pool. They had the choice of banning out either Mirage or bringing it to Overpass. We had a hell of a lot of questions, particularly as you were pointing out. Alexi B hasn't even set foot on this ground in an official in over a year.
No, and you could see that they were absolutely lost. The amount of time where the attack from Heroic caught NIP off guard, you know, the amount of space that was taken from Heroic, just eating them away. We have one of the heroes joining us right now. Maybe we should just ask him immediately, like, why did they allow Overpass against you?
Yeah, we're very confused.
I mean, I think it's hard to say, right? Because they haven't played that many matches yet with Alexip. So, I mean, we wanted to play it and they wanted to play it, so we were happy with it.
You yourself put up really great performance on Inferno. Obviously, you guys unfortunately went out to lose that one in quite a close fashion. But can you tell us what you feel like kind of what the issues were on that first map? What was going wrong for you guys?
Yeah, so like we had a really good start on the CT side, and I also feel like all the CT rounds were pretty good because we got like the first opener and like when they executed, but we like just didn't manage to close out the rounds. I think there were so many rounds where they just survived one. So some close rounds there, and yeah, I honestly kind of unlucky, I think, on Inferno, to be honest.
Well, you definitely bounced back map 2 and 3. That was clean. I want to talk about your journey now in Copenhagen. You're arriving as one of the heavy favorites, of course, strong from a great major performance, to be honest. What is the current situation in terms of pressure? Do you feel like you guys have to deliver here? This is your moment. You're trying not to think about it. How do you guys talk about that right now?
No, I don't think like we have that pressure on us. No, not really. I wouldn't say so. At least I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it like as an individual or like a team, to be honest. Obviously, we really want to play in the Royal Arena. Last time it was insane. You guys know that as well. But of course, Astralis is not here now, so.
And we asked that question. I asked that question to Exist, right? And I think he kind of dodged it just a little bit because I asked him, do you guys feel like you have earned the hearts of the fans in the Royal Arena? And he said like, we don't think about it. That's not true. I'm sure you think about it. How do you feel? Do you feel like you guys are going to have the audience with you if you get there, when you get there?
Yeah, I mean, I think about it. I mean,
honesty. Yeah,
I think
like
the majority in Denmark are still like from people who's like watching the Danish broadcast and stuff like that. It's always like the last couple of years, obviously Astralis. Like they had that years, and the fan base for sure, like mostly is towards Astralis. But I feel like for us, it's just important, like we keep like doing like great performances and like for example in the major and stuff like that. Then hopefully over time more people will like support us, you know. And I obviously hope for all the Danish fans to just like enjoy the CS and if we get there in the arena and hopefully support us.
Obviously, we've been reiterating it time and time again. A really great run for you guys back in Rio as well. Obviously, making it to your first ever major final. If you could pinpoint kind of the biggest learning you had from that experience, what would it be for you?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think for us, it was our third major and our third time in playoffs. So like, I mean, I think it's all about like believing that you can actually win it, right? As a team, like believe you can beat anyone. Like have that feeling of belief is really important, and we had that. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough in the final, but I mean, we learned from the final, and hopefully one day we'll get the chance to win one.
Are you believing here at full finals?
Yes.
I like that confident
go.
verse from you, Stan. Well, great showing up against NIP. Thank you so much for joining us. You can go off and celebrate with your team. I know you'll be preparing for tomorrow as well. Yeah, a really great showing from Heroic in this one, particularly obviously coming off the major. We talk about the fact that there's been so much work, so much effort from them going into that. Great to see them continuing that trajectory, coming into the early stages here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, a little bit of an alarming sign in the first map, but I think they recovered. They corrected the course the way they had to, and that's why I also asked him. I wanted to know what kind of mindset they're in, right? Because that strong performance in Rio de Janeiro, of course, means a whole lot of expectations into what we can expect from Heroic. We also talked about how the stars are kind of aligning right now for them to have this great run in Copenhagen. It's something they have to keep in the back of their mind. I think they did good. I think they have the right mindset. It was a clean 2-1 victory to NIP, and we'll see who they face. I see the players are getting ready right now.
Yeah, we have got a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike on the cards. 2 more best of 3s just today to be exact, and this one is going to be a bit of a barn burner. It's going to be Fluxo taking on NAVI, coming all the way through the gauntlet of the showdown. Let's see if they can submit an upset today.
Hello everybody, here we are. It's the Coinbase hot swaps with Rez and with Apex. It's a Liege, it's Hunter, Cirque, I'm joined by Kerrigan. It's the fall season, boys. The fall season of 2022. Way more roster moves than some people can keep up to. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on roster swaps, negative and positive.
Vitality. Let's say Vitality.
I think the Vitality change with bringing Spinks reminds a lot about the FaZe with Rob's joining. An upgrade in kind of the role and the position and the philosophy of the team.
For me, honestly, Vitality signing Spinks, I think it's a very good move because Spinks, I know he's a really good guy and a really good player, honestly, and that's the piece they needed. No excuses for them. They have a really good team. I'm including, of course, only coach. So yeah, I think no excuses for them. I think they'll be really good this season.
I didn't really think that like ENCE was doing too bad. Like maybe they needed to change something to like improve them, but you know they were like a top team like this entire year. Sure. So to see that change was pretty surprising for me.
Final seconds, last few days right before we kind of get back into action. You guys have a huge signing in Spinks. I had Zywoo in here earlier, and he told me that it already feels like Spinks has been on the team for months. That this guy just showed up, slotted right in, wants to work hard, good mentality, good communication. Do you agree with Zywoo?
Of course I am. I would say that for us last year was, the first 6 months of the season was a bit of a mess. We couldn't find our form most likely because of roles. We had like 2 real entries and no like real lurker. So that was kind of hard to play on some situations. Dupree and Misuta had to swap like roles sometimes coming in the group to entry, sometimes like lurking. So we took, I think, one of the best lurker right now, who is Spinks Lotan. He's been fantastic for the first 6 months in his role. And we try to not change his role at all, almost. We try to put him in best condition when he arrived into the team, both in CT and T side. We try to do that. Of course, he had some changes because we had also maps where we felt really comfortable, and he just had to fill the gap. But other than that, I think he's a really hard worker. He's been there obviously for maybe 2 years.
NAVI are never ones to back down, even when facing adversity.
Bit there with the AK, chewing them all up. It's a nice quad kill.
Although a weaker opponent on paper, they can't get overconfident versus a fiery Fluxo. Otherwise, the opening game could become an uh-oh. Fluxo has the golden opportunity to show themselves on the world stage.
Lucalzi able to take one down. Keep going, triple entry.
While the opposition is tough, the Brazilians are never scared. But could this be too much for them to handle? Our next best of 3 is coming right up, and NAVI will be taking on the Brazilians in Fluxo. For Fluxo, this is an event that means a hell of a lot to a team that didn't make it to the major. For NAVI, this is just another day in the office, but they cannot falter, they cannot slip away here. The teams are entering in, the game is ready to go live, and I've got Pimp joining me here by the side of me to break all of this fun down. Are you ready for this, mate?
Yeah, I am ready. It's going to be great to be back here in the Royal Arena. It's going to be great to see NAVI play once more. And you said another day at the office. I would argue that NAVI, for the first time in quite some time, are under a bit of pressure. Not performing too well at the major, not doing too well as of lately. They need to step it up.
They do need to step it up, right? And we look statistically at what this team was able to do. We look at the things, if you see the interview with Blade, the potential of other players swapping in, the MPL coming on through, you know, there is some significant conversations going around what might happen with this lineup.
You would say so. One player I actually would like to focus a little bit on would be Simple quickly, right? Because he's been a monster throughout the entire year. We know everything that's been going on with NAVI, the circumstances he's had to perform under, and he's been a beast from start to finish. That being said, though, the last 3 months, and in particular the major, Simple hasn't been up to par with what we normally see him from. As of the last 3 months, his rating is 1.20, which is actually the lowest he's been at for quite some time, which is ridiculous to think about. Because normally, as you see, the first 8 months of the year, 1.31. He's a beast, but lately, he's struggling a little bit.
Most players would be really happy with a 1.20 rating as well, right? But we hold him to we hold him to such high esteem with that. But looking at what NAVI should be offering here on a game against a team that, okay, they're the fiery Brazilians for sure. This should be what should be the most easy game for them on paper, right?
On paper, it should be quite an easy game for NAVI, without a doubt. I fear it's not going to be that easy, though. I think Fluxo has played some decent Counter-Strike. They have a couple of players that we have to look out for as well. So if you're NAVI and you're underestimating your opponents today, there's a chance that in the current form you're in, that you could struggle just a little bit.
And we need to talk about this Fluxo side in the sense that this is a team that only came together just before you were qualifying for the major. They didn't have the greatest chance there being a new roster. Ever since, they've been beating every team within their region, and this means so much for them to even be here in Copenhagen.
You could hear them, you know, just before. They're getting loud over there. They're hyping each other up. They're getting ready for this tournament. And sure, you said it's another day in the office for NAVI, and I would agree to some extent. Whereas for Fluxo, this is their major. You're right, they didn't qualify for the major. They weren't ready for that. They weren't ready to qualify. But now, in the Blast Showdown, they did a tremendous job. You had Lucalzi playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. You had the rest of the team stepping up as well. And now at this tournament, that would be their major. If they can make a result, perhaps taking a victory against NAVI, that in itself, James, that would be a massive step forward for this lineup.
And there's a few things I want to touch on here when you're looking at this team. Woody, the IGL orb that you've got here, the typical Brazilian way. Phelps, also the other experienced one. Around with the younger guns in here, right? VSM looking to do a huge amount of damage, but it's the one you mentioned, Lucalzi. He's the one that if he goes off, I haven't seen many teams be able to shut him down. He needs to bring his absolute best this time around if he wants to take on NAVI.
He is the X factor for Fluxo, without a doubt. I was diving into his stats, and his T-side ratings, his T-side stats are some of the best in the entire world. You see most of the players, even Saivu, Simple, all these big names, they perform better on the CT side because it's easier. Lucalzi, he performs statistically better on his T-sides. He is a monster on the T-sides, opening up kills, closing down rounds, clutching. He does it all. You see his event rating right here as well, consistency. Well, that's also a name with Lucalzi. So, yeah, you are spot on, James. Without Lucalzi playing well, Flux is not going to win this game.
Now, I was talking to Phelps in the lobby just as they were on their way here, right? And one thing he said is the main problem is going to be looking at how they temper their aggression. We talk about how fast they can play, how fired up they can get with it, but he needs to be able to know when to switch flip the switch when it comes to playing this game. Would you agree with that? Is that where they can get caught out?
Depends on what NAVI will allow them to do. We have to respect Simple. We have to respect Bit. There's a lot of talent within NAVI. We know them to be one of the best teams in the world. We know Electronic as well as an in-game leader. Perhaps he's been struggling a little bit finding the tone within NAVI, but still, as an individual, he can shut down a team. So whether or not Fluxo is going to play aggressive or passive Counter-Strike, I think it comes down to whether or not NAVI will punish that. So we still have the eyes on Perfecto, we still have eyes on Simple, and they will most likely be the ones dictating the pace of the game.
Now, the interesting thing when it comes to this video that we're going to go through is that the fact that Dust 2 is a map that these guys love from Fluxo side of things. We are going to see that one picked out, so they've got the confidence in it. Then we go straight to Mirage, the staple when it comes to what Navi's been offering, and a decider on Nuke. That looks pretty good for Navi.
It's a good map pool, and it's a fun map pool. Dust 2 being in the mix, Mirage being in the mix, two open, dual, heavy reliant maps, and then Nuke, which is a complete different synergy compared to the first two maps. So should that be needed, I guess, for Navi or Fluxo for that matter, it's going to be a complete different game. I like this map pool because it's going to be fired up, it's going to be a lot of duels, and that's how Navi and Fluxo for that matter wants to play Counter-Strike.
That heads up Counter-Strike is coming your way, but before we get there, we're going to a break. This match is about to get underway, the teams are ready, and we'll see you in just a few moments to watch it go down.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's the Royal Arena. ready to be packed full of a bunch of Danish Counter-Strike fans, and we got to figure out which of our 6 opening 8 teams are going to be joining us for the playoffs stage. I am Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're here to bring you guys some Counter-Strike action throughout the fall finals.
Yeah, this might be the biggest mismatch of the event with Fluxo here and NAVI. And I think if you watch this showdown, you are so curious what Fluxo are going to play like versus some of the teams that are here. You know, in particular, of course, we're talking a lot about players like Lukowski, who was ferocious, man, especially on Dust 2. He was one of the people who was most upset about this map getting removed, so they're trying to get some playtime in it before it gets removed. And now going up against NAVI on Dust 2, of course, it's not going to be easy, but I know they're looking for the win. I'm looking for a brilliant display of individual level from some of these players.
Sure.
And for Fluxo to win some more fans here.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Again, I think they kind of saved the showdown in that regard, in the sense that they became the tail of what was a very kind of mixed bag of results right before the major. To qualify for this, we talked about how Fluxo weren't able to qualify for Rio because they were such a new team, but this is their major cycle in a way. So just being here, I think, is an achievement for this roster. And any damage they can do, it's just added on top. But tough opponent, huh?
Yeah, it's the biggest dog that they could go up against in NAVI, so we'll see.
We shall see. Dust 2, good place for them. This is where they have hit hard in the past and currently sit outside of long. NAVI going to lean it back on Catwalk. We've got SDY and Electronic in the server, both of them awaiting. So at least space being given here to Fluxo. They're being allowed to get into this site with the double cross. All is going to be good. We could be staring at a 5 versus 5 retake attempt to start off this head-to-head. But they're going to stutter step. Try to find a frag. When nothing presents itself, go ahead and plant that bomb. Towards mid, Phelps continues to work. He'll be preoccupied with Perfecto. That actually draws.
Okay, dude.
Are you kidding? You can't
He's 10 feet taller. He wasn't touching the ground. Either way, it's illegal.
That's the first kill of this series? Are you kidding? And into the retake. Like, if that doesn't send a shiver down the spine of every other player here on Fluxo, how does Phelps even call that? Electronic presses in. We're going to get Lux trying to bring it back, but that's it. That's all. Simple. The jumping USP to defuse in the pistol.
All right, Jordan. What? I mean, he was at the apex of his jump. I don't think anyone's ever got this kill in their life. No way.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you gotta. If you don't laugh, you cry.
You know exactly what just happened to you, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
God damn.
All right. Well, that sets the tone. The last we saw of Simple playing at the Rio Major versus Freya, of course, it was one of his worst performances. Definitely at a major, of course, and they got eliminated in the match. Wasn't a great day for him. But outside of that, at the major, still had an incredible major in this year. Still #1 player this year. Just a little bit of recency, questioning for people when it comes to his current form. But I think it's kind of on Simple to show us that he'll continue to struggle rather than us to assume that he will. And that's been the story for him for, I think, about the last half-decade.
The tale that keeps on giving. Grenade into Phelps. Simple. Oof, there we go. A little bit of revenge. Okay.
That'll feel good.
Yeah. For Phelps, definitely.
We watched Kill Bill a couple weeks ago. Revenge is important. That's what we learned.
Great films.
Yeah.
We were getting through the entire Tarantino encyclopedia.
We watched them all, actually.
Yeah. We flew all the way to London just to watch movies with Maui.
Yeah, that's right.
Well done. Electronic. Well, he sees it, but why be another casualty?
That was very Shakespearean, by the way.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, like that.
Fluxo at a fall finals. Kind of cool because I think that at showdowns we generally get like maybe an upset here or there, but in terms of qualifying for the next event, those upsets don't generally tend to continue on. So they really have embodied the showdown tale, the fairy tale that is, and right now is not. NAVI, that's the 2-0 start. Only the 1 death versus Simple because of Phelps' Deeg. Fluxo, let's see those guns.
Yeah, NAVI play well versus... when it comes to like aggressive play styles, like outside of that major match versus Freya, There's very little evidence that they could, that Freya could win that game versus Navi, because in history, apart from one best-of-3 win online, Navi have dumpstered Freya like countless times. And no matter how aggressive they play, Navi are very comfortable at slowing down the game and playing versus teams like that. There was an opportunity for Woody, but he drops it. They'll see 2 cross, but that's not enough info to make any plays off of it. Bit actively spotting. And what could be a bit of a bait, actually, with Bit spotting from back there with a rifle and electronic up front. See if they give away any audibles.
Ooh. Off angle. Oh, and with that smoke down, Lux lucky to be alive. Should've, coulda, would've been SDY's opening.
But now they've breached Cat as well, so this is something. And we know where the magic of Fluxo will come from will be their individuals taking their risks as soon as they feel like it's time. And we know they're willing to fly.
And I think that if you have no idea what this Fluxo formula is, you've got to keep eyes on Lukowski. He is an absolute anomaly, as Pimp was referring to in the pregame, in terms of his T-sides. Like, just being rated above anybody else. It's so odd. That
well, it's above his own CT side rating.
His own CT sides, yeah.
It's
so bizarre. There's nobody else like that.
Yeah, there's no other player that has higher T-side ratings. And then we'll see, how much that holds up playing against this upper echelon of Counter-Strike teams here at the fall final. Would be the real test for him. But so far, so good.
Yeah, they get up the catwalk for free. So 25 seconds to spare. That long control, very much known to Fluxo because of SDY's initial fight. Woody plants bomb towards Cat. And T's peel away. We've got no utility for the post plant. A singular flash on Perfecto. So a retake. That's going to have to come through swiftly and cleanly. Phelps tries to keep them at bay here towards the long cross. And once SDY rounds that corner, it's a gunfight that begins. Conjoining with the CT push up works well. Perfecto in with impact from middle. Lux, awkward spot with the AWP, especially 5 health. And that gets cleared in an instant by Bit. Electronics found his headshot, and Navi just perfectly sliding straight through.
Man, they're so good at staying composed into those retakes and then pushing through. We saw FaZe earlier today show us that they are not the team that left the major 0-3.
Yeah, thank God.
Only a single map in that Legend stage versus BNE, where they lost the series. And they came through, played so much better here at the fall final. And, I think there were a lot of weird storylines that came out of that major because of all the top teams that didn't play up to their own level. And even far below it, in a lot of instances. I mean, even NIP were one that going 0-3 in Legend stage was already quite surprising. Yeah. So I think that the story for the fall final is just about it's a mini redemption arc for the top teams. Maybe you don't even need it, but just to show us that they still are at their kind of mean level for the year. And I think most of us believe that they will continue and bounce back, basically. They'll come back stronger, as we like to say in esports.
I mean, as they're allowed to, FaZe, I think the cool thing is we're going to get that same attempt from G2, right? But just a real unknown quantity as to what the hell they've been up to other than watching the major. So later tonight versus Liquid.
Yep.
That's a BO3 worth staying up for. But quick tech pause here, round 4, Dust 2.
Go
the last
top 5 IGLs this year. Go.
Top 5 IGLs this year. Electronic.
Number 1?
No, I'm not putting them in ranking.
Oh.
Because then I don't want to upset
fine,
anybody.
That's fine. I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay?
So.
Cadian, Jame, Electronic, Kerrigan, NAVI.
NAVI?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't
I would like
think
to
about Rio.
contend with the Snappy. Can you throw him in there?
Ooh, that's a fair one. Yeah. Did I say Cadian?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just double checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snappy, honestly, shout out Snappy. Although Ents in Espo right before this, kind of, there's a major wasn't phenomenal, but I think yeah, Snappy deserves the respect.
Okay, what about Mezzy?
Oh, I mean, he's actually the best player on Fnatic.
Yeah, and the second best.
He's not
IGL
an IGL.
in the UK.
He's actually just a star.
That's true, and he's revived the Fnatic brand.
Mm-hmm.
First time they qualified to a major in the last 3.
Hell yeah.
With the UK IGL, I don't think there's a coincidence there.
What did you make of my list?
Solid. I mean, that's...
Yeah, solid. Okay, good.
Yeah. I can't reveal mine because I'm going to make content out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Squeeze it for everything it's worth, but...
Mr. YouTube.
That's why I just wanted to source some additional opinions.
Okay.
Nothing like free labor.
Yeah, I was gonna say I gave it up for free.
All right, and now top 5 support players.
Perfecto. This guy right here, man.
Okay. Fair enough.
No, I mean,
love the hair,
Perfecto,
by the way.
Axile.
It's one of these situations where now I can't remember what his hair used to look like. This is the only haircut he's ever had.
Seems like the SDY phase is. Remember when he joined and everybody got the SDY haircut?
Yes.
Yeah, revolutionized Navi.
But the question is, did everyone get the device haircut?
Oh man, where is he?
Where is he? Yeah.
Where is he? What if he shows? I mean, what's he gonna look like when he gets here?
Yeah.
And by
Yeah, what
here,
haircut
I
is he
mean
gonna-
with us, the Counter-Strike community who await the return of the king.
Yeah.
You know, I really do feel sometimes like just like a field peasant. You know, and like I'm closed off from the castle. I don't get to go in and see. But they just keep telling me from the top of the wall, like, the king is nigh, he is coming. And I'm sitting there, I'm sowing my lands. You know, I'm sleeping on a bed of hay.
What else you doing?
I'm just thinking about the day that the king walks by, and I'm gonna be excited about it. Listen, man, I'm like 30. You know, expected life expectancy, dude. We're almost there. Where the hell's the king?
Yeah, where's the king at?
I waited my whole life for this.
That's true. 1 year in Counter-Strike is
gonna die the plague
like
soon.
7 real years, roughly, with the amount of stuff that happens.
Yep.
At VSM, CSGO tattoo on his hand. Olaf Meister fire diffuse graffiti on his arm. Now that's culture.
Dedicated to the game.
Love that.
Yeah, he likes it too.
Oh yeah. All right. Lukowski,
Two
this
cups.
guy.
A 2-cup kind of
I
guy.
saw him at the major.
You did see him at the major?
Saw him at the major.
Really? He was just attending?
He was just, he was up there in the VIP booth.
Damn.
And I was just like, whoa. You know, I just didn't expect to see some of these guys there, but it makes sense. They're close by. And I was like, nice showdown, man. Looking forward to this fall final.
What did he have to say?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, he speaks in the server.
Yes. And a few words.
Woody, IGL of Fluxo, for those of you uninformed, and also Coldzera's cousin.
Yes. Sorry, no. Caserado's cousin.
Exactly.
It's because somebody called him Woodzera.
Oh, that was it.
But it's actually Zywood.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Yes, Zywoo's long-lost brother.
Yes. Okay. Well, right now, Fluxo don't look that scary. We're going with Fluxo or I know it's Fluxo, but I'm having trouble.
Oh, yeah, it's Fluxo. That's right.
I'm having
yeah,
trouble.
No, I got a Portuguese lesson last time at the showdown.
I'm going to try to remember.
Yes, it's
Fluxo.
So.
We'll give it a shot.
Yep. Fluxo trying to find their flow. Lux lands the scout shot into Simple, dodges the op in return. So a little warning sign here, okay? We've got Fluxo in with some weapons.
So I don't know how much preparing they did, but we see that Navi are sneaking. Oh, wow, man, he's so clean with it. How'd he get up on that box so fast?
Agile, man. Great vertical leap.
Yeah, but the trade comes through. That's important.
And VSM, had he hit the headshot towards that A site, well, we could have seen the flood forward from the flu, but perfecto. Now known, and not able to snap that M4 downwards. So Phelps gets the return kill, missed shot from Simple, and yeah, he's got the inkling as to the player to the left, but he's also got that sign of life from VSM, who comes out from tunnels and opens up the B site. The bomb carrier is able to peel away from mid doors. Now SDY, if he could kill Phelps in this corner, then that retake could get rolling, but he gets tagged up by, of course, VSM's coverage, and Phelps can comfortably lock in here. Everybody's busy right now from Fluxo. And with that fresh mag, Phelps guns down 2. We've got the T's on the board.
Hey, the big one right there was VSM coming out of the tunnels, taking down Simple. And Simple had 2 harder shots. Didn't go through. This bit of movement here from Bit. He was close doors, and I was just going to say it looks like, you know, when we watched Fluxo play, a lot of their plays came to sneaking out mid-door, sneaking up Cat with one player. Yakinder style, getting out and just trying to take a fight as quickly as possible. So it looks like Navi are trying to stuff those choke points in the early round and play closed doors a lot. They've got Electronic in there again.
Phelps on the hunt.
Oh, Electronic's pushing lower, actually.
And he's going to get VSM. Yeah, in between two angles.
I think this is clearly an important part of the game plan right now for NAVI. And even though, I mean, Fluxo won that round on an eco, so they've got a little bit left over. Not to say they can afford to lose, but it's one of the better rounds.
And from all out long to all gone. We're gonna leave it. Woody tries to swing the op towards middle, Bit playing around with him, and drawing Perfecto ever closer. Flash over top, Woody ducks.
Don't know if you saw that.
And that's gonna allow Perfecto to double up towards upper tunnels.
Oh, they got full middle control now. Woody's gonna have so much pressure in just a second. Simple will take him out. Bit rotates into the B site, and they don't know about Perfecto and lower just yet.
Oh, he's sitting still. All is good. Ready for the lower peak. Ooh, Perfecto. So clean. 3 headshots. Bop, bop, bop. Everybody goes down in tunnels.
Damn. He's got the nice haircut. He's fragging like this. I mean, he's going to be a star soon. I don't know if they have room.
Clean with it.
This is a crosshair placement masterclass from Perfecto. Wasted no energy. 0 flicks right there.
Yeah, we call him the support player of NAVI, but I mean, individually, also solid.
Yes.
Right? It's not like some weak link.
Yeah, as a support player, he's got close to like top 20 stats. I mean, he had a very good year just on the stats alone, which is hard to do from all the positions that he plays.
Phelps about to press into Bit, who was looking at the catwalk, but sensed the peak right before it comes through. So that's going to counter out what was Simple's first death. Woody, props for that on the scoreboard by besting one of the best.
So, well, at least with the one player dying, Lux gets an upgrade. But NAVI are very calm right now. They've still got 3A and their left side long door, so they can focus forward. Oh, shots missed. It's Bit. He can't hit that off shot. Ooh. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay. Bit and SDY both coming up empty-handed on that A site. Sure, some damage in, but it's not as though Perfecto and Electronic are going to give us a strong effort. No trades yet, so we lean back if we're NAVI. M4 won't win this fight.
Okay.
Not now and not once the update comes live.
Yeah.
Once World Final rolls around.
It's a great shot.
Yes?
Insane entries, right? I mean, Electronic falls back to Pit with a flash in his pocket. Could have used that if they had got one kill, then the top comes out, then the flash comes in, then they can put up a defense, they can call for rotations, but 2 kills on entries in sequence. I mean, that's the Fluxo magic, and that's what they pull off right here. This is their comfort zone. Again, they love entering off cap. And the ops are not doing too well so far this game for NAVI. But, ooh, wow!
Okay.
Hey, that was a blinder.
That's a great round for Woody, then.
That is why they call him Zywood.
Close on Electronic, the open on Simple.
Maybe they should call him Woodwoo.
Woodwoo.
The French guy. They should call the French guy Woodwoo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, Phelps. There's nobody there. Go, go, be brave.
The gentle words of encouragement. Oh. No damage.
Yes.
Oh wait, yes damage.
Flux's damage. So we'll see. We'll see. It's live.
It's live. They are still going in. That should be corroborated, of course. They don't know about each other's health. Cat is the place to go. I mean, this is just going to be a save, essentially, if they go forward with this attack. So NAVI really just kind of crossing their toes and hoping something else comes. We'll see if Fluxo overthink it or not. Doesn't feel like it.
You say crossing your toes? Do you cross your toes before your fingers?
It just meant like they're going for the extra luck right away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like that. Lukowski's little lag here is why we went for the not live. But
Looks like they don't even need him. Oh, maybe they need him.
We'll see. Pistols facing from long. Another headshot. Ooh, that's nasty. Electronic making the most of the chaos. Actually kills Lux. Simple. P250s from downtown do damage. And Simple gonna go at this, almost finishing off the little that's left of Woody, but 2 survive for Fluxo. And they'll close that lead to now just 1 round.
Yeah, when they played the showdown, every team they played against, even if they were playing against better teams, they played the same and they played just as scary and their aim looked good. They do not look like they have that same level of ferocity right now.
Sure.
That was just Dinks coming back from the Pistols who had no armor, who were in a compromised spot at long trying to get up to the site. So I think clearly, either Fluxo came in with the expectation today that they were going to own and do really well and really show Navi that he could come in with a hot start. But I think right now it's clear they're not super comfortable. Not super comfortable.
Understandably, hard to just walk into the likes of Navi and think, this is going to be as easy as, say, dispatching of Complexity. I couldn't remember actually what their run was.
No offense to Complexity.
No, sir. In Floppy, we trust. But again, big step up.
They didn't play Complexity. They played EG. It was EG.
Ah.
Yes.
In Automatic, we trust.
And that was a cool one because they got their revenge match versus 00 Nation. So the story for Fluxo is that coming into the RMRs, they formed their team very late, only played in the last one. And while they were actually cleaning up inside of Brazil, beating everybody, when they played the RMR, the decider game, they lost to 00 Nation. 0-0 go on to qualify to the major, make it to the challenger stage, and that's a huge result for them. Then now the showdown comes through, Fluxo get a chance at a revenge match, and they win 2-0. And I mean, for the sake of pride and confidence and status outside of Brazil, I think winning that match was really important.
Agreed.
They proved they know that they could have in the first place, and they showed that probably given the chance, they would have made it to out of the RMRs if they had formed their team a little bit earlier. And, right now, a lot of people don't know who Fluxo are, but it certainly feels like they believe that they're next up and that they'll be talked about in the same breath as other teams like MIBR, 0-0, Imperial, and other rosters that are similar. And of course, the memes around Lukowski come from the fact that I believe it was Sharks didn't want to pay his 400K buyout, something like that. It was just too expensive. And I mean, that's a lot of money, right?
To some.
Yeah. You could buy like a bathroom in Toronto for that kind of money.
A whole bathroom?
A whole bathroom these days.
We talking 2 sinks or 1?
Yeah. And in 2020, you get a den and a bathroom, but at least a bathroom now. But still, that's just a lot of money. And for somebody that nobody doesn't have much brand value, nobody knows who he is, you wonder how good he's going to be. It's just that he had all the markings. Like you watch him play the matches and you're like, okay, damn, this kid has it. You just want to see him play in real match settings on LAN, group stage lines like this, versus top 10 teams, and then they could be certain. But I'm sure they were kind of kicking themselves once they saw Lukowski play the showdown, like, oh, okay, he really does have it. And again, to have a player that's better on T sides in what was an overwhelmingly CT side meta is so valuable. I mean, invaluable. Like, there's no one else that you can really point to that can do that.
Yeah, it's a real anomaly.
So it'll be cool to look at the stats once this stage is done for Fluxo, win or lose, and just see where he stands. Not that he should personally be obsessed with that.
Happy to have SDY with us in the server. Was feeling a little bit under the weather coming into the event, but good enough to compete this evening. Confirmed that upcoming NPL. So I believe they've changed his name.
Did they?
They changed his name. That's what James Banks, the prophet of Navi, had told me today.
Okay.
That's
no more nipples.
Nope. Freed. NPL.
Okay.
Will be playing at the World Final. Navi, one of the few teams confirmed for that final. There's actually a lot of stories right now about, again, like the World Final of Abu Dhabi. Obviously, the winner of this event will get to go. And then based on who has qualified through the events, like the Major, the 2 seasonal finals for Blast. Then it's, you know, the rankings leaderboard to fill in those last few spots. And I think that right now, a lot of who qualifies actually leans on Fluxo specifically because they're such an anomaly, because they could, again, if they go on some wild run here in Copenhagen this week, offset some teams who need points this weekend. They are kind of, you know, deciding the fate of others in terms of how this year.
It's like if they win, they screw it up for everyone.
Exactly. And if they lose, then it's, you know, kind of as per expectations. I think Liquid, G2, they'll move in, but Fluxo really have it.
So in short, we're rooting for chaos.
Yeah. It's all about the madness.
If James can win the major, what else can we do this year? What else can we conjure up? Electronic is an interesting story for Navi this year because it's like, if he's considered a good IGL, which if he was just calling the whole time, which he was already support calling, he's just like the best player IGL ever.
Ooh,
right?
Ever?
I mean,
sure.
He's been top 5 multiple times. This year won't be that same in terms of his rating. He wasn't as good, but he also was calling as a primary caller this time around. But Navi as a team, despite kind of the sheer number of rounds they win, or even all of the matches they win, or all the tournaments that they haven't won this year, they're still regarded top 3 team. Like wherever they stand in the rankings, they'll be top 3, top 2, or even top 1. Tournament favorites sometimes. I mean, like I think it kind of felt like at the playoff stage of the major, for example, pick'ems were split. It was like 51 to 49, Cloud9 Navi.
That's how it felt.
So that's just how it is. Even before Legends started, it felt like Navi, well, they'll win until further notice.
Yeah.
Until we see how FaZe play, until we see how Cloud9 play. And that sort of shifted. But when we talk about the sheer, first of all, the high impact positions that Electronic plays, on top of calling for a team that puts together some of the most well orchestrated T-side rounds in the history of the game. Dare I say the most? Honestly, some of their T-side rounds, I can't even believe that they can organize so well, where it just feels like, you know, 5 players but 1 mind. And when they're moving around the map, they're just so incredibly aware of every detail and little bit of space that they're taking, that even in their losing halves because of maybe individual level or different other problems, the actual strategy and cohesion that comes into this team from the calling is on a level that you just don't see unless it's like, you know, that really well called 4th quarter Kerrigan round.
Yeah, like the God mode brain, the unlocked 6th sense.
But I honestly feel like Navi do that even more often, and it's amazing. It's amazing to watch.
I have a surprise for you.
I'm ready.
The surprise is James and Pimp.
Hopefully it's a nice surprise for you all. We're back for a little bit. Yeah. What, you want him to give a big speech about us?
Yeah.
He wouldn't have much to say, mate.
He loves me more than he would ever dare to say, so maybe he had a chance, yeah?
I don't think that's the truth, but do you know what I do love? Amazing Counter-Strike and amazing teams, but we can continue the conversation. We had to kind of rush around, right, of Navi's performance at the major coming into this. Obviously, this is the same roster they'll be competing with. One thing I know as well from obviously talking to the guys is that they didn't get too much practice time between the major and here because they're still moving around, still a lot of pieces in with it. So here is a lot of do or die again for Sam Young. This boy is feeling a lot of pressure.
I mean, with the interviews we heard from Navi and Blade in particular, saying that this would be the chance for everyone basically to show their worth. For sure, Sam Young is under additional pressure, you would argue. Has to perform, has to make sure that he does his absolute best to secure a spot for the 2023 roster of Navi. And that's what Simple said as well, right? We don't really know how 2023 is going to look like, but the next couple of months we're going to try to figure it out.
It's not something that's normal, though, when you think of most teams and how they come out of it, right? And I know Blade got a lot of flack from it from the community, but for them, this is an extra motivation. They see this quite positive. They're very direct in this culture.
You remember what happened to Bit when he first was brought on at the last tournament, in fact, right? He wasn't doing too well. He was just standing in on a couple of maps on Inferno, and he was okay without
2 games versus Astralis.
2 games, right? And he wasn't performing too
good
well.
Astralis.
That was a rough one, and it was the good Astralis as well, yeah. So, you know, back then we didn't think much of Bit, but Blade had a clear plan, he had a clear vision, and once he made the full switch, bringing out or coming in with Bit instead of Flamey, you saw him fulfill his potential. I could see the same thing happen with NPL potentially, or SDY for that matter. You've seen it with Sipnix as well in Astralis. A couple of times it's been rumored that, okay, Sipnix, now's the time, we're going to remove you from the roster, and then he steps up. So when you add that additional pressure to the players, some will shine, some will crumble, and that's the name of the game. It's a competitive sport, it's a competitive game, so if you're not good enough, get out.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And that's the beauty of what we're seeing with these academy rosters coming in, right? We think of a player like NPL right now, and he is looking so good. When you look at him on that NAVI Junior roster, they were going through the last season with obviously electricity issues, things like that, with everything that's going on within Ukraine, and yet they still were managing to go for a deep playoff run, fight back from the lower bracket, and he was the shining star. Like, for me, he's the next Munacy in that terms, but he's a rifler instead.
Yeah, and you even think back to Hetrick, who stood in doing the group stage as well, who did a tremendous job for NAVI. Blade said that there was a couple of things that he could have done better, and Hetrick is still a young guy, so it's not only about NPL, it's not only about Hetrick, it's just the sheer talent within that scene right now that is blustering. There's a lot coming out from Ukraine, there's a lot coming out from NAVI.
And it's a lot of pressure, right, for sure. But they're still a team that, considering everything that's going on, it's always deep runs. It's never like a bomb out, right? It's never a play where we go. And this is where, you know, come back to the conversation about the 1.20 rating you said for Simple, which was low, when many players would be so happy for that. It's funny because he's still doing this all to such a high level, despite what's going on. And yet we look at NAVI and we put him on a pedestal elsewhere. So we say, well, they say that's not good enough. You should be doing better.
That's just how it is to be Simple. That's how it is to be the best player in the entire world. I almost hated saying it, right? But if a 1.2 rating is you doing bad, then you are the best player of all time, no doubt about it. You have two players who can put up that kind of consistency, one being Simple, another being Saivu, and the rest not even nearby, right? We talk about a guy like Brokey, who the first 3 months of the year, we all taught him to say, okay, maybe there's a way that Brokey can be the best player in the world, or at least up there, and then he fell off a cliff, couldn't really bluster the same performances. When Simple is having a rough time, he's putting up a 1.2 rating, and that speaks to how good, how consistent he and NAVI for that matter is.
Now, I'm going to move the conversation on to the Brazilian side of things, who are in a very different position, right? They were a team who literally missed out on the major, yet they looked and they came together as a expensive roster that's been open about what some of the buyout money was for the players within this team. But this is a team who now have lit the rest of the scene on fire. Everything in South America, they are dominating. This is a huge opportunity for them, and now they get a chance to make their mark.
For sure, against some of the top teams in the entire world. And we always speak about that. That's it's not an issue, right? But it's a big opportunity for these guys to come into Europe, not only playing at this tournament, but there's always the additional factor that you get to spend a week, maybe 2 weeks in Europe, practicing against the best of the best in the world, take that experience, bring it back home to America, and then get better from that point onward. So even if they were to not make the results right here, because beating NAVI is a tough task, beating even NIP, Liquid, etc., whoever they can face in that lower bracket is going to be a tough task. But just qualifying, being here, getting that experience, getting that practice, it's going to help them develop further.
Well, guess what, Pimp? We've done enough talking. Analysts stop talk, casters go, and Launders. I heard you were having a rough time at some golf yesterday.
Ha, loser.
Okay.
Whoa.
No, listen up.
Shots fired.
It was Connor.
Yo, okay. Yeah, kick me while I'm down. Why not?
Oh, man.
It's okay.
We have storylines in Counter-Strike, but our mini golf storylines, unparalleled.
Every time we come to Copenhagen, we got to get a round in.
Yeah.
Freya didn't win. That's all I have to say.
Yes. We're here to gaslight the community about Freya's mini golf results. Maybe we'll save that for another pause. Not that there will be one.
There will be no other pause.
Yeah,
knock on wood, brother.
All right. Well, Woody, he's cooking today.
Yeah, they say knock on wood. Well, he knocks on Simple. Smashes him out of the mid-peak again. So that's actually a couple opening kills here versus Simple between the op duel of him and Woody. And with it, Fluxo going to lean into, again, what they love, that little cat to A play. Last time we saw, of course, SDY and Electronic here on site, neither able to deliver a kill. They've replaced SDY. They've put up Perfecto, who is shooting very sharp. But they're met by a smoke, so things come to an abrupt hold. They'll keep hanging on.
Watching for all kinds of boosts here.
Yeah, gotta be ready.
They know Fluxo will take cat if it's there, and there's the nade to greet him.
Yeah, great nade damage. Okay. Primes a couple players for some easy pushovers. Perfecto in with one.
Oh, there he is.
That is what we're talking about. He got hit by a nade, he got hit by bullets, and still delivers the back-to-back headshots inside the site. So Fluxo able to keep this round alive thanks to him. And with this, SDY tries to set up Bit with some flashes over the long cross. But we've got all 3 Ts in the open, looking for duels and delivering. VSM, he's got a headshot. Lux is going to close it. Lukowski inspiring the other 2 as this game's tied at 4.
Yeah, now it's looking good. And yeah, that Lukowski round, we've seen that a million times with his cat entry. So he's probably feeling good to get some shine so far in this match. I'll watch that back. And again, as you put it, hit by every single piece of utility on top of pressure from multiple riflers and still adjusted for that second kill. Tough one. It was 4v5, but they had enough in position on the A site to make that really difficult to win.
Sure enough.
Fluxo still found a way in.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, go fight simple. It's easier than Electronic with a Deeg, it seems. Got drawn out by the pit cross. Sundai Young comes through with damage. P250 gets away from Bit. SDY tries to stretch, and that smoke actually gives him the op. So, extendo arm. He'll grab it, give it over to Simple.
And it looks like they're going to try to immediately avoid this op by splitting B. I think the CTs will understand that this is coming as well, but...
Perfecto gets the shoulder, a warning sign as to what's coming. Electronic's gone down, and Phelps comes through with the kill. So sure enough, no chance to push through the CT spawn. Op of Simple, missed shot. And now just hoping for the save. Oh, he'll get away. And Fluxo, they've got a lead.
Yes. Imagine that narrative. Simple struggling versus BR teams back-to-back. Imagine.
Furia have done damage.
Yeah, they've broken
irresistible damage.
Irresistible?
Irreparable. Irreparabellum.
Oh, okay, here it is.
Oh! Okay. No.
It's there.
Nope. Nope. Wow. He's fine. He's fine. He's going to be okay.
That was across the moon.
What's on the other side of the moon? They never tell you that.
Pink Floyd?
VSM. Yeah, daunting task to go grab these scoped guns from Navi. So bomb pops to survive for Fluxo, to survive for Navi. And Simple got some aim practice there at the end of the round.
Yeah, that was nice. But they were happy to just run away from that off as soon as possible. Yeah, let's watch it back. It was that nice. Oh my god.
Clean shot. Now, you just got to do it versus Woody at the start of these rounds.
Can't kill Woody these days. He is 4 and 6, but all his kills are nuts.
Yeah. But I believe he was 2 and 5. So, a couple 5 versus 4s from his AWP in middle.
Man, that's a lot of numbers.
Nobody's going to show him any skin. Simple. Yeah. Up on Cat, ready to go. We've got another attempt here at the op versus op fight, supported by AKs as they all start to clamber over the mid-box. And we're gonna throw a wrench in the works with a flash simultaneous run boost, and it works. Lukowski, low HP, Sumdai Young on an aisle, and trying to get back, but also trying to keep them away at bay. And Simple stays towards Car, burned into the open. He's gonna press this fight straight into the chest of Lux. Double back on Cat, damaged by the fire. And there's no creep out yet from Woody, but he is inside those long doors. And Phelps, well, he'll shave SDY off the play. Perfecto popped, 3v2, and B site wide open.
Wow, 50 seconds left as well. They don't even have to rush this. Now, Woody's back here on long with the bomb. They're still thinking about going A. They're waiting for the CT rotation to try to punish, get some info. And now Woody will make his way back around. I mean, this is a vacant site, and VSM has control of it. They even control middle rotation through lower tunnels, so there's nothing to worry about in this spot. It looked like Woody was going too slow in that spot because Simple didn't come back to check if there was a second player along. And if they continued on with that split too late, staggered, without that VSM kill, well, it probably would have been over. Simple kind of makes the only play that he can in that spot, pushes forward towards long with the cap pressure, and manages to get the frag, but Fluxo are finding leverage, whether it's getting the double cat entries, opening up B more than once. It was VSM to take down Simple with his Deagle on that previous round, and now to do it again in a pure 50-50 rifle duel. It's a good sign for them. Again, they'll be missing Dust too when it's out of the pool, but for now, they'll get to enjoy it.
Anubis. Yeah. What a curveball. I love the bait and switch. They put in Tuscan. You know, everybody sets expectations.
Yeah.
And then CSGO with the switcheroo.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. I like Tuscan. I like Anubis more.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll co-sign that.
I even like back in the day played a whole CEVO season on Tuscan in matches in CSGO. And
I couldn't tell you anything about Tuscan.
Oh yeah.
I know there's an underground.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some nostalgia there, but and the remake is it's solid. It's a pretty map, but I think definitely Anubis has more potential. I won't lie. So pretty happy to see that coming in. But for now, why don't we just get Dust 2 played as many times as possible?
Yeah, we'll enjoy this while we can.
Right.
You know, we know this is like the last box of coveted Dust 2 days.
Yeah. For who knows how long. What if it's literally forever?
Wow. Deep. Real deep. Lukowski, as deep as he can get until the fire has him held back. Quick attempt at the cat clash. SDY will find Lux, not from on top of his blue box, but just behind it. And he's going to extend out here. Chance at a second, but VSM keeps it clean, survives on 1 point of health. Frustrating, if you're SDY.
Back to cat tactics once again, but the short push is coming. Lukowski is guarding this. Oh, and he'll get punished. It's a bait from the first rifler.
Yeah, remember, low HP for VSM, so essentially a 2v4. Phelps tries to find a home for these bullets. Electronic, comfortable enough to just play out into the open.
Fluxo are getting a little bit stiff here. I mean, 5-round streak, so there's that.
Oh,
and they just think that it's going to be back to mid. Perfecto will catch one now.
Just sat there on the ladder.
Okay, Simple's playing Goose. Locked in position on the A site.
VSM now dead. Overkill and an op shot to finish off the 1 HP. Phelps 1v3. Perfecto pressed into the corner. He's going to have that every day of the week. So Navi answer back and cut down that lead quickly.
Yes, they softened him up really nicely there. And yes, there is just this compulsion, persistent compulsion from Fluxo to try to make the cat work as much as possible. And
look at this shot.
Yeah, that's, I think it was a double headshot through the door as well. Yeah, my face went. But they do look a little stiff sometimes when they're just waiting for that opportunity. And the better teams that you play, of course, they're going to get suspicious when there's not enough map pressure in those moments. So going to be key for Fluxo to, even if they want to go back to cat, keep dressing it up a little bit more differently every single time. And they have left some stuff open. Like they did do some late round into B. They have done an A split with long control and things like that. But I think Navi know. In their heart of hearts, they're trying to get onto this catwalk.
Waiting a few rounds here on this T side, so we'll see what else Fluxo have to offer. But Woody's not going to land the shot this time around. No, sir.
Yeah, he was actually set up in the right position to hit that, but just not fast enough these last couple.
We go back to the fact that, again, he's 4-7 now. 2 of those kills are opening 5 versus 4s against Simple.
Yep.
Oh, Phelps, yikes. Can't dodge that one. Electronic catches him stuck in the doorway. Lukowski comes back at it, though. He'll go ahead and pick up the trade. Wild scenes. Woody awaits the peek. Saw a little shoulder.
Well, he could take a shot. I don't know if there's any more shoulders coming. They're coming towards the door.
Yeah, he read it.
Great one from Woody.
Impact. It's going to leave Bit on his own towards B.
Oh, he's so alone. And look how slow the rotations are. There's one at long still.
But also no split. So if Bit just keeps this locked in towards the exit, it's all good. But they come out silently. Sneaky stuff from VSM. And again, Fluxo able to get into this B site. We've seen it happen in 3v3s. And this one's going to net them a 7th win on the T side.
That one's really solid. Good trades. Bit of an awkward start with the Phelps throwing a nade and walking out, and then I think getting blocked in the door. But his teammate who blocks him makes sure that that death is not in vain. That's Lukowski once again. And VSM once again on the B entry. Working well on both halves of the map in that regard. This game's kind of been very hard to figure out exactly what's happened. I mean, clearly people are warming up to playing against each other. Some great shots being hit, some easy shots being missed from both sides. And some awkward moments, of course.
But Lucauzi brought it back.
Yes.
Reaggressed a little late. Finds Electronic. Nice presence of mind from Woody. And really cool, quiet lurk out from VSM, so.
Yeah, that was one. That's like one of the situations. I mean, sometimes you want exec, sometimes contact play works way better. And because they had threatened the mid-split, Bit tried to take a favorable fight versus the door instead of just sitting behind the haystack. And that cost him his life.
2 deaths from Navi already towards mid and that B site, so why not keep it quiet? Simple's going to extend down Cat, tries to peer into the tunnels, and falls back as Fluxo are going to go ahead for the boost. They've got eyes on the corner, but Simple not going to stick around.
No one on the chase for the time being. We've seen some early action, I think, has dictated the course of these rounds. This time coming in a bit slower.
Walks away.
Oof. I mean, they've got Navi scared enough not to be pushing as much as they were early, even playing close mid doors, anything like that. So that's a nice place to be for Fluxo, and I like them slowing it down now, feeling it out. And they've also picked the right, like they smoke off the 3 players, readying the B split once again. That pressure came in from CT spawn.
Yeah, stepped out into a stream of
Electronic
bullets.
is extremely weak to mid, but they're actually not splitting through mid for the time being. So he's got a strong position.
Yeah, just like last round, it's going to just be the tunnels play. They're making noise, so Bit, single-handedly shuts down VSM and Phelps. And then without that mid split, Electronic's free to move, so the life just gets stripped straight from them. Hello, Bit. And goodbye, Fluxo, here in round 13. That's a 6th for Navi.
Sometimes the remedy is just to let the other team play. And Fluxo, they just couldn't find that engagement to kick things off. So losing 2. I would have liked to see what happens if they go 1-for-1 with Bit. Electronic maybe gets traded. But I think from Electronic's spot, that was the winning position as long as the mid-split didn't come through. Hard for them to read that he would be there because that's a risk for him to stand at Hummer. And, well, it wasn't even necessary. Bit did all the work by himself.
Nope, not this time either, Woody.
He's been 3 for 3 in terms of where they're swinging from, though. Actually, just hasn't hit that shot.
Yeah. So 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to curl your finger for a little extra reaction time. That's the thing that he's not doing.
Boy. In between the fire, Simple doesn't catch Phelps, getting closer. And the smoke grenade will nullify the threat. VSM tag for 96. That's a headache here in round 14.
He's fine as long as he has 1 HP or more.
Yeah, we've seen him try. Simple crawling away. Nade with Phelps' name on it. But worse. Still no follow through. Again, kind of these dead air moments in the mid rounds from Fluxo.
Yeah, they're not working too much, and I think Navi, they're like, all right, we know we could be taking control of things, but yes, they have won some rounds versus us, so why don't we just tighten up a bit? And I think that's the respect that Fluxo have earned, so they can go back to these more simple strategies, and they work. They're on Cat where they like to be. 5v5 this late is not their best position.
Ooh, an Electronic. He gets he gets tagged up as he's coming into the bomb site. Just thought he had another second there to move, to wiggle into a better position. Simple, it's going to have to be him here and now. 25 seconds on the clock, second shot's a miss, and that's enough for Lux to get the bomb down. So now retake needed. Oh! Wow. And if only, bomb could have gotten stopped, but it's been planted in the process. Simple with the killer instinct, almost finished off by VSM, still alive on 8 HP, and with that 8 HP, puts down the man on site. Perfecto kills Lucauzi, this one falls to Woody. He's got 4 players coming at him, and he's down to only 9 health. So he tucks it and run, That is a 7th for NAVI at a tied game as we get to the end of the first half.
Yeah, at the end of the day, just a very competitive half so far. We've seen some strong rounds in the retakes from NAVI, but in the middle of that, with the 5-round streak, Fluxo were getting a lot of 5v4s. They also won like a 2 or 3 3v4s on some 2K entries, and they do a really great job just entering off of Cat, I think, in particular. It's not just one rifler that's good at that, but right here. Ops light him up. Simple stays alive for way too long. And eventually, you know, he's going to hit that shot. Simple 14 and 8, even with some kind of rough rounds in here.
Oh, catching Phelps. Top fragger for Fluxo throughout this first 15. Lukowski, though, on the hunt. Yeah, he's not going to give SDY much space to breathe here. Molly on his feet. He's got a smoke to put it out. So sitting on 55 health. A sea of smoke grenades from Fluxo just to try and get across, but utility goes both ways, and they'll have to stall out. They're going to boost. They're going to try to pry over top of this. It's a decent play.
Yeah.
Could have caught somebody in transition, but NAVI players back towards middle instead.
Yeah, already working on the retake protocols, and they have lots of utility here to do so. There's actually no more smokes left over for Fluxo to perform any big delay. They'll need to frag out now. Retake is coming.
Here we go. Last gunfight of Fluxo's T side here on Dust 2. Simple scouring the site, heads tucked from Fluxo. Op shots ominous, and Bit will find that first one. So starting to peel it apart, presses in closer. SDY gets his fight on ramp and finishes that one off. He's got 2 bullets in the mag, so now they start to run around. Oh my god, he's in the open and still delivering kills. Despite all that damage at the start, SDY stamps his name on round 15, and NAVI take a lead. So we jump back into the action. Fluxo versus NAVI, Dust2 to kick off this series. It's the fairy tale of the showdown run now versus one of the world's best. But 7 rounds is nothing to scoff at. Good T-side out of Fluxo, some stutters here and there. But now we'll see what NAVI have to offer on their offense.
And that'll be a good question. Now, yeah, there's, I don't know, Fluxo just, I don't think the, amount of rounds here won is going to matter. Fluxo play better than they'll be able to do this. They're definitely comfortable on the map and doing some good stuff today. VSM was one of them on the entries in that first half. Now, the B anchor.
Ooh. Oh! Wow. Okay. Okay. Still alive, just by getting gushed. And then Woody, who is waiting down in tunnels, gets active. Starts to push around on flank. Sumdai Young's about to be exposed towards tunnels, but the smoke grenade actually gives him just enough cover for things to still get weird. Woody's gonna put an end to the shenanigans. Perfecto in the 1v4, swarmed, and Fluxo tie this game right back up with those clean VSM taps.
Yeah, those are so good. I mean, if they crossed, he could no longer kind of take that fight or anything else towards the site. It slows things down tremendously, and these are not easy shots to hit at all, so real beautiful stuff. Those 2 bullets tie the game up. Buy comes in, NAVI, no bomb plant, they'll save. But Fluxo will still play it relatively safe. Only 1 SMG here with 2 M4s behind it. I think that is the way you want to play when you're kind of severely disfavored in a matchup.
See what Woody can offer us from this side of the doors throughout this half. He had chances in the first 15. And a couple of opening picks against Simple. But Simple, obviously, 14 and 6 right now.
Definitely the most nerve-wracking part, I think, for Fluxo is that NAVI are going to slow play the rounds until they fully figure out exactly where the gaps are from Fluxo. Then they're going to encroach on map control and attack. And Fluxo just have to be ready at every single portion of the rounds. And they don't play like, obviously, like a lot of the BR teams with just more aggression in general. You like that dolphin peak?
6 jumps later.
Still living.
Still living his best life. But when all you have is an unarmored deagle, it's not really the best life to live. He looked to come and join the players on long, and Lukowski, before he can get there, has killed them both. So now Perfecto rolls up into the ghost town. 40,000 people used to live here. And Perfecto's one of them. Down he goes, 9-8. Fluxo, nice and easy, keep 5 players up, see what happens with the scout in the hands of Woody. But for now, we have to wait before Navi's war machine gets rolling.
Well, they got a lot of notes. I wonder how many paragraphs are there dedicated to Fluxo.
Did you see that headline from James saying that he'd prefer if players didn't have access to the notes and that it was a coach thing?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Don't care.
Okay. Didn't ask.
Didn't ask.
All right, guns up.
I can't read them. You know, I want to know what's on these notes so badly.
That's true. We get a good amount of mid-aggression. Check that out. Phelps was ready for the fight, as was Woody. He just took that scout into tunnels and picked up a kill into upper tons. Not even a peek like Bit just did, but this dead body up top is the victim of Woody's SSG-08. Wild scenes. Now set up for another chance at the top mid kill. Lukowski comes out wide with the MP9. Bit's gone down. And so this first gun round from NAVI is 4v3 plus electronic 22 HP.
Yes, not looking too promising.
Love the aggression.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best situations to have a scout. They can keep peeking, keep trying to find tags. Group up is coming towards the B side, of course. No more utility will be expended on other parts of the map. VSM waiting patiently here, spotting from the big box in the site. Lukowski's first rotation doesn't have a great gun, so this is the best site to go to. VSM, a lot rides on this win.
Smoke already pin pulled. Oh, incendiary. Even better. Forces util out of NAVI, and look, they've offered him a bomb. How polite. With that, NAVI have to give this one up. So, double digits to Fluxo.
Yeah, now they've got awkward money as well. They'll have the 2 guns at least.
Things get interesting from this point forward.
It does, yeah. Oh,
will they have the
even
guns?
2 guns? That's the question.
Perfecto, all that remains. I'm excited to see that scout shot from the lower tunnels into upper. A high pressure situation there for Woody. And he delivered. Even with that top mid setup not going the way of Phelps, they still all got out of there as well, right? Electronic gets the first kill, but doesn't press his luck. They just posted. Look at this, delivered. Oof, Simple crouched into it.
Woody has killed Simple more times than Simple has killed Woody this game.
Despite Simple being 14-8.
Amazing.
I also don't know if that's a true stat, but you said it with confidence.
I didn't verify. Didn't verify.
Ooh, nice nade to wound the only rifle of Navi. So right out of the gate, and the high hopes of Perfecto going huge. More likely to go home here in round 19. Perfecto is watching the corner for SDY on the counter flash, but it gets cleared out. The AK finds 2. A little lineup here for Lux, but Simple able to walk away with that AK-47. So all things considered, Navi, you take a fight like that.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Oh, the CTs are roaming. Okay, but Lucauzi in a good spot. I mean, how could there be 2 close double doors with mid control? There's no way they're going to clear this. And Lucauzi, well,
Simple versus Lux.
He said, oh, Lux doesn't spot the cross, and Simple's going to be able to get to B, but he's thinking he's going to get cut off right here.
Oh, this is where...
Oh, Simple's reading that either Lux pushed towards long. I don't know if he could read that he went up cat.
He's making noise.
Honestly, it was a weird play from Lux, and I think that's why it works right here. But that's like the most unlikely of the options, right? Because if it's coming out mid, then why wouldn't Lux be just coming back to spot the cross?
Yep.
And if he's pushing through long, that would have made sense. But Lux goes up on cat just in case Simple tries to ultra super mind game it and go in that direction. Runs right into his arms.
No fight back from Simple in the 1v1. Nice attempt there from Perfecto to prime them for a robbery of a round, but here we go. Look how easy that could be.
Covered the real unlikely option there.
Yeah, when you're in a 1 versus 1 against Simple and you see the back of his head, that's such a sigh of relief.
Yes.
You know, it's like, oh, thank God.
Yes.
Nicely done from Lux.
As good as every other man when he's not looking at you.
You know, Lux kind of the unknown quantity of Fluxo, really.
Yeah.
Gets to queue up a clutch.
And another awkward money situation here for Navi as the investment comes in. Oh, they've got good.
That's fine.
Yeah, they've got a good. Oh, sorry, it's the last round where they just didn't have much going into it. So overall, even though they didn't win, call that a success. What a nade. That's Perfecto down.
Nice
36 health here off that nade, and they just escape off of it as well.
On his own. Just runs the risk.
Got to appreciate little tactics like that. Not being too greedy.
VSM's cross spotted, but then the Lucauzi smoke in middle. Insta rotation into the B bomb site. Phelps drawn back through CT. Bit starts to pry through those doors. Ooh, flashpoint. Oh, not even decoy. No flash? What was that?
I don't know, actually.
What was that?
Not sure. But if it was a flash, it landed behind him, so maybe that's why. We'll see what happens from now on. Oh, they're pulling the goalie on the B side a little bit. Actually, VSM just chilling in the window for now. Clearly, Navi have it in their plans to hit the B site fully. Just a matter of when.
And a matter of what can Fluxo offer on the defense? Putting a second player towards middle right now. B's completely clear, but Woody, he gets that first one. Nobody looking at B. They are very much fixated on the mid-hold first, and it goes well enough. But a repeat from VSM straight into the scope of Simple, who drops bomb for others to deal with, frees up his AWP, and, well, Fluxo have their work set out for them if they want to chance this retake.
They both played outside the site, and it doesn't matter what your numbers are and stuff, it's always a risk, because
back to haunt them.
If someone crosses out of the tunnels and you can't throw nades at them, and they can smoke the doorway, you're just in a retake. And even if you're in a 5v4 retake, you'd still rather be the T side, I think, sitting on the B site with control. So right there, playing both outside the site meant that if one went down, both were spotted, then they know as the T side you can just run in. That's a huge problem for Fluxo, so they probably would have been better off just playing kind of like one person outside, one person inside, or both inside. Of course, they didn't know that Woody would get his shot. Op shot through the CT smoke and win them that first duel. But still, kind of Navi picking the right place and attacking with some kind of decent players here in this position. Woody, oh, it's before the smoke even comes up, so good awareness.
VSM's trade. Props to Sumdai Young to bring one with him.
And VSM, if he had not jiggled in that doorway,
yeah,
that might have been just a kill. Still feels hard to say where this game is going to go at this point. Just certainly feels like there is a chance for Fluxo to close this, but you know that's just not something you want to call too early.
Very tough to call against Navi.
Yeah.
Especially with Simple currently doing enough. 17-9, so really.
Yeah.
Not bad. But kill matrix much more evened out here for Fluxo, so Simple versus the world, but the world's not too well equipped. Lukowski on the op. Phillips on the M4. And they try to press up Catwalk first and foremost. Actually makes a little opening here for the pistols to press beyond. Ooh, they don't get spotted.
Yeah, SDY is sleeping here inside of the long doors.
Interesting.
But he has his back covered, but it just allows the CTs to get to weird spots. Now we'll see if they read this.
Oh!
Well, okay, that'll make things a little strange. However, they get
saw the
spotted
backpack.
going to suicide, yeah.
Lux feeling like the pressure's too much. Still able to deliver. Now, SDY's still worried about the suicide, but he's got to deal with Lux because that man just took down 2 players with a P250. This VSM situation could be SDY's undoing, but you'll ultimately find him. Hiding in the lane, Phelps in the meanwhile gets a chance. Guns down, perfecto. Woo! Remember, there were guns. 2 weapons still for Fluxo. And after the P250 goes so big, they are just led like lambs to the slaughter into that B bomb site. Phelps. Oof.
Man, to keep it real, when we saw Lux play at the showdown, was the kind of the least impressive player, I would say. That round was massive, and a couple of good ones, including that 1v1 over Simple just a couple rounds ago. Means that Fluxo will just maintain a lead here. 2 P250 kills just like that. Wow, it's not every day you see Navi get eco'd.
Well, and the timing was so critical. The lower tunnel player, even expecting that first fight, right? This peek here from Bit is just exactly what you'd think would undo Lux.
Sure.
These shoulder peeks were nice.
Yeah.
Just giving him the business.
Yeah, even this clutch was possible if not for some great shooting there from Phelps. He's not someone you can underrate as well. Been in the game for a long time. I believe they made top 8 with him at, I'm not sure what major it was, but back on SK. Sort of as the decline started happening for that kind of original goated lineup with the Underfallen. But he was I think the last really solid stand-in before things really started getting messy.
Right.
And they made one deep run with him, and then he kind of fell through the cracks, and it's cool to see him floating back up years later.
Oy. Simple opts not to pull the trigger. Bit a little nervous now as lower tunnels could have been compromised, but Fluxo stay on their side of the doors. Someone's gonna have to go big from Navi to deny this 13th round. It's Perfecto's scout or Simple's op that we look at. Unless somebody prevails with a pistol a la Lux. Woof. Little warning shot over the bow there. Lux keeps his head tucked. Nade could have been way worse with how clumped up Navi are towards those tunnels. Wow. And they get Lukowski unrooted from his opening position. Bank nade also negligible, so...
Yeah, that could have been way worse. The amount of attention there from the CT side inside of mid, right?
Mm-hmm. For barely any damage.
Yeah.
Like 7 points across all 5 players. Feels like Navi just won a game of dodgeball where the balls explode. And Simple catches Woody, so that kill matrix shifting back the other way. Catwalk could be compromised, but let's talk about time. 30 seconds remaining here. 2 scoped weapons and pistols to push forward. That's what Navi have to lean on.
No nades to stop this. HEs would be massive in this position to deal with the cat attack coming in.
Right, but already burned and already so unsuccessful. So Goose being held onto. Phelps, tapped out by Bit. Little drive-by towards Long. Lux tucks. And Sumdai Young gets his in mid. This one goes swimmingly for Navi.
Yeah, that's incredibly clean. And again, I think in terms of protocols, you want to give Fluxo a lot of credit for showing their math here. They did put a lot of pressure down on mid. They knew that there was an amalgamation of T's coming through the lower tunnels. They tried to hit him with nades. They were just off slightly on timings, which I don't want to say, they really messed up because that can be slightly unlucky. I think they were in spots where T's were or were about to be, but nothing went their way. And then one Molly came back on a low utility buy from Navi to Molly out the close mid doors player. And once they did that, everything started to fall into place. They really highlighted the value of their op on Simple and made that as difficult as possible for Fluxo. So they'll take that one on the chin, allow Navi to get to 10, and they unfortunately allow them to do this with tempo because now they have some money saved. They do it on eco round themselves. And I think this should kind of imbue them with a little bit more energy, probably feeling like, today is not our day, things are going wrong.
Right.
Well, now it's starting to feel a little bit brighter.
Yeah. They recovered it very well. Exactly what they needed, exactly when they needed it. Things for a second were getting sketchy, but now all Navi have to do is follow through. That lead evaporates, and we can forget about this Dust 2 potentially being an upset to start this series. Fluxo, the lowest ranked team at this event, of course. Understandable considering the level of competition. And those seedings peer-reviewed.
Wonder if Navi have any regrets.
Yeah, right. Actually, we'll take OG.
Hey.
No op vision there from Goose. Whoa.
Well, 3 on A. Doesn't feel like they're actually attacking A. They might be dropping CT, I'm not sure. But bomb's coming back towards mid.
What's up here?
Looks like they're waiting for some kind of reaction. I don't know. They're just floating in this position. The bomb starts to come back up towards Cat as well. Might be a bit of a breakdown in their decision-making. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but they don't seem sure of themselves.
Feels kind of jumbled up. Everybody bouncing into one another.
Man, really low on grenades, though, again for Fluxo. They can't even deny this Molotov.
No.
And, oh, that's a free kill.
Yeah, tries to late peek it, but Simple awaits, and so does Woody towards the cross. We got 20 seconds here for Navi to get this bomb down on A, and Woody awaits the follow-up. He brings Sumdai Young with him. Simple continues to tear them up now. 3 op kills from Simple. He'll go ahead and get that plant in. He's sitting on 87 health. Electronics nearly dead. And Simple, that's 4 as he looks for the ace and the clutch right on top. Give him enough runway and he will take off.
I mean, as we can see, there's been tumultuous here in this match in the first half and the second as well. But Simple has consistently put up. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think how many kills he could have had given the amount of times he's even died to Woody in that first half. Some of the awkward situations they've been in, but an ace to top this off while he was already top ranking. And look at these shots, man. None of them were easy. Oof. The trades he was getting on long as well. Holy. He's a threat.
I didn't see him miss.
I know.
I didn't see him miss. 5 bullet op, no problem.
Yeah. True. He's practicing for the nerf.
Yeah. Getting ready.
Oof. He's still good, folks.
Yeah. 23 and 10 off of the back of that one, and the Fluxo economy's gone. So, yeah, 6 for 6.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other one that keeps up. Practicing for the nerf here. that was a nasty ace.
In a relatively important round as well.
Yeah, it really was.
Not as important, of course, as winning with the single scout and op. That was really the round that kind of took all the wind out of the sails of Fluxo CT side. But it's definitely the last nail in the coffin. For now.
You can't say
for
the
now.
last
Yeah, I
nail
just
in the
did.
coffin for now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like literally, basically.
Basically, you know, metaphorically, literally. Kinda.
There could be a couple more nails.
Yeah. Listen, big coffin industry, man. They're gonna want us buying 2.
True.
You know, you got to replace that like light bulbs.
Sure. So, soccer or football?
Doesn't matter.
I made that really bad, and somehow you made it even worse. I love that. There's someone fully Arthured right now saying it matters. It matters.
It matters so much. I love kicking the ball. Well, that's cool for you.
Yeah.
But I like clicking the heads. 3 CTs save and spawn. I think Canada's playing in that World Cup thing.
Let's go. We'll just win it. It should be easy. They haven't changed the map in years. Just kidding, guys. It's, of course, a football. Okay.
I never realized it's CSGO branded.
Send your hate to Connor.
I'll take the heat.
No, they put it there because of VSM's tattoo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Makes much more sense. Guns back up in the hands of Fluxo. Okay, now we're in the last leg of this race, where the coffins shall be nailed.
The final nails will be placed.
Oh, there we go.
Damn, some good tunnels nadage here from the CT side, but VSM all but alone. Now, they do have this kind of pincer on mid between the two players. Fast rotations with the CT side. Navi do have a mean B-side exec. Doesn't look like they want to use it just yet. Actually smart to walk away. And so long control, you know, with a full minute, that's responsible.
See what Woody can offer us here. No support, but angle held.
Yeah, low utility here for Fluxo once again.
Simple looking like he's glued to SDY. This is going to be a multitude of players peeking.
Uh-oh.
And Woody misses the first chance. They've exited. They just got a lot of real estate for free.
Man, this is terrifying because there's still 2 upper tunnels, so I don't even know how this round actually ends up. The bomb is going back into A or into mid. I mean,
30 seconds.
They might have tried to show it. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe trade with the op and now lead into B. VSM, he's still on alert here. But there's only one in this position. It's a hard round to read if you're Fluxo. I mean, you think it could be long control, so this comes down to VSM. 10 seconds. They got to cross this bomb up. I mean, can they even make it?
If he holds the line, well, things could have been all right.
Oh my
God. 5, 4.
He got it. No way.
Oh my goodness.
Don't call it good, folks. That was messy. That was messy.
Okay, dude. That's playing with fire.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Yikes.
I don't know what they were cooking, but apparently they had the recipe. They had it down to a monicum of time right there. I'm sure.
That's like some James shit right there.
That was some James shit. That was 100% some James shit. Yeah.
That's the time wizard
they
himself.
Saw him win that major. Said, they want to be like him for real.
Yeah. I saw him do it.
Yeah.
And I can pull it off too. Nicely done here from Navi. They'll get away by the skin of their teeth on timing. And VSM definitely could have put a spanner in the works. But Bit, yeah, solved the issue quickly. Despite getting dinked.
Oh.
With not a second to spare.
My goodness.
That bomb goes down. Navi lead 13/12.
I feel like Blade's going to whip them all after this game anyways, even if they win. Figuratively.
Okay, bro. Yeah.
Fluxo keeping the energy high on their last timeout, and definitely still odds, you know, to put this together. It's still 12-13. That last round, I feel bad. Like, you could have watched every game that Navi have played, I'm going to say, in like the last year, and I don't think I've seen a single round like that. That was weird as hell. So to not be ready for that, it's understandable. That was some like Zeus Navi type of round with
classic.
It was even more deliberate back then. Here, it just feels like they organized a little too late and still got away with it.
Ooh. Woody gonna find a kill on that long corner that he had to concede in the round prior. And Simple, not even phased by the bullets whizzing by. We get the push up into the tunnels. VSM's going to be able to just hold on to this piece of map control. They weren't leaning on his deagle to get it, but joined by Phelps through lower. Now Fluxo have a bigger picture. Oh, yes. Not to mention opening kill off of Woody, right? Remember, 3 weapons saved. Very active CT side.
Yeah, these 2 smokes will be the thing that make the difference here for Fluxo on the site. They got to be careful when they throw them. And I don't know if one's leaving their hands right now to set up a one-way. No, the cross comes out. Oh, nade to finish off Bit. Perfect person to take out.
Crazy that one round with all the nades out of Fluxo towards middle did no damage when we've seen great grenades like that in tons, and now this time towards long. But we get Navi trying to climb into the site. Perfecto and some Young deliver. And it's the last man left here for Navi. 35 HP, 1v3, 30 seconds again. How does he unravel this? He sees the barrel being played with by Woody. So he's going to look elsewhere for the time being. VSM at a distance. That's 2 bodies confirmed. Where's the third? And then how do you unravel all of this? Bomb plant comes for free. No rush yet. Catches a little damage onto the cap player. This is winnable. Oh, but the op shot from Woody, where the round started, the round ends. That's 4 kills from the Brazilian opper to tie this game back up.
Yeah, between the pistol and the op, that absolutely was scary. Navi could not make their way back in, and I think the smokes were used perfectly right here. I mean, Woody kept a one-way out that was useful all the way to the end. He got his opening kill. They got this HE well-placed on Bit, who was low, coming up front to make sure that was a 5v3. And again, Woody playing off this kind of very standard lurk smoke, but just throwing a smoke at the right time. It's harder than it looks, you know. It can be very easily get baited into throwing it early, and you never want to throw it too late. That's why they end up getting thrown early more often than not, which can also be a problem. And Navi had a good amount of time there to kind of work up to the site, but for the few resources that Fluxo had, they made that go the distance. Another buy, however, still comes in. Simple, we'll see. I think he sees a 2-on-2 now, because he saw 2 cross, one in that lower piece. They take long control, and they win their duel. Uh-oh.
Lux, close but no cigar, leaves Electronic on 4 HP.
This leaves Phelps actually really vulnerable, because now Navi are not worried about long for the time being. They have lots of time on the clock. It might be hard to rotate out of here. They're giving him an escape route, and they actually want him to.
DSM's coming.
Yes, they need to make this move.
Simple's holding it. Missed shot from the opper, but Phelps can't find his headshot. And so suddenly that B site looks tantalizing. Smoke grenade as VSM is improvising a hold. Keeps things off for the moment, but again, there's so much time still, right? This isn't that 20-second crunch. This is Navi with everything still to use.
I think this is a situation where Simple's info just wins right away. He's locking down that door cross, sees a 2-on-2, and they take the long control right away. Of course, that's a 50-50 engagement, but it's Electronic. Maybe it's like 55, you know, and he just wins that. Map just becomes so incredibly weak. And while Phelps' spot would have been cool, let's say if they got that first kill, then they might have to think about trading out long or organizing behind that. Or Phelps feels like now he's more expendable. He could actually have more freedom to fight. Now he feels like he has to win the fight or they're screwed. Well, Navi make sure to keep tabs on him, not get tunnel vision by the VSM push, and keep things together. Uh-oh.
Missed shot.
Man, that was a... Looked like it was... Looked good.
Between the legs.
It was.
Looked like a shot harder to miss than to hit.
Well, look what they've done. I don't know how they convinced them to do this, but 3 players in the B site, all the T's going up towards A. This is for 14 at least. Fluxo will keep 2 ops.
This game's been tight every step of the way, so no reason to not believe, but gonna have to hang on to all 3 of those weapons. Gonna need every single save.
Simple holding the cross, actually.
You know, I had this game painted as a blowout. No offense to Fluxo and their fans. But I thought NAVI were just going to come in here and shred, kind of get revenge from Rio, as FaZe did at the start of the day. So to be hanging on, that's so far Dust2. Let's see it. It's 14 to NAVI, and the op still being held on to, but this final push comes out. Oh, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail. Every entry under pressure, Simple catching Lucauzi, and both AWPs do get cleared. That is a tough pill to swallow for Fluxo.
That is money gone here for Fluxo. And they'll put down one more reinvestment. They actually are able to pick up an op as well. So that's nice. Actually, I mean, it's pretty decent. They have all the nades they need. It's just that everything kind of rests on this round now.
One kit on VSM for the next round.
Wow.
And Simple back to scouring down the mid lane. It's not full info. It's also not an opening pick towards long. Remember that Lux versus Electronic fight last round for the 5v4.
Looks like they're playing this not expectant of an op. SDY kind of freely peeking inside the long doors. Maybe they're reading the money in such a way. I'm surprised that Woody could actually afford one, so this could be Weapon X for Fluxo in round 28.
Yeah, he was lucky Phelps had extra money. Drop that over for him. We'll see if it catches. Navi slipping.
Now, he has had a couple of opportunities that didn't go so well. Woody, they'll need him now. He's had an overall very good game.
Flash for Bit to peek inwards. Comfortable cross from Navi up to Cat. Phelps leans back, but so does the bomb. Samdai Young only grabbing it now. Lucauzi, oh, he gets aggressive up in tunnels and catches a very clean kill versus Perfecto. Bit comes through with the headshot onto Woody, who was trying to get onto the corner. They still haven't dealt with Phelps. He's been here since the start, and he's hanging on for dear life, calling for those rotations. Now he sees the player close. Still alive and kicking. They nearly line up, but Samdai Young gets his kill, and jumping over boxes, VSM hopes as he hops and catches Navi stuck behind box. Electronic extends down the ramp. VSM is killing, and Lucauzi finds another. Woo. 2 up for Fluxo as we get tied 14 rounds apiece.
Hey, shout out to VSM for not just sitting there inside of CT spawn and waiting for some very difficult peek or for Simple to peer down into CT spawn and take that round into his own hands, jumping up onto the fast cat, making sure that fight's as easy as possible, getting his first kill as well, and they shut down that attack with this first push from Lucauzi, not only getting the kill, but clearing out the upper tunnels all the same, and then having Phelps as well hit a very hard shot on the ramp, staying alive. And it felt like they were giving him a nightmare of a time just sitting in place by staying up on the cat bricks, shooting at him, trading out his teammate on long, taking out his support first, and he still held his nerve. And that one was probably the match for Fluxo. So they survive. They have a chance to now win this game themselves within regulation, or at the very least take it to OT. Not quite there, but there is a lot of pressure now on NAVI. The last thing you want right now is for the team who's the underdog to feel like they can win the match. Usually at this point of the game, NAVI have a death grip on their opponent, but I think it feels like there's a little bit of wiggle room here for Fluxo.
A little later to the boost. No information here for Simple. But Bit's already down into the tunnels, so clear for the taking. They're cautious of a catwalk aggression. Lucauzi, oh, softened up immensely here by Bit. Yeah, they know it. They've got him scrambling back into the CT spawn. Simple drawn like a moth to the flame as frags could be had in mid. Electronic pressing up into the catwalk. And Fluxo, if they're not cautious, they could walk right into that op. But instead, they boost Lucauzi. They're going to leave him here with that lesser HP.
Wow, you never see the spot getting played these days. An interesting way to use him on 32 health.
Little X factor in round 29.
And they're There's a lot of trust in VSM in the spot. They're really hoping that this round ends towards A. I don't think Fluxo are going to give them any clues. They're just going to try to wait this out. But Navi haven't made a decision. Usually pretty good at picking sites in these late rounds. I don't know if they think it's going to be an overreaction to the A, and that's what they saw with all those players putting pressure on the right side of doors. It feels like yes. Lucalzi, can he get anything?
Oh, they're not watching, and now that smoke goes down. Oh, but he slid off. He's looking to push in. They're now distracted as VSM delivers a hold. He is on his own in that B site. Lucalzi, it could be his chance, but he gets stuffed by Simple. Point blank on CT. Simple gives the cover needed, and Navi slide through with the bomb plant, but there's still life left on this one. Lux in from top mid. A 3v3. At a chance for Fluxo if they want to press in around those tunnels, but Electronic's gone back towards T-spawn, and that should be the end all of this double tunnels flank.
He's going far. I mean, I wonder if he's actually, he's getting really far, to be honest. There's going to be a timing on him, it feels like. Getting into his spot now. Very long distance with this AK. Let's see if it gets cleared. CT's locked off right now on that tunnel steps, and just thinking about the save. Oh, they don't even get the kill in this position. Phelps at least gets away with the op. And that's 2 ops saved for Fluxo, but match point here for Navi.
Yeah, 15 secured by Simple, making sure that mid stayed under their control for at least those critical seconds. Lucalzi not getting vision over the ramp. I genuinely thought that he was going to wait on that boost.
He got mollied.
Oh.
He got mollied, but then also not pushing through after the VSM kill. I feel like versus almost anyone else, Lucalzi comes through that smoke.
Right.
That was the chance where no one was looking at him. He was in an unlikely spot. People don't use that boost as much. It does get mollied. And when he gets pushed forward, they don't know that he fell off the boost. And he decides to just wait. And I think that patience killed him.
Well, the double ops that they weren't allowed to save 2 rounds ago are here in their hands. And Woody doesn't stick around inside those tunnels. A daunting task. Takes the blind shot through. Navi looking to survive this challenge from Fluxo. And it all comes back to that one round where Navi, with a scout and an op, destroyed the CT's hopes of a clean close. But they've also got to finish off round 30. Phelps ahead of the utility, looking for somebody to hit, gets blinded and falls away through fire. Lucky to still be alive, as is Electronic. Lucalzi pressed against the tunnels of the B site. It's Woody and VSM if he gets a rotation from middle. Dangerous position he holds. Misses his first shot, but at least we've already got Woody in through the window. Lucalzi, 2 missed attempts, a second AWP, but it gets lost inside the smoke, and Navi's just gonna tear straight through this B defense. Nothing being offered by the Brazilians, and a bomb plant soon enough. They're cautious. They wanna make sure nobody's getting up into any wild antics. It's going to be a desperate attempt here from Fluxo. Electronic comfortably still towards middle. VSM point blank. 2 kills actually come out. And with that, a little grain of hope. A seed to be sown. Bit looks away and lets his teammates do the work. Some Die Young and Perfecto pop in. And with those 3 final frags, it's Navi 16-14 as Fluxo push them to the limit. But Navi and Simple perform, and they'll pick up this map 1 win with Mirage on the horizon.
Good luck, bro. Yeah. Middle again. Ya está grabando, ya está. No, panic straight. No, switch it. Oh, right side behind the boxes. Nice. Ota! Shotgun. Middle, opposite of you. Right, on the right. Oh my god. Hex. Behind this box. Not behind this box, another one. Yeah. Nice. Game so funny.
Nice.
Oh, what? Is a sticky bomb or something? Oh, left side, close to you. Ooh!
Well, preview of the
crazy.
match.
Yeah, right side. Deep right, walking around. He's literally in their spawn almost.
They're on his feet, it's actually on his feet. Left side pushing left side.
Oh, it's all right side again, deep right. He's peeking out.
Fechinha. The blind on the Fechinha. Ota! Left side, push you, left side. Yeah. This is so good. I have the hack. Yeah, he dead. Oh. So fast. Why so fast? Wait, he's close to me,
I don't see him.
Left. Left.
Krieg. There we go.
They're walking around. He's in the middle. Back middle. Left side now. Left side.
We're getting sticky bomb.
See you guys.
Ah, yes. Finally. There we go. On one street, sadly.
Easy as Krieg. Deep right. Deep right. He's walking deep right.
Yeah.
Under me.
Making it as close as it could get. This was certainly not an easy matchup for Navi, despite it being Dust 2. But overall, victors and a win is what they'll be looking at here. But still, shaky signs for sure. But massive positives coming out here for the Brazilian side, who many would have thought would have just got blown out of the water.
Yeah, a win is a win for Navi, without a doubt. But they really had to fight for it. Fluxo played a great game of Counter-Strike, applied a lot of pressure on towards Navi. And as you said, maybe a little bit shaky, but one man in the picture right here bailed them out a little bit. Simple, once again, showing up, having a fantastic performance, and even crowning it with an AWP ace at a very important moment in the game. So we talked about Simple coming into it being a little bit shaky. This game, we couldn't see that.
Yeah, he's certainly making up for it, right? Putting that rating nice and sky high for the team. But you will say when it comes to it, right? Even just starting off like this is going to be a massive confidence boost for you.
It is, and that's the thing with Simple, right? When he finds the groove, when he finds the momentum, when he's in a position where he's well aware that he needs to step it up for not only himself, but also for a team, we've seen time and time again that Simple has the ability to always deliver under pressure. We saw it in this game, we saw it with the AWP. You can see plenty of highlights of him shooting everyone with this exact gun. And honestly, James, it's just nice to see Simple dictating the game. This is the round I'm talking about. The AWP is right here at the score of 12-10 for Fluxo. That is so important.
Yeah, it spiraled on to make that fight and that comeback come into the game for him, for sure. And I will say on the other side of things, though, when it comes to Fluxo, with the AWP of Woody in there, Hit was very lackluster. He was missing some sitters. He was not able to have really any massive impact there.
It was the inconsistency coming out of Woody. That was the problem, right? He had a couple of rounds where he did good. He had a couple of 4 kills as well with the AWP, but we saw time and time again he would miss some easy shots. And if you're playing at this level, you got to hit those easy ones. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
Now, rounds like this, we're going to look at round 18 for one of our eco plays here, is the ones that enabled Fluxo to make it so close and gave them great chances.
It was a bit of a messy game, I'm not going to lie. And we're going to look at a round here where it's not necessarily an eco play. It's more so, yeah, I guess an eco play, but with a bonus round. Look at the buy from Fluxo, right? They won the first couple of rounds. They're coming into this one with a very weak buy, a Scout, an MP9, but Woody makes the most out of it. Scout pushing in towards lower. You have Lukash as well playing aggressive towards middle with the MP9. Don't forget that this is the first big buy round from Navi on the T side. They're full on AKs, full of utility, full of army, and they're losing a round where they're facing a FAMAS, an MP9, and a Scout. That's what we talked about coming in. Fluxo, would they be aggressive? Would they dictate the game? Well, they tried in the beginning of the second half, and they did well at it.
And I like that one, right? Because getting that bonus round so huge, especially CT side, build that economy up, give yourself a nice bit of success. But Navi had some of their own as well.
We have an eco play for round 22 as well, and Navi, as you said, they have one more as well. We know Simple with an AWP is very dangerous. You see the buy right here, it's not necessarily strong. A Scout, an AWP, you're not mobile with a buy like this, but when Simple opens up like this, that creates a little bit of stress within the Fluxo lineup. They're up 12-9, and again, you see Perfecto moving in with the Scout, you see Bit with the Tech 9 right here. I would say that kill right there is the key to open up the entire round together with Simple, and that's the difference right here, right? Had Fluxo won this round, they would have put themselves in a 13-9 position, most likely would have won the game, but lack of experience, lack of clinical finish, I guess, to the game, that cost them dearly right here.
And if you look recently at Fluxo's Dust 2 games, they had ones against outsiders, obviously went on to win the major. They managed to push them to their limits, overtime games, very close as well. Now doing this against Navi. You can look at some positives for it, but it's also going to sting a bit.
It is going to sting because it feels like that was the chance, right? We know we have Mirage coming up. You have Nuke as a potential third map as well. Not necessarily a map that Navi are weak on whatsoever. So if they wanted to win this game, if they wanted to make a statement, winning Dust 2 would have been a big part of that plan. Now, losing 16-14, it's not a disaster for Fluxo. Let's be completely honest. They played some good Counter-Strike, but they lacked a bit of experience and a bit of a clinical finish to get it done.
Some positive signs, though. We mentioned Lukowski, right? But VSM, again and again, if you look at his Dust 2 stats in general, he is a positive light here for Fluxo.
I feel like he's lived up in Fluxo. When he was in 0-0 Nation, we didn't see anything from VSM. He was quite disappointing together with the rest of the team, for sure. But so far in Fluxo, we're seeing more of the VSM that 2-3 years ago, I don't know if you remember, but a lot of people from that region said that he's going to be the next big thing. He has fantastic aim, he's great in duels, and he seems like not necessarily a smart player that plays the chances, but a guy that can fight himself out of very weird positions. You see this round as well from CT Spawn, makes the most out of it, using the movement, using the jump spot, using all these different tools to create chaos, I guess, on the server and pressure the opponent. So great to see VSM play well, great to see Fluxo playing well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, one thing with VSM, he's certainly not afraid, but they need to make sure that they continue this role if they want to have a chance on Mirage, right? Mirage is where we're going to next. It's the pick of Navi, and this is where they'll be feeling most confident. And how many times do we talk about Navi getting a slow start in here? Well, getting the win here, even if it was close, they're going to be fired up. They're going to be ready. They're going to be warmed up.
It's one of my favorite points to make, to be completely honest. If you can win when you're not playing at your best, you have a certain, consistency around you. You have a foundation you can always rely on. And Navi were not playing their best Counter-Strike and Dust 2. Now, coming into Mirage, sure, it's Navi's map pick, and that spins confidence into whatever Navi's going to deliver right here, but they have been quite inconsistent on the map, especially during the major. They played it 4 times, won it twice and lost it twice. The 2 wins they had was very close wins. I remember the triple overtime game against Vitality in the group stage as well. Wasn't an easy game for them whatsoever. So, yeah, Navi are favorites on Mirage. Yeah, they're playing some good Counter-Strike on Mirage, but they've been shaky lately. But that goes into the whole story around Navi. They have just been shaky.
And would you say that the positives here for Navi is the fact that, yes, Simple played well at the beginning, but also everyone else started to come alongside him?
I would argue that, yeah. You're going to need guys like Electronic. He plays a very, very important role on the CT side of Mirage. You have Bit as well, who plays a mega important role. And then Perfecto, who I think were actually Navi's best performing player throughout the major. He was consistent. He was shutting down the B-bomb side on Mirage time and time again. So having Simple playing well, you just need one of Bit, one of Electronic, one of perhaps Perfecto to play well. And that should theoretically be enough to beat Fluxo, who on Mirage, they're decent, but again, not necessarily the best in the world.
Now, what do you expect coming into Mirage when it is Fluxo's look, right? When they want to try and do something, they're going to push our CT side. We're going to see maybe them try to hold back a little bit more, not give that advantage away to Navi, because we know how aggressive they like to be.
I would like to see them be aggressive, though. I would like to see them if they can win on their own terms, because I agree with you. You would look at this game and think, okay, maybe be a bit more passive, maybe give some more initiative to Navi and see if you can play them on their own field. But if you're Fluxo, do like you did in Dust 2. On the CT side, take away space, take mid control, push B apps, push into A apps, take ramp control, do all these aggressive moves in the middle of the round to take away space from Navi and make them feel just a little bit uncomfortable. The thing is, to do that, you need confidence. You need to believe that that's the right way to do it, and you need to believe that you can win your aim duels. And going up against Navi, going up against Bit, Electronic, Simple, that's a big mental task to do.
Well, at least they're in good spirits, right? We've got a little bit of the old Brazilian Popopol chant coming out there. So things are still looking good, at least outside of the server for now. But this man who is on your screen right now, Woody, I want to see more from him. He has to be able to deliver on Mirage.
He has to deliver with the AWP without a doubt, and he has to call well for his team as well. I want him to call an aggressive CT side, and I want him to call an aggressive T side. If I may point out one player that's going to be super, super important, we talked a little bit about him coming into the game, Lukowski on the T side. He has some of the best T side stats in the world on the map of Mirage, and we've seen him time and time again when they do explosive B pushes. Lukowski will be the one running out first out of the window and open up the side. So the Lukowski versus Perfecto duel on the B-bomb side of Mirage, that could be super, super interesting in the second half.
But is that going to be enough, Pimp, right? We spoke about him. He wasn't there on Dust 2 in the same level, right, was VSM. Will it just need to rely on these two?
The easy answer is no, it's not going to be enough, but it has to be enough. I don't think Fluxo has much more to offer. Sure, VSM can have a great game, but you're talking about NAVI, who's supposed to be the best, if not one of the best teams in the entire world. You have a Simple who's playing well, so sure, let's see what Lukowski can do, and let's hope that it's enough for a close game.
Well, NAVI are looking at the 2-0 as we go into their map pick, but it's up to Fluxo to try and put an end to it and push them all the way to a third that would be new. We'll wait to see if it's all going to go down in that fashion, and who will be the victor after this break.
So a 16-14 on map 1, but now we take this party to Mirage, and personally, Mo, that's Mo, I'm Connor, I think that things get tough here for Fluxo. I think Navi have powered up, I think Simple's playing a good game, and I think that for that reason, we should have a 2-0 series on our hands tonight.
Yeah, I think they got through Dust 2, which should have been, it should have also just been an easy map for Navi. They're just still, even if it's a comfortable map for Fluxo, it's still a really strong map for Navi as well. But now that they're on home turf and they got that map to kind of warm up into the server, they looked really strong towards the end. They won some hard rounds there. I think this definitely should be very difficult. I mean, the odds are steeply in favor of Navi, I think, for good reason. Not seeing a ton of outs here for Fluxo, but they could have reasonably expected to play it, so at least there's that. Let's see how well prepared they're going to be for Mirage. But for right now, Simple playing really well. Also, Perfecto continuing to have a great year, just playing really well overall. And a huge part of Mirage these days. And it is cool that, used to be the small site player and then you see like 4 people or just 800 flashes a half. And now you actually can get a lot of kills playing B as the anchor because teams are going B just as much as they are going A now.
Yeah, times change.
Times are changing. Unless it's ENTs, they only go A. But
right, yeah, God. Sometimes fast and sometimes faster.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this is the scary part for Fluxo is now Navi are going to take it very seriously.
That they will.
They said, hey, come over to our arena.
They're going to have to. Fluxo coming all the way across the Atlantic to take a chunk out of Navi. And, well, 14 rounds on Dust 2 is, I suppose, something to be proud of. But nothing feels as good as a win. So that's what they'll be hunting this evening. We've had some good live cinematic angles already. Shout out J-Raz, First Blast event. Jay has joined us.
Welcome.
Of course, Mark, Marcus, DJ. We got the whole gang in tonight to bring you guys the best perspectives. 2 inside of the ramp, dual Berettas included. 4 guns, in fact, just waiting for the push. But the contact's going to be here towards this B site. So VSM can't get the SDY kill, needs a fresh mag. Perfecto done after his one. Phelps puts a quick end to that front runner, and now what's left of Navi is struggling to find him. He's just run around the corners. He's got help all around. He's still alive somehow, some way. The recovery begins with Simple, but now he's getting chewed up from the back market peak. I don't feel too comfortable about anything at the moment. There are fights all over, and Bit hits the headshot. Chaos and carnage, and no close just yet. It's sloppy. It's sloppy, but it belongs to Fluxo in the end.
That was the most action I've ever seen in 15 seconds. Once they got out on that B site, it's enough people not hitting their shots that there was 2 people reloading at the same time.
Yeah. You have fun with that one, Prius?
That was wild. Did a great job, actually. I mean, sticking to Phelps especially. Look at the round out of him. Beautiful second shot. And then staying alive for as long as he did around the pillars. Did such a good job of reading the audible and just the timings on when he should wrap the pillar and just tuck into his kind of final rotation point. And all that delay did so much to help Lux get into a position where he could take a favorable engagement.
Pistol round win will help. Lukowski already back at it with Bit dead towards B. Second servings. Lukowski didn't go above and beyond in that first map, as you know, maybe we could have painted the picture. The expectations were hands down the best, and it was actually Phelps in the first 15. You know, he was in the pack. It was still a good attempt, but
VSM, the entries into the B site, and some great rounds as a V anchor as well. But
luckily, Lukowski is already sprinting here. 3 kills versus the unarmored pistols, so a bunch of money in his back pocket, and a chance still to take over the show. Lux gonna put a quick end to that, though. 2 more kills to MP9s. That's a fat stack of cash for the side of Fluxo.
It's just literally as good as it can get. No one dies. All the kills to SMGs. And Fluxo the 2-0. Navi will, of course, use this round to go into a buy, then get that bomb plant once again in the pistol. Couldn't make that happen. And Fluxo, did they win the first? No, they didn't win the first pistol. They won the second on Dust 2. And the first one in this match. It's very decent. Uh-oh. Both spotted coming out. Oh, but maybe they'll be able to escape. Phelps takes a lot of damage in the back. And this just has Electronic running, sprinting up a cat.
Ooh, SDY stuffed.
Oh, wow. What happened here?
But then Electronic fell through. Him and Perfecto. They get up catwalk, they get out the B site, and so it's a quick swarm into the B bomb site.
That was quite a fast round.
I think Sumdai Young died at the front of it, but then VSM only the 1 kill on the hold.
I think it was a snap call when they saw 2 jump out of the window. If it's 3 mid control, you know, max 1B, instant call, right? You would never have 2B in that situation, so they decided to just take that, not overthink it. And when Fluxo got spotted, they didn't try to fight, they just tried to escape.
I think that goes back to what you alluded to at the start of this series, which was like, you know, Navi can just transition into a commitment. Every single piece finds its slot, and you're just not fighting, you know, 1 attempt at the entry. You're fighting all of Navi in what felt like 3 seconds notice.
That's a tough call out. And especially if you jump out of the window, you can't rotate to help out. You can only rotate to get to safety inside the A site. So it just creates a nice timing for the attacking side. Navi will be happy to keep whatever strat they had out of spawn in their back pocket. for a later time. But for now, it was just reacting.
Perfecto coming out the window to trade the moment Electronic swings on Cat. So yeah, VSM, as much as I'm a fan, was very much time limited in that position.
Wow, they have so much money still because of the MP9 kills.
Right. So, you know, nothing to cry about too much, but Navi, yeah, thinking they could just run up Cat, not on Lukowski's watch. However, VSM still dead. Lukowski into the AK. Phelps finds Perfecto through the smoke spam. Sumdai Young's ahead of the pack. It's him and Simple against 4. And Lukowski gives up his back. But Simple shows himself in that moment. And Lukowski actually lives.
Yeah, SDY could have killed him right there and then didn't know that Simple was going to try to take the duel out the window. And then couldn't get the kill with that MP9. That's 4 kills for Lukowski.
Yes, sir.
Got it down off of Cat. Stopping the cross. It was the boost in the window that allowed for this timing to take place. So real perfect call, and just that silenced M4, man. That did work. They just didn't react to where that was coming from quickly enough, and we're probably pretty surprised that it was from ladder room. If that was the A4, they would know, even if they weren't ready, that it was a ladder room player. Silence makes a difference. And that's something that's not getting nerfed, so.
I'm very excited to see who changes, what changes.
You making the switch?
No, I'm not. So A1S does 99 damage from the new A1S from ticket booth on A site Mirage to the exit of A ramp. That's a 99 and 2 nowadays.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah. Simple.
Oh man.
Oh, it's the 1 AK. Ooh.
Oh man, they're just not clear.
Oh. Oh, he's got them both. Wow. Gets it in the end. Phelps had a chance, but Simple recovers what was a couple shots sprayed, and now things get real weird real quick. Oi, oi, oi. As much as Lukowski caught them quickly, Simple, a nice slow burn in round number 5.
Are there not 2 good guns there to take over at the top of mid?
You'd think there was a second.
Could we go check on that actually? Wonder, they had the double push, and yet there's still only M4 recovered here for the T side. The attack coming on slow, and it maybe they're deciding to stack A just in case for later on. So let's see. This could just be a great round for Navi once again.
Oh, insta-dink as well. VSM thinking he'd get away with the nade, but yoink. A freebie here for Navi. Lukowski trying to go carry mode, and Simple said, hold this, watch me.
Another hard question that's really unfair to ask you.
But you're going to do it anyways.
Who's going to be the #1 player of 2023?
Oh my god, I don't know. 2023?
Yeah, with the 5 bullet op nerf. Just seeing Simple do this with a rifle just has me wondering, you know, players like him and Zaiwu, of course, elite in every category, rifles, ops, whatever. But of course, they get a buff on the stats because of the op. With the nerf, there's room for players like Nico and Axile and other top riflers, but as well as Simple and Zaiwu, to still be up there, depending on how much opping still goes on in 2023.
Okay, you ready for this? Sleeper pick.
Don't say Shiro.
Twists.
Twists! I love that.
Yeah.
A Canadian #1.
And he's going to win that Grand Slam.
And he's going to win the Grand Slam, too.
And he's going to...
And I bet I get it, too.
Yeah. Naf ain't walking through that door. All right. Well done, Simple. Draw that one back real quick. And poor Fluxo. Again, because the money's there, it's not an awful round. Does Woody not? Okay, there we go. I was going to say I saw a USP for a second, but Op was out on loan. Got to be careful with loan sharks. They'll take your house.
Scared of this fast cat play once again. It's not coming.
It's a fun back and forth we've had here at the start of Mirage, right? You know, we'd think Dust 2 would have to be a part of the success story for Fluxo. But Lukowski, again, off of the catwalk, just catching Electronic. Head turned, 5v4, the way of the CTs. Simple looks to recover the kill. Bit, instead, will do exactly that as he falls back. Phelps body bags him. Bit had tagged him. Bogdan's Law in full effect. The op swings back around market and leaves Woody with the M4.
Yeah, we've seen the late Bs from NAVI, and with SDY lodging himself into the spot, telling his teammates to come on over. I think there's going to be some action here for VSM. Caught rotating. Now stuck on a Falmus, low on money, but with some help from Phelps, who has an op as well, could make things interesting. I don't know if this will necessarily be rock solid. We'll see a lot of, utility coming through. Low health on both of them, but he gets the kill.
Not bad. VSM making the most of what he can. And speaking of low HP, Phelps delivers. Oh, what? Simple catches Woody, jumping on the dumpster. They know that this op is close. Simple 8 seconds, taps once. He's being flanked, and the support gets killed, but he's lost track of Phelps. He's right behind him. 1 second, and Simple just can't find the frag. Phelps dinked in mid by bit, but still delivers.
Yes, and smoothly takes that op out a window, transitions over to be to help out VSM with that prescience, knowing that he'd get hurt. And VSM does enough. He gets his 1 kill, I think, and then Phelps helps and trades out the next.
Dude, where did Phelps go?
He is so slippery, man. He does such a good job of working around these pillars, and even Simple can't find him. He's the guy that'll find you no matter what. He's got a Heat Seeker on the end of that op, and damn, still under the guys. Really nicely done from Phelps. And then the kill after time. That goes underrated. But Simple has no armor on this round. Oof. Oh my god, Bit's angry.
Yeah. Already back in, and Simple needs not armor. When it comes to hitting those first shots, Woody just delivers himself.
They're playing at a tempo they don't normally play at here at NAVI. They're going up quick. I'm not going to say it's low respect, but they're really bringing it to Fluxo right now.
It feels like they're trying to, just kick up the sand a little. Lose Fluxo in the mud. Sumdai Young, smoke towards connector. Flash hit its target, but that's actually just the distraction that allows Phelps to press through. And we've got Simple back turned, not even watching. Ooh, but again, that sixth sense, man. He is the best. But he peeks back into the prying eyes of VSM. Still, no time here for Fluxo to press the round win. And Perfecto's going to punish Phelps for getting curious towards top connector. 1 op save, but it's that fast A play that nets NAVI their third.
Yeah, it's so fast, and the bomb goes down so fast. No time for the rotations to get into place. They made that competitive all the way to the end. If there was a little bit more time left on the clock, there was a chance after that VSM kill, maybe something happens. Leave it to Simple to tune into that timing, though. He even blocks himself off from the big flank by playing very far pushed up inside a palace after winning his first duel, knowing the op was down, and Lucalzi is just red like a book. So, great trade here in the end, but it wasn't enough. It was a little too late. And I don't think that Phelps should have given him that extra gun at the end, because there isn't that much money here for Fluxo. We've seen the majority of the rounds go fast here for NAVI. Well, it's a hit, the fast cap plays so far. Forced or unforced. One of them, I think, was the reaction to that mid-control that came out for GT side. Another one, they just tried to do it again. That was cut off by Lucalzi in that 4K. That was nice. And he's getting a lot of action being the cap player for the time being. But yeah, now without that extra gun, it's a much less convincing buy. I feel like Phelps made quite a mistake right there, actually.
Flash gets these pistols close.
Oh, late flashes too.
Look at this, they got him scrambled. Lux will get 1 kill, and you take what you can get.
Where did those extra flashes come from? I wonder.
They both came from B site.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, VSM just chucking them.
Got quite an arm. And teeth.
Fair. As he presses into the apartments, you'll see nothing up close. Yeah, NAVI are like, you know what? Never mind.
Bit's been in pretty good form in these last couple of rounds with his trades. 1 up the A ramp here, 2 on the eco. But we've seen NAVI get eco'd in this matchup so far. B-split coming on. VSM getting curious. Off cat. It misses Woody. Oh, he's missed. I feel like too few many of those.
That could have been the equalizing kill. VSM, ooh, wins inside apartments.
Okay.
Things interesting off the back of that, but poor guy's low HP. Burned out of the play. Woody now goes combat opping, and it works. He clips Electronic facing on the backside, gives himself a chance to exit. Meanwhile, Simple's down towards the catwalk. Phelps is trying to add himself to the tally by coming back around through apartments, but that's so delayed that if he doesn't run, he won't get here in time. And if he does, Simple, of course, hears the audio.
Yeah, bomb's planted good for Cat as well.
Yeah, at this point, this one's over. It's going to be Navi's 4th added to the board. The question that remains is just who remains? And who will be left as remains? If you catch my drift.
Yes. Dead bodies and all that. So Phelps doesn't cut this one off. Bit saving within the site. And Phelps gets on the AK, which is cool. But overall, a pretty solid round here for Navi once again. 4-4 now. They put out a real fire here, stopping the eco push. It was well organized. They had the right idea about Navi starting there and the default, so that was nice. And Woody, I mean, you know, he hits that op shot, and it's another easy one. Unfortunately, he has hit some hard shots on Dust 2, and I think he's shown that he can. But you know, you don't want it to be the crosshair placement ones they use. Oh, whoa, get rid of. Assembling into that boost. Look at Phelps go.
Beautiful couple of headshots. It's all they had to work with, and they throw that boost up so fast. Phelps keeps his head tucked. Lukowski gives cover, but they don't want to get too tunnel vision because Sumdai Young could come at them from the underpass. Electronics got a chance to reclaim, but Phelps lands a 3rd. And who else could you lean on in this moment as Phelps primed for the 4th kill? Sure enough, he's got 4 kills in a round that he is the only gun. And just like that, Fluxo with a robbery.
Yeah.
They've just got to finish off SDY.
Well, okay, actually, A site is open for the time being. It's not a situation where you want to panic if you're on CT side. And with Woody in his spot pushed up inside of mid, he can hear all of this being fake. SDY will not know that someone is just coming over top of him. Smoke gets missed for the window. And SDY is looking for the push. He'll actually be rewarded in a second. Will he get the kill? He does. Oh my God.
Turn?
There's someone right behind him. VSM, oh my God, playing it slow. And he's aware. SDY, he's on for the round now. Lukowski is down to 6 health.
Oh, this guy in a pressure cooker within round 9. Layers on that play. Fakes the run, doubles back, catches VSM, and now a single bullet versus Lukowski to close out this clutch and to deny Phelps his heroic moment. CT not nearly close enough to stop this plant, not to mention Sumdai Young can reposition as he damn well pleases. The mastermind of round number 9.
Oh, I don't think he's even going for this.
He's done it.
Wow.
He comes out on top with the clutch. What a recovery.
That's disgusting. I mean, I didn't think that, even with that push that late into the round, that Woody would regret coming in from top mid. He was in the spot, it was a prime location, and again, not a spot where you want to panic. You have everything cut off, and still they found a way to lose this round. SDY, I mean, he dealt with like, look at that, angles that don't even exist here. In a number of different positions. That is ridiculous.
Take a bow.
What a bait. Ooh.
Well-earned round.
Phelps is going to be kicking himself. 4 kills. And they lose.
Yeah. 1 versus 4.
Sorry, he's not going to be kicking himself. His team's got to kick himself. His teammates. Navi actually are the ones to go into a timeout. How can we make this worse for them? Let's make him think about that one.
Yeah. Guys, Phelps is probably pissed. Let him talk a bit.
See if it can get worse. Ooh. The Bears would call this icing the kicker. Navi, you're quite chatty today.
Simple and Blade, both like Anubis. I want that on the record.
Okay. Good taste.
Just got to get it out there. So, the back and forth force wars that kicked off this half have now led Navi to a little streak. But don't forget that last round by the skin of SDY's teeth. Quite a neat little play there when he fake steps back towards T-spawn. You know VSM only came through that door because he was convinced he was running T-spawn. But then once you've exited the door, The old rope-a-dope. Full buy-in for Fluxo. Had a smoke for Woody to work around. Phelps denied any type of vision. And Perfecto just applying utility pressure here. You'll be able to wall the bench smoke.
Playing very vanilla right now from the CT side. Getting into okay spots, but oh wow. Waiting for the smokes to come up so they can push. It's the T's on the attack.
Oh, last bullet. Oh, that's nasty.
Oh, and they squeeze for jungle control on top of planting back triple with a late smoke in front of the stairs. And CTs are just thinking about how do they escape now. They're getting cut off, dead through the center of the map. SDY could kill them as they save.
Bit like a rabid animal that round, just runs forward. Oof, and it is clean from the rest of the Navi camp.
This was definitely the most one-sided round I'd say we'd seen so far in this matchup.
Cowsy, they're gonna come clear him. Oh, they nearly line up, but he'll just take that one.
Simple said, you don't clear that?
Yeah, what are you doing, bro? Look at this.
Oh, this is tricky. They were sitting there waiting, and honestly, I didn't see much of a plan. I guess actually Lukowski's flash, it might have been so they could push at the exact same moment. Maybe should have done it a little bit sooner.
Yep, hindsight 2020. Navi's T-side starting to run away. Can Lux do what Phelps nearly did? I almost want to give Phelps full points for that round.
I know. But 0 RWS for Phelps.
The old R-dubs.
He loves Mirage, actually. He can play it on SK. It's one of his best maps for sure.
Oh, howdy, neighbor.
Was that a Toy Story reference, or?
I don't know. Just, you know.
It would be fitting.
Electronic causing problems here. CT's not quite sure what to do or when to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on for them.
Yeah. Tough to make sense of this situation. VSM again under pressure. And Electronic still towards murder hole. Poor Lux was looking for the 4K that Phelps was able to offer, and honestly hasn't even shot at anything. Hasn't seen a soul. But his teammates have lost theirs. He just hopes to hang on to this gun. Electronic still hunting. Finally goes down. Can Lux save this weapon? And who will he kill in the process? No one other than Electronic. It is Navi on fire at the 7-4 lead.
I think that SDY round was a bone shaker. We'll see the reverberations of that.
Yeah.
Maybe continuing on throughout this half, we'll see. That is a tough one to stomach for sure.
Russell's Jimmy's.
They also had that. Imagine Symbol doesn't get his ace on Dust 2 in that very hard to win round, and it ends 16-14 as well. A couple of heartbreaking situations for Fluxo. I think that the Simple one was forced upon them. That was the sheer power of Simple in that round. This SDY one was a couple of unforced errors, and definitely one that they have more regret, I think, in retrospect, when they think about it.
We all have to live to, or learn to live with regret, though. Okay, Fluxo, still a chance to recover this half.
Not me, I've done everything right.
Never missed a window smoke?
Never missed a window smoke in my life, unless it was on purpose.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
All my window smokes missed. It's a bait, like SDYs.
Of course, it worked. Little rock back towards Palace. Did you see Rops' silent A ramp drop today?
No.
Dropped off the ledge outside ramp silently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the second time he's done it.
Still clippings left on Mirage?
Mm-hmm. And the last time he did it was also versus OG, like 6 months ago. So ain't that something? Maybe Bit's gonna do it too.
Uh-oh. I mean, this attack is going to hurt so badly. Lux is spotting, but there's no default behind this. It's just literally going to be a full-on swing out of Palace, so he's about to get crushed.
Yeah, it's way too much pressure. 3 peaks to deal with. No cover. And he just gets shredded. Expected. Some Die Young plants bomb. Spam comes through from VSM, but it's off the mark. And it's also an invitation for Bit to just press right through. Wow. So unfortunately here for Fluxo, when it rains, it pours. And NAVI dumping it over their heads at the moment.
I don't even know how they figure out rounds like that. I mean, they could have been looking for something else, but a quiet map and then a very normal way to spot on the A ramp. But with no one watching Palace, there was a flaw, of course, in that whole setup. And if it was something with majority towards A ramp, then that round could look a lot different. Like Lux would have an advantage versus those fights. And if there was only one coming out of Palace, they would be way less inclined to swing out of Palace, even if they had that info. So just the perfect kind of rock, paper, scissors for NAVI on that A attack to make Fluxo look as bad as possible.
How old is Lux? I'm gonna look.
Can I guess?
Yeah, go for it.
23.
23.
Oh, wait. 21.
20. Damn it. The young blood of Fluxo.
Now we'll see if Lukowski can do what Phelps did with the one gun of the round. Stop this 5-round streak from NAVI.
Right, it feels like if there's anybody else on this roster who's meant to do it, it is Lukowski.
Been a little bit less action up cat.
Got spotted though on the drop.
I think
so Bit's already ready.
Yeah. Oh my God. No way. Yeah, he used that one way. Bit knew the one way was coming and still lost.
Goes for the pre-fire, takes down half of Lukowski. Now Electronic could have caught him towards middle, but that smoked the bottom of connector. Just allowed Lukowski to leave. Now Phelps is going to grab the AK unarmored. See if aim punch becomes a problem. Lukowski's also got a kit if things go south and bomb goes down.
If you kill someone on NAVI, they punish you by making you wait 1 minute. It's the worst. It makes you not want to do that.
Yeah, right? You get 1 kill, you're riding the high of bloodlust. We call that the Jax attack. Just get 1 more.
Yeah.
You can't do that versus NAVI. They go silent. Electronic finally peels himself away.
He's got a gap here. Phelps is the only one watching window, and he snuck into connector, and Phelps is spotting mid, so this is pretty huge for Electronic, and Phelps, at least he's aware that he's given up this space. Okay. Okay, he handles it. It's good. Done. Good cover on his teammate.
Deagle in the pocket. Delivery. Lux, hands on an AK now. Fire at his feet, but teammates all around him. And Perfecto catching a trade. Woody pops up from ramp. P250 good enough. And it looks like it didn't need to be all Lukowski. Phelps is just asking himself, where were my teammates when I did this? We get a frag from Woody, 1 from Phelps. That AK changing hands actually worked out wonderfully for dealing with Electronic. And now Simple just hoping to save, but that's not going to happen. Fluxo towards the end of this CT side will sprinkle a 5th at least on this half.
And they run and scoop up an op as well. That's not too bad. Listen, keeping it competitive here. This is so egregious. And I guess Lukowski, I think the guy at the top mid was fully blind.
When he jumped? No, Electronic definitely saw it.
Saw it, yeah.
Yeah, that's why Bit went for the pre-fire.
Well, Bit went for the pre-fire because the smoke came out.
Okay.
Yeah, but
he was very certain that that guy was down there. If I saw it, then I bet Electronic saw it.
Yeah. It's just the observer flash sometimes. They can't tell if someone's full blind.
Observer's cheating.
Indeed. They would. That's why they love X-Ray so much.
Yeah. I bet you DJ's got like 3 Vact accounts.
Yeah. DJ's sweating bullet. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's revenge.
Well, there's a pre-fire win for BiT.
Yeah. Gets dinked in the process, but knocks down Phelps off of Lukowski's head. It's like a tumble.
It's got all kinds of key kills in this one half so far.
Right, yeah. Right up there with Simple. That's BiT's 13th overtaking the Ukrainian op. Electronic up.
Oh, he could just blast his foot off right now.
Do it.
If he really wanted to.
Right in the back of the knee. Oh, imagine the
That would
pain.
sting. I would die on the spot.
You'd hope. BiT, well, he presses through. He's trying to unravel this one at the very critical 25-second mark. And he's gotten all the way up to triple. Woody, wow, my God, just gets shredded. And then Electronic will be caught trying to mosey around the murder hole. There is a chance for Lux to go in with the peak. And while he does take a ton of damage, BiT is still up and swinging on a quarter of his health. We've got this long ramp flank inbound. VSM taking his sweet time. Lux connects to the face of Simple, and that draws BiT onto bench, which puts him perfectly into VSM's vision. An easy tap. And now Sumdai Young into the clutch, looking for it again. Bomb is not planted for him, but damn, these are clean. 2 kills already, just needs to deny that cross. And Sumdai Young, 3 in the name, 3 in the clutch. It's 9 to the way of Navi.
1 per letter right there. Beautiful angle coverage, cut off every single fight, and he made that look so freaking easy, man. Beautiful second frag, and I think VSM knows what kind of fight is coming off the stairs after SDY gets his first kill. He knows the posture is going to come in his direction. This just comes down to who's got the better crosshair placement, and SDY wins it. Lukowski just doesn't have enough health to compete, and SDY with another clutch, and it's what, 1v4 and 1v3?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can't be stopped.
A 1v4, a 1v3, he has 7 kills.
Oh, wow.
6 of his 7 kills are in those 2 rounds.
I think you did a little bit of weird math there, but...
No, because the 1v4, he didn't get the last kill.
Oh, you're a genius.
Yes.
Thank you, I try. I carried the 1.
They should clip that. You're not on camera. Damn it. You did the nerd pushing up his glasses thing.
Just wait till I tell you Newton's law of cooling. Because right now, Fluxo getting iced out. Navi not giving him any room here. But the double ops hoping to hold in round 15. Sumdai Young plucked from the skies. And Perfecto hits the ground running. Comes to an abrupt halt. It's going to make things awkward for VSM. This could prime Phelps for something nice, but there's the recovery. A 3 versus 5 queued up as suddenly things are equalized. And Bomb exchanging hands. A missed jump up. A couple shots out from Lukowski. Now they're on high alert. Simple hits the headshot. A headache for Lukowski. And a bomb plant for Navi. Man disadvantage despite what was 5v3. Lux wants to come out from the window. He's got 2 players on that back pillar. Perfecto preoccupied with the catwalk. Excellent amount of damage off the nade, but down goes Woody. And up goes Simple's stock. BiT right there with him. Double digits the way of Navi. A killer T-side on Mirage.
To mere.
En med.
En til.
Nice, man.
Fuck.
Nice.
Gebejder! Ja, gebejder!
Jeg tror, de sætter op tilbage.
Det er ikke noget.
Ikke noget midt.
Kan
I push bagom? Kan I push bagom?
Lægger smoke ruller. Nej, CT. Smoke ruller også.
Lad os tempo på bagom. Kom nu. De 4 i live, de burde ikke være der. Jeg spammer.
Jeg spammer på timing.
De kører ind nu. Ja, nice. Indhold ryg. Gør nice. Det er start i banan.
Chill.
Jeg kommer på bananen.
Jeg kan gå igennem.
Andre de er der.
Stod på sidste ruller.
Chill.
Lad os lige PL5's Rust B her. Altså, jeg savner den gamle heroic-stil. Kom.
Jeg slukker.
Flasher.
Tørn hjulet. Nitter. Kæk om bag.
2 CT. En helt tæt.
Jeg bem.
En til.
En til venstre. Indsats! Blæk kom, Madsen! Kom nu, Madsen! Ja! Wow.
Sick.
Er vi enige?
Ej,
det var nice. Og så står du af. Tem saída. Tomou tiro, sem saída. Tomou tiro.
Sem saída meu, sem saída meu.
Pode cimento.
Tá. Sapo, sapo. Sapo, último. X1 passou pra esquerda já.
Linda, velho. Anota esse noob, velho. CS, velho. Anota esse noob fudido. Boa.
Calma, velho. Junta com os caras aí. Bora, Henrique.
Up, CT,
Recua, para.
Recua.
Calma. Eu vou smocar tudo. Smoca longa, Henrique. Smoca longa. Vai comendo. Fale.
Base.
Vou abrir, não. Abrir. Tá, vou bangar agora. Baguei até a molotov.
Jota, eu vou cravar o carro pra você.
Carro, vou smocar o carro.
Você tem muita mola.
Eu tenho flash, Henrique. Baguei, vou botar uma bomba, espera. Eu cego. Carro e defraude. Carro na frente do bombe. Na esquerda, Breno.
Correu bombe.
Na esquerda.
Carro.
Nice. Boa. Tomar no cu.
Respira, velho. Calma aí, velho.
Ops, two guys.
One more. Side. Nice.
Last flash.
Should be one. I'm side with you. I'm picking down with you.
In hot.
And so Navi, after 10 rounds locked in on this T side, will swap to the defense of their map pick. We've got a 14-8 Simple, a 16-9 from Bit, and those two pieces of this Navi equation were enough to leave Fluxo scratching their heads.
Yeah, that was a really great half from Bit. Just all the different ways in which he saved Navi, entering and lurking.
And shout out Sumdai Young.
Yeah.
1v3, 1v4. Kept the economy alive and rolling and kept Fluxo at more than arm's reach.
And they won like multiple rounds behind the clutches as well. Clean one from Perfecto.
Quick little tap. Kowzy. Ooh! Stuffs Bit. Down he'll go.
Bit
Meanwhile,
said, you got this.
A-site is under assault. Woody, hands busy with the plant. Lux stuck on stairs. Soon smoke fades. Okay, he's still alive, got all the way through. Con and Phelps also offered up a kill. Now they've got the CTs pinched and they've done it. A 2v4 as Lux disappears in smoke like Houdini.
Yes, and he pulls all their attention towards Connector. Phelps, he got 3, I think?
Or 2. Or
so many things going on right there.
2 absolutely wild pistol rounds.
Absolutely, and they've got, yeah, that's true. And they got 3 out of 4 pistols so far.
Yeah, you're right. Phelps 3 for the 4. Wow.
Wow, Owen Wilson, wow.
And here comes Fluxo. They know what they want. Fast B hit. Nice nades. Perfecto bombarded. Lukowski ain't worried about that close player. He's going deep. Bit's dead at the hands of Lux, and it's only Sumdai Young left over. He's been found out and soon to be mulched by Mac 10s. There we go. 4 standing and a nice energetic follow-up from a 2 versus 4 pistol clutch. Good look for Fluxo.
Yeah, don't remember watching them play Mirage in the showdown. I'm gonna take a look and see. I remember any of the games that just came up versus them. They took down EG and they won that 0-0 Nation game on Mirage. Actually, that was a big one. I think that's where 0-0 wanted to take them. Of course, different level of competition here, and they didn't pull the win out over EG. We'll see about the T side specialist here in Phelps, who's having a great game and was known for, even before Art, getting into window every single round on T side. So I used to play it anyways. It's been literally half a decade since then. Old habits die hard, maybe. You know what they say, windows are meant to be jumped in.
Yeah. Do they? Or jumped out of?
Defenestrate. They wouldn't have made a word for it. If not,
that's fair. Yes, I'm getting aggressive. Quick setup from Fluxo, but then an immediate halt. Hey, Phelps catching Simple. It's a big kill. Lukowski instantly slides into the position. Did cost Phelps half his health, but no problem. They're actually setting themselves up outside of the B site.
I wonder if Lukowski showed his gun here. SDY moved out to default, and he's holding left side connector.
He's cautious of it.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not. We'll see.
But if Bit can finish Phelps, then maybe he turns back. Oh my, neither player looking. And it's going to get cleared. He could see it. Oh, but he's so preoccupied that the B hit still comes through. Can Perfecto do it on his own?
What?
Last bullet frag. VSM even hits him with the SMG, but Bit is too clean. Minimal shots fired, and that's his 20th queued up already. Woody, 10 HP for the MAC-10 clutch. It's never going to happen, and NAVI will take 11 off of the back of Bit's impact.
That was a nice kill to find on Simple. Bait from the lower part of connector into Phelps in the off angle on the top of Cat. And then after that, though, it was just a really clean round, and I think SDY spotted Lukowski on the lurk with his AK sticking out. Bit was looking to clear him out and ended up taking out his friend first. And look at Lukowski just offering up his head, crouching into this angle, and setting up Bit for a beautiful round overall. But he hasn't needed much help outside of this. He's had some unreal frags, and it seems like the Beast is continuing to kill.
Simple, not wasting time. Ooh, yeah, he saw a little shoulder. Keeps Electronic back away from top con. Mid control very much belonging to NAVI. Damn, they were ready to throw punches out of the gate with this round. And while the pistol player does manage to slide out from Palace, it's instantly shut down. Whoop, Sumdai Young sees it. Bit offers up another towards middle, and Woody's left on his own. Another clutch attempt needed here from Fluxo. Half health to do so. And a tough map for the IGL.
Yeah. Man, this one dissolves so quickly. All these different attacks, all these different fronts. CTs are ready for every single push that comes through, on top of taking matters in their own hands at mid. Last round did not really think about taking mid aggressively, just had Simple fighting back. This time, he's all the way at their front doorstep and deals with Phelps before Phelps can come to him. And SDY had some great awareness here, approaching the site once again, sneaking out into default. That was huge. And Fluxo just looking for some lurk kill to help them organize that round, create some chaos. And instead now they're 5 rounds down on pistols. With the series on the line.
And 13 queued up, bomb already given to Electronic. He's going to see that and go sit on it like Mother Goose. Popatronic. Nothing they can do about this one. Unfortunately for Fluxo, not even Lux can escape the grenades of Sumdai Young. They know where the last one's at as well. So 5 up, not even a single point of damage done by those measly pistols. They'll get pushed aside on Navi's quest to the coveted 16.
Give me 3 reasons why, more hard questions, why this won't be easy for NAVI to finish.
I can't give you 3 reasons.
One reason.
Because maybe they're bored.
Maybe they're bored, okay. Maybe Phelps?
Maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe Phelps. 20 and 14 at the moment.
He's trying.
Maybe Lukowski gives us a star-studded round.
He had 1 big round on that CD side. Phelps had 1... It should have been big round that they lost. Well, most of the X Factor situations have definitely gone to Navi between SDY, Bit, Simple.
Simple. Well, he's got Sharks down, swarming in front, and there's a recovery. Lukowski and VSM. Oh, perfecto. Yeah, that's a pickup from Lux, finds the timing, but Simple also slides into sight. Oh, Jesus. No scope to the chest of Lux. And all of a sudden, what was the call to just bombard this B site to sprint through apartments is going to have to be slowed down. Timing could be critical.
And they got a head start on clearing out mid, so Simple can leave himself open for the time being. You'll see the smoke come through. And a flash as well, get to a new position.
Yeah, whoa, look over top.
Spot, man.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's weird. It's a missed no-scope.
I think that was worth a shot.
Yeah, why not? But here comes the clutch. Sumtai Young, insta backstab to VSM. Lukowski, nowhere to run. You can only hide. Pinned in this corner. He peeks and gets denied. The headshot from SDY. Make that a third critical clutch.
Enough time to make Lukowski feel a little scared. I gotta swing now. And SDY, that was quite an adjustment. This second no-scope is crazy because he puts himself in such an unlikely spot to be opping as a solo guy on the B site. They jump right past him to see where he's fallen back to. He's up in the grill.
Nice shot.
Yeah, that was just a nice shot, man. Great clutches. Again, unreal clutches here from SDY. This guy does not miss right now in the clutch. Like you said, literally most of his kills have just been clutch kills. He would have a negative scoreline without them.
Get this man a set of pearls. Simple sits bottom mid. And Lux playing with the timing here. Smoke will fade and Simple starts to walk away. Phelps comes out and catches Electronic.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's fast.
Oh, he's just re-peeking
And
now?
he's going to go lower.
Stop
3
it.
for Simple. He just cannot be stopped until the USP's out. And Lukowski, 1v4 attempt to deny Navi that 15th. Lukowski, he is pinned behind this box. He's going to fight every bit of the way and won't be able to stop the cap peak. So 8 match points here for Navi.
For a moment in time, that turned into FPL.
I was ready.
Straight up, that was just the re-peaks egregiously. With more targets at the top of mid, knowing they were still coming. He said, I know you're not even going to peek me. I'm too nuts. Comes back, takes out the second guy here, goes straight for underpass.
Knows what he wants.
Eventually gets traded. Eventually. But it literally took 4 of them.
Damn.
Well, Dust 2 became dubious for a second near the end. But this game just feels so far gone.
Just as they want to go to Phelps, stutter steps it. Electronic and Bit here in mid, no op presence as that's preoccupied towards ramp. And Bit is dead. I mean, the window kill's gone the way of Fluxo more than once. But Electronic wants his fight. He wants revenge.
Well, look at where they're holding back from, actually.
Phelps is in the corner.
Yeah, this is sweaty, but it might just be the perfect move.
They've got a crossfire for this, dude. Electronic. Dead as can be.
Nicely done. They set the trap. You got to be careful about killing SDY's teammates, though. He grows stronger by the kill.
At this point, powered up. Shout out Phelps, 22 and 16, trying his absolute damnedest to keep Fluxo's hope of a map 2 win alive. Lake scene. Hopes shattered. Flash.
Flash too.
Oof, when it matters, blinds them inside of the ramp. Lux is going to follow through. Do not think for a second that this cannot be stopped. It's Simple in the 1v2. Little bits of health left for Phelps. A full bar on Woody. But Woody has had a tough time so far on Mirage. Simple's got a USP. Grabs the AK. So much room being given. It's a point-blank fight versus Woody. He's got that one. Looks back towards ramp. Sees the shoulder and finishes this one with a 1v2. Critical clutches come in abundance for the side of Navi. It's a 2-0 win over the Brazilians as Fluxo falls short.
The 2-0 does go the way of NAVI, and a stylish way for Simple to end things there, to start their generation going once again. When it comes to this, the full finals is an important event for these boys, and even SDY get a few nice clutches at the end.
That was a great performance coming out of NAVI, a great performance coming out of Samdai Young, and basically all the players doing a great job from start to finish right here. Sure, the beginning of the game was a little bit close, back and forth, 4-4, but that Samdai Young clutch 1v3 where he, basically killed Fluxo in just one hit, in one moment. That was enough for them to deal with, and that was NAVI looking good.
And you got to give Bit a bit of credit when it comes to that, for sure. This man was instant, is what we called it in the green room.
His T-sides and his aim is just crisp, you know. We sometimes forget it because he's still young, but it's not a player that has been around for a long, long time. But when he's hitting it, when he's feeling it, Bit is still one of the best aimers in the entire world, and we got a bit of a showcase of that in this game.
He did, and then when it comes to actually talking to one of our NAVI players in here, right, I think it's only right that we talk to Samdai Young when it comes into all of this. The man is standing by to the corner. He can come on in.
Hello guys.
Hello SDY. That was quite a nice performance there, Mirage. A good bounce back, but we got to ask about this Dust 2. A little bit closer than you'd like?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think Dust 2 is our best map. Is that not what performance that we need to do?
Okay, so you still think it's your best map in there?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sad that they remove it.
yeah, I can imagine for sure.
Yeah, Samdai Young, we talked about you being under a little bit of an extra pressure as of lately. We heard some of the interviews. In this game on Mirage, you came out very clutch on that T-side a couple of times. How do you deal with the pressure, and how do you feel right now in the team?
Actually, I think that was my best clutch game for a while. I didn't feel that for a long time. And of course, there is a pressure, but I'm trying to do my best and focusing on the things that I'm supposed to focus.
Is that something that elevates you? Is that something you like when there's a little bit of extra pressure? Because I think we saw you, as you said, play some fantastic clutches.
I don't mind pressure. I think I'm fine with it. That's it.
And in terms of what NAVI were able to do coming into this tournament, right, how much practice do you get in between the major and now?
We have only 2 days because I have to travel 3 days to my home. Then 2 days I was in home. We have a weekend and then I come back. We only have 2 days here. And also I am ill right now, so like I'm feeling bad, and sitting in my room and guys practicing from practice room.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Well, you did pretty well considering, so if you start to feel better, we can see you get even more strong?
I hope so.
Yeah, there was a strong performance today for you, Samdai Young. Overall, this tournament, is that a tournament you're looking forward to, getting inside Royal Arena perhaps and winning in front of the Danish crowd?
Yeah, I hope Blast will be my main tournament, you know.
Do you think that you got a bit of luck when it comes to Blast events, considering how it started in Lisbon?
Yeah, at least I feel like that, so.
Well, it's positive signs for sure. What did you think of this Fluxo lineup, right, the Brazilian team? Because they can certainly hit pretty hard. Did they surprise you in any ways, or more of what you expected?
I think they actually have really good tactics. They focusing on not only on shooting, but they have good mechanics as well.
Okay.
And I don't know who's calling for the guys, but he's doing a great job, especially when they surprised us on Dust 2 a few times.
Okay, nice. Well, Samdai Young, thank you very much for the insight. We'll get back with the team. We'll see you later on. We're going to take a look at the bracket.
Thank you, guys.
Just get everything updated in here. And this is where we're sat right now. We've got the first game out there, elimination match. It is tough here when it comes to the full finals, because one game like this, you got to bounce back straight away.
Yeah, Fluxo is now in the grey area, so to speak, where if they were to lose tomorrow, that'll be it for them. That'll be them out of the tournament. Whereas for NAVI, they gave themselves a good start to the tournament. We'll talk about NAVI being a team that sometimes are slow starters, at least that used to be the conversation. Maybe not so much anymore. So for them to have a good start, for Simple to have a good game, for them to win with easy against Fluxo, it's a promising sign for NAVI for the rest of the tournament.
It certainly is, and they're going to want to continue it, but I'm going to want to continue this show going further forward. It's time for Liquid to take on G2.
Liquid are showing signs of strength, but they still can't put all the pieces together. If something can click for them here versus G2, maybe they can be spurred on to roll all the way in Copenhagen.
That's very awkward though, and NAF will win the first one. Keep spraying! And that's a shocking victory for NAF.
G2's 22 has been one they would rather forget, but no one forgets failure in this scene.
Hunter can just do no wrong.
Seriously.
The full finals is a chance for redemption, and Liquid have looked far from solid. Will the redemption arc start here?
This This is a G2 that missed the major, but a Liquid that did not what people expected. And when it comes to this Liquid lineup, they're sat in a position now where they still have a point to prove, but things were not looking so hot for the man on everyone's lips, Yakinda.
No, they're in a bit of a limbo right now. I think everyone would agree that the signing of Yakinda gave some new life to Team Liquid, gave some promises to this lineup. At least in the beginning, they were playing well. They got the results that we haven't seen for quite some time. But as you said, the major kind of put a question mark towards Team Liquid. Where they're at right now? Where's Yakinda at right now? Are they a good team? Are they a decent team? Are they a bad team? I think this tournament is going to be super, super important for Liquid to give themselves and give us an understanding of where they're at in the current space of CSGO.
And when we came into this, right, we saw them at full groups. It was when we looked at Yakinda as being an official member of Liquid. We were very positive. We're seeing all these great signs for sure. But it's now seeing some of these other pieces. Nafly's changed position, right? He's acting more of a supportive element in there. Nitro's the IGL. Yes, great IGL, but he's not putting up the numbers in here. They cannot have a day where Elise and Yakinda are off.
No, those two are the star players right now for Liquid. And I think a very interesting point you brought up right here is Nafly, because you remember later stages of 21 how well he was playing when Liquid effectively was a dead team. Nafly was playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen. So to get Nafly back at a high level is going to be super, super important for this Team Liquid. And then, of course, Yakinda, Elise, those will be your star. Those will be your star power. Those will be your fraggers that are out there with the rifles having to do the work. But Yakinda, he's had good tournaments, he's had average tournament, and he's had a couple of less good tournaments as well, I would argue, for Team Liquid. I want to see him find that consistency that we saw in Outsider/VP.
And the man we didn't touch on yet, OC, right? It seems to be when it comes to North American Orcs, we are still lacking to see the absolute best from him, right? But this guy got a heavy amount of praise, but yet he's still not delivering on the massive levels. Is this more down to how Liquid play? Is it even possible?
I've been a little bit disappointed, to be completely honest, because I saw Elise went out there in a couple of interviews saying that if everyone in NA would work like OC, we would have had a lot of star players coming out of this region. OC, he shows it in glimpses, right? We see clutches, we see moments, we see maps. Even the playoff at Pro League, he was doing a fantastic job. I think he was one of the worst rated players in the group stages at Pro League, came into the playoff and was kind of the carry performance, leading them all the way into the final. So he's shown us that he has the ability, and that's why I'm left a little bit disappointed. The teammates regard him to be a very good player. They speak highly of him. We've seen glimpses of it, but the consistency is his major problem. OC on a good day is good. OC on a bad day, no bueno.
And I like that. I love it when you say that word, mate. Now, when it comes to looking at Liquid as a whole and as a team, do we still have high expectations for them? Do we still expect them at an event like this to be going and making a deep run?
I don't see Liquid as a team that is winning titles. I don't see Liquid as a team that goes into grand finals. I see them as the occasional underdog that, like we saw at Pro League, can go very far, perhaps get into a final, but winning them, that's going to be tough for them. They do have X Factor in Elise and Yakinda. They do have this momentum-driven playstyle that we saw during the Grand Slam as well, where they won it in 63 days. So don't count Liquid out, but as of right now, I don't expect it to happen.
Does this make it an easier game going up against a team like G2, or is it going to be tougher? How do you look at them as opposition?
It's one big question mark, James. We have no idea. Liquid, a bit of a question mark after the major. G2, well, you spoke about it, right? We have no idea where they're at right now.
And that's it, right? Looking at G2, turning that conversation point around, this is a G2 who surely should be looking at their very best. This should be their major.
It should be, because they didn't participate at the major, James. They didn't qualify. They weren't good enough. They had a horrible, horrible armor. You look at these players in front of you. You look at the quality they have behind them. Monesi, Nico, Hunter, that trio of players, that should be enough to be at every single major. That should be enough to contend for trophies. And I still think it is. The big question mark for me is still Huxi. We saw him come into this lineup. We saw early signs of a new, well-driven G2. As a unit, they look good. Tactically speaking, they look better. But in terms of raw firepower, Huxi have been struggling a little bit. And we saw the massacre it was doing the armor. They didn't qualify. They didn't play well, and that was a little bit of a disappointment to say the least. Is that still going to be a problem for the future? Can Huxi step up? Can G2 elevate themselves to a point where it doesn't matter whether he's fragging or not? That's all the questions I'm left with.
And the questions I also have around this G2 is you've done also a change in your support staff, Things have changed in the back line. So as well as Huxi trying to come in and we're seeing this new gameplay, he's had some time to make it happen. What is going on with the rest of it?
I don't know, James. I honestly don't know. Losing Extras, that was a big one for me. They bring in the assistant coach now and to be the main coach for the time being. Yeah. I think he's been with them for quite some time, Swanee. So I feel like G2 have this tournament and potentially also the World Finals to prove that this lineup can work. If it's not working, if they're not getting a result right here, anything else than a top 4, anything else than a playoff run at this tournament, anything else than qualifying for the World Finals, that should, in my book, be a sign of this team, coming to a point where, okay, we tried with Huxi, we tried this different constellation of players, it's not working out, so we have to try something else for 23.
And we talk about other teams bringing like the younger generation, stepping them up, right, say from academy roster, stuff like that. They did that with bringing Monesi in, but other than that, they generally stays a quite experienced set of players.
Yeah, you could argue that, but you also have to pick the best of the best talents, right? And they got Maniac, which right now would be the best out of all of them. And I think he's stepped up massively. He's not at fault for any of the problems they're having right now. He's found the consistency that OC couldn't show whatsoever.
Okay.
When Maniac is at his best, he's one of the best players in the world. But even when Maniac is sometimes, at his best, he's still found a level where he's still contributing to the team. So big props to Maniac for developing consistency in such a young age. He's not the issue with G2.
Now, one thing I have noticed, and you've probably seen it on the G2 socials as well, is that they've got a new mental coach behind them as well. Somebody's got a lot of experience in this field, and that might be something that could turn the tide, because we've seen those frustrated faces. We've seen the low moments for these guys and what it's done to them.
It does feel like G2 is just a couple of right moves away from finally fulfilling themselves, right? You have players like Nico, you have Maniac, you have all these playmakers on the server, and if it's a mental problem, then sure, getting the mental help you need. It just feels like something is not clicking, and then once they figure out what that is, I'm sure we're going to see G2 at a very high level. Them not making the major is a little bit of a... yes, I said it was disappointing, but it's also casting a shadow over how big issues they have in a way. It was just one qualifier where they didn't do well. There's a chance that G2 is coming into this tournament, winning the entire thing, and then we will never talk about them being in a crisis again.
Yeah, that would be a huge turnaround, one they certainly want to see. Now, I'm looking at this, though, when it comes to you talking about the IGLs and not fragging out. They're both in that same spot. Nitro versus Hooksy, obviously Nitro with a lot more experience coming into it, but how much is that going to be a battle that you're looking at?
It's a big battle because both of them, as you said, are struggling in the fracking department. And had it been 2 years ago, I wouldn't be too worried because the meta of Counter-Strike back then, it didn't rely heavily on having 5 fraggers on a lineup. But it does feel like, with Heroic powering through, with NAVI having Electronic as an in-game leader, with Tapson and Big, it's getting more and more modern, I would say, to have in-game leaders that are also fracking. So for that to be something we talk about, for sure. But let's see. Nitro, he's had his time to elevate himself. Now Hooksy had 2 months of a break to finally step it up. So I want to conclude on that after this game, but there's no doubt that the duel between the two, that could be a deciding factor.
Now, how much of a problem is it going to be for Liquid, the fact that even like you said, we don't know what's going to be going on with G2? Is there going to be much of a change you expect that they can't get a good read on this?
Well, I'm curious to see G2 if they have developed some new maps, some new ways of playing Counter-Strike, some new tactics. They've had a 7-week break where they didn't play one single official game, and for a team of the caliber of G2, that's a long break. That's twice a player break, so to speak, where you sometimes see teams coming out with a new map pool, or sometimes seeing a team changing position. So I'm curious to learn about G2. It's almost like a second win for this lineup. The fact they stayed together after that disappointment, I contribute that to the belief in this team, and I'm happy to see that happen. But I want to see changes. I want to see something changed up for the G2 lineup right now.
The way I look at this for G2, it's the anime redemption arc. That's what it's got to be, because the rest of this year has been one they probably want to forget.
Surely, right? Not making the major, that's a tough one, especially for players who are of such high caliber. Not seeing Nico at the major was a disappointment to me. He's my favorite player to watch, aesthetically speaking. You have Maniac as well, who has this ability to take over the server. So for them not to be at the major was disappointing, not only for them, but also for us as Counter-Strike fans. And that's what they have to redeem, James. They have to show us right now that there was one tournament where it didn't work out, and now they're back.
Now, looking at the point that they're back, let's maybe look at a veto. Let's see what maps we're going to get. Is that possible at this stage? Because I want to understand where this is going to be going. You mentioned it. Could there be a chance for us to see some new maps coming in? Could there be a flip-flop in there?
Well, there's going to be no surprises for Team Liquid. They haven't had any time to practice whatsoever. I talked to the boys after the major as well. They went back home and then come back to Europe. And cracking in NA right now is worse than it's ever been, so no big surprises in that regard. Vertigo pick coming out for G2. That's relatively new coming in, with Hooksy as an in-game leader. That was one of the first maps he tried to integrate with this lineup. With great success to begin with, but also a little bit of an inconsistency. Mirage, not too big of a surprise coming out of Team Liquid. And as a third deciding map, Inferno, not too big of a surprise either. We've seen that plenty of times. So no real big surprise at Individual, to be honest.
Now, you mentioned the fact that obviously there's not been too many practice days for Liquid, where G2's on the other end of having more than enough practice days for sure, but having tournament days to practice days is very different. That's a factor.
Could be a bit of a rust coming in for the G2 players, for sure, because you could have a scenario where Vertigo in practice have been working super great. You're running all your tactics, it's working, but once you get into an official match where people start to anti-strat you and people start to figure out what kind of play style you have, what kind of approach you have to the map, it's going to be a different case. So you're right, there's something to be said about winning your practice games, but doing it in officials, that's a different way. I will say, though, that G2 and the players behind us, they're so experienced that they've tried it so many times before. So if they have a good feeling about Vertigo in practice, I'm sure that will also translate into the game.
But I do remember quite a few nice games of Vertigo coming out from Liquid, especially at the beginning when Yakinda came in.
Yakinda and Vertigo, it feels like that's a thing that goes hand in hand. I think he even said publicly that it's his favorite map. You know, it's the map where he feels he makes the most of a difference. Crazy person, that's a terrible map by all means. But yeah, Elish is the same for him, right? Those two as a duo on the map of Vertigo, especially on the CT side, they have the ability to shut down for a team even of G2's caliber. But we did see Liquid play Vertigo at the major, and they did look shaky. So if I'm G2, I wouldn't be worried.
You wouldn't be worried if you're G2. So you're looking like we're going all the distance with this off the back of that veto.
I think so. Inferno as a third deciding map, it makes an awful lot of sense. You know G2, they can win the games, but they never win them 2-0. Liquid, they're struggling a little bit as well, so I'd be surprised if we don't get to Inferno.
Surely, we might see some magic old highlights from Nico, Mirage. Could that be a chance? Is there enough fight in them for that?
For sure.
Nico, so it could be 2-0? Because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking this is looking very nice for him.
It is looking nice, right? It can happen, but it's in G2's DNA never to make it easy for himself. So it is going to be a close game no matter what. But as you said, you have Maniac on the server, you have Nico on the server, Elish, Yakinda, the power between those four players, right? The fracking ability all those have. It's bound to be a good game of Counter-Strike, but also bound to be a game where you can go back and forth, because Elish can pull out a round out of nowhere. The same can be said about Maniac. So it's going to be a good game of Counter-Strike, but it's going to be a long one.
The thing I've got the biggest question on is if it starts to go a bit bad for G2, if we start seeing this back and forth, I want to see what our mentality is going to be like. You spoke about Rust. It's also going to be how they make sure they don't put too much pressure on themselves with how important this event is.
Yeah, it's about managing that, right? Because I want the pressure to be on G2. I want them to feel the pressure, because it's not okay not to be at the major. It's not okay to come into this tournament and finish 5th or 6th or 7th for a team of G2's caliber. They're one of the most expensive teams to be put together in the world of Counter-Strike. And if you're one of the most expensive teams ever to live, you have to deliver. You have to show for it. You have to come up with results. Maybe not winning trophies in the current meta of Counter-Strike is an easy task, because there's so many up for it. You know, Heroic can win this tournament, FaZe can win it, NAVI for that matter as well. But at least showing up and getting into the playoff, that has to be a minimum requirement for this team.
So from what you're saying, neither of these two teams are in your favorites for this?
Not to win the entire thing, but I do have G2 as a team that makes it to the playoff.
Ooh, well, some high praise either way. A lot for us to learn throughout this series, but it's all about how it's going to go down. We know our maps, we know what's going to be happening. It's time to see which of these teams is going to shine. It's time for us to move on forward. But before we get back there with Scrawny and Launders, it's time for us to hit the break.
Well, well, well. Guess what time it is, folks? It's time to figure out what G2 has to offer. It's been a little while since we've seen them in the server, but it's about time. I think it's about time to see what they've got, to see what they've been up to. What has Hooksy been doing in this amount of time? You know,
what have they been cooking?
What kind of weird, freaky things have G2 been up to? That's the question. We're about to find the answer. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders. We were here before. We'll be here again tomorrow. But for now, tonight, I think this could be the game of the day.
G2 are favored in the betting odds. What is that slander? We haven't even seen G2 play in years.
Yeah, but we did see Liquid play.
Oh, how dare you. They should have won that match versus Heroic. It'd be a whole different story with them in the finals versus Outsiders.
Yeah, We'll find out. It's time to get weird. 50 floors up on Vertigo, where this show begins. Liquid on the offense, G2 to the CT side. Blonde Nico. Yeah, we've got plot twists already.
Yeah, it's a good look.
But will it work?
Yeah, we'll see if the strategy pays off. Hopefully he didn't bleach any of his brain cells. He's gonna need them all to take down Liquid.
I say less brains, more bronze.
Okay.
Click those heads. Yakinder over top of the wooden wall. CT sit and wait. Ooh, blinded. Yakinder finds Monacy. Oh, JKS. Yeah, you know, listen, there's ring rust. They haven't played an official for months. So Yakinder looks for another. We get that push out from Hooksy. He finds one by jumping around the wall. Hunter with Berettas and Nico right behind him. Naf answers 1v1 and Nico's gonna pick it up. Pistol to G2's camp.
Undefeated on clutch rounds with blonde hair. Nico, here he is on the pistol. Even bought supporting utility. Didn't even have armor with him on this one.
What a
They
guy.
didn't need it. This round was a plate of spaghetti because it was messy but delicious. Look at the kills that come through from Yakinder. The clutch at the end from Nico as well. Clean last shot. Bow.
That last spicy meatball.
That's got to feel great to start off on the right foot after having such a long hiatus. Just, I mean, because the major just takes up so much space and so much space in people's minds, I think most importantly.
I mean, I love watching majors, but I have a feeling that pro players who aren't there don't have that same experience.
Yeah, Hempus, he said after they got eliminated, he didn't watch.
Yeah, I was like, no, but you like the playoffs? He went, no. The final was okay.
We weren't there.
Damn.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
get it. I get it.
Hempus. Poser.
This series has some good maps, makings of a 3-mapper, you know, but also by that same token, a chance for 2-0, I think for both sides. Really hard one to call.
Yeah, it depends on what the form is, right?
Yeah.
Depends on if G2 kick it up a notch. Kinder, finds JKS on the fallback. Man's just running for his life. And Yakinder looking for a little bit more. We get the Molotovs over top. Good support for Hunter. Hooksy kills Naf. And Yakinder is still kicking, despite that 17 points of health. Nico trying to curve bullets around into Nitro. Numbers even. Health.
What's going on here?
T 3-man boost. Oh, they've been cooking! And Nico comes in with what could be the first piece to unravel this post plant again. Yakinder, though, has been a thorn in their side with the 2 kills already. They can lean back on OC, AK in hand for the NA Opper, but he's down for the count, and Yakinder is gone.
Yeah, no chance. OC could have just mowed him down. Glad to see this boost result in a round win, because that was definitely one where 3 of them in CT, you know, might not be able to win if not for it. So,
yeah,
great idea.
Saving strats for the major.
Yeah, that's what it could have come out. Yeah, for the fall finals. That's their new major. That's their new best friend right now. Everyone playing to see if they can get in front of a crowd. This one's clean. He even bleached his crosshair.
Let's go.
I think the most interesting stat, it wasn't a, you know, doesn't make him look good, but the most interesting stat before the game started was the Hooksy versus Nitro comparison, because, you know, Hooksy is regarded as
bad.
How I say the heaviest player.
The heaviest
player in Tier 1.
Yeah, he's big boned.
But Nitro was right there alongside him in terms of weight.
Couple
I made that sound like it could be good, right?
Yeah, not bad. Monacy kicks it off, kills the Latvian, and Nitro right after. But Elige has the answer. Quick little Tech 9 tap into Nico's forehead. M4 is his reward. A ramp is their motive. Re-aggression is what Hooksy wants. The solution, perhaps. I think there's a big question mark around what's Hooksy's form gonna be.
Talking about it right before, the RMR's insane first day from Hooksy into really, really poor individual level. Definitely caused some maps.
He gave it his all in the first one.
Yeah. Used up all the juice. Wow. Good trades here from G2. Another great round. And gotta say, man, Monacy, he really got let down. This year has been fantastic for Monacy. It's not really been a bad tournament at all. And at the RMRs, he was like averaging 20+ kills every single game. He just really did not have a lot of help, and absolutely should have been. If there's someone who deserves something, it should have been him, at least representing as one of the youngest players at the major on a tier 1 team.
What a classic tale, right? Players with immense potential having to carry teams at the start of their careers.
Yeah.
Navi did it. Zywu's doing it. Monacy.
He's just hoping he doesn't have to wait as long. That's all.
Yeah. Still early days for his career. But none of the others got to play with Nico. Honestly, dangerous games. Hanging out on this side of the fence. Great grenade deep into Elige and OC. And the utility pressure is perfect. Yakinder blind as a bat.
That's nice.
Cheesed at the bottom of that ramp. 5v4 here for G2 as they hunt that 4th round straight.
Yeah, quite a lineup for that flash as well. Well executed here from Nico.
Nico can't react fast enough. Elige robs one back.
They just took a small risk to see if Liquid had left the ramp, but they are just chilling for now. JKS solo right now on the B side as they walk back, and this will be one of the final rotations in from Liquid. But now they've tied up a little bit of the defense on the ramp. Hixie's not going to see anything, and they're actually just going to make their way out. Man, they've been fighting for map control. It's been paying off, and now the CTs are going to beat the Ts here. At least meet them right in time.
Quick kills needed, and Nitro doesn't find anything. Hunter, blind. OC burns JKS. Ooh, Elige brings it back. 7 seconds. And they're not able to stop that bomb plant, fighting tooth and nail for it. They assemble another boost. Again, it works out wonderfully. But Hooksy falls back through the fire, leaves Monacy into the 1v2 clutch. We've got low health on both the members of Liquid. Monacy, no utility, but a kit to his name. And OC, deep position, will give Liquid their first.
Man, I like how fast they're getting into things. I mean, with their tactics, the A-ramp re-aggressions, the boosts that they've pulled out multiple times now on B, they're making it really hard for Liquid. Liquid had to put together some very difficult entries to make this happen. First of all, the Molly flash combo is perfect on JKS.
2 players burned.
Yeah, and yeah, Hooksy. I mean, Hooksy fully ran through that fight. I don't know if he thought he had a way around it, but it was much better off just waiting that out, I think. Either way, I think on low utility it was a solid position for the T side to get into in that 2v2. But man, I love how they were working that ramp. I mean, they used Nico early and then, maybe lost a round because they gave up a piece of material in the 5v4, but they kept that same persistence. I mean, they came through after that push to make sure it still wasn't the ramp, making sure to fight deep. And they actually did find that Liquid left. And I think if they keep playing like that, it's going to pay off more times than it doesn't. Another layer. Not many have the matching jackets for the jerseys.
Yeah, but G2 come well equipped.
That's true.
They spare no expense.
And the Monacy OC comparison is definitely a real thing to talk about as well. Apart from the reality, they're probably not going to go head to head in too many situations. the sheer impact from Modesty is far more consistent, and in terms of they'll have equal peaks, maybe Modesty higher peaks even. But OC has no problem with peaks. It's just the consistency overall where he has struggled, even though he's shown a ton of promise. Liquid will need that today. I have G2 winning this whole tournament, by the way. Did my Blast pick him.
Yeah.
On Blast.tv.
You feeling okay?
I feel great.
Yeah?
You see those boosts?
You didn't hit your head, did you?
No, I'm dizzy, but I didn't hit anything, I don't think.
Okay. No, those boosts were looking good. Okay, they've Yeah,
you picked Liquid to win this, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you
mean
did
this match?
Yeah.
Oh, this match specifically? Yes.
You feeling okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're both feeling great. That's good.
Just a nice big hit of hopium.
Yeah.
And a little dose of copium.
Yeah.
And we'll be all good.
It is still early.
Yeah, anything can happen.
That's true.
It's Counter-Strike.
It is Counter-Strike.
Got a quick little rambunctious run up the top of the B ramp. Little cohort of G2 players trying to push over. JKS has gotten deleted
every round.
Round after round on this B site. Alige queues up 2 kills. Nitro extending in and alleviating pressure. That was quick.
Those T attacks are nice.
Nice and rapid.
Even like the one round they won, they got some hard entries, but there's some great utility behind the attack. And that was great rotations from G2, and they still won. Here's another solid attack. And yeah, JKS is getting bullied a bit here. And in Counter-Strike, bullying works, unfortunately.
Real life too sometimes.
There's some lessons that we don't want to teach, with Santa's not real, that kind of thing.
Hey man, don't blame me for bad parenting. It's not my fault. Johnny Jabs. Nice clean kills there as he entered. Look at this. Poor JKS. Oof. Did Hooksy do the jump again? That's more than once already.
He is a jumpy boy.
But that lead, well, soon to evaporate. 2 in a row here from Liquid. A lively round as well. Monacy's MP9 and a CZ for Hunter. An early 3 players stacked towards B, but no life shown by Liquid. If you guys are looking for some shoulder content, make sure to head to the Team Liquid YouTube. They just did a documentary about NAVI. Quick CT push towards the top of Crane. Here we go. Pistols queued up. And it's only Monacy with the 1. There we go. Team Liquid, nice and easy.
I did want to interrupt you, but because the attack was coming on, but that's a cool shout.
Yes, it is. He literally goes to the zoo and looks at sloths. It's not conjecture.
Okay, that's all I have to hear.
Yeah,
I'm liked and subscribed.
Yes. Yes. They speak to the zookeeper, and the zookeeper tells the viewer that it's actually the 4th time NAF has visited them.
Hanging out with his people.
Timeout called here by G2. Gonna smooth things over prior to the first gun round. From the 3-0 start to the 3-all tie. A vocal Justin Savage.
He does have a lot of responsibility as the B guy in this situation. Some of these, re-clearing A ramp is going to happen more frequently, and it's going to take more people. Him on the B side, he might do it sometimes by himself, but most of the time he's just anchoring alone with a supporting flash from heaven, something like that. Not too much support for him, so they might have to tailor the game plan, if things don't work out as well with him just solo there. And just double down. They got Hunter actually right behind him in this position. Just waiting. Does Liquid make decisions?
Alige tagged up. Nobody behind the sandbags. It's a double behind the wall. They go for another boost, and that's 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Boosts do be working for G2.
It's all about doing them fast as well.
what more comes from it. Hooksy doing his best Nico impression. Both players sliding out with the crouch walk. Nav up close. Back-to-back headshots, and it gets unraveled. Unleash finding Monacy. I mean, that was looking good.
Yeah, the good ideas there. I mean, the fact that they went into the boost and then pushed short right away when the op could have been posted. They got that far. Yeah, super active. And I like the ideas. I mean, it's going to be disheartening to lose in these ways, but I think they're coming from the right place. You could argue, I think in hindsight, oh, well, they had the 5v4, maybe they did enough. I think it's fair to say that you do have to fight extra hard. Just because you get that 5v4 doesn't mean you win. And they had this slight timing, of course, where NAFLI is not looking in the right direction. They could have cleared him in this spot. They could have taken out OC, who was just about, a millimeter off. And they're a little bit tilted about how that goes. And that's just how it's going to be sometimes. Yeah. So the A side is vulnerable as well. I think the part that sucks is you use tactics that you don't want to use that many times in the half.
Right.
And they work, and then you still lose. That's the not so fun part.
Thing is, too, they just saw OC by boxes. And Naf's timing, he was turned around. Like, I feel like you run that back 10 times and
yeah, because they were fast.
Yep.
I'm not surprised Liquid were not watching the short push, because
I'm sure that's a bit of a jump scare for Naf, despite him getting both clean headshots. Yeah. So shout out Naf for...
If you did jump scare a Sloth, would they, like, freak out?
Very slowly. Two easy pickups here. Don't forget about the rifles. With survivors in that last round, G2 would love for Liquid to just kind of throw caution to the wind, because Hunter could deliver, and he does with the double. That's at least enough to turn them back for now. But with no info towards that B site, G2 think maybe they've gone elsewhere, when in reality, Liquid keep this one fixated on A.
Yeah, and man, Liquid come up just as fast. They're kind of playing just as fast as G2 are. Not really wasting seconds on the round if they don't have to. And I think G2 are hoping, well, they have some time since they move fast out to re-clear things, work on some big flank. And maybe they will. I don't know. Hunter's made it down the ladder. No Ts are watching the flank just yet. And JKS will see if he can run a distraction for this bomb planter. Tie him up a little bit. NAFLI on the op. He is laser focused on the fight forward, covering the plant.
Man, they're so nearly dead. So incredibly close to death. But Naf finds the perfect timing yet again. And Hunter will be denied any further success in this one. He almost saved him.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's JKS still with 0 kills. Naf and Elige barely living. And, well, 5-3. Team Liquid will be on fire.
Pretty crazy match. I mean, we saw Liquid play at the major, like the first match of Legends. We casted that. It was
Versus
not great.
Mouse. They got smoked.
They were like super slow start. So I was like, okay, that definitely can be psychological, because in the pre-match interviews to that Legends stage, Elige was like, best boot camp ever, super well prepared, feeling great, and we skipped the challenger stage, and then they still played badly. So that could just be like, off day or psychological or whatever. Then you think that can carry forward to the next tournament. You psych yourself out a little bit. Certainly doesn't feel like that's the case though right now. They got themselves in the right zone. They're winning some hard rounds here versus G2. And I think they're maybe deflating G2 a little bit, who clearly have put their best effort into making Vertigo look interesting on their now comeback after missing Rio. But now have given up 5 rounds straight.
Kinder, gets the better of Nico.
Damn.
Monacy, the second victim. Wow. As Yakinder will rock their world. That's 3. Hooksy tries to extend into the site to get something going. He hops down into the elevator. Hunter will put him away. And also hope to go one further. It's him versus Elige towards short. Grenades in the hands of the North American. And Hunter, with a chance to exit, could just save this gun. Nitro, wow, he's going to keep JKS at 0-6.
Yeah.
And Hunter is the only piece of success here in this round for G2. Yakinder just shredded them on ramp.
Yeah, it was a Yakinder moment, number 156.
Just Yakinder things.
Winning on the entry.
Didn't have the best major.
Nope. Yeah. Even Antwerp was kind of just okay for him. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder right now with those, with the majors. I do really think, though, I wasn't even joking about that. Heroic match was so much closer than it appeared with that overpass ending the way it did.
For sure.
The ultimate tragedy for Liquid.
What a weird reaction that one is. Nico shooting him in the kneecaps. But,
oh, man.
Poor Monacy. Looked like that shot would have even hit if the boxes weren't in the way.
Yeah.
But JKS one death away from 0-7. Don't worry, folks. He's got 2 assists.
Yeah. Can't even rotate now.
We're very gonna quickly get Hooksy back into the server, and this onslaught from Team Liquid could continue, or we get the resurgence from G2.
It's definitely a good-looking Liquid, though.
Yeah, 18 kills between Yukinder and Elige, 9 apiece. Naf right there with them, 8 frags on him, and I mean that trio of success is a winning formula for Liquid.
And before Yukinder, it was Elige every round. A ramp, trying to entry, trying to work up. Now it's him and Elige. They split it 50-50. B attacks, Yukinder's mostly doing, but even here we have him coming to A and doing the entry work. And Yukinder's favorite map. Not surprised he's comfortable on both ends as a T attacker. And he is definitely wreaking havoc right now.
Monacy's favorite too, right?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I think it was Yukinder who said it. Who James may have said it recently, but you know, definitely like Academy League Monacy. I remember him loving Vertigo. I mean, even if he didn't love it, Vertigo loved him. That's for sure.
Yeah, sure, right. It's at least one way. Nico, such little health left over by the time he gets pelted by those pieces of utility. That tough stuff. But there we go. Hooksy's got one back. Yukinder looking the wrong direction. And that'll be him to the wayside here in round 10. But don't forget, these are there's Kevlar with the pistols, and there's a pack mentality here from G2. If they catch a Elige, if they don't die to OC at this distance. But that's Hooksy down for the count. Elige on the fallback, should be on high alert. He'll go ahead and pop Hunter on the way out. So sure enough, Team Liquid stable in this one as well.
Yeah, fights him back. JKS coming in for the re-aggression. It looks like they might go to his site. He'll finally pick up this AK, which Liquid will be fine giving over. In exchange for the round one with 4 alive. A bustling economy. I mean, they might just want to start dying just for the sake of it. In fact, actually, they should think about planning a hunt right here instead of planting right away. Like, clear out the B site and then look for the CTs. Well, this round looks like it might end in an elimination. We'll see if Elige can do this by himself.
It's just Monacy. It's just 39 health.
Oh.
And he's got it.
Wow. And there it is, the 0-7.
But not 0-0.
Not 0-0-7.
You know, so it's like, you know, you can
it's sad, but not even funny anymore.
Yeah, it's just sad. Sorry, Chad.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely still time to come back in this half. Make things look better.
But you got to put an end to what is pretty lights out so far from Elige. And if it's not Elige, it's Yukinder. And if it's not him, it's Naf. And hell, OC hasn't even really been given a chance to shine. So we'll see what comes next. But it is guns in from G2. Aggression on the ramp, and Yukinder having a field day. Picks up Nico again. Nico now -4. Hunter, look at that damage. Just smoked by that nade. Nitro's going entry mode, running over mid. We've got that peel back from JKS, so Hunter on an aisle.
They didn't even
very
hear
much alone, and he is also now down. So B site belongs to Liquid. That's going to be the 8-3 lead, whether G2 like it or not.
Man, they ran up mid over heaven, and the CTs didn't even hear them. Now it's getting a little sketchy.
Yeah.
I'm feeling worse.
Nice boost, though.
It was. That's a nice boost.
That cone.
Dude, I mean, if Yukinder can frag Nico like that, the world is their oyster. He's had 2 kind of like really hard adjustment kills, but just been so fast and so on point with that first bullet each time.
You know what you find in oysters? Slimy flesh.
Delicious slimy flesh.
Hooksy, come on now. A chance to take them down a peg, but they want to clear the board of M4s, and they're not far away from the last two up. Monacy down at the hands of OC, JKS.
They got to start running at him. They have 16K on NAFLY. A kill. 16K on Elise, 16K on NAFLY. They literally want to die.
Don't we all?
For monetary reasons.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep. Insurance fraud.
It's only a crime if you get caught.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's okay. Calm. Level-headed.
Listen, man, G2
comes back in with answers.
They're only ranked 14th in the world. You know, it'd be an upset if they brought this back.
That is true. That is true. Pro League finalists, Team Liquid. It's that wombo combo of Yakinder and Elige, though. 12 kills each. They're just competing with one another because G2 not putting up a fight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think it got actually even a little closer, that monitor.
If you can't smell the pixels, you're not doing it right. 8 rounds straight from Team Liquid. Early utility damage, maybe that's enough to help. We'll see what's in store for G2. Just trying to stop this momentous T-side.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, there's a nice
5v4. Come on.
Yeah, denial of entry here.
And Yakinder
revenge.
spotted. Dealt with 2. Jump up towards ramp. JKS not done just yet. Kind of smothered in smoke at the moment. They've kind of lost track of him. Hunter comes over, kills OC and Nitro. And with that, we've got a convincing round win by the looks of things from G2. Elige is left, and Hooksy's got him dead to rights, a 4th from the Europeans.
Just such a better round. It felt like Liquid just couldn't do anything wrong there for a second, and here, two of their biggest problems are quelled at the same time. They get the revenge frag between Nico and Yakinder on the ramp, and then, you know, also just as importantly, JKS denies that opening kill on the B attack and lives long enough for Hunter to help him out as well. But that's kind of a, you know, it's a round where Liquid can just really do whatever they want. They can just see if that works again and just snowball from there. And G2 earn some respect back, maybe slow them down a little bit, we'll see. But they've still got some work to do before they break their confidence completely. Oh, there's another great kill.
There we go. Nico starting to find a groove.
And it's the persistence on the A ramp that's finally starting to pay off.
OC scours the ramp, but nobody's going to peek into this. We've got Monacy pressing into short, but not going beyond this line. He's ready. Nobody's going to face him. Ooh, fun little CT smoke.
It's a little late.
Yeah, 45 seconds left. It's Monacy and Nico on short side. It's Hooksy back behind them. Oh, perfectly timed grenade. Nitro, a shell of himself at 29 HP. Monacy and Hooksy going to play this one layered. Allows Nico to fixate on shorts. And Hooksy, goes for the spray and manages to get the best of NAF. OC blind as a bat, 24 seconds to the clock. And Monacy's got this one locked in. G2 still with a little life left in him.
I like the in-between protocols right there. Not just falling back completely to the back of the site, but taking that high-low stack to support the crane position, which is quite weak by itself. And that spray from Hooksy, it's not a spray transfer because the first kill goes away at Monacy, but it still is sort of. So Hooksy kind of shoots his first bullets at the target who dies and has to control for it. So nice mechanical display by him. And this was even off of losing the ramp control, which they've just wanted so badly. So a good sign for them. First time out here for TL. You got sweaty hands?
No, actually.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't perspire like that. Feel bad for people with sweaty hands.
Get Botox in your hands and then you don't. That's what I heard you do.
No,
Then you get
no
smooth
needles.
hands, Mickey Mouse hands.
Nope.
It's like you're wearing gloves all the time.
Sounds horrendous. But not
Great
as
for
bad
clapping.
as great for clapping. Okay, dude. Yeah. The clapping of the first half has been put on pause. Team Liquid, they lose one. Will they lose another? 2 rounds left on this CT side from G2, and Hunter wants headshots. Ooh, not that way though. Him and Hooksy empty-handed. JKS on B, only able to lock in 1 kill versus this press from Team Liquid over the top of middle into the B site. They have solutions upon solutions. And it's leaving G2 salty.
Gotta appreciate these Liquid entries, man. Their spacing is immaculate. And it's not even going 1 for 1. They're just getting like 2 kills straight away. Untraded, looking to end this half strong.
Nico tried the clutch. Oof, Alige gonna end it.
No shot.
Alige, my man, 15 and 8 at the moment.
He's frying.
Surpassing that performance from Yakinder. And that 3-player push around mid. I mean, even if NAF's not there to kill the top player construction, 2 guys fixated on Hooksy. Tough spot for G2, outnumbered. Even with 2 players mid, outnumbered.
Yeah.
It's not every round that happens, but it nets Liquid their 9th.
A 6-round half could make a world of difference here for G2. I'm sure mentally they're still very much in this. See if they can pull one more back.
Quick attempt from Nico, pressing in behind the smoke. Yeah, Yakinder. He has at least been shut down a few rounds now when it comes to the ramp play. Elise tries to take his place, but met by Nico's smoke, he has to hold. Nico sensing that the threat is near. Oh, that's good damage. Excellent job as the grenade.
Always good to be a little paranoid.
Hones in on Alige, nearly dead despite never being seen. More utility.
Oh, the molly goes a bit far, but Nico's watching it. Oh no, he ends up dying.
Hooksy got at least 2. Brings this one back ever so slightly. I mean, he's doing his job. He is top fragging alongside Hunter. And OC's got him back with 1. So again, last round of the half, NAF resides beneath Hunter. Don't you dare lose 4v2. This is not what G2 needs right now. Things have been evened out, and if Monacy jumps up, OC could snap a shot on him. Molotov destined for Monacy. Oh, but he's able to find a little bit of space to just hang on to this angle. Expectant of the crane walk up, but as the fire burns out, Monacy presses back in further, and now all of a sudden things get awkward for NAF. They've got to put out that fire. Plant comes through. OC deep on the sandbags with a missed shot. Monacy given a chance to come over top, but yet to find that upper footing. Smoke instead in front of the T's. Makes this post plant weird. JKS committing, and that one's gonna get covered by Monacy. Down goes the Opper, and if only he had another half second, but by the skin of their teeth, that's 6. It's gonna be a G2 comeback on the T side needed.
We're now back. This is where the purest form of Counter-Strike is played.
It's all been leading up to this.
This is one you won't want to miss.
This December,
Oh, and the bursts at the end!
the culmination of the Blast Premier season
That's precise! Absolutely filthy!
all kicks off.
We've seen highs.
And we have seen lows.
Epic spray transfer.
Oh, and they run right into him!
The 200 IQ plays.
What a scene! I can't believe it!
But it all comes down to this. The best 8 teams in the world play head-to-head for $1 million.
14th of December, the Blast Premier World Finals Abu Dhabi begins.
We will be there. The question is, will you?
Jonathan Jablanowski, a.k.a. Elige, a.k.a. the Karate Kid, a.k.a. Johnny Jabs, absolutely poked G2's eyes out in that first half. Killer performance from the North American, a 16-9 half for a 9-6 score. And now Team Liquid to the CT side of Vertigo. So let's see what G2 have in store for us in the offense. First, they've got to step it up in the fragging department. Monacy on 8, Nico on 9, Hooksy and Hunter both ahead of them. And JKS, well, he got a tough time over towards that B site, but now he's a part of the pack. And we'll see if that can help things. For now, it's Elige with the P2K. Pop it a couple heads down ramp. Goes back in for more. 3, 4 from Elige. Looking for the pistol round ace, but Yakinder, ooh, he won't get that chance to steal it. 9
He's
health
running.
left. Here he comes. The Karate Kid chops him down. Krakatow.
Oh, man. You can see the aim training in all those different flicks. That was beautiful. They were jumping around. He was following them like they were moving at 2 miles an hour. Wouldn't let him go.
Absolute animal. You'd think he's just a, nice, shy, quiet guy.
No, he's a manimal.
And that's the ones that catch you sleeping. An ace for Elige in the pistol adds salt to the wounds of G2. And those wounds are hemorrhaging. They're bleeding out. And everybody's just walking past them.
It was like just the fact that he was willing to stay peaked that whole time, knowing he wouldn't die. That was the most dastardly part.
Man, he heard us talking. Now Nitro wants his. Down goes Hooksy.
There's the brains of the operation.
Without brains, you got bronze. Monacy. Oop. He gets one, but he'll be found out. Elige ending this round with absolute ease. G2 don't get anything from whatever they had planned towards that B site, but they didn't have much to plan with compared to this round. We've got the buy up from G2's T side.
Yeah. They're going to jump that. That's never fun. Even if it is with just Glocks, it still feels terrible.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that Liquid do that. Keep laying it on.
Thick.
One of the redeeming part about Vertigo for me and CT side is just like, it's better to be aggressive, and sometimes it's hard, but you get rewarded for it.
I like Vertigo just because it's an urban setting. We don't get a lot of urban settings. We've got a lot of dust bowls.
Yeah.
We got temples all over the place now. You know what I mean? We went ancient. We got Anubis.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what are we fighting for? Sarcophagi? JKS. That's one.
Oh, this is...
Oh, and Monacy, that's two. Guns working out wonderfully here, and the only weapons left for Liquid are these measly MP9s and a FAMAS on OC. So, quick work once the guns come out from the offense.
And now, smartly, they just start picking a site. Done all they need to do inside a middle. CTs won't find a thing. They'll hear this rotation inside. And Hunter, well, he'll call some friends. Smoke goes down. Now they gotta be worried a little bit about a stack. I think this one could be like a little alarming. But Hunter will run through it. He'll also die, however. There's no one directly behind it. I think it's fine, but, you know, might be a little scared. Oh, late molly as well. Ooh. This would be quite a blunder, but they've gotten into the site.
Nice flash. Oh, it's perfect. Oh my god. Naf and Yakinder in with kills. 10 seconds. Oh, no!
Oh, ouch.
Oh, god. That hurts.
Ay, ay, ay.
The push past the flash, the MP9 is clean, and Yakinder helped out immensely with this cover.
Man, this was Hunter running in first through the smoke with no one to trade that. If they wanted to, they could have run around and together, or through the smoke and together, or even waited for a bit and try to walk out, but like together at least. First kill was just way too easy. And with no trade, they just get smoked, man. And Liquid had some late utility as well, even on that buy with just the MP9s. It was after a round win just because they didn't lose enough players, so still had mollies left. Bad situation here for G2.
Kinder ready. Pistol's gonna try to push him over the edge. Oh, nice turn. Mincemeat on the ramp, and another one goes down smooth.
They are fragging. This is a very fun matchup, though, I will say.
I also enjoy this. Regardless of the outcome, I just enjoy this head-to-head.
Yes.
Fun first map, and Mirage after this. This is going to be a real fist fight of a series.
Mm-hmm.
OC, not peeking with the op, but the blue phosphor.
You made it sound delicious.
Comes at it from a side angle, and yeah, that flash didn't quite find Hooksy. He was just ahead of it, but Yakinder on the recovery. 1 for 1. Monacy deep with the op scoped in, but actually gave up the angle, and now that could poise Yakinder to come clear behind Tarp. He hears the running, Nico, and he'll find the headshot. Nicely done. Missed shots from Nitro opens up the B site. JKS with an entry, and a bomb right behind him, alongside Hunter. Naf's chance to shine, but they are outnumbered again. And this time the trade is effective. JKS replaces Hunter, and Monacy punches in the numbers. It's a Liege 1v3.
Yeah, it was a good fight. They just did it fast. There was the molly on yellow that we had a neat tuck from Nico in right behind it, so they forgot about him. And he carefully played off that position. Of course, Nico will, and like unlike how Liquid more quickly fought up the ramp, Nico did that sometimes. I'm not sure if he's going to continue to do that. We saw middling success in the past few months, I think, when he went at a faster pace up the A ramp. But just in general, him being there, he's really comfortable on those fights. Likes to work alone, as we know of Nico. He could definitely prove to be useful if this game results in a comeback. Well,
okay.
Definitely scared the shit out of him.
Jumping up and down, it's running down his leg.
For what it's worth.
JKS. Nice trade. Couldn't afford for another round to go south at the final hurdle like that.
Off to the races.
Kentucky Derby. Smokes ahead, and Hooksy goes right through it. All right. They know what they want, but they're met by a flash, and now OC from M4 to AWP. Scoped in and ready. Gonna have to put out the fire. There's a short peek coming out. Kinder finds a little bit of a gap. It's just Nico here. They're already trying to transition into that B hit, and Alish finds the insta-kill versus Nico. Naf putting the smoke down towards stairs could make this execute awkward. They're gonna have to come through it, and there's nobody here to really hold them back. Naf off the angle. Nitro fighting Hooksy, who's the first player deep. And Hunter finds a leash. Monacy, great cover. Oh, it looks good. G2, 3 kills every step of the way. And Team Liquid, they tried to just throw themselves into the meat grinder, but it's them that got grinded up.
Yeah, that was a little messy. I mean, they got Nico, which is huge because they know, again, he's a mercenary. He'll be alone sometimes, but they got that kill. They rotated in. That's why it's really important to take more committed positions inside the sites so that your rotating teammates have spots to stand in that are easy to get to. But it just got real cramped there behind the generator. And some good flashes on the attack. G2, they came through that smoke. They called out the bluff that it was a little late on the stairs. They didn't respect it and made sure the continuation flashes came in with behind it, so it wasn't just a scrimmy attack running all the way through. I mean, oh, wait a second.
No.
They're like kind of far from this, right?
No.
Wait, he's behind the stubble stack.
Oh my god, they hit him with
low. Oh my god. Wow.
It's okay.
Okay. He actually could have not got up there. That was a good piece of cover. Striking fear again.
Just keeping them on the edge of their seats. That was nice.
Nice shot. Oh, wow, okay.
Ah.
It was a great shot. Oh, wait, that wasn't even it, yeah.
Oh. We almost gave him credit for something he didn't do.
Who would do that?
Thomas Edison.
Yes. Shout out to our boy Nikola Tesla. Robbed.
I love history jokes.
Okay, OC, your chance to shine. Let's see it. OC's just been kind of quietly doing his thing. 7 deaths in comparison to everybody else's double digits. Chance to shine. But Yukinder's dead already. A barrage of bullets out of Nico. And Yukinder's gone down.
Maybe they could pull it all the way back. Wow.
All right.
He's just been jumping all game.
Yeah, he's hoopsie.
And when he whiffs, oopsie.
Okay. OC again doesn't get a chance to do jack.
OC's been so tame, I feel like, just in terms of when he was on T side, even here over on TT, just playing back. Like, see this on Inferno as well, where I think that's kind of him at his worst, where he's just really passive and chilling a lot. And I get it. I mean, you have Elige and Yukinder. It's like, you don't really need more opening kill attempts.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Try to compete with that?
Yeah. But maybe they should just Furia.
Throw him up front?
You know what I mean?
Oh.
Wow. It's been a game of revenge.
That's life.
And great T-side kills.
So Nico's starting to recover in the kill department.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention G2 with the round count. This is a 4-round game now.
Big important kills too. Rifle kills. 12 and 16, but deceptively impactful here.
Quality, not quantity. Although he'd prefer both.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Did Hooksy do anything wrong?
And some targeted harassment here from Yukinder. Hooksy didn't even shoot at that.
Nice nade as well.
Some more damage.
Molly kind of zones Yukinder for a moment, but it's going to be all right here. He's definitely got the support if needed.
Yeah, he's happy to hang out.
We've already had 2 aces today at least.
That's true.
It dawned on me. Elige, Simple.
And they were good. Very good.
Maybe in the earlier games too. I don't know. But JKS not alone in middle. This is going to be the 2-2 split from mid and B, and NAF could have his hands full. Nitro's meant to be supportive here. They don't waste any time. They throw another player at it from CT.
Oh my God.
NAF, that timing. Oh God, that timing. And now he's on the reload. So Hunter, easy headshot for him. Nitro comes out around green, recovers. 35 seconds. Bomb on the outside of the B site. JKS with the late mid play. OC's being drawn back from the A site, and Nitro needs to deliver.
It's so disjointed. CT's just getting comfortable. They were in such a weird spot. They didn't know what they had to watch. Now they can both point forward at their specific choke points. And Nitro up front, I mean, he could just die on the trade, but he's in his best angle right now.
God,
he's feeling good about this. They have to come out.
They're sat right there. Oh, Nitro with the point blank headshot. And while JKS gets one from mid, he's got 7 seconds left. Needs to clear close and won't. That's Liquid's 14th, and that's Nitro's impact.
As objective as I can be about this, when we look at the T rounds that have come out of Liquid, their spacing has been clearly better. And this is this round in the 5v3 where they just throw 2 out to try to attack, and then the 3 players left over didn't even realize the opportunity at hand. They had Nitro looking back and forth, mollying heaven, rotating around, not sure if the split was coming through mid. All they did was give them time to get into their best, most comfortable positions. No flashes remaining to even help them on the final hit. And why is that? And that last round where Hunter ran through the smoke and then they ended up dying to all the CTs in position. This is G2 bringing it upon themselves. These are kind of a couple of really weak T attacks. And I think it'd be obvious to them looking back that that's why they lost. But it's disappointing that that's the reason why they are. Liquid, on the other hand, they're just happy.
Yeah, happy that Jonathan is going this far above and beyond. 26-11 now. Liege. An animal. It's another attempt up the ramp. Pretty quick aggression, but it costs HooXi half his health. And a Liege ain't too far off. Molly to clear close. Oh, NAV, he's gonna try to attack it. Nice timing. Takes Hunter off the top of the boost. Gets away before JKS can chase him and get the refrag. So that's NAV just peeking into a 1 versus 2 on his own. Getting away with it. Now all of a sudden it feels like G2 want to press into this A site. It's OC versus m0NESY. Nice shot from OC. Good timing from Liege. And that's 2 big kills, leaving HooXi on his own. He's still hanging on for dear life. Ykinder can't finish it. OC sure will. And JKS the next victim as Liquid lock in 15.
Yeah, they're mauling him now. That was a different setup they weren't ready for. Everything works out really well. Nice timing from NAF to swing out and, again, take that fight before it gets too overwhelming. Letting them get up on the wood wall and the stairs sometimes can be too much. And NAF finds an opportunity to shine here. And, again, of course, gets away. That's the big one. My goodness. Not seeing a lot of outs here for G2 on their map pick here on Vertigo. And it's dangerous picking Vertigo versus Liquid. Yes, there is like that blowout game with Heroic. A lot of teams are taking it to Liquid on Vertigo, but they've been very comfortable in trying to pick it or play it, leaving it in. And I think clearly we see why now.
Oh, what? Okay, HooXi.
Let's go.
Damn, nice shot. Clean kill. And that, again, puts HooXi at the top of the scoreboard for G2. 3 versus 5.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's a top frag where it's 15 and 18. It's not even like a really crazy performance, just really bad sign for having his teammates down there.
Just no world-class step up from any of the stars you'd expect it from. There's no counteract to Liege. It's a one-man show so far.
But around here.
Yeah, open B bomb site, so this one nice and easy for G2. That's double digits secured here on Vertigo. 3 weapons to be held onto. The money's not ideal for Liquid, so we'll see if Nico can add a price tag towards the end of this one. He'll lock in versus Liege. Ooh, whoop. Not his fight to win.
I think that was the worst Nico spray in history. I only say that because it wasn't that bad. Usually it's perfect. I'm just negging him.
I can think of a more important whiff.
Oh. Non-Swedish soil.
So they'll let the rest of Liquid hang on to those guns. Could be very key to the next one if Liquid shut them down. But G2 4 alive, open B site. Why? JKS just, excuse me, not even. HooXi owned OC. I feel like that first shot was like a,
it was
a
through the
headshot
box.
through the wall, right?
Yeah.
Blasted.
But every time G2 went around, it's already with Liquid having won the last 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Just a substantial lead.
And only one more needed. Here we go, Fast B. Flash finds its mark. NAF doesn't get punished. Hunter burned to 50. And now it's 3v5 the other way. Ykinder looking to add himself into the mix as Bomb tries to scramble back to ladder. HooXi keeps the pressure on. And if he got that second kill, then that would have drawn Liquid towards him and created an opening instead. It's the half health of m0NESY and JKS versus the 3 remaining members here of Liquid.
An unlikely mid-round situation here with the HP remaining. And m0NESY gets cut off right at the pass. Ykinder, aggressive angle. m0NESY saying, okay, they'll probably play somewhat back. Well, no, that's not the case. And JKS, who's actually done a lot better, at least on this T side, at least a little bit better, and now has his work cut out for him to save the team.
Leash finding his 30th frag within this round as well, so this map belonging to him and belonging to Liquid. A 16-10 affair here on Vertigo to get our series started. Entertaining Counter-Strike, action-packed, and potential for the same on Mirage. We'll see you there and see whether Liquid can queue up the 2-0 win.
B stepping. I think it would be rotation. Yeah, B rotation. Good. Nice. I'm coming. I'm gonna move. Survive.
I'm sorry. I have Jenny flash in
I'm
2 seconds.
Running A.
Okay. One running A.
One run across. There's two. Can you get the flash right? Yeah, flash whenever you can.
Jenny flashing.
Quad
Quad default. Quad. Nice. Sign.
Squad.
Sign.
Nice.
Good shit, guys. Nice recovery.
Exactly the start that Liquid would have wanted here, as they managed to take their opponent's map pick, and we spoke about this Vertigo play coming in from G2. We spoke what they might be able to achieve in it, but it had always been looking like a good map for Liquid. And Unleash, he showed up in a massive way here, Pimp.
There was a massive performance coming out of Liquid and a massive performance coming out of Unleash. Obviously, a little bit disappointed in G2. As you said, it's their map pick. They're coming in on Vertigo. They get to start on the CT side, and they're trailing from the start. It felt like they never got into the game. They never find any consistency consistency. They weren't looking comfortable at any point on that CT side, and I was shocked by that display by G2, to be honest. That was one thing I was shocked about. The other thing was Londa saying something smart in that cast a couple of times, that the spacing from Liquid on the T side was phenomenal. They were doing such a good job on the T side, maneuvering around the map, constantly making it super, super tough for G2 to find anything for free, and overall, Liquid just played a perfect game of Counter-Strike.
They really did. It looked beautiful from them, and so did this P2000 Ace. We don't often see a P2000. Normally it's the USP in the hands of the CT side, but at least he wanted to have some fun.
Yeah, that was a sick round by Elish. We get to see right here, and you said it, the P2000, we never see that in display at Pro Counter-Strike anymore. Of course, the first couple of kills are relatively easy for Elish, but you know, once you give him just a little bit, he will continue and continue and continue. And I guess you can argue that the pistol itself, it's a good pistol. It doesn't have the silencer effect, but in this position, it doesn't really matter. And just because you're a noob, James, doesn't mean that Elish has to be with a P.
I just don't want people to consider this possible by normal human beings. Elish is a beast, he is a monster, and he had one fantastic game from start to finish. He dropped 31 kills at the end of that.
He was good, and you know Elish, we spoke about him coming into the game as well. He's a win condition for Team Liquid. Once he's hitting the groove, once he's feeling it, he is one of the best players in the world, and we've seen that year after year. So good for Liquid, good for Elish, and when he's playing at this level, there's few players, I would argue, that can't stop him, and the few players that G2 had that potentially would have been able to put up a fight against Elish, well, they didn't deliver. Nico had a rough showing, Maniac had a rough showing, and G2 as a team had a rough showing.
Yeah, and this is the thing we spoke about in the pre-game. Will there be some rust on G2? I saw a hell of a lot of it. Hoopsy was at the top.
It's disappointing when you think about they've had a 7-week break to come into this tournament and to be in what should be the best possible shape they can be in. Of course, it must have been a little bit demotivating for them to sit at home, watch the teams play at the major, but if I were G2, I would have used that time to, you know, say, okay, we got an extra player break. We got 7 weeks now where we can prepare ourselves. We can come out with something new. We can prepare new maps and try out certain stuff. But let's be honest, this performance on Vertigo wasn't good, but it's just one map. It could be the rust you're talking about. It could be, you know, the players having to get into the groove of playing official games. So I'm not going to count out G2 yet, but I will say the performance in Vertigo, slightly disappointing.
Yeah, slightly disappointing. And I will say as well, when it comes to this now, bouncing back, you go on to Mirage, you've got Liquid's individuals really fired up.
You got Liquid's individuals. We talked about Elish having a phenomenal game. Yakinda as well in the first half on the T side. He was finding a lot of space, making it super, super tough for G2 to maneuver around the map. So when you have your two best players on your squad in Yakinda and in Elish playing well, you know it's going to be a tough game. So we need the individuals from G2. I've seen them play better Counter-Strike than we saw in Vertigo, but we need to see guys like Nico step it up. We need to see Maniac take away space from Yakinda, take away space from Elish, make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Liquid to move around the map. As I said, Londa's referred to it a couple of times in the cast. The spacing, the maneuvering, the moving around the map, constantly making G2 feel uncomfortable. That's going to be harder for Liquid to replicate that on a map like Mirage, but it's going to be even harder if Maniac as well is having a good game, or Nico for that matter.
Interestingly enough as well, right, when you look down this and you see this scoreboard coming in, Naf as well being the Bianca CT side, he was able to just do the damage. We speak about him being this more supportive element, well, he was holding on and locking it down.
Yeah, you have even OC winning a couple of clutches. You had Nitro in the later stages of the game with a nice multi-kill on that B-bomb side as well.
Oh, the lockdown, just when it could have been a breaking point.
Exactly, when it could have been a close game. So you can contribute this win to, obviously, Elise having a great game, but the whole of Team Liquid played a good game of Counter-Strike. It was a very well-rounded performance. Everyone stepped up when it was needed, and it felt like, even though the scoreline got somewhat close at the end of it, it felt like Liquid was winning from the start.
Now, Mirage is coming up next. Liquid's win rate is through the roof. We're just looking down some of the scores. They took down Spirit 16-12, Heroics 16-5. The Vitality game was an overtime, a very deep overtime, 25-21. But you look at the G2 side, and I spoke about it positively in terms of what Maniac can do, what Nico can do. We see them when they're playing FPL, for example, all the time. Well, their recent results, not so good at all, losing out to Game Legion, Cloud9, and Vitality. Are we in for a dark turn again for G2?
This smells a bit like a 2-0 for Team Liquid, I'm not going to lie, but we said that plenty of times with these teams, and we're never right about that, right? G2 has the ability to fight back, but I also did start this segment saying that there was a lot of question marks surrounding Team Liquid after the major. The one constant they have, the one map that they've actually been performing on for quite some time, the one map they've been consistent on is Mirage. You said it yourself, the results from Mirage have been good, the play on Mirage for Team Liquid has been solid, so if there ever was a chance for Team Liquid to make a statement right here and bring down this game to a 2-0 fashion, play themselves into the upper bracket, I would say Mirage is the best possible map for them right now. They're playing some good Counter-Strike, Elise is having a field day, so why not?
Well, Mirage, right, it's a lot like a pizza, I would say. When a pizza's bad, it's still good.
I would agree with that. Even though it's a messy game on Mirage, even though it doesn't always make sense James, it's like a pizza. It's always good even when it's bad.
You know, that's the way it goes sometimes. And Mirage overall, we're not going to expect too much tactical depth out of it. We need the individuals to step up. We got to see all of this side from G2 able to deliver on the individual level. Otherwise, it's game over.
That's why I'm curious to see. G2, you've had 7 weeks to redefine your map pool, redefine the way you play Counter-Strike. What kind of G2 is coming out right here? They're most likely starting on the T side. Is it going to be the aggressive G2 that is very heavy on the executes towards perhaps the B bomb side, or is it going to be the slow-paced G2?
And they do look a little bit like, just from these cameras, okay, they're having a conversation, Hunter and JKS, but there's a bit of heads down in this. I'm not seeing good body language.
No, it's hard to have good body language after such a rough starting on Vertigo, but that's what I want to say as well, right? It's